Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to welcome you to the International Online Forum, Global Crisis, Our Community, which is right now being simultaneously interpreted into 150 languages. Today, you will learn why our days, the days of all humankind, are truly numbered. You've seen the countdown we showed you. This is the maximum time left for humankind. But we have even less time to do something about it and change the situation. At this forum, you will learn about all of this in detail. Today, we as humanity are balancing on the edge of life and death. And this is the fact. Climate. This monstrous Cerberus is devouring entire regions, and it can't get enough. Our planet is engulfed in terrible disasters, and their number is growing. Our houses are being destroyed by hurricanes and earthquakes. Entire cities are going underwater or are being burned down by fires. Natural disasters are gaining momentum and destroying everything in their path. Dozens of millions of people are losing everything and running away from the disaster in order to save their lives. If we don't stop the Cerberus today, tomorrow it will devour us all. But what is humankind busy with in the meantime? We all live called the consumerist format. We are divided by floors, by separate rooms. We are divided by corridors and stairwells. We are forbidden to communicate with each other. We've been made to be afraid of our neighbors. We are taught not to respect each other. We live in a surreal world. In this world, we've been taught not to see reality. Those who call white color black live higher. Those who call white color white live below. Here, we must only the television, but not our own eyes. Now, our building, our house is on fire. The first floors are on fire. The walls are burning, but no one is doing anything inside. We've been taught that someone decides something for us. But now, nobody decides anything for us. Our house is on fire, and we are in the middle of it. And the saddest thing is that many of us don't even know about it. And those who do refuse to believe it because there is no fire in their rooms yet. The fire is outside. Although those on the lower floors are already screaming. Those whom we've delegated control over this house are sitting on the rooftops and looking up at the sky.
Migege control hawal ku be fulen tibebe foral matiga tibebage udumati balhattaga migega ule aharume emena med emihun farwale lubhatte emihun naki aharume emena bure matiga tibe vilatagu tirega boluga istergan baba la tibe bay emihun hikurani aharume tibe duniyaga emme kuriga kamse ekamak mi duniya falage midini hagigatuga armengi gega alifan rovich ehmbima mied algon tibe from nadanwalo mikang hinga mundago keterwasha hagigatuga mosumadimaw munda kantaki kan algon minge mujtamage miharuge halatiki ko bakama mihalatum armen ganabeni gotike ko bakam tafsil ko bayan ko de maske qur'ana mied tibe from even malumatiki
is not for those who are on the roof of our universe.
Etang has by etang ahare banding kuri masakato natija ehbima algon men danwala benumani med forum ki algon mege duniya ge fural mati ga tibe vilata go tirega powala la firma la ge mulin bimmati Nittifati baika oi forum no forum ki algo benna mige rabrin algo benna algo mige lobet bavrin oi forum.
Hello, dear friends. It is a pleasure to welcome you to such a significant event for all of us, for all of humanity. Today's forum is being simultaneously translated into 150 languages. These are the languages which 90% of the world's population speaks. This is a great chance to be heard by all of humanity. We can only imagine the scale of the preparation for this forum, the huge number of people involved in making sure that the truth will be heard worldwide and that it will be understood and heard by people in their own languages. It is truly a colossal work. It is a tremendous effort. Thousands of people from all over the world have joined together to make our momentous meeting possible today. All this is able to be done only because of the dedication and commitment of these people, because they understand the importance, the responsibility, including the responsibility to disseminate this important information that will be presented to you today. It is an honor to be part of this team, because without any exaggeration, what you will hear today will save humanity if everyone knows about it. Dear friends, I would like to draw your attention. All information on the online forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, is presented for a non-profit purpose and in the interest of the entire society, entire humanity. The free use, reproduction, and distribution of this forum, in part or in a whole, by any means, without distortion of the transmitted information and while preserving the links to the source is permitted. Thank you very much.
I want to express my sincere gratitude to the media partners of this forum. They are doing all they can to use their resources to make sure that everyone in the world learns about the Creative Society as soon as possible. They broadcast videos, songs, interviews, talk shows about the Creative Society. And some of them, right now, broadcasting this forum on their radio and TV stations and on their social media. We are grateful for what you are doing for all of humanity, and it is an honor to walk shoulder to shoulder with you in building the Creative Society.
Dear viewers, and right now we would like to invite our scientist from the Climate Department of Creative Society. It is my honor to introduce you to Yelizaveta Kromova, geologist and geophysicist. Yelizaveta, the floor is yours.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники форума и зрители. Для нас большая честь сегодня представить
Loved Belindari, Hembima Miharate Befung Samalkma Varakhas, scientific report, Ushalwana, Mirpotaki, Mole Insaniata, Nurakatri, Nurakil Econometifawa, Hagigi, Mosmin, Rakadwahake, Alumnigi, Iseteri, Wahakadeki Beflum, أرغن من دنيا وفد فيها كارثة
Всесторонняя научная
إتروما
работа
نفوس
ведется нашей
فوروا
международной
وريها
группой
كاميجي
с
هولستيك
1996 года.
تصبرتي
В
فورنا
данном
ديوان
междисциплинарном исследовании на протяжении десятков лет задействованы ученые, специалисты и волонтеры из разных стран. Это и специалисты в геологии, геофизике, вулканологии, климатологии, океанологии, астрофизике и десятках других направлений. Те, кто изучают ядро планеты, вулканы, землетрясения, космические лучи и геологические циклы. Мы провели точные расчеты, составили математические модели и аналитические прогнозы прогрессии климатических катаклизмов, которые предстоит пережить человечеству в ближайшие годы. В 2014 году были выпущены выдержки из текущего доклада, но полная информация и наши расчеты обнародованы не были. И позже вы поймете, почему. Далее вашему вниманию будут представлены результаты 26 лет исследований. Хочу обратить ваше внимание, что мы будем приводить только ту информацию и те факты, которые вы сами можете перепроверить. Для этого мы намеренно использовали данные из общедоступных источников. Мы не использовали сегодня результаты показаний своих датчиков и измерений, чтобы не пугать и не сеять панику. Сегодня мы будем опираться только на открытые факты, легко проверяемые и общедоступные. Сегодня в докладе мы поднимем 3 ключевых вопроса. Первый. Что же является истинной причиной нарастания климатических катастроф? Второй. Что будет происходить дальше? И третий. Какой выход? Сегодня мы расскажем то, что не афишируют. Такую полноценную информацию вы не услышите из официальных источников СМИ или политических докладов. Эти факты не просто не договаривают, от них отводят глаза, чтобы не вызывать панику в обществе. Мы это понимаем. В то же время молчание опасно, так как грозит бездействием в решении жизненно важных вопросов. А для начала давайте посмотрим на текущее положение дел с климатической ситуацией в мире на момент ноября 2022 года. Хочу передать слово кандидату педагогических наук, доценту Константину Рыбачуку, активному участнику проекта «Созидательное общество», который уже несколько лет подряд участвует в качестве
Before we go with the Bavarin, volunteering Tanya, Creative Society Project, it's a static science verina, Ethan has volunteering Masaketa, made argument Hosher for Sotbaki, argument and Libera Bursharafe. Me insano harakat gurmene with Duni and Mosam and Baldo to Hagigi South, Derasakurma, Hasakure Pawatani.
Hello, dear friends. The information we're about to present is truly shocking to any sensible person. We live in a time when scientists do not know about the inexorably growing climate crisis. Even more so, politicians do not know either. Now, all of humanity is on the brink of a large-scale climate catastrophe. And at the same time, contemporary science tells us only about anthropogenic climate change, but is silent.
لبت رحمترين أرغن مهوشال أولي معلوماتي حقيقة جواز كم بس ننترنيه كهاران كوراني معلوماتي أرغن من ميولي مدني موسم أنا نيدي بكارسا مدو ساينس فرينا كوران كم نيجي دوسوريكا يبرو بس بودا سياسي مي هون بس نيجي مهار مول إنسانية ميوني موسمي بور كارسايجي أسيري غسا أدي مدني ولغا زماني ساينسو أرغن Algon ben Makiadini, Hamikan Insanung, the Roma Gulifeva Kuni Gulifa climate change, Gavaha Kanames, Mosuma and Hagigi, Baduta, Savabamid, Himianatuma. Ginebek Mcmavid Shakuko, Mosma and Baduta Kamet Shakukure, Ekamuk Hagigati, Harkosh Kant, Meg Haringa Doskuri, Duniega, Kurimati. Kurimet Karsata Mahakumad doesn't cover much Nudianames Miharu මිහාරස් හප්තයක බ්‍රජගතක දුසත ගුදරති කාර්ෂාධනී රයිස්ත්‍රී කුරමුන් අල්ගුන්මින්ගේ මොනිටරින්ගේ තපාස හිසාබ්තක බලාර් දෙහස් බායිස් වනාහරුගේ ෆුරතම දිහමස්තොස් තිරේග හහාපුරේ ගින මෝසමි කාර්සා හිඟාපාවේ ඒග තිරේග ෆෙම්බලුම අලිපානුව කාර්සාතකයි වෑරෝලිය තුෆාන්තක බිංගනු කනාගෙන් දියමු ගිම ආදයක්ලාප බෝක වාරවිහම් හිමන දිකි බලා මේ ඉන්සානියත ගොය හමේකනි දුස්මන් මෝසම හමලාදී හහස් හඟුරානාග සරහද්දේ පද అది ఎయ్యి హమేకని హుళవాలేపావా మౌలిమాతిక వసీలతకు పెన్నగకమి అగిగతుగా గుద్రతీగతం ఇతురు ఎత కార్సాయ ඉතුරු එත කාර්සාමි දුනියගෑ බෞට් අද එම්ම බොඩ් හිතාමැකි මිකාර්සාතක සවම දුවහකුවෙස් එම්බ්‍රනාදවේ එත ෆුරාණය බනි නගාලේෆි එමිහිංග ආයිලාතක ලෝබවා මිහුන්න දුවහකුවෙස් ඉගෙල්ලුම් ගෙල්ලුම අරානුගනවෙන් तेबे पूर्ण फिरनाने मॉनिटरिंग रिपोर्ट की दुनिया के इतिहास वॉलंटियरों की मशक्कत का नतीजा और यह हकीकत और यह हकीकत बेन कुन में कुरिंग एत फारक क्रॉस कुरेवने मैं और यह मालूमात की हमें कने आम वसीलत को नगाफा मालूमात कम कम में है कि इस मालूमात क्रॉस को अलगुन में न कुन में मी बिरवर कम का मेंबर हमें ले बलालेवेन algun faha benwani eta has bay data ekko analyze kurumuga masake kurumuga bede eha gina malumat ekko analyze kurumaki ekaka bes undugo kamenno
that nothing
analyze kurumaki ekaka undugo kamen algun menge di asaga harakatawga algun menna kurmete famewani hulwale pawa wasilat kun liben hori waragina data ta delete bam annaka mosmi karsataka ek bara frequency abhe malumat tam yar wani gelifa emi hung masake kurani musuma ekeshen halati siba algun menna algun menna dekuma hame ek zamani tanzib ge tarikh ho gavis tapas hisab ta kuriya birweri hasako ahar men hasako mehar ekam wara boda fenanga bote
and with eyewitnesses of climatic cataclysms.
Eka hal
show you a climate monitoring video.
emosata mosme horiya karsata kan nutanosta hisab ta ekum ki undu bukame algun min tere waragina mihun ebetiben mehar bedakani mosme karsa video
USA, Taiwan, Kazakhstan.
It's a true nightmare. That's happened for the first time
USA,
in my whole
Taiwan,
life.
Kazakhstan,
Bulgaria,
It was
Mazado mihun firhenung adong
Italy,
Who could have known that the water would rush in so fast? We lost
Bulgaria
everything.
Mazado mihun firhenung adong
Spain, China,
China wagdakni Italy
storms and hurricanes. Category 4 Hurricane Ian was the deadliest hurricane to hit Florida
Pakistan,
residents.
Spain,
in the United
China,
States.
Germany.
Some cities were 90% destroyed by the storm surge.
तूफान था
Furious winds.
केटरिगा हतरिगा तूफान यान की अमेरिका के फ्लोरिडा रयतना कुरमति एम मनोर खातिर तूफान के सब बाय सिटी त नोधे इंसत हलाक बाग दे फेम्बोडो सब बाय सिटी त बली हलाक
Several million people without
अदे
electricity
1.5
and drinking
मिलियन पर
water.
किने मिहम
And
बरी
this was at
गेदर
a time when it was unbearably hot and humid on the island. Fiona is the first Category 4 hurricane in history to move this far north. It reached eastern Canada, maintaining the strength of a Category 2 hurricane, and left an unprecedented path of destruction in the country. In recent years, tropical storms have begun to move further north and south.
अधिक पेन फैमिली गिने में वनी गेदर दोगला दांज दा अंदाज दका गोतम सते के बिलियन डॉलर बड़ो गेले में लिबे
Typhoon Noru was
Puerto
predicted
Rico
to hit the
horosco
Philippines
dia
as the
tufan ta
first Category 4
Fiona ge
hurricane.
sabab
But
eta
just
million
6
by
hours, there was an
karantai
explosive
bofen nulibe
intensification
adi mi
to a
erasuga
Category 5
ken
super
kore evra
typhoon
uno ga
with
deka wa
wind
doswari
gusts reaching
Fiona ki
196
tarikh
miles
ga
per
ves
hour.
mi
People
mi
did
ha
not have time to
datur
panic.
category hatari ge furtama tufan
Disaster
category
search force.
category
More
de
than
tufan ge
900,000 people were
category
affected.
de
While the damage
tufan
to
ge baro
agriculture
damati ga mu ga
exceeded
ves
52
he
million.
ves nu kura waru ga halat
On the island of Corsica,
kantat ge
France,
dima fa
the wind reached a
fa
speed of
kangas
224
tropical
kilometers
tufan
per
ta
hour.
equator
During the
dura
storm, the fierce winds
utura
tore down
dekuna
power lines and trees
itura
were
datur
falling
kura
down like
New York
matchsticks.
Boston
In Europe
Beijing
alone,
adi
the
Tokyo
average annual
dunia
number
ge
of storms
bur city
has
ta
increased
waran
by
awa
almost
mosme amaz
16.5
kaban
times since
tufan
2000.
ನೋರು ಫಿಲಿಪೀನ್ಸ್ ಅರಾನಕ ಲಫಾಕೊಫ ಅವನಿ ಕೆಟಗರಿ ಏಕೆಗೆ ತೂಫಾನಕ ಎಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ತೂಫಾನ ಎಗುದುಗೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಗಡಿ ಇರುತ್ತರಿಗ ಕೆಟಗರಿ ಫೈಗೆ ಸೂಪರ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಬಾರು ಗದ ವ್ಯಾಗದ ಗಡಿಯ ಸತೆ ನೋದಿ ಮೇಲೆ ವ್ಯಾಗದ ಮುಖದ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಗುದುರತಿ ಕಾರ್ಸಾಗ ಅಸರ್ತ ತಯಾರುವ ಡ್ರೈಜರ್ತುನ್ನ ವಗುತನು ಲಿಬನ್ ನುವಲಕ ಎಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ನಮಿ ಹುನ್ನ ಅಸರ್ ಕೊಫಾವಾರ್ ದಡವೆರ ಸಮಾಲಿ ಬನು ಗೆಲ್ಲು 52 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ $1 ಮಚ್ಚ ಗೋಸ್ಪಾಗ ಫ್ರಾನ್ಸಿಸ್ ವಿಲಾದು ಕೋಸ್ಕನಮ ಕಿಯ ರಶಿಗ ವಿಲಾಗನುಗ ಗಡಿಯ 226 ಮೀಟರ್ ಬಾರು ಮೆನುಗ ವ್ಯಾಜ ಹುನ್ನ ಗದ ವಾರ ಒಳಿತಿಗೊ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ತ ಫಳ ಯಂಗೋಸ್ ಗಸ್ತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಯುರೋಪ್ ಗ ಎಕನಿಮಸ್ ಜಹಾಸ್ಪನ ಹಾರಂ ಫಿಶ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಎಬ್ರಿಜ್ ಕೋ ಹಾರಗೋ ಉಪದೆ ತೂಫಾನ್ ತ ಅರಿವನಿ ಗಾಗನಕ 2.5 ಗುಣ ಇತುರುಫೆ ಅಮೆರಿಕಾಗ ಬಲದುವ ತೂಫಾನ್ ತಗೋ ಅದದು ಏಗೆ ಸಬಬು $1 ಬಿಲಿಯನ್ ಬರು ಗೆಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾರು ಎ ತೂಫಾನ್ ತಗೋಗೆ ಗೆಲ್ಲುಂತದನಿ ಈ ವಿಸ್ಮ ಪುರಾವರ ಇತುರೋಮನ್ ದೇಹಾಸ್ ವನಹರ ದೇಹಾಸ್ ದೇವನಹರ ದೇಮ ಏಗೆ ತಿರೆ ಸತರ ತೂಫಾನ್ ಪಹ ಕುರೆ ಪಾವರ್ ಕುರಿಯಗ 11 ಹಾರ ತಿರೆಗ ಅನ್ನ ಮಿಹಾರು ನೋದಿ ತೂಫಾನ್ ಎಬೋದೆ देखो हम स्पाग फायते हर तगुगा तूफान ग बार ग दो मन सब देहास अड्डी वनहर अन्नान कम लफा करवे मेंबर मिहारस मने इतुरे आदि अखलाफ बारे भी फेंबडो दुनिया के संकोल तो आदि अखलाफ बारे भी मेंबर दनी इतुरे मने देहास पाइस वनहर ग नोए नोमस दोस्तरेगा दुआलिग मच तिरी सहा बरगिन वारे बेम रिकॉर्ड में दुनिया का रेस्ट्री करे फावे इटली के इसलिए इनकोन प्रोविंस रेगन बनी बा हारुगे वारे बेहि निहा हालु कमाय को फेंबर वातन एमि हुंगे हातुगा मी कुरे दुहा गोस्पनि फैनो दिहे मेरे तो गा गणक एमिट ऑस्ट्रेलिया देहस बाइस मनहर हर तरेगा थिंग राले अराफा ब्रिस्बन वारे बोमे जेहोनी जे के सिंदोस वंदे दुआले के मच एम महाबरे गिना दुह वारे बे हमदे तकरारो वाई हिंगा पावा फेंबर मा 12 मिन बलार बाय सिटी आलू बिना करो माने नथि देखो अफ्रीका इरमति असेर फसगा गा गणक आहारि हादो होगे वारे सर्विस करेर तरेगा वे 21 वन गरुनुगा एगोमुगा फेंबर एम मेनोर का तरी इन हादसा देखो कोरिया सोल देश बाइस फन हारोग अगस्त में बने रिकॉर्ड आदि तो विसार को अरिगा हुरिया कोटरी तगा समी बेसमेंट तक कोटरी तगा वर गिन फेंग बदगिंदी सब वे तका क्रॉस बुक तका पाकिन लोट अपार्टमेंट किस बने मरुग ट्रक तक बंद मी मरु फैनी एम गेगा फेंबर हो सब कोलंबिया का फेंबर एम आहार इन दूसरे का 80% इतुरुजे एक तेरे इतिहास विश पनारो अतुसे अशावी आराफवार जिगिंगा आरो गमेहार असते गते बनी इतुरुजे सुग्रे डिपार्टमेंट के बाय मुनिसिपल तोगा फेंबडो हादसा हिगमुन दाता आहार को बरगिन बेसवेटी मीग फसल सहार पूरी दुनिया का आहार को बोडो अब फेंबडो में कुरिमति वेर इतिहास खास बनहारा हमें आर मेदि वने हता बिस्कुना इतुरुपे मीग इतुरुंगे एफारा एते गांव में कवर को एफारा एकंकं हिंगम बराफ इतिहास बाइस बनहारुगे पूर्ण मुसुमुगा एकनि बेस पुरिया कॉन्टिनेंट के सते भी गांव में गावनी फेंबडो इतिहास बाइस बनहारो मौसम बदलते इतिहास बाइस बनहारुगे मौसम बदलते पाकिस्तान के जमाने तारीख का कुरिमति एम में मौसम कारसा एकम के थिम बैक और एडा प्रोविंस बनी फेंबडो में कारसा के निहात ने सोच से के बरगिन में मरवे 30 मिलियन बर मी असल मी होना असर को पावर एक तेरे दिबा को एबे के देवने रबरगिना हालांकि उम्र दोस्त में होना मां बन में होना कोड़को देने की लाइन सानी हालत होगा बेरोगा ओले मजबूर है फा बाइक खाबो तो के चा बो फेना बेस परवागे दत का अबाउट तगजर फा फेने की इन्फेक्शन आते पेतरे वसीले तो बिच वजीफा बो है अब कम दिरुल में वसीले तने में हो दो को गा गंड का देमे हा दोस फायदे के दियो अधिविस फेंग ऑन होट मिस्ता को ना फेन बिरवेर हुआ फे मिया दोस में ओना ने कमा एकन इतुर गोसमा गदा होना हिरफ देहस बाज गदा होना हिरफ देहस बाज वाना लोग नोमस तो तेरेगा दुनिया एक अंकल तो गा फिन होना में मती एल के पूरे गिन रिकॉर्ड करे पावे दुनिया के तारीख का प्रथम फार चाइना का होन गदा सते 13 डिग्री फ़ारेनहाइट सते 13 डिग्री फ़ारेनहाइट होगा देगिंगा हाइदियन वदु हादिमी के होन में गदा मुसबन nostek million obrogin mi hona bani asar ko bamga salame ba bam salame ba hiya to rayitna holwali ken kurebe baroge hon luye dinmo goto dandu salame kurma dandu veri regan masle kuri duale fastos degree celsius being hono mon mer hono musumga europe emma hono mosu tajriba kuri ingres vlate ga jule moga fin hono mentare hoga furutum fara sal celsius machangara francis vilate ga digmudut ka hono gada musabon korto ga fen hono nuclear engine to ga hono nuclear reactor to finikuran nukul devara warweginge pasin na gulf ga me pada kame hige hono gada musabon mi maru european union ga julai moga fansa stingas mi maru fa wani sida hi was nukura warga hono gada musabon utur hemisphere bode diksa zaka miharis mani bode dikharis ata aspect there's baz har frutam there's baz frutam quarter guys 3.2 billion dollar gelum live China America India Australia Europe any sarhate ka score ka reserve to wara boda halabaliwe datur wani kutuma ka hame gav nikam sabun hafta ge dati kam bodu current ag ufuli kendiyong anes sabaka bani me irabo sab dadwer kama yaad nu kure baru gelle melli kabote giti agu da hi was nu kure baru ufuli ka America ga janwaru kabote giti agwani 90% ituru fenugo dati kam bani record bara gospe rakatri bofen libon rakpe epes kaum ka iksa dego to kuriara fawa gamu ka besne masala salam no even me haro algon me dunia ga me haro se debilian over gene me hon fenugo dati kam bani puri matla alifan hadisat dehas bavis kana haro dehas bavis kana haro America ga Alaska ga alifan embe ko musim bari tajriba ko mon nige fansa sahara kuri mega fire for the epes kam hinga fa no bari sarhad cover ko etan matri ko barte wasile tabenu dehas bavis na har october kuri kolga America ga economy sola mega fire hinga fa
there has been an unprecedented leap in the
etan alifan halsa
and judging by the progression they will continue to
ember gabam de kon korea ga dehas bais fana haruge march baho terega nuclear engine ge ka meg alifan ga halsa hinge adi ashar hasmi hona et sate helicopter te ge bani niwal ga harka tere russia ga paate fasar terega alifan rowa sarhatone warpode.
This video shows a tiny fraction of the climate disasters that have occurred this year. The year 2022 was watershed. Everyone has seen how abnormal and unpredictable the cataclysms have become. All hopes that the climate will change gradually.
Mi har dimay mosmi ka sa to terin kuda member de has baib san haraki February haraki kom mi ke bes penoni e karisat ki aade khilaf ade andaza no kore karisat e gotuge madbado mosma he badal annan kam kori hori ummit ke bani fundu e karisat courier undani ituram besna bala vetu diyan nomus usrega honu gada musab ella koda visaraga tirisa has record mugrala fe mikam sabon planetary ratio kabo to kiti karisa economy to dan kam biro theas bas naharuge fahu ga ganaka moli utur hemisphere kine dosta ke bande umid karon finikam ge badluga libani honoge itur dose ke september mahoge average fin hono men ga ganaka 8 degree celsius ka hon canada uturuga 30 degree celsius mate fin hono men eta do he bande record kore fa adi fin greenland ga fin hono men ade khilaf 20 degree ever mate ge February में हाथ साथ यहाँ बार गए एक गोतुम हम जे गांव तक बस एमी होंगे हमला तक किन करे मीडिया ahar garon ge fembodo record ko fa waro commitni gas millennium ge fembodo dani hingamon mi kom ingas ahar ko e faro fembodo fursat oi fembodo for the most me kar sai brazil ge itru brazil ge uturu ge jehuni dehas bavis na haroge ahar mosum ge ade hon masuk america ga ms do have kur mudde ge terega millennium fembodon tere
who have
fas
already
hadisa
been
hinga fawe
affected.
e gasor hadi million burgene mi honna
The scale of
e
natural
wara boda
disasters
adege
is
e
constantly increasing.
adi e
Emergency services
hame kan
in many
itaba hisab
countries already
tapade
say
hisab
there
teke
are
non
not
e
enough
gasor mi
people
harus
and
ko
equipment
fawani
to
hadi
deal with
million
the
mi hon
consequences of
gutriti
climate
karsa to
disasters.
member dani itoromne
In Australia, for
musumi
example,
karsa to
people
sabon
have
kurmetiwa
given up hope
gelun
for
to
help.
aragat ma benu ba mi
Over
honna
the past year,
ala
the
ta
country has
nekama
been
gina
overrun
gawm to
by
emergency
historic
service to
waves
ko
of
mi harus tani
floods.
bunamne misal ko
People
australia
have
ga
simply
mi hon bani
abandoned and
ehi
met
ga
a
umme
temporary
do ko la
climate
fa to
disaster
da hare ha
and
do
no
strega
help
fembodon
can
ga tare
reach
hi
them.
ral to ko muli gawm
And
bani
it's
furika
only
daime
going
musumi
to get
karsa
worse.
ge terega mi hon do
There
ko
is
la
less
emi
and
hon
less
na hame
hope for
epes ehi
international
no
aid
de
because countries
adi
are
ekan itoro dani
simultaneously
gosomuna
faced
banal
with
gwami hiya med
cataclysms
ummid
and have to
kodawani
try to
gawmtu ka
solve their
ifara
own
karsa
problems
taka
first.
kurmetive emme
In just
furatama
a few
amilla
years,
dimawa
when the
masata
cataclysms
haldo kuram
take
masake
full
kuram
force,
jehunne madu
nobody will come to help.
ahartagi terega
Those
karsa ta
trouble
furihema
will be
gadawegen
everywhere.
daro epes mihek ehi wa nana
Today,
sabaki
the
komme tani
consequences
gaves
of disasters
ondoguta
already
hunnati
affect
med
everyone.
karsa ta
The world is
natija
very interconnected,
natija emme bes
flooded,
ek
or
asar kore
scorched
dunia
fields
ki
in
wara
one
bora
part
gulile
of
ma
the
fa tanike
planet
dunia
mean a massive
दुनियागे
increase
इसर
in
हदिगा
food prices
फेम्बुडो
for
नोत
another.
अंताफा दंडुतग
The
माने की
media
काबो तक ती
shows
आगो
us the disaster
बोडुतनो
itself,
फुलो
but
नोत
they don't
अने
show what
सरहदत
happens to
बनो है
people
होन का
afterward. A cataclysm can last for hours or even minutes, but people are left to cope with aftermath for years. Do you think this is the case only in developing countries? It's been a year
मीडिया तो कुं
since the
अड़गुण में न
terrible
एकालिसा
flooding in
आमिल्ला
Europe
दक्का
in
देरो
July
एक फहु मीसा
2021,
कुन वाने गोते
and
एमी हुनु
many
दक्का
of
कालिसा
those
एतंग
affected are
गडीरा
still
नुवद
unable to return to their
मिनट
homes.
बंदे देमी गेंदान कमा
In
नमज
technologically
एक फहु
advanced
अन्न
Japan,
कालिसा तो का
hundreds of
कुरमतलांग
people still
एतंग
live
आहारे
in
बंदे
temporary
मी हम
housing
बने दो
3
कोला
years
मी हमें
after
कने
Typhoon
थरगी
Haiyan
बमु
hits.
अन्न गाम तो गा
In the
दिमावा
United
कमे
States,
कमा
the
देकोड़ा
typhoon
गन्न बनी हेजी
tornado that
देहास
hit
एकाविस
Kentucky
मन
in December
एकाविस देहास
2021,
देहास एकाविस मन
people
हार
are
के जुलाई
still
मो
not
यूरोप गा
back
फेम्बोडो
in
इता
their homes.
मी आहार की आदि
And
हालुगा जहुन
there
मी
are
गुतरे
countless
गिने बेक आदि
examples
वस
of
एमरे
this.
गे कनवदे
We
टेक्नोलॉजी
are
गोतुन
very
कुरेरा फा
vulnerable to
जापान गा
elements.
तूफान हागी
Millions
बिस
of people
थिंग
lose
हारो
their
वी
homes
हिरोस
and
एता सतेक
everything they
बाय
own.
दिरोडने बगती बोहिया
Everything
कम
we have
तेरे
accumulated
अमेरिका गा
throughout
दिहास
our
एकाविस
lives
मन हारो गुत
vanishes
दिसंबर
in an
माहो
instant,
केंटकी एरी
irrevocably.
नुरका तेरे तूफान
Dry
तूफान फो आदि
clothes,
वस मी होंग एबरी गे कनवद
bread,
दे मी को
or
मुग
a sip of water
एता मिसाल
are
अबाउट
what becomes most
अरगुन में
precious.
एम में नकी
And
वस
if you are lucky enough
ma
to
dada go
survive,
nurakal hosele pe
the
abayke
most you can
eta million
count on
bayge gedora emi
is a
honge
place
milki
in
ya
a
to
refugee
huriya eche
camp.
gelombe moli umuruga
Yes,
ekori huriya eche hindu
losing your
kole gedrega
possessions
badal nokure
is
we
not
fada
the
gotoka
worst of loss.
netige hingeje
Many
hiki feran
survivors lose
pang
family
kule no de
and
pemfode
friends.
lumaki emme agubuda
We
eche
can restore
wegende
everything except lost human life.
adi dirun bug nasib
Cataclysms are
libijna
escalating,
emme
and we
boda
have no
guna
way of
leveni refugee
coping
camp
with
pada
them.
tanige adi
Existing
tibag
programs
muda
to combat
gelumaki
climate
emme no ba
change do not
kami
work.
gotuba
Over the past 20
नुदके
years, the situation
सलाम
of
बे
the
इते
planet has
बायक आइला
worsened
रटहिंगे
catastrophically,
गेलुनई
and climate
गेलुन
disasters
इंसानी
continue
फुरान
to
फेवा
increase.
एहिं हुरिया कमे
And
अलुंग याद
today,
करे विदान
when we need to study the real causes
कारजत
of
इतुरु
climate
मंदार
change,
एकमा
we as
कुरिमतलाने
humanity
गोते
do nothing
एबसनते मौसम
to
अन्न
understand
बदलतका
the
दे
cause of
देखोला मिहार
growing
हिंगे मंग
cataclysms.
अन्न प्रोग्राम
We
त
waste
मसके
time
नुकुरे
and
फायदे
trillions
विहि
of
हर
dollars
तरेगा
on a
दुनिया की
no-name
हालत वर
follow
बड़ा
theory
गोसवे
over
मौसम
trumpet-headed
कारसात
climate
दनी
change
इतुरु मन
and
आदि
do
मियाद मौसम
nothing.
अन्न बदलतक हगी सब
It's
दिरासा
simply
कोर जहि
suicide.
जहि देगा इंसानियत का
We
हैसियत
watch our world.
ituro munda karsata sabun
We hope
denegarnan
that
alkun
we
minna
need to be
ebes
patient
masakata
and
nokore
wait it out,
diru
and
uluma
everything will
gulfawa
return to
musmi badal
normal.
engi hore dog theory aka
It won't.
wagutai $1 trillion bekar ko
Our world
ebes kamen nokore
will never
ei
be the
hama
same again
ekani amila marome
if
ahar
we
menge
continue to
duniya
do
halak
nothing.
begandatan
Tomorrow's
ahana
developments
fene
will destroy
algun
our
men
life, and it
ummid
will be
kurani
too
keteri
late to
intizar
do
kurang
anything about it.
kuran jehen kama horiya kame
Now,
bes
the search for salvation from a
hama kale ne
planetary
kam
climate
ekan
catastrophe
nohiga
must become
den
the
duha kos
most
armenge
critical
dunia
task for
kuring oy
mankind,
gotaka no
and
fennan
all the
algon men
society's
emmembes kamen
resources
no
must be
kurias
devoted
madama
to it.
emadda da kon algon men de diron hala kurwan ekamuga kami kurang aharbenda mala switch mehar planetary musmi karsa kon salaivu hodun te hodmi ke insanon emme lazim ka mas
Спасибо,
emme
Константин.
lazim ka
Спасибо всей команде мониторинга за вашу
самоотверженную деятельность по сбору и анализу ужасающих тенденций нарастания катаклизмов.
Лиза,
И для нас сегодня большая честь
Конс-
представлять труд нашего
Константин,
междисциплинарного коллектива.
monitoring team
Я рада
ashkuru dannawa.
представить вам спикеров, которые
ituruamunda karisata biriveri
Результаты нашей работы,
trend
которая
eco
велась
analyze
сотнями
kurumuga tebe
ученых
fulun
и
kurumugenda
тысячами
wa
волонтеров
masakata
с
algundu
1996 года.
interdisciplinary team ga masakata
Анастасия
hushurumaki
Вышиваева,
algun minna
специалист по
miedlibe
разработке
sharafe
новых технологий
nawase
и
nodi
метод
hawana
физических
haram
наук
fishigin
в США.
eta satega eta
Анастасия
satega
координирует
science
направление
rina itan
изучения
has volunteering
функциональных и химических
kurumungana
изменений
algun
в
miga
атмосфере
masakata ga natija
в
miedu
рамках проекта
hushalwan
«Созидательное общество»
speaker tebe
взаимодействует
fulunna
с
algun
научным
min wara
сообществом.
ofalai hushalo
На ее счету десятки
anesthesia
компаний из разных
pashig
стран.
reva
Также
a
Анастасия входит в
technology ta
группу
ofedum
исследователей,
specialist
которые
kama ba
изучают
america ga
рост
chemistry
сейсмической
gidare
активности на
phd
планете.
PhD
Давид
NST
Кригер,
aki jabuga
участник
hinga
проекта «Созидательное
functional
общество»
adi
в
chemical
Нью-Йорк,
badalta dirasa
Германия.
kura
В
joy
своей
coordinate
профессии
kodde
Давид
faratika
хорошо знает
creative
экосистемы
society
нашей
project
планеты и
darshan
природные
scientific
явления, которые на ней
community
происходят.
ekumra muamalat kurabe adi ki dara to
Джон Ан,
tajriba karuna eko
участник проекта
eta
«Созидательное
interview
общество»,
enawani dipe
специалист в разработке
anesthesia
и
aki dunia
коммерциализации
seismic
новых
activity
технологий в области
career mo
энергетики,
anna member
химических
dirasa kura
процессов
science
и
bringe
естественных наук
science
в
bringe team
США.
ga ves himane
Джон
farat
имеет степень
David
MBA, получил
Kruger
докторскую степень
creative
в области
society ga project ga
химической
member
инженерии
geographer
Технического университета Мюнхена и степень
German
магистра в Калифорнийском
German
университете в
enage
В
enage
результате
professional
исследований мы пришли к
David
совершенно
Eki
обоснованному
Harmenge plan
пониманию,
ge
что причина изменения
geosystem
климата
taka epimuga
никак
hinga
не
gudridi
связана с
hadisata wara
повышением
rangala danna
антропогенного
mihik
СО2.
Jones
Дело в том,
John
что
on
сейчас на планете
creative society
растет не
project to
только
Bavri
температура,
gotuga America
но и
hakata
происходит
chemical
рост аномалий
chemical process taka
глубоко в
gurti
недрах
science ke
планеты.
daira our
Поэтому
technologies the
причина
taragi
роста
ko
катаклизмов
commercialize
в
kurumge
другом.
specialist Dr.
Давайте
John Wani
посмотрим на факты
MBA hasil
множественных
kurba
тепловых
Technical
аномалий,
University of
которые указывают на проблемы
Munich
планеты.
chemical engineering ke daira doctorate
Одним
hasil
из
kurba
признаков
University of
изменения климата,
California
которые вы сами
Berkeley
прекрасно
master's
знаете,
degree hasil kurba
является
fawe
таяние ледников.
Lisa
Сегодня
algun
точно
minge
установлено, что
dirasak
ледники
natija
Антарктиды
goto
и Гренландии
nusuma anna
тают
badalta
синими.
sabaki
Но какая угроза скрывается за этим? Посмотрите на карту
anthropogenic
в центре. Вы можете
carbon
видеть,
dioxide
что красным показана
ituru
зона,
nun kan
где
algun minna
Антарктида
wara
потеряла
rangala
больше
visnanje
всего льда с
masleki
2003
mihar
года.
planet ge finihun min
Как хорошо
ufle man
видно на
dimuge
карте,
ituru planet
это
ge
только
etire adiga
западная
ufitifawa
часть
nutar
Антарктиды.
maskan ituru ehim bima
Причем
karisata
глобального
ituru wa
потепления
sabaki
тает только
ehin kame
западная часть
planet ge
материка.
etire ga hure masalata ishara kura
Геологам хорошо известно,
multiple
что
thermal
Западная Антарктида —
insulation
это
tawge
относительно молодой
hagigeta
континент с тонкой корой. На карте
balal
вы
mahigar
видите области
scientific by
желто-красного цвета,
Lisa
которые
Aruyu
показывают тонкую кору.
Most na badaltaga
Восточная
alama
часть
tawge
представлена
tere tebe
толстой
fuluna
массивной
wara
плитой.
rangala enkodaga nawani
Обратите внимание,
eng alama
справа
tiki
на тектонической карте
eng
видно,
alama tiki
как западная
ganpenta
часть
giruma
отличается от
Antarctica
восточной.
Greenland ge ganpenta
Вулканологам
tirin
известно,
giramon daka
что
miharwani
Антарктида
wara rangala sabito fa
вулканический регион.
ekam fahatu
Сегодня
gauti
под
kom
льдами
murakali hej
Антарктиды открыто уже более 140 вулканов.
meduga
Присмотритесь,
mepa
где все
balala
эти вулканы?
metanuga
Именно в западной части Антарктиды. Причем больше всего именно там, где происходит таяние ледников. Вы могли слышать о том, что больше всех в Антарктиде тают два ледника — Пан-Айленд и Туэйтс. Посмотрите на карту. Они отметны на карте слева. Глициологи называют их ледниками судного дня. Множественные исследования последних лет указывают на то, что именно под этими ледниками находится повышенный тепловой поток, который поднимается из недр. Некоторые ученые, которые отстаивают теорию СО2, заявляют, что это якобы человек нагревает воду, она затекает под ледник и там растапливает его. Это полный абсурд. Подумайте сами. Что больше может нагреть глубинные воды под ледником? Выбросы СО2, которые происходят в тысячах километров от ледника, или вулкан, который расположен непосредственно под ним? На самом деле все страшнее. Обратите, когда началось интенсивное таяние ледников Антарктиды. Это 1995 год. Запомните этот год. Сегодня вы много о нем услышите. С 1995 года скорость таяния льда в Антарктиде выросла на 65%. Возникает вопрос, почему интенсивное таяние ледников началось именно в этом году? Сейсмологи из НАСА обнаружили под Западной Антарктидой огромный магматический очаг Мэри Бёрд. Именно от него идет повышенный тепловой поток из недр и активизируется. Посмотрите на схеме слева красными зонами. Вы можете увидеть этот магматический очаг. Несмотря на то, что магматический очаг находился здесь миллионы лет, в 1995 году по необъяснимой причине он активировался, что привело к повышению вулканической активности и интенсивному таянию ледников Западной Антарктиды. Неоспоримый факт, что Антарктида тает снизу из-за подъема магмы в магматическом очаге, и это происходит с 1995 года.
Right next to West Antarctica is another heat anomaly. Oceanographers from Germany have found that in the Weddell Sea off the coast of West Antarctica, at a depth of more than 2,000 meters, the water has warmed up 5 times faster than at the surface, whereas the upper 700 meters of water column has hardly heated at all. This is another fact showing that the heating is coming from below, from the depth. In the graph on the bottom right, you can see how significantly the temperature has been increasing since 1995. Just imagine how much water it takes to warm up icy waters of the Antarctic Sea. The Weddell Sea is bounded on all sides by volcanic structure features that are currently showing anomalous activity. And the Bransfield Strait area is currently the most seismically active in the world. Look, it is marked on the map with a red arrow. Further in the report, you will hear more about the 85,000 earthquakes that occurred here within only 6 months in 2020. For comparison, before 1995, there were no more than 15,000 earthquakes per year around the entire Earth. This indicates that magma is reactively rising in the Bransfield Strait area, thus triggering earthquakes. It is only 5 kilometers away from breaking through. You see that the Weddell Sea, just like the entire West Antarctica, has also been heating up since 1995. And this is also due to the magma ascent, which is accompanied by an extreme increase in the number of earthquakes. Any sane person would understand that humans cannot influence seismic activity at the bottom of the ocean in any way, all the more so in Antarctica. You will be surprised, but similar processes are taking place now in the central part of Greenland. So where does the increase in heat flow under Greenland come from? Let's take a look at the video.
ಗ್ರೀನ್ಲೆಂಡ್ಗೆ ಎಹೆನ್ ಸರಹದ್ದೆಗ್ಗಾವೆಸ್ ಎಹಾಮೆ ಗದೆಯಂ ಆಸ್ ಗಿರುಮುಗೆ ಹಾದಿಸಾತ ದನಿಯಿಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಮಿದಿಯ ಆಹಾರುಗೆ ಅಕ್ಟೋಬರು ಮಹು ಕುರಿ ದಿರಾಸಾ ತಕೊಂಡ್ ದಕ್ಕಾ ಗೊತುಗ ಗ್ರೀನ್ಲೆಂಡ್ಗೆ ಆಸ್ ಮಿಹಾರ ದನಿ ಫಾಯಿತುವಿ ಬಾರಹಾಸ್ ಆಹಾರುಗೆ ಕುರಿಂಗ್ ಒಯ್ ವರವುರೆ ಬಾರ ಗಿರ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ದೆಹಾಸ್ ನವಾರವಣ ಆಹಾರು ಎಕಣಿವೆಸ್ ಗ್ರೀನ್ಲೆಂಡ್ಗೆ ತಾರೀಹುಗ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಕುರೆಲ್ಫಾವಾ ಎಮ್ಮೆಹಾ ಗಿನ ಐಸ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಹಹಾಸ್ ಬಿಲಿಯನ್ ಟನ್ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಫಾವೆ ಅದು 1.5 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಬೋಮೆನುಗ ಹುಣ್ಣ ಸ್ನೋಗಂಡು ಫೆಣುಗೆ ಅಡೀಗ ಬಿಯಕೋರುತ ಫೆಣ್ಣುಂ ಹುರುಮ ಕೀವೆಸ್ ಹಗೀಗತುಗ ಹಾರಂ ಕುರುವಣಿವಿ ಕಮೆಕೆ ಮಿಯದಾ ಹಮೆ ಗ್ರೀನ್ಲೆಂಡ್ಗೆ ಗಂಡು ಫೆಣುಗೆ ಅಡೀಗಾವ ಮಿಫದಗಿನ ಕೋರುತ ಅಳುಗಣುಮೆಣ್ಣ ಮಿಹಾರುವೆಸ್ ಎಂಗಿಫಾವೆ ಮಿ ಕೋರುತವುಗೆ ಫಿಣಿಹೂಣುಮಿ 20 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಸೆಲ್ಸಿಯಸ್ ಆಯಿಗ ಕುರಾಯಿರು ಮಿ ಕೋರುತ ಗಂಡುವೆಫಾಣುವೆ ಕೀವೆಹೆಯ್ಯೆ ಮಿಸ್ವಾಲ್ಗೆ ಜವಾಬು ಹೋದುಮುಗೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕತುಗ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ವರಿಂಗೆ ಗಿನ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ತಕೆ ಬ್ಯಾವರಿವಿಯೆ ಎಮೀಹುನ ಎಂಗುಣಿ ಗ್ರೀನ್ಲೆಂಡ್ ಫದೆಯಿನ್ ಎಂಟಾರ್ಟಿಕಾಗೆ ಅಡೀಗಾವೆಸ್ ಹೂನು ಫದ್ದಾ ಸರಹತ್ತೆ ಹಿಮೆನೆ ಕಮೆ ಏಗೆ ಬಂಡುಂ ಅಣ್ಣ ಹೂನುಗೆ ಸಬಬು ಮತಿನ್ ಕೋರು ತಂಗು ಫೆದಿ ಸ್ನೋಗೆ ಗಂಡು ಫೆಂತ ತಿರಿಂಗ್ ಗಿರ ಮುಂದೆ ಗ್ರಾವಿಟೇಷನಲ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಪೇಣುಕೋಗೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ರಾಲ್ಫ್ ವಾನ್ ಫ್ರೀಸಿಸ್ ವೆಹುನ್ನವಾಗಿನ್ ಅಮೆರಿಕಾಗೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ವರಿಂಗೆ ಟೀಮಕುಂ ವನಿ ಗ್ರೀನ್ಲೆಂಡ್ಗೆ ಸತಹಾಗೆ ಬೋಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದಾಜಾ ಕೊಫೆ ರಶುಗೆ ಉತುರುಂ ಗಂಡುಫೆಂತ ಗಿರಮುಂದಾ ತಂ ಫೆಣಿಫಾವಾಯರು ಮತಿ ಫಶಲ ತುಣಿವೆ ತಿರಿಂಗ್ ಹೂಣು ಜಗಹ ಇತುರುಮುಗೆ ಸಬಬುಂ ಬಿಮುಗೆ ಅಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಣ್ಣ ಹೂನುಗೆ ರಾಳು ಇತುರು ಎಫಾವಾ ಕಂವಣಿ ಫಹಾಗ ಕುರೆವೆಫೆ Seismic tomography data ಬೇಣುಂಕೊಗೆನ್ ಸ್ಮಿತ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಅರ್ತ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನರಿ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿನ್ನ ಫೆಣುನು ಗೊತುಗ ಮೆಗ್ಮಾಗೆ ದೌರು ಕೋರುಗೆ ಮೆದುಂ ಫೆಶಿಗೆನ್ ಗ್ರೀನ್ಲೆಂಡ್ಗೆ ಮೆದು ತೆರೆಗೆ ತಿರಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಮುಗೆ ಸರಹತ್ತ ಉಫುಲಿಗೆನ್ ಗೊಸ್ಫಾವೆ ಮೀ ಎಮ್ಮೆಗಿನ ಅತತಕಂ ಕಂಡು ಫೆಣುಗ ಅಡೀಗಾವ ಕೋರುತ ಹುನ್ನತನೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ವರಿಂ ವಣಿ ಮಿತನ ಕೊಳಿಫಾವಾದಿಯ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ದಣಗಣೆ ಹಿಸಾಬುಕೊ ಮಿಹೂಣಕಿ ಗಣುಫೆಂತಗುಗ ಅಡಿ ದಿಯಾ ಕುರುಮ ಹಮ ಹೂಣ ಇತುರುವೆ ದಾಣೆ ಹೂಣ ಕಮೆ ಅಡಿಗಾ ವಾಕಂ ಫಾಕೊಫಾವೆ ಮೆಷಿನ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಗಾ ಕುರವನ ಮಿಫದ ದಿರಾಸಾ ತಕುಂ ವೆಸ್ ವಣಿ ಮಿನತೀಜಾ ತಕ್ಕ ಚವರ್ ಕೊತ್ತೀಫೆ
ಸೈನ್ಸ್ವರಿಂ
ಮಿಫದ ದಿರಾಸಾ ತಕುಂ ವೆಸ್ ವಣಿ ಮಿನತೀಜಾ ತಕ್ಕ ಚವರ್ ಕೊತ್ತೀಫೆ
ಮಿತನ ಗುಳಿಫಾವಾ ದಿಯಾ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ದಣೆ ಹಿಸಾಬುಕೊ ಮಿಹೂಣ ಗಣಕಿ ಗಣುಫೆನುಗ ಅಡಿಗ ದಿಯಾ ಕುರುಮ hama.
Now, you know that the increased melting of Greenland is also due to the rise of magma in the magma chamber. The glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland have begun to melt from below since 1995. And this is happening faster than any time in the past 12,000 years. This suggests that there hasn't been such an intense rise in magma over a period of 12,000 years. But as it turns out, exactly this period of 12,000 years is of enormous importance. Next, you will learn why magma in magma chambers has begun to behave so strangely, how this threatens humankind, and when this will happen.
Кроме таяния ледников, также и существенные тепловые аномалии наблюдаются в океане, где океан сильнее всего. Как вы можете видеть на карте, усредненной модели нагрева вод океана, больше всего океаническая вода нагревается именно в районе тектонической зоны Гренландии, то есть в области подъема магматического очага. Но какой еще ключевой процесс происходит в этой части океана? Именно в этой части последние десятилетия началось крайне аномальный процесс – остановка течения Гольфстрим. Некомпетентные журналисты пишут, что остановка Гольфстрима происходит из-за талой воды Гренландии. Однако по расчетам океанографов Гольфстрим в 20 раз сильнее, чем встречный ему холодный поток талой воды. Этот поток холодной воды можно сравнить с плевком навстречу водопаду. О каком влиянии мы можем говорить? Но в мае 2010 года произошла критическая остановка Гольфстрима, кратковременная. Почему? Геолог Джеймс Камес вывел цепочку взаимосвязей, как остановка Гольфстрима связана с изменениями в недрах планеты. В 2009 году подъем магмы вызвал в районе Исландии серию землетрясений и последующее известное извержение вулкана Эйяфьятло-Юкудель в марте 2010 года. И уже в мае 2010 года огромная масса горячей воды над тектонической зоной по разломам всплыла и остановила движение Гольфстрим. Вы видите сейчас этот процесс на экране. То есть Гольфстрима сейчас пульсирующими этапами из-за выброса огромного тепла в результате подъема магматических очагов под Гренландией. С учетом того, что магматический очаг под Гренландией становится активнее, мы все ближе к моменту полной остановки Гольфстрима. И, что важно, последний раз остановка Гольфстрима происходила 12 тысяч лет назад. Вы уже слышали эту цифру сегодня. Запомните, 12 тысяч лет назад. И, что важно, океанологи отмечают, что подобные явления нагрева вод происходят не только в районе Гренландии, но и во всем Мировом океане. Давайте посмотрим, что происходит.
ಕಡಕಿ ಮುಳಿ ದುನಿಯಾ ಶಾಯ್ ಅಲ್ಗುಣ್ಮಿ ಇನ್ಸಾನುನ್ನ ದಿರುಂ ಗಿನಿಸ್ತೆ ಅಸಾಸಿ ವಸೀಲತಿ ನಮಸ್ ಕಡಕಿ ಮಿಹಾರ್ ದಿರುಳುಮಿಗೆ ಅಸ್ಲಕಪು ಮಿದನಿ ಮೆದಕನಬು ehni ei aharmen maruga aslakabum ehar midani gabum isnalash kanuga honum emme tirisar teriga hatrste fansas insatya wani iturufe scientific andazat ka balar miharu gretuga kandu honuma hiroshima wattali hain atomic bomb enhar doswandin komme sikuntiga gowala afenava dukura memberuga hakata beenuwa emme sida hagiyatiki kandu honum dani hame kani kanuga mati fashlaga ekanya nouka adi ei adiga isme ඇමරිකාගේ දිරාසා කුරා ෆරායතක ෆෙනිෆාවා ගොතුක ෆායත් විදිය දිහාස් ආහාර අලාබලාරු ෆායත් විදිය ෆස්තොස් ආහාරුගේ තෙරේගා කඬුගේ අඩීග එවරේජ් හුනුම ෆනර ගුණ හලුවකමයි ඉතුරු ෆෑමි අදි මීතුරු කොම්මේ ආහාරක ස්තනි හලුවවම මිවරුග හුණුකමි ලිබෙනි කොන් තනකුන් කමේ මෙවගොත් සයින්ස බයන් කුරේ ෆනුවේ ಹಮ ಏಕನಿಗ ಬೂಲ್ ಕುರಫಾವ ತಿಯರಿಕಿ ಕಂಡುತ ಹೂಣು ಮುಂದನಿ ಇರುಗಾಲಿ ಕಮಶಾಯ್ ಇನ್ಸಾನು ಬೇಣು ಕುರ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ CO2 ಗೆ ಸವಬಂ ಕಮಶ ನಮಸ್ ಎಮಿ ಹುನ ಕ್ಯಾದಿವಿನಿ ಕಂಡುಗೆ ಮತಿ ಫಶಲ ಫೆಶಿಗಿನ್ 270 ಮೀಟರ್ ಅಡಿಯ ಹೂಣುವನಿ ಇರುಗೆ ಅಲಿ ಏವ್ರ ಅಡಿಯ ನಫೋರುಮು ಕಮುಗೆ ಇರುಗೆ ಬಾರುಗ ಅಲಿ ಕಂಡುಗೆ ಲೋಣಗನು 80 ಮೀಟರ್ ಹೂಣುವೆಗಿಂತೆ ಕಂಡುಗೆ ಫಶಲತ ಹೂಣುಮುಗೆ ಎತ ಹಗೀಗತೆ ಬಯಾನ್ ಕುರಾನಿ ಕೀನಕುಂಗೆ ಏಕಮಾ ವಿಸ್ನಾಲಾಶ್ ದುನಿಯೆ ಕಂಡುತ ಫದ ಇಂತಿಯಾ ಗಿನ ಫೆಂಗ್ ಹೂಣು ಕುರಂ ಕಿಯಾವರೆಗೆ ಹಾಕತೆ ಬೇಣುಬಾಣ ಹಿಜಿ ಹುರಿಯಾ ದಿಮಾಲಕುಂ ಅಲ್ಗೊಂಡ್ ಮೆನ್ನ ಮಿಹಾರಸ್ ಫೆನ್ನಮ ಮಿದನಿ ಬಾರುಗದ ಹುಣುಗ ಮಿಸಾಲತ ಹಮೈಕನಿ ತಿರಿ ಫಶಲಾಗ ಎಕಂಜನು ಮತಿ ಫಶಲಾಗ ವಸ್ಮೆ ದಸ್ ತೇರ್ವನ ಹರುಗೆ ಫೌಕೊಳು ಅಮೆರಿಕಾಗ ತಿಂಬಾಕೊಳೆ ಬಾಹ ಬುಡು ಆದಿ ಖಿಲಾಫ ಹುಣು ಲೋನ್ ಫೆನುಗ ಬುಡು ಸರಹದ್ದೆ ಗಲ್ಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಲಾಸ್ಕಾಗ ಉಫೆದಿ ಫೆತುರು ವೆಂ ಫೆಶಿ ಗಿನ ತಂತನುಗ ಫೆನುಗ ಫಿನ್ ಹುಣು ಮಿ ಆದಿ ಖಿಲಾಫ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಸೆಲ್ಸಿಯಸ್ ಮಚ್ಚತಿ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಜಿಯೋಗ್ರಫಿಗ ಮನಿ ಮಿ ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಕಕ್ಕಾಲಿ ಒಲೆ ಫೆಂಗಂಡು ಗೊತುಗ ಸಿಫಕೊ ವಾಷಿಂಗ್ಟನ್ ಗೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೆಟೊಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಕ್ ಬಾಂಡ್ವಾನಿ ಮಿಕಮ ಒಲೆ ಫೆಂಗಂಡುಗ ನಮು ನಂದಿ ಕುಲ್ಯಕ ಮೆಪದ ನುತನಸ್ ಕಂ ಫೆನು ಇತುರು ವೆಗಿಂದಿ ಮೆಹುರಿಯಾ ಒಲೆ ಫೆಂಗಂತ ಉಫೆದೆ ತಂತ ಎದ್ದಿಮಾಲಿಕ ಉಫೆದೆ ಆಮ್ ಸಿಫೆ ಎಬಹುಟ್ ಮಿ ಜಿಯಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಗೊತು ಹರ್ಕಾಯತ್ರಿಕ ಇತುರು ಎಫಾವಾ ಸರಹದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಿಸರಹತ್ತಗ ತೆರೇಗ ಅವತುನಿ ಫಶಲತ ಹುರೆ ಕಂಡು ಅಡೀಗ ಅಲಿಫಾ ಫರ್ಬದತಕ ಫಳಾಗನ್ ದೀವಾ ಡೀಪ್ ಕ್ರಸ್ಟಲ್ ಫ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ತಂಹುರೆ ಮಿ ಹೂನ್ ಆದಿ ಓಲ ಅಲಿಫಾಂ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹರಕಾಯತರಿಕೊ ಬೇರುವ ತಂತನೆ ಉದಕ್ಕೇನಿ ಮೌಸಮಿಗೆ ಬದಿಗೆ ಬಿಮಿಗೆ ಫೆಂಗ್ ಹೂನುಮಿಗೆ ಸೌಬಂ ಬಾರುಗದ ತೂಫಾಂತಕ ವ್ಯಾರೋಳಿತ ಇತುರುವೆ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹರಕ ಎತಂ ಹಾಸ್ ಇನ್ಸಾನನ್ನು ಫುರಾನು ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆಂದೆ ಆದಿ ಅಖಿಲಾಫ ಕಂಡು ಹೂನು ದಕ್ಕಾ ಗೊತುಗ ಮಿಹಾರುವೆಸ್ ಹಾಲತ್ ಗೋಸಫಾವ ಬಿಮಿಗೆ ಎತಿರೇಗ ಹಾಕತ ಇಫೆಕ್ಟುಮ ಬಿಂಗಂಡ್ವನಿ ನುಕುಳಿತಿ ಅದಿ ದಿಯಾ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಟು ಕ್ರಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಕಂಡುಗೆ ಫಶಲಯ ಬುರೆ ಎವರೇಜ್ ದೇನ್ ವತಿ ತಿನ ಗುಣ ಪಡುವೆ ಹೂನುಗದ ಅದಿ ಬೋ ಹೀಲತಕ ವಾಸಲುಮು ಎಗ್ಗಮುಗ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ಫರ್ಬುದತ ಗೋಮುಗ ಮರಹಲಾತ ಫೆಶಿ ಫಿತ್ರಿಂ ಫಶೆ ಮೀಮಿಕಂ ಹುಟ್ಟುಮ ನೋತ ಸಲಾಮತ್ತಿರ್ಕಂ ಹೋದಮ್ಮ ಲಸ್ವಾನ್ ಫಿತ್ರಿಂ ಫಶೆ ಮೀಮಿಕಂ ಹುಟ್ಟುಮ ನೋತ ಸಲಾಮತ್ತಿರ್ಕಂ ಹೋದಮ್ಮ ಲಸ್ವಾನ್ ಬೌದ್ಧಕು
As we can see, the ocean is warming at the seafloor, not only in the Weddell Sea, but also all over the world. Even the mid-depth are warming, while huge volumes of heated water, the so-called blobs, are rising to the surface. Note that such huge blobs of hot water have been appearing more and more frequently since 1995. Look at the bottom right graph. Obviously, no human emissions are capable of heating up the ocean as much as 5 to 7 degrees Celsius over such a short period of time, all the more so only in local areas. In light of this, the theory that anthropogenic emissions warm the oceans sounds ridiculous.
Как мы уже поняли, океан нагревается снизу, поднимающейся магмой. Как это происходит? Сейчас вы услышите уникальную информацию об одном из механизмов нагрева. Внимание на экран.
එකම විස්නාලාශ දුනියගේ කණුතකුගාවා ފަද අතදගේ ފެން ހުނުކުރަން ގެހާވަރިގެ ހަކަތައް ބޭނުވާނެ ހިއްޔެ އެކަމަށް ވަރަށް ބޮޑު މިންބަރެއްގެ ހޫނު ބޭނުވާނެ މިކަމަށް ބޭނުވާ ހޫނުގެ ހަކަތައަކީ ދުނިޔޭގެ މިހާރު އެއްކުރެވެފައިވާ ނިއުކްލިއަރ ހަކަތައިގެ ތިންގުނައި އެއްވަރުގެ މިންވަރެއް އުނދުނުގައި ހުރި ތެއްޔެއް ފަދައިން ތިރިން ކަނޑު އެހާ ބޮޑަށް ހޫނުކުރެވެނީ ކީވެގެން ހެއްޔެ ކަނޑުގެ އަޑިއަށް ޑައިވްކޮ އެތަނުގައި ވަނީ ބާރުގަދަ ކޮންކޮން ހޫނުގެ ވަސިލަތަކެއްތޯ ބަލާލަމާ ހިނގާށެ ತಿರಿಯ ಫ್ಯಾಬಾರು ಎಮ್ಮೆ ತಿನೀಕ ಹುರಿ ಬೊಡಿತ ಫರುಬದ ತಫೆನೆ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ಫರುಬದತಕೆ ದುನಿಯ ಗೌಮಗೆ ಹತ್ತಿಯ ಫಸ್ ಇನ್ಸತ್ತ ಉಫೆದನಿ ಖಂಡು ಅಡೀಗ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ಫರುಬದತಕೊನೆ ಮೀಗೆ ಕುರಿಂ ಬೆಲವೆಫಾ ಒತಿ ಖಂಡು ಅಡೀಕ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ರೋವು ಮೆದುವರಿವನಿ ಮಡಮಡುಂ ಲಾವಾ ಬೇರುವ ಮುಂ ಕಮಶಾಯ್ ಫೆನುಗೆ ಖೊಲಂ ಪ್ರೆಷರುಗೆ ಸಬಬೊಂ ಬಾರುಗದ ಗೋವಂತಕಿ ನಾದಿರು ಕಮೆ ಕಮಶೆ ಹೆಂಕಮಂ ಖಂಡು ಅಡೀಗೆ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ಫರುಬದತಕ ಫೆನುಗೆ ಖೊಲಂ ಹೂನು ನುಕುರವೇನೆ ಕಮ ಹೀ ಕುರವನೆ බේරවා ලාවා ගෑගනක වකුතුන් ෆ්‍රීස් වානේ එහෙන්නම වෙස් ෆහුගේ දිරාසාදකුන් කණු අඩීක අලිෆන් රෝමගේ මෙකැනිසම් මාමෙදු අಳುගණමගේ විස්නු අන්නනි බදලවමන්නේ මිෆද අලිෆානුගේ හාතිසායි හිඟාදාන මෙකැනිසමකි කොබා හෙරිය මෙග්මගේ ප්‍රෙෂරු දිහහාහා තිරිස් හාස් බා දෙමෙදුගේ අදදක හුරිනමවෙස් කණුගේ එම අඩීකාවා ෆෙන් කොළමගේ ප්‍රෙෂරකි එම එං හාස් බාරේ අධි මෙග්මා ඵಳාගෙන් දියුමායිකො කුල්ලියක ෆෙන් හෝනුවේ H2O මොලිකියුල්ත හයිඩ්‍රජන් I ඔක්සිජන වකිවගෙන්දේ මේකමගේ සබබොන් ෆෙනුගේ එතරේගේ ප්‍රෙෂරු ඉතුරුවේ ෆෙම්බුකිතන් උෆෙදි එතන් හාස් බාගේ හුස් ෆෙනුගේ බෑත උෆෙදේ අධි මි ෆෙන්ගඩත ෆෙනුගේ කොළම්තකුගේ ප්‍රෙෂරයි හමහම කොරවේ මී හයිපර්සොනික් මතින්දා බෝටේ එමෙ බාරු ස්පීඩුගා උදුහුමා අලා කියාලවේ ෆද ෆෙන්නන් හොරි කොම්ප්ලෙක්ස් කෙමිකල් ප්‍රොසෙසෙ ඒගේ කුරිමතින් බේරවා හූණු වෑග මොලිකියුලයි ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಲೈಸ್ಕೊ ಮದಿಂದ ಬೋಟು ಗ್ಯಾಗಣಕ ಉದಹಮಂದನಿ ಬರುತನ್ ನೆಕ್ಕ ಹಲಕೊತಕಶೆ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನಾಯ್ ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ಫಾನ್ ಕಣಗ ಸಬಬುಂ ಮೆಗ್ಮಾಗೆ ಮಗುಗ ಏ ಅಸರೆನ್ ಉಫೆದಿ ಏಗೆ ನತೀಜಾಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಂ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋಸಿವ್ ಗೊವಂತ ಉಫೆದೆ ಮಿಫದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋಸಿವ್ ಗೊವಂತ ಹೊರಿಕಂ ಕಶರು ಕೊತ್ತನಿ ಲೀಡ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿಂಗೆ ಹೋದೊಂತ ಕೊಂಡೆ ಜೋಆನ್ ಡಿ ಫುಕಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ಕಾರಿಗ ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಖಂಡುಗೆ ಅಡೀಗ ಹುರಿ ಫರಬತತಕೊಂ ನೆಟಿಫಾವಾ ಥೆಫ್ರಾಗೆ ಇತ ಸಟೇಕ ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರುಗೆ ನಡುತ ಎಮಿಹುನ್ ದಿರಾಸಾ ಕೊರಿಯೆ ಮೆಥಮೆಟಿಕಲ್ ಮೊಡಲಕೊಂ ದಕ್ಕಾ ಗೊತಕ ಮಿಫದ ಗೆತೊಂದಂ ಉಫೆದನಿ ಬಡು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋಸಿವ್ ಗವುಮಕೊನ್ನೆ ಹೂಣು ಫೆತುರಮುಗೆ ಇತುರೊಂ ಗವುಮುಗೆ ತೆರೆಗ ಅಲಿಫಾಂ ಫರಬತತ ಫಳಾಗೆನ್ ದಿಯುಮಾಯ್ ಹೈಡ್ರೋಥರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಫೆನುಗೆ ಹೂಣು ಜೆಟತ ಬೇಣು ಕುರೆ ದಿರಾಸಾದಕೊಂ ದಕ್ಕಾ ಗೊತಕ ಬೇರುವ ಕೆಕೆಕೆಕೆ ಹುನ್ನ ಫೆನುಗೆ ಮಿಂಬರು ವರಪಡುವಾನೆ ಗ್ಯಾಗಣಕ 40 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಒಲಿಂಪಿಕ್ ಸ್ವಿಮ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಪೂಲ್ ಬರುವ ಮಿಹೂಣು ಫೆನ್ ವರಂ ಅವ ಗೊವುಮುಗ ತೆರೆಗ ಉಫೆದೆ ಕಂಡು ಹೂಣುವುಮುಗೆ ಸವಬೊಂ ಉಫೆದೆ ಫೆನುಗೆ ಗೊವಂತಕುಗೆ ಹಿಸ್ಸ ಜೂಲಿಯಸ್ ಮೆಕ್ಸಿಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ಬಾಂಡ್ ಜಿಮನೋವ್ಸ್ಕಿ ವಣಿ ಖಶವರ್ ಕೊದ್ದೆವ್ವಾಫೆ ಸಬ್ಮರೀನ್ ಲಾವಾ ಗೌಮುಗೆ ಸವಬೊಂ ಕಣುತುಗುಗ ಹುನ್ನ ಥಾಮಲ್ ಇಕ್ವಿಲಿಬ್ರಿಯಂ ಕರೆಂಟುಂ ಲೊಣಕಣುಗೆ ಒಯ್ವರು ಎಸ್ಸರಹದ್ದೆಗ ಮತ ಬಾರು ತಕುಗಾವೆಸ್ ಹುಟ್ಟುಮಕಂಗಾದೆ ಕಣು ಅಡೀಕ ಉಫೆದೆ ಮಿಫದ ಬಾರುಗದ ಗೌಮುಗೆ ಸಬಬುಂ ವೆಸ್ ಕಣುಗೆ ಬೊಡುಮಿನ ಬಲಾಯರು ಕಣು ಹೂಣುವನ್ ಉಫೆದೆ ಎಯಿ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ಗೋಮುಂದ ಫರುಬದತ ಎತ ತನಿಕ ನುವಾತಿ ಆಯ್ ಏಕೆ ಫಹರು ಮತಿನ್ ಗೋವಾತಿಯೆ ಎಹೆಂವೀಮ ವೇತುಮದಿಯ ತಿರಿ ಸಹರುಗೆ ತೆರೆಗ ಕಣು ಮಿಹಾಬಡ ಹೂಣುಯಿ ಕೀವೆಗೆಂ ಹೆಯ್ಯೆ ಮದಿಯ ತಿರಿ ಸಹರುಗೆ ತೆರೆಗ ಕಣು ಮಿಹಾಬಡ ಹೂಣುಯಿ ಕೀವೆಗೆಂ ಹೆಯ್ಯೆ
По-настоящему страшно то, что вулканы не расположены по всему морскому дну, но нагрев идет уже во всем океане. Это говорит, что греют не только подводные вулканы, но и сама магма начинает повсеместно внедряться в морское дно и нагревать океан. И я прошу вас обратить особое внимание на еще одну важную информацию. На дне океана, вопреки расхожему мнению, происходят мощные взрывные извержения. Запомните то, что магма может резко внедряться в морское дно и образовывать пузырь, который нейтрализует давление столба воды. И тем самым возникают условия для мощного взрыва на дне океана. Это очень важный момент. И далее вы поймете, почему.
The heating of the ocean has been going since 1995. Peter, who is a professor at Maryland Institute, also pointed out that as of this year, various ocean and atmospheric parameters have begun changing. He pointed out that as the atmospheric humidity begins to increase, which is due to the heating of the ocean from beneath. Take a look at the changes in 1995, marked on a graph as a red arrow. Professor Arthur Vittorito discovered that in 1995, seismic activity began to increase at an entree along the boundaries of thin oceanic plate in the mid-ocean. Look at the map at the right, showing the increase in activity and the red arrow on the graph in earthquakes in 1995. So far, we have seen a part of the climate change research, not just from the perspective of climatology, but also from the standpoint of various scientific fields: oceanology, glaciology, geology,
موسبان نبضتك بدراسة ترين مهاتنا أرغن من فنوني هميكني climatology نظر كنو تفاد scientific دائرة نظر بس oceanology glaciology geology volcanology other tectonics be integrated approach the southern urban min miyabur furihim taswir finna
warming of the Weddell Sea. Third, an increase in a number of thermal anomalies and ocean heating. Fourth, increased seismic activity along plate boundaries at the ocean floor. Let us once again note that all facts voiced here
أركز فها كل جهني مدن هري حقيقتك وسيلتكم هودا فوا حقيقتك كما تبي فرنا فسيان أميل إكان كشوركو هما إني منطقة عادي بدانك دين تبي فرنا أدوي بني نواسي نودي فسونا هارو فينونو أرغن منجي بلانت كيتري نهارو بريس تفات process.
The ascent of magma has resulted in unprecedented increase in a number of earthquakes. Earthquakes usually occur at the depths of 5 to 80 kilometers, where the crust is more brittle and has cracked. But the last decade have seen an increase in the number of earthquakes at the depth where the earthquakes had not happening previously and considered impossible.
ආමුගතික බීහෙලුන්ත අන්නනි 1 කිලෝමීටර අඩිය කිලෝමීටර ගාඩිනේ නම්මස් වේතුවේදී දියවරක ආහාරතරේග බීහෙලුන්ත ඉතුරු ෆෑවනි කොරින් කුරේවේ
the rocks in the inner mantle are plastic, like a molding clay, and they are enabled to crack. Over recent 7 years, the number of deep focus earthquake has increased by a factor of 10. Remember this.
ඒ 70 කිලෝමීටර බුරාඩින් බීහෙලුම අන්නානිකම නොවලවේ ඒගතිරේ මෙන්ටල් ගාවා හිලතයිකි molding clay for the plastic හිලතයික විපා ඒ හිලත ෆඩාගෙන නුදාති ෆයිතු විත හැංහාරතරේග deep focus බීහෙලුන්තව අදදවනි දිහෙ ෆෙක්ටරොන් ඉතුරුෙෆි මිකන් හදාම් බහට්ටාස් එහෙම් බිබා මේකි කුරින්ගස් දුවහකුස් බීහෙලුම අයිස් ෆෑනවා මිහා අඩි බීහෙලුන්ත අන්නනි කීපි මිකන් තිබේ පොරණ ඉගොන නව මේතු report එමගින a deep focus බීහෙලුන් අස්වාවන ඉතිහාස බායි සුනාරෝගේ ජනවාරි මගතරේක හොංගා හසපා අලිපා ෆරබද ගොබ්වාල සරහදුන අදි එම්මෙ එන්නුබාගුතිකි එම්මෙ තුනි කඩුග ෆෂල් එම්මෙ 5 කිලෝමීටර ඔන්න මරියානා Trenchge beruga utumi mi wara muhim hagigete mikama samal kan debba kandu kadinna egamuga seismic activity dani iturum mege kurin duhakus aspanwa sarhat takabis bingelut annani kurimati mun bingelut anna member eg bodumina hakata dani iturum ne fa kulde begut kanawasen modi fasma bingelut fiduga emme فرتم تفات كوريم اللي بفا كوريمتي قوام بلوال نواس نودي فاسف نهار كورينا فهون بينهلون تدكوادي تبي فرون فينيودا نوان بينهلون تستغ اسيري فشون دور فولاوي اسرح دغاوا بينهلون انتا فايت تري سار تريغا سيسميك فاد ريكورد فاميمبر كي دنيا هوري سيسميك سنتر sensor ada ebis kulme yokamen non kompa kolim graph balaru kalkulaga dot.com planetary washaga registry wan fish hadisata abudus fenna hurumu engeni observation network warf hanikab nawasig hajdiya timwana hara hame aru duniya ek ankoltoga haru kopa seismic ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ತವಗ ಅದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ತನಗೆ ನಮಸ್ ಹತರ ಮ್ಯಾಗ್ನೆಟಿ ನೋತ್ ಏಬರ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಬಿಂಗ್ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆ ರಿಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಕೊರುವೆ ವರ ನಿಹಾರ್ ಬೆಸ್ ಫುದೆ ಮಿಂಬರೆ algon min ray tan mikam ga mana ki ko ba to balal mai kash video balal ba bing helmai alifam farbadata bimge tirege bar bimmatiga andaza nukureve war fulave bodti gelunta kelebi washagemba huriha dirunta ki halakurani fakangas taritagu hakatan ಬೇರುಕುರ ವಿಹ ಗೇಸ್ತದ್ದನಿ ವರಬ್ಬುಡ ಇತುರೋಮನ ಕ್ಯಾದೆ ನೇಗೆ ವರುಗ ಕಮೆ ಬಾಂ ಫಶಾಫಿ ದೇಹಾಸ್ ಫನರವನ್ನ ಹಾರು ಜಪಾನೋ ಕ್ಯಾರಿಂಗ್ ಹಸ್ತೆ ಫನ್ಸಾಸ್ 1 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ಗೆ ಅಡಿಂಗ್ ರಿಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಅದದಕ ಬಿಂಗ್ಹೆಲುಂಗ್ ಆಸ್ಫಾವೆ ಮೀಗೆ ಕುರಿನ್ ದುವಾಹಕುಸ್ ಫೆನಿಫಾನ್ವಾ ಕಮೆ ಕಮಶಾಯ್ ಹಗೀಗತುಗಾಸ್ ಎಯಿ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಮುಜ್ತಮೈ ನಾದುರು ಕಮೆ ಕಮದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಮಕೆ ಬಿಮುಗೆ ಬೇರು ಫಸಲಾಗೆ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ತವಗೆ ಬ್ಲೊಕ್ ತ ದುರುವೆ ಫಳಾಗೆ ಹಲಾಕುಗಿನ್ ದಾರು ಬಿಂಗ್ ಹೆಲುಂತ ಅನ್ನಾನಿಕಮ ಬೆಲೆಫಾವನಿ ಹಮೈಕನಿ ಬೇರು ಫಸಲಾಯ್ ದಶು ಫಸಲಾಶೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾದ್ದಾಕಿ ಮಡುಬ್ಯಾತಿರಿ ಅದಿ ತಳಾಗಿಂದ ಬಿಲ್ಲೂರಿ ಫದಾಯನ್ ನೂನೆ ಮಡುಬಂಡು ವಾ ಇಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಎತಾಗ ಫಳಾಗಿಂದಾನ ಎವ್ವಿಸ್ಕಮೆ ನೋನ್ನಾನ್ ಎಕ್ಮುಗ ಬಿಂಗ್ ಹೆಲುಂತ ಬನಿ ಆಸ್ಪೆ ಎಯಿ ಹಗೀಗತೆ ಬಿರ್ವೆರ್ಕಮಕಿ ಅದದಾಯ್ ಬುರದಂ ಇತುರೋ ಮುಂದಾಕಂ ಬಿಂಗ್ಹೆಲುಂತ ಇತುರ ಫುಣ ದಿಮ್ಮುಗ ಇತುರುಂ ಬಿಂಗ್ಹೆಲುಂತ ದುನಿಯೆಗೆ ಮತಿ ಫಸಲಾಯ್ ಗಾಯಬಮು ಅನ್ನೈರು ಏಗೆ ಮಾನೇಕಿ ಎ ಬಿಂಗ್ಹೆಲುಂತವುಗೆ ಹಲಾಕ್ ಕುರನುವಿ ಬಾರುದನಿ ಇತುರೋ ಮುನ್ನ ಮೇದು ಏಗೆ ತೆರೆಂ ಗಿನ ಬಿಂಗ್ಹೆಲುಂತವುಗ ಅಸರು ಫೆನ್ನನಿ ಗಾಗಣಕ 10 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಬಿಮ್ಮುಗ ಅಡಿನ್ನೆ ಮಿಸಾಲಕ ದ್ಯಾಸ್ 22 ವನ ಆಹಾರುಗೆ ಏಪ್ರಿಲ್ ಮಾಹ ಕುರಿಕೊಳು नीकलडोनिया 4.5 आय 7.0 मैग्नेट्यूड के बार मिनुगा फाग कुरवे 30 बिंग हेलुमाय गुडुंतग सिलसिला हिंगा फावे इतिहास 21 वनहारुगे अगस्त पाउ 80 मिफद बारुगदन रक्कातरी एम्मे बिंग हेलुमेगा गिन गेल्लुंतके लिवि देहास 200 वर्गिन मिह मरुये min वरक्कातिर हादिसात दनी दुनिया के सतहाय दिमाला आरमुं इतुरोमुन आर्मिग लो कुरिमतिगा रेंदुलुमाय मसरत मेवनी फशाफ आर्मिंग फादरुगा हलाक वेफावा बिंगन मिदनी गेत खमुन अमेरिका केन्या आइसलैंड तुर्की चाइना लेक बाइकल आदि एहनी सरहदुगा मसरत वनी फशाफ एइन कोम्मे कमकुम वेस बड़द गेल्लुन तके लिबिदान एई फातिल दशुगे अडीगा ಹುಳಿಫಾವಾ ಒಳಗೊಂಡು ತಕೆ ಕ್ಲಸ್ಟರ್ ತಗುಗೆ ಫಾಹ ಕುರವೆ ಬಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲುನ್ ತಗುಗೆ ಅದದ್ ತನಿ ಮಿದುನಿಯ ಶೊಕಿಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇವರ ಇತುರೋಮನ ಕ್ಯಾರಿಗ ಮೀಹಿನ್ ದಿರುಳೆ ಸರಹದ್ ತಗುಗ ಇತುರೋಮ್ದ ಕುದಿ ಬಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲುನ್ ತಗಕಿ ವಕಿ ಬಿಂಗೆಲುಂಗ ದಿಮಾವಾ ಅಸರ್ ಮದುನ್ ನೋತ್ ಎ ಫಾರಾ ಎತ ಸತೇಕಾಕ ಅದಿ ಬಯ ಫಾರು ಎತನ್ ಹಾಸ್ ಬಯಕ ಇತುರುವೆಗೆನ್ ದಿಯಮುಗೆ ನತೀಜಾಯಕ एक बड़ू मिनाय मुद्दत वानी इतरुफे एई हिलतहुगे नदतक दिया अलिफानाय होन गेस वनमु सबुं कुरिमते वाकमके मिहार कुदि बिंगहेलुंत रिकॉर्ड कुरेमुंदनी हम एकनि मसल हुर जोन तकाय अलिफाम फरबद कारिगा एकन्य नोन हम हिमेन सरहद तक बिस्मे कॉन्टिनेंटल सरहदुगा ओन्न इंडिया हम हिमेन पलगर सरहद दिहास अशार वनहारुगे सेप्टेंबर माह बिंगहेलुंत अन्नम फेशीरु मेदा हमें विस सरहदुगा दनी कुरियश एम देहार तिरेगा 3.8 मैग्नेट्यूड के गागन का फसास बिंगहेलु मिकुड सरहद वनी आसपे देहा अदि देहास बिहवन हारुगे अगस्त माह फिशिंग एंटार्क्टिका ब्रेंसफील्ड खंडुगा ಹಿಂಗ ಮುಂದ ಕಂಕಮಕಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಫೆರಿಂಗ್ ಸಿಪಕುರಾಗದುಗ ಬೊಡು ಮೆಗ್ಮಾ ಬಾರುಗಂಡೆ ಫರ್ತ ಮಹಮ್ಮಸ್ತು ತೆರೆಗ ಅಡ್ಡಿ ಫಸಾಹ ಫ್ರಿಗಿನ ಬಿಂಗೆಲು ಫೆನಿಫಾವೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬಾರ್ ಬಿನುಗ ಬಿಂಗೆಲು ಆಸ್ಫಾವನಿ ಹೈ ಮ್ಯಾಗ್ನೆಟ್ಯೂಡ್ಗ ಪೋಟ್ಸ್ಡಮ್ಗೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಗೆ ಸಿಸ್ಮಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಸಿಮೋನ್ ಸೆಸ್ಮಾ ವಿದಾಳುವ ಗೊದುಗ ಆ ಮುಗತಿಗ ಮಿ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತ ಹಿಂಗನಿ ಜಿಯೋಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ಗ ಇನ್ಸಾನೊಂಗೆ umurgi terega dimawa gota khilaf megmaga alifanu hamastog terega timbakul debage magun mati fashala dimala da turkur mafahu bimga mati fashala eterin kale nurakatri falagin diume hingumuge kurin bakiyoti emme 5 kilometer hile adi ei emme misalake mifad kankan huriha dimali gaves hingabun ebade mifad kankan huriha dimali gaves hingabun ebade.
The way the seismic activity is rapidly increasing these days is a catastrophe. But the most absurd thing is that seismic agencies, international seismic databases, are now trying to conceal the fact that the number and magnitude of earthquakes is increasing. Until 2014, earthquake trends for major international databases were the same. And now, watch closely. Look at the graph. How did the curves start to behave after 2014? We see a complete discrepancy in the data from different seismic databases. What happened? This graph shows the total number of all unique earthquakes from different databases. You can see from different color bars that until 2014, the databases registered the same set of earthquakes. But since 2015, they have started to register different sets of earthquakes, chaotically, regardless of the region. Simply put, they began to put all events.
Migraf da kadani ekidida pastakon a huriya jenik bingelon tagu jumla da kulagad bawat kunte before na finuraganawar de asad bana hara hamya database takon essetage bigel registry go fa huri names de asfana rana harum fishing halabali kamai kom mesar hadaka bi bilmeniti eki kahal bingelon ta registry kuran fashagat sida ko bonanya huriya event eki basket taka wande.
Can you believe Indonesia, one of the most seismically active regions, has stopped having small magnitude earthquakes? Their number has dropped from 3,500 to 8. And there are many more such examples of data distortion and underreporting of magnitudes. In reality, there are much stronger earthquakes taking place now than we're told. The absurdity of this situation is that if you ask those databases why they're deleting earthquakes of magnitude 4 and smaller, and why the increase in magnitude is not shown, they'll find excuses saying that it is difficult to deal with these data, that there are too many events, and that they have changed the criteria of including low magnitude earthquakes in their catalog. In other words, as soon as the number of earthquakes of magnitude 4 started growing, they started deleting them and explaining this by technology.
Data taka kurimatlan dajtaka gina hadisatake hinga kamabune adi emi hunge cataloga the magnitude bingelonta himen maga mingada badlingana spawa kama bune banata da kafawe ehingotuka bunanuma hatar magnitude ge bingelonta iturwa feshmaiko e bingelonta natala feshi adi technical dajtaka mikam bayan kodine data database and storage technology zamani kureruma in neural network taka artificial intelligence in data process kuragota riya ko amigota data forgery justify kurmaki hagiyata khilaf kam magnitude reporta hatar magnitude reporta magnitude natadani kibege heje eni megma ermaga marhala misaf ko dakwade deni egene gomge kurin seismic activity gina fara iturwa fashe ehin names huriya hagigata kubes.
Look closely. This is just the beginning. Further reports will show you how events will unfold according to the mathematical model. It is important to note that
mati member seismic activity ta awara bodtan iturwa
likely come from only one database. So it will not show you the actual
dune seismic activity iturwa member hagigata go as fenna me gotare algon me hita me ko danna wala majbur wani me bimga seismic activity kuriyaro fenna oy ade mikan medani warabada iturwa gatum ballawa mi fesho me ituru mathematical model la Egoi bagutu matin hadisata hingani goi vesmi report ga dakalan internet ko frata assessment trend graph hameikani chart ko finam emme po database ko annane echikamo aslo dynamic no fennane fa kollanje ekam emme haran kurawani kamiki eki database ko bigel mega data fs miha ko arnola fs miha hagigatu ga spanner ko ami dirasai ko planetary hagigi seismology
Thank you so much, John. Yes.
Seismicity monitor kuran bekar kamen no
Not only with scientific data, but also in the
data
media.
analyze.
Two opposing theories of climate change can be found today. The first one is that the climate change is the result of anthropogenic CO2 emissions.
आदमी दुनिया का हिंगा बंदा आकांक्षा दरग बटका साफ मेरे को बलाल में हिंगा cosmic में होने आगे के इंगरी जहली.
But the truth is that both theories are sponsored by the same sources, whether the media in both cases are owned by the same masters of manipulation. We are supposedly given a choice, given two hypotheses, but they are equally irrelevant to reality. There is a mass mind manipulation going on at a time where we should have been ringing the alarm bell a long time ago. This can associatively be compared to a burning city. Imagine you and I are living in the city where a fire has started. The homes on the outskirts are already catching fire.
Me Alifandro Feva City ka associate ko alki in kamiki. Tibe folona argument didel midani Alifandro has said fashion city ka argument city ke beruga hori gituga Alifandro Feva hori kama hi kurash. Argument kamboduwa ni kihine bi miswal kullama baguta ikhtiyar kuran tafat jawab idi.
And another ones.
Ei hameikane alikame irose wagute kambodu washi. Anebek bunani flashlight hifage firihen kudin dua kamsh.
And just have a good rest.
Ei names anebek mi bunani ei geri bakari kamar. Ade euringe reflection takum uruga kusani kam. Me alifanu hadisa nuna. Hama himin kama ek dirul nida aram kurash. Adi anebek amali goto dawot de.
And what are we supposed to do?
Bal vasa ho da hanguram kura firheno ebati bal. No da arun mega rasha ga anurun de kevri tagrire avase wada adwasawar. Alguno mireshu ga rayete mehuriha ka befeni adohane alguno me kuram bi konkabe. Awatani geta uga miharves Alifandro Fawata argument men fene Huria Garondacums thing Alifandro on.
And yes, when they wake up, they're going to be terrified. But these emotions and hormones will activate their muscles and the strength and will help.
Ade ena tedu biruganna names ena aga hunna isastaka hormones ekbet mastaka barbadwa. Gos balis toga feng hifagin gos bali toga feng hifangos ena amile tageti adal
before they burn down
lan me kuring awat gega awa alifan me balash
wait until our house is going to catch fire. I think
it's enough of this life
nuni
alifan nibwa
bi fire out. And of course we're going to go get buckets and run to put our the fire out as soon as possible.
Yaginus
we're not going to do it today.
Baldi hifagin gos argon menna kureven going iru baldi tatte jahan duana nuna madava arben naika huriha ge ada hulida argon men amal kurang jehen ehni alifan nibaliveni hameikani argon menash ahar menne no mehuna kanno مثال غوا ألفا نبال مك دنيا حقيقي موسم حالته بهجتون إنسانية معلومات دين ميديا تكا إتنتنوغا ملكوري ميكا نكرني ميكا محل نولبيلت آمن كمدوغا همجهون دمهتما بيروريكان هوتوما تكا ألغون منا دوغو دا مجبور كره حقيقتوغا موسم vetumo salame vene mage eba names ekan kurumataka emmembes tedwe hinga munda adi annani hadisata dasko fiewala alam pachanje hage tugara yetuna hage ge ingemeje me yetur mes mosma dekul kura hangura simulate kurairo carbon dioxide dekula hanguram argon menge atom fasa hodmaga mawduwa argon menge samalukan badluwa goibes medu report ga engene.
Thank you so much, Tali, for this example. It's very illustrative. Indeed, our homes are on fire, and the climate Cerberus is walking around the planet on the loose without a leash and starting to tear it to shreds.
Dayton hagige genje David DEU misalatika warabura shukurdano waras tafsil wahake hamakashwana ndamige getoga alifan rovi mosme burdigelo billuri gande neti ebimuga washage hingamu ebede mige iturum mir poruga fe wala konf mosme vanigota vaniki irakonto
in the magnetic field of the planet.
The
magnetic North Pole begins to drift rapidly at a rate 4 times the normal. At the same time, the magnetic field weakens time starts faster than before.
Planetary process Britani Nawasen Wadia Faswana Harum fishing Duniega Hingamudani Kinage. Mihar a planetary magnetic field he was Nukura Baruge Badluteke and Fishi magnetic North Pole Adi Akhlafa Hataruguna rate on Halvika Hingapishi Hamaya magnetic field Kuring or whatever Dihaguna Bar
the anomalous movement of currents in the liquid core of the planet. Now, as a result of the weakening of the magnetic field, we see that the northern lights are penetrating into more southern latitudes where they have not been observed before. This is an alarming sign because it means that the Earth's magnetic shield protecting us from cosmic radiation is weakening. The number of lightning strikes is increasing. The magnetic field is coming into imbalance. Weakening of the magnetic field is already affecting even the upper layers of the atmosphere, thus reducing their density and cooling them down. But that's not all of it. What are you going to hear next about the changes of the planet is shocking. In 1995, simultaneously with the shift of the magnetic pole, the rotation axis of the planet sharply changed direction and began to move 17 times faster than before. Rotation axis of the planet started to shift its trajectory. Look at the graph to the right. The blue circles here represent the rotation axis as it used to be before 1995. The orange circles indicate the new trajectory, which shows that the rotation axis of the Earth...
Political rotation axis trajectory Badluan Fishi, Kanafratuga, Graph of Balala, Mitanuga, Nokulag, circle to Rams Kodini Namas and Woody, first Fage Kuring, or Gota rotation axis, orange circle to Condas, the Kodini, trajectory, Kamasha, Mikam, Bimuga, rotation axis, Efrata, Badlum Anakam. Planetary rotation axis shift to the Maniki Kobahi, Visnalash, Dunig, Washagan Ba, axis Kulika, and Tanaka Badlikan. Become the Heaven and Murin Nizam, imbalance with her. Economas and with the first hour of fishing, the planetary rotation, he was Nukura, Halim, Nega, Hingamundaka, Manifa, Kuribe. Exploration over the name from Menuge, Planetary Kulika, Halu, then Tankole Madu, Names Egg Fong, and a common Marolaka Eco Bar Ituru Haluigente, Grafugawa, Rindo Kulaga, Line Turkey, Dual Dugumin Kuromunda rate, Angade, a trend line take Salaka, what loves Lapsake, Plata, the Solavana fish again. Phenon exploration the quad cannot line Gaganaka vertical Egmaniki dual.
Few people know about the real nuclear threat. The real nuclear threat is nucleus. It is the core of our planet. The core of our planet is an entire system that synchronizes and stabilizes all processes on Earth. It plays a pivotal role in the climate change that is happening right now on the planet. The core of our planet consists of two parts. The inner core is a huge solid mass. Around it, there is the outer liquid core of molten iron, which is constantly rotating. The flow of molten iron is the outer core. In the outer core generates the Earth's magnetic field, which in turn generates gravitational field of the planet. Yes, you've heard it right. The magnetic field, which is generated by the core, in turn generates the gravitational field of the planet. And progressive physicists know this. Gravity is a manifestation of the energy of the world environment of the electromagnetic
zaman su kor relation e bes badle na neru hemik arth ke koring halat wara boda badluginde magnetic field ga hore matnas kuma bim ko rotation na behe gudanti we from na or miharo singe hori ha kam ko igene kor ga bes masal
all that you and I already know about the anomalies in the magnetic field and the Earth's rotation suggests that there has been a malfunction in the core itself, and this is a catastrophe. So what is happening to the core of our planet? Let's watch a video.
Another important evidence confirming that abnormal processes are taking place in the core is the drastic acceleration of the north magnetic poles drift by 3.5 times over the past 20 years. Together with the extreme acceleration of the north magnetic pole movement, a mysterious anomaly weakens the planetary magnetic
north magnetic pole movement ke extreme acceleration naik mysterious anomaly ge sababu planetary magnetic field balikashbe norakateri galactic adi solar radiation non salami kodde faite duisata hargu terega duniyege magnetic field nawara no insata balikashfe wakama science verina hisab kurifave natija goto africa dekona america de medu south atlantic anomaly ge namun nandefa balikash magnetic field ga sarah devani ufedipe me iturum faite fasar terega africa ga honago dekunuga mefada ituru sarah de terege sarah dani haraka terem electromagnetic field ufedini bimga koruga hunna dynamo mechanism sabun kabsha e kamo magnetic field anna badalta kon core
which was also registered in the year 2015.
anna badal
An even more anomalous event
दुनिया मैगन आदि अखलाफ आमलत अनेक के इतिहास पनरवा रोइस रजिस्ट्री को पावा बिमिग बंडो बारोगद न्यूट्रिनो एमिशन फेनोमेनन एवरेज तफात हादसा ही की नवासन वजह अपन हारोगे सेंसरिंग वन सैटेलाइट बैंड को गेन दुनिया सेंटर ऑफ mass observe ko gen kor ge ton bouncing displacement dene gane bounce sabab kor wara boda uttara badle
as measured by a laser rangefinder system from the US satellites. The planet began to expand abnormally along the equator.
Selite kon laser rangefinder system ko menikide pawa fada bimage sifa wara bod badling ay equator ga adi akhlaf planet fulawan fishiver ege kuri mitrendo ti e akhlafash centrifugal force ituru ga sab megma plant bingana gaban fishmo geothermal heat ay bingalota ituru aku tuga falagan dam fisherman bingano ga adin falagan die hama e har magnetic pole
key factor of the system's imbalance.
wara boda ituru
This event led to a dissonance among all the Earth's shelves, which caused a dramatic increase in many natural disasters. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, hurricanes, tornadoes, and so on. It is worth noting that during the same period, there was also synchronous bouncing changes in natural processes on the Sun, Moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies of the solar system. And this also occurred because of the displacement of their cores. This has led scientists to believe that such synchronous bounces may be caused by the influence of external factors on the solar system. But over the past 50
එකම් ෆායිතය ෆන්සාසානතරේග අලගොනුග පිළනට හලුව මුන්දිය දෙහා සෝල වනහරුව ෆිෂිකින් මි ප්‍රෙන්ඩ් වනි ඉතුර වරුගදේෙ දෙහස් බයිස් වනහරු ජූන් මහුගේ නවයිස් වනහර දුහකි ඔබ්සර්වේෂන් තක තාරිහුග එම්මෙ කුරු දෝස්කම රිකෝඩ් කුරේපා දුවේ මේගේ කුරින් මෙරිකෝඩ් ඔති මේගේ දෙහරු කුරින්නේ අදි බිමුග බොඩුමි වර බොඩ හලුවකින් දීම කීවෙස් කෑර් මුස්තක්බලිග අන්රොක්කාතන ජිලාසිකින් නුකුණානක
Let's make brief conclusions from the video. As you understand, in 1995, irreversible destructive processes began to occur in the core of our planet. This can be seen from the change in the magnetic field. And as a consequences, in 1998, there was a leap which exacerbated all processes many times over. As a result, the core of the Earth shifted abruptly northwards towards Siberia. And now we are observing complete destabilization of the core. To better understand what is going on, you can compare the rotation of the planet to the wheel balancing process. Balancing is very important for the wheel so that undercarriage does not get damaged. When a system like our planet goes into destabilization mode, the functioning of all spheres is compromised. As a result of bouncing core, serious gravitational changes began, and there appeared irregularities in inertia processes of the Earth. The change in Earth's center of mass also affected Earth-Moon system. The orbit of the Moon has already begun to change. In other words, destabilization of the system has already led to a change in the Moon's orbit. In the coming years, as the processes continue to escalate, we will see the Moon change its orbit around the Earth more significantly.
And it is important to understand that the shift of the core affects the motion of magma in the interior of the planet. Look at the trajectory of the core shift in 1998. The bouncing of the core caused two ascending waves of magma from the Earth's interior into opposite directions. One flow of magma traveled toward West Antarctica and the other one traveled toward Siberia. What is happening in Siberia right now? Something that has never happened there before. It is exactly in Siberia at northern latitudes that a number of extremely anomalous phenomena have been observed over the past few decades. Heating of the Earth's interior leads to abnormal melting of permafrost from beneath, as well as gas explosions under the ice, and an increase in mud volcanism. Overwintering fires beneath the snow have appeared in the Arctic. In areas above the folds, ice water in people's wells is getting hot. The number and intensity of earthquakes is increasing. Moreover, for 20 years now, scientists have been observing that Siberia is heating up to 3-4 times faster than the rest of the world. I emphasize this, 3-4 times faster than the rest of the world. Look at the map. The huge red stain shows how the average temperatures in Siberia is changing faster than the rest of the world in recent decades. As magma rises, it begins to hit the plate from below and boils the cold water. But magma is rising
Siberia
What else is magma rising, and what does it lead to?
හලුයිකමයක් බදලෝම අන්නගොත් මෙගම උෆුළුමයකු තිරින් හුණුක ෆෂේ බිංගඩු හුණුවේ නබස් මෙගම ඔෆිදිගෙන්දනී හමයිකනි සයිබීරියා ފާކަން ބިމުގެ އެඹުރުންދަނީ ހަލުވިވަމުން އެގެ މާނޭކީ ބިމުގެ މެދަށްދަމާ ބާރުދަނީ އިތުރުވަމުން ނަތީޖާއެއްގެ ގޮތުން އީކުވޭޓަރާ ދިމާލުން ދުނިޔެދަނީ ފުޅާވަމުން ބޮޑުވަމުން މިކަމުގެ ސަބަބުން ބިމުގެ ފަށަލ ފަޅާގެން ދިޔުމާއެކު ބިންމަތީގެ މަސަލަތައް ދަނީ އިތުރުވަމުން މިކަމާ ގުޅިގެން ދުނިޔޭގެ މެދުގައިވާ ދިޔާ އަލިފާނުގެ ބޮކިތަ އިތުރުވެ ހުސް ޖާގު އުފިދުން ކަންކަންދަނީ މެދުވެރިވަމުން ހަލުވި ކޮމާއެކު މޫދުން މައްޗަ އިރުމުގެ ތެރޭގައި ޑައިވަރުންނަ ދިމާވާ ފުރާނަ ނުރައްކާވާ ލޭގެ ބޮކުފިދޭ ބައްޖެކީ ಚೆಂಬರುಗಾ ಫರುವ ಹೋದ ಕಮಿಕೆ ಗಿನಾಂ ಪ್ರೇಷಾ ಹುರಿ ತನಕುಂ ಕುಲ್ಯಕ ಪ್ರೇಷಾ ದತ್ತನಕ ಅವಮುಗ ಸವಬಂ ಲೇಗ ಜಮಾಯಿಫವಾ ಗೀಸ್ತ ವಗುತುಂ ಬೇರುವೆ ಲೇಗೆ ಬೊಕಿತ ಹೂಣು ಕೊಲ್ಲದೆ ಉಫೆದೆ ಗೇಸ್ ಬೊಕಿತವುಗೆ ನತೀಜಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತು ಲೇಗೆ ಹೊಳಿತಕು ವಶ ಫಶಲತ ಹಲಾಕುವಿಗಿಂದೆ ದುನಿಯೆಗೆ ಎತೆರೆಗ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಕುಲ್ಲಿಯಕ ದಶದ್ಯುಮಕಿ ಮೆದದ್ದಮ ಭಾರತ ಇತುರುಮಗ ಸಬಬಂ ಪ್ಲಾನೆಟ್ಗೆ ಎಂಬರುಂ ಕುಲ್ಲಿಯಕ ಹಲವಿವಮಾಯ್ ಗುಳಿಫಾವಾ ಕಮಿಕೆ ಮಿಕಮಗ ಸಬಬಂ ದಿಯಾ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ಕುಲ್ಲಿಯಕ ದುನಿಯೆಗೆ ಬೇರು ಫಶಲಯ ದಿಮಾಲ ಮಿಸ್ರಾಬ್ ಜಹಾಯ್ ದುನಿಯೆಗೆ ಬಿಮುಗ ವಶ ಫಶಲಯಾಗ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ಹಲಾಕುವನಿ ಡೈವರಿಗೆ ಲೇಗ ಬೋಕಿ ಉಫೆದಿ ಲೇಗೆ ಹೊಳಿತಕು ಫಶಲ್ ಹಲಾಕುವಾ ಫದಾ ದುನಿಯೆಗೆ ಎತೆರೆಗ ಹರಕಾತರಿವಾ ಗೇಸ್ ದಿಯಾ ಅಲಿಫಾನುಗೆ ಫಶಲ ಗುಳಿ ಒಫೆದೆ ಕುದಿ ಕುದಿ ಗೋಂತಕು ಸೌಬಂ ಮೆ ಮರಹಲ ಹಲುವಿಬೆ ದುನಿಯೆಗೆ ಮೆದು ಫಶಲ ಅಸರ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಹೆಂ ಬುಮುಗ ಸೌಬಂ ಬಾರುಗದ ಬಿಂಗೆಲುಂತಕ ಬಿಮುಗ ಫಶಲ ಖಂಡಾಗೆನ್ ದಿಯುಂ ಫದ ಕಂಕಂ ಮಿದನಿ ಇತುರ ಫೆನ್ನಮನ ಪೇರುವ ಆ ಬಾರುಗದ ಬಿಂಗೆಲುಮಕಿ ಫುನ ಅಸರ್ ಕುರಾ ಬಾರುಗದ ಬಿಂಗೆಲುಂತ ಇತುರುವೆ ಹಲುವಿ ವಮುಂ ಅನ್ನ ಕಮುಗೆ ಹೆಕೆಕೆ ಬಿಮುಗೆ ಎತೆರೆಗೆ ದಿಯಾ ಅಲಿಫಾನುಗೆ ಬೋಕಿತ ಇತುರುಮುಗೆ ಸಬಬಂ ಮತಿ ಫಶಲಯಾಗೆ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಬೊಡುವೆ ಹರಿಕಾ ಗಿನವಮಕಿ ರಗ್ಗಿರುಮುಗೆ ಮರಹಲ ಇತುರುವಮುಂ ಅನ್ನ ಕಮೆ ಏಗೆ ಮಾನೆಕಿ ಕೊಬಾಹೆಜೆ ವಾರಂ ಅವ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡ್ ಮೆನ್ನ ಫೆನಿಗೆನ್ ದಾನಿ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡ್ ಮೆಂಗೆ ಸಗಾಫಿ ದಿರಿಯುಳುಮ ಬದಲಾಸ್ ಮೀಗೆ ಕುರಿನ್ ತಜ್ರಿಬಾ ಕುರೆ ಫ್ಯಾನುವಾ ವರುಗೆ ಬಾರುಗದ ರಗ್ಗಿರುಂತಕ ಬಿಂಗೆಲುಂತಕ ಕುರಿಮತಿ ಲಾಂಜೆಹುಮೆ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡ್ ಮೆಂಗೆ ಪ್ಲಾನೆಟ್ಗೆ ಎತಿರೆಗಾವ ಮೆಗುಮ ಬುಮ್ಗೆ ಮಸಕತಾಯ್ ಹಿಂಗುಮ್ಗೆ ಕೌಂಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಮೆಹಾರ್ವನಿ ಫೆಶಿವೆ ಬಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎತೆರೆನ್ ತಯ್ಯಾರುವ ಬೋಡು ಹಾಮಲಾ ಆ ಗುಳಿಗೆ ಬಿಮಾಯ್ ಕಂಡುಗೆ ಬೇರು ಫಶಲಾಗ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಮಿಹಾರುಸ್ತನಿ ಎತೆಗೆತಿಗೆ ಮಗಾಮ್ ದೂಕುರಮುನೆ ಮಿಹಾತನ ಕಂಡುಂ ಮಿದುನಿ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿ ಕುರುಮುಗೆ ಬಾರು ಹಿಫಾಟ್ಟಾಫಾವಿ ನಮೆಸ್ ಮಿಹಾರ್ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ರೋ ಮುಂದನಿ ವಶಾಗೆ ಮಾ ಫುಳಾ ಮರಹೊಲಾಯಿ ಟೊಂಗಾಕಿ ಮಿಕಮುಗೆ ವರ ಫುರಿಹಮ ಹೆಕ್ಕಿಗೆ ಏಯಿ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಗಿನಾಂಗ್ ಅಡಿ ಬಿಂಗ್ ಹೆಲುಂ ಆಸ್ಫಾವಾ ಗೌಮೆ ಅದಿ ಫನರ ಜನವರಿ ದೇಹಸ್ ಬಾವಿ ಹುಗಾ ಏಕನಿ ಬೆಸ್ ಹುಂಗಾ ಟೊಂಗಾ ಹುಂಗಾ ಹಸಪಾಯ್ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ಫರ್ಬದ ಗೋಮುಗೆ ಸೌಬಂ ವಶಾಗಂಬಾ ಸರಹದ್ದುಗೆ ಆಬಾದಿಗೆ ಅಡ್ಡಿಯ ಇನ್ಸಲ್ತಾ ನೇದೇವೆ ಅಸರ್ ಕುರಿ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ಫರ್ಬದಾಕ ಮಿಹಾವರ್ ಕುರಿವೆ ನಮ ಬಿಮುಗೆ ವಶಾಗಂಬಾ ಬೊಡೆತಿ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ಫರ್ಬದ ತಗ್ಗು ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡ್ ಮಿನ್ನ ಸಿಫ ಕುರುವೆನಿ ಕೊಂಗೋತಕಂ ಹಿ ಎಹೆಂ ವೀಮಾ ಮಿಹಾ ಅರ್ವೆಸ್ ಗೋವಾ ಫರ್ಬದತಹುಗೆ ಹರಕಾಯತ್ತ ಏಕೆತಿ ಅನಕೆಚ್ಚ ಗುಳಿಲ್ಲಾ ಮೆ ಮುಂದಾತಂ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡ್ ಮಿನ್ನ ಎಬಫೆನೆ ಬಾರುಗದ ಫಶಲತಕಂ ಬಿಮುಗೆ ತೆರೆಗ ಅಲಿಫಾನುಗೆ ಹರಕಾಯತ್ತ ಮತಕಂ ಮಿಹಾರೋ ಎನ್ನಮೆಸ್ ಮಿಕನ್ ದೆಮ್ಮಾ ಗಿನ ದುಹೈ ಬಂದೆಂ ನೋಹಿಪೆಟ್ಟೆ ಮಿಕಮುಗೆ ಸೌಬಂ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ಫರ್ಬದತಹುಗೆ ಫೆನೆ ಮೋಸಮಾಯ್ ಆ ಗಣಫೆನುಗೆ ಜಮಾನೆ ಅವಮುಗೆ ಬಿರೋತಿ ಕುರಿಮತಿ ವೆಫಾ ಮೆಗ್ಮಾಗೆ ಹರುಕಶಿ ಬಾರುಗೆ ಸಬಬಂ ಎತ ಸತೇಕ್ ಹಾಸ ಹರಿಪಂದೆಂ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಫಾವ ಅಲಿಫಾನ್ ಫರ್ಬದತ ಮಿಹಾರ್ ಅನ್ನನಿ ಹೇಲಮ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡ್ ಮಿಂಗೆ ಪ್ಲಾನೆಟ್ ಮೆ ಪೆನ್ನನಿ ಚೇನಂ ಗುಳಿಫಾವ ಮೈನ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಫದ ಮೈನ್ಗೆ ಗೊಳಿತ ಗೋನ್ ತಯ್ಯಾರಫಾವ ತನಿಗೆ ಗುದು එකමුක එම්මෙ බොඩු රොක්කලකි අදිවෙස් හේලේ ෆෑනුවා අලිෆාන් ෆර්බදත Yellowstone Kempi Flaggery, Elbros, Larch, Kikafad Bodet Alifan Farbadatike Keni, Giamatu Alifan Farbadatike. Ming Ebes Farbade, Goafenum Insanum Diritibuma Nukladan Vigindan. Dunig Etireg Baruta, Etas Satek Ari Banding, Hipatafa Vienames, Hun Iturve, Mihar Fenum Midani, Etiketi, Madmadun, Diramunda, Nishanta. Me Alifan Farbatu Dashgava, Meguma Iturve, Nazuk Halat Kadaru. ದಿಮಾವಾನೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಸಾಧಕಿ ಹಿತಬಿಸ್ ನುಗನೆವೆ ವರುಗೆ ದತಿ ಇಹಾ ಮೆಬ್ಬಡು ಕಾರ್ಯಸಾಧಕ ಬೆಗಿಂದಾನ್ ಆರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ಲಾನೆಟ್ ಫಾಳಾಗೆ ಮಿದನಿ ಎಹೆನಸ್ ಆರ್ಮಿ ಮಿತಿಬಿ ಎಹಿಂ ಕಮಿಗ ಬುರಹೆಲಿವೆಗಿ ನಿಮಿಮೆನ್ನೆ ಮಸ್ಸತಕ ಎಕುಗಾವ ಗನಬೇನ್ ಕುರಾ ಫೋಮಿಟು ಆರ್ಮೆನ್ನ ಎಹಿಂ ಕಂಕಂಬಗ ಮುಹಿಮುಕನ್ ನೊಫೆನ್ನಾನಿ ಹಿಂ ಫೆನುಂ ಬಂದು ಕುರವು ಮಿದನಿ ಆರ್ಮೆನ್ನ ಒಳವಾಲಾಫಾವ ಮಾಲೂಮಾತುಗ ಸೌಬು ಬಿಂಗಲುಮುಗ ತಪಾಸ್ ಹಿಸಾಬ್ತ ಒಳವಾಲನಿ ಫಿನಿಹುಣುಮುಗ ಮಾಲೂಮಾತ್ ಒಳವಾಲ ಫದ ಮಿಕನ್ ಕುರಾಮಿ ಹುಂತಿ ಬೆನಿ ಹಿಮೇನು ಎಬ್ಬೆಕು ಫಾಸಾಯ ಅದಿ ಅನೆಬ್ಬೆಕು ತೆದು ಖಬರತ ಫೋರ್ವಾಗಿನ್ ತಿಬಿ ಮೀಹುಂ ಬಿರುಗನೆ ದಾನಿ ತಿಯಾಯ್ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಫಹುದುವಸ್ತ ಅಮಾನ್ ಕಮಾಯಿಕು ಹೇದೆ ಕುರ್ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಮೀಹೆಕ ಎಂಗುಣು ನಮೆಸ್ ತಿಬೆನಿ ಫೋರ್ವಾಗಿನ್ ನುವತ ತೆದು ಬಸ್ ಬೊನುಮ ಜೆಹಿಲು ವೆಗಿನ್
Because it was so suffocating inside. I couldn't breathe.
People die inside the dead body inside the house.
It's a nightmare. Well, I'm pretty well fucked. I fell through that hole.
ವೆಟ್ಟನ್ ದಿಮಟ್ಟಕ ಲೋ ಬಂದು ಕೊಗ್ಗಿನ್ ತಿಬೆಹೆ ಸೀದಾ ತೆದು ಫೊರವಾಗೆ ನೋತ ಬುಣನ್ನು ಕರಿಗೆನ್ ತಿಬೆ ಲೋ ಬಂದು ಕೊಗ್ಗಿನ್ ತಿಬೆ ಸೀದಾ ತೆದು ಫೊರವಾಗೆ ನೋತ ಬುಣನ್ನು ಕರಿಗೆನ್ ತಿಬೆ
Теперь мы видим, что подъем магмы
Now we
происходит
can see that magma ascent is happening all over the world because the core is shifting, centrifugal forces are accelerating, and the bounces of the core start to push out magma abruptly.
Fakangas bimuga emburuntu dani haliman egmane ki bimuga meda damabar dani ituruman natija gotun equatra dimalon duni dani fulamun bikamu soban bimuga fashala falagan diuma bimati masratu dani ituruman mikama gulige duniya medugawa di alifanu bokita itur hos jago fidon fadakanta dani medwarimon halikama ko mud machar muga terega.
And there's another alarming indicator which volcanologists have recently registered. A different composition of magma has begun to emerge to the surface from the Earth's interior. For example, a recent study of Fagradalsfjall volcano in Iceland, which erupted in March 2021, showed that during its eruption, magma from deep areas of the mantle plume entered the volcano chamber. As you remember, this is that very plume that heats Greenland's glaciers from below. The deep magma from this plume begins to rise very quickly, and this is evidenced by the chemical analysis of the composition of the magma released during the eruption. According to the study, the rates of change for the key chemical indicators of magma erupted by the Fagradalsfjall volcano in 2021 was over 1,000 times higher than in other eruptions. Think about it. The subsurface layers of magma have one composition, whereas the deep layers have a complete different composition. Usually, they don't mix. Deep layers of magma cannot just go ahead and rise to the surface. The fact that they rise suggests mixing of magma in the depth, which should not happen. But unfortunately, we do observe that. We hope that this wouldn't happen, but it's already happening. And this process is only intensifying. Magma of different chemical composition corrodes across crust much faster. It just melts away the mantle. These are indisputable facts. This is another evidenced by seriousness of the process going on under our feet. The magma ascent is already causing swarms of earthquakes of 1,000 events a day in Iceland and triggered volcanic eruption that had not been active for thousands of years. Another example of abnormal magma rise was the eruption of La Palma volcano in September 2021. Volcanologists estimated that the outpouring magma had an unusually low viscosity, the most fluid magma of any historical basalt eruptions. A similar altered composition of the fresh magma was recorded in the eruption of the Tonga volcano.
Let's see why magma started mixing up in the Earth's interior. As it rises, the pressure in the magma drops, causing it to boil like blood during cavitation. Because of this, magma expands in volume and begins to press, erode, and heat the Earth's crust more. Remember, we have already talked about the unprecedented increase in the number of earthquakes at the depths of more than 700 kilometers. And here's the answer to what deep focus earthquakes in liquid magma are. This is exactly the boiling of magma and cavitation explosions. Think about it. Explosions equivalent to thousands of nuclear bombs in power have started to occur in the interior of our planet. This is what stirs the batches of magmatic melts, as if someone is stirring the magma in the interior with a big spoon. This process accelerates on its own. Magma starts pressing harder against the thin crust of the Earth's surface, the Earth's crust. This forces the expansion of the planet and causes cracking in the thinnest parts of the Earth's crust, among the mid-ocean ridges and faults.
An increase in magma pressure melts away and deforms the Earth's crust. The number of new cracks and fractures increases, and the old ones begin to be activated. New fracture zones are opened up, allowing water from the surface to escape into the interior. Because of these, rivers and lakes all over the planet are drying up, even though precipitation and floods are increasing. At the same time, methane and hydrogen gases rise to the surface through cracks and fractures. These gases are easily flammable, so there are more and more wildfires along the faults. The degassing of the Earth's interior is evidence of cavitation processes which are triggered by the instability of the core. And the magma is rising everywhere right now. Where the crust is thin, it's been felt the most. As we know, both West Siberia and West Antarctica have very thin crusts. But look at the map. Yellow and red colors show regions where the crust is also thin. This includes Europe, the west coast of the United States, Africa, Australia, China, and many other regions.
The ascent of magma triggers volcanic eruption. One of the most famous supervolcanoes, Yellowstone, is showing alarming signs of seismic activity. The number of earthquake swarms is increasing there. The map shows the ground rises and sinks near the caldera. The magma there is critically close to the crust, and any slightest destabilization in a planet's interior will cause an eruption of Yellowstone. And this means a catastrophe, not only for the USA, but for all humankind. Supervolcanoes will undoubtedly react when the magma gets closer. The motion of the planet core increases the pressure of magma, and then the pressure reaches a critical point, the magma will burst out and form exploding volcanoes. But there is even more horrifying fact. Do you remember we have mentioned the
Mariana Trench ge wahaka aharwenna kiyadinka hadawi bawlehi oceanic crust aki emme tuni emme 1 kilometer adi emme boda focus ko bingelunganna tane ehin gotaka bunanama magma ge cavitation blast emme ginan ofede adi Yellowstone gobal mebure biruwerikamaki Mariana Trench kariga diha magnitude ge bingelume annanikama andaza kurun mefada barugada bingelume algon me tahzib handanuga doha ko saspanwe me baruge maneki megma faseham 1 kilometer ge crust ge terrain falagen danikama Mariana Trench ga megma breakout umuge natiya fahum a report again duniyage magando adi algon me ge exploration ge me hamane je of the south ki ko bahije megma beru fusha watarani kibe ge
In order to approach the understanding of this question, it is
Miswal Vestuma Gata Dimatraga astronomer nai planetary astrologists to give all the matter med knowledge hini Dunimatiga anna further Badalta a solar system ge ehem planet tagi teriga Sarhad Tahugavis Annamundati Misalaka Duni Fada Uranus Jupiter Adi Venus Gavis Vag Speed to Fantaga size than a Roman Maska I skipped the Nikirum Ekamagre media.
ಎಗಾರಹಾರುಗೆ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಸೈಕಲ್ ಬಲಾಯರು ವಿಹಿ ಅರುವಂದೆಂಗ್ ನೆಪ್ಟ್ಯೂನ್ಗೆ ಅಲಿದನಿ ಬದಲುವವನ್ನೆ ನಮವೆಸ್ ನವರಸತೈಕ ನೋದೆ ಹವನ ಹರಫಹು එකම වනි හුරස්සරිපේ ನೆಪ್ಟ್ಯೂನ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹೌಲ ಎಕ್ಕಿ ಕಂಕೊಳತಕಂ ಬದಲುತಕೆಂಗಾಯ್ ಏಯ್ ಗ್ಯಾಲಕ್ಟಿಕ್ ಕಾಸ್ಮಿಕ್ ದೋದಿತ ಜವ್ವುಗೆ ತಿರಿ ಫಶಲು ತೆರೆ ವನುಮುಗೆ ಸಬಬು ತೂಫಾನಾಯ್ ಗುದುರತಿ ಕಾರಿಸಾ ಫೆದ್ದುಮ ಏಗೆ ಅಸರು ಕುರಮನ್ನೆ ಅದಿ ಆದಾ ಹಿಲಾಫ್ ತೂಫಾನ್ದ ನೆಪ್ಟ್ಯೂನವೆಸ್ ಆಸ್ಫಾವೆ ದೆಹಾಸ್ ಅಶಾರ ವನಾಹರು ಫೆನನು ಬೊಡು ತೂಫಾನಕಿ ಎಟ್ಲಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಖಂಡವೂಡೆ ಫುಳಾ ಅಲಿಗದ ಅದಿ ವರುಗದ ತೂಫಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಈಕ್ವೇಟರ ದಿಯೋಮೊಂಗ್ ಮಡುಟೇಫಾವೆ ನಮವೆಸ್ එකමකු නුහුට්ටේ ඒග බදලුග එඹුරු මායිකු ಈಕ್ವೇಟರ ದುರತ್ತಂಬೆಶಿಯೆ ನಾಸಾಯ್ ಬುಣನಿ ಮೀ ಅಲಫ್ ಫೆನನು ಅಂದಾಜನ್ನು ಕುರವೆ ಮುಸುಮಿ ಬದಲೆಕ್ಕಮಗೆ ಅಳಗುನ್ಮಂಗೆ ಪ್ಲಾನೆಟ್ ಕಾವೆಸ್ ಗ್ಯಾಲಕ್ಟಿಕ್ ಕಾಸ್ಮಿಕ್ ರೇತದ್ದನಿ ಜವ್ವುಗೆ ಮೆದು ಫಶಲತಕ ವನ್ನಮುನ್ನೆ එහෙන් කමවාති මුසුමි බදල්තක මිදනි මගු ෆයිවමන්න යුරේනස්සකි හමහිමෙන් ප්ලැනෙට් එක කමවනි බලවෙෆ අදි දෙහස් හැව්වන හර හම සයින්ස් වනින් වනි ಯುರೇನಸ್ಗೆ ಮೂಸುಮಗಿ ಈಕ್ವೇಟರ್ಗ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಹೀಟ್ಗೆ ನುಫೂಸ್ ಫೋರಾ ಕಮಕಮ ಬುಡಫೆ ನಮವೆಸ್ ದೇಹ ಸಾಧವನ ಹಾರುಂ ಫೆಶಿಗೆ ಬಾರುಗದ ತೂಫಾಂತ ಪ್ಲಾನೆಟನ್ ಅರಮುದನಿ ಕೀವೆಗೆಂಕಂ එකකවස් නුවස්නේ මීගේ කුරින් ಯುರೇನಸ್ಗೆ ಫಿನಿ ಹೋನೋಮಿನ್ ದಶತ್ಯ ನಮವೆಸ್ ದೇಹ ಸಾಧವನ ಹಾರುಂ ಫೆಶಿಗೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವನಿ ಎ ಪ್ಲಾನೆಟ್ ಹಲುವಿ ಕಮೈಕ ಹೋನೋ ಅಮಂದಾಕಂ ಫಹಕೊಫೆ ಎಸ್ಟ್ರೋಫಿಸಿಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಹೆನ್ರಿಕ್ ಮೆಲಿನ್ ಯುರೇನಸ್ ಬೆಹೆಗೊತು ನಿಧನವೆ ವಾಹಕತ ಫಹಕ್ ಕುರಬಾಫವೆ ಯುರೇನಸ್ಸಕಿ ತಫಾತು ಹಿಮೆನ್ ತುಫಾನಿ ತನಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಗ ಗಿನದುಹೊದ್ದೆಮಿಯೋಯ್ ಅದು ದೇಹ ಸಾಧವನಾಹಾರು ಫೆನುನು ಮಿಥೂಫಾಂತಕಾಯ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಜವ್ವ ಕುಲ್ಯಕ ಹೂಣುವಮ ವನಿ ವರಪೊಡಗೊಳಿಫೆ ಯುರೇನಸ್ಗೆ ಎಟ್ಮಾಸ್ಫೆರಿಕ್ ಫೆನಿ ಹೂಣುಮಿನ ಅನ್ನ ಕುದಿ ತಫಾತ ಮಡುಮಡುಂ ಆದೆ ಬಾರುಮನೆಗ್ಗ ಇದೆಗಳು ಬದಲುವುಮಗೆ ಮಾನಂಕಿ ಬಿವಂಗ ಫಾಯತೋವಿ ಪನ್ಸಾಸ್ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ತೆರೆಗ ಜವ್ವುಗೆ ಫೆನಿ ಹೂಣುಮಿ ಇತುರುವೆ ಫಾವಾಕಂ ವನಿ ಫಹಕ್ ಕುರಫೆ ಹಲಾಕುರುವನಿ ತೂಫಾಂತಕಾಯ್ ಗುದುರತಿ ಕಾರಿಸಾತಕಾಯ್ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಅದದಕ ತೋನೆರುಗ ಬಾರು ಅಳುಕನಮೆಂಗೆ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ ವನಿ ಇತುರುಫೆ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ತಿರಿ ಸಹಾರಕೊಂ ಸೆಟಾನ ಬಡು ತೂಫಾನೆಂ ಅನ್ನೈರು ದೇಹಾಸ್ ದೇಹವಾನಾರೋ ಎ ತೂಫಾನ್ ಅರಾಫಾವನಿ ಲಫಾ ಕೊರಿವರಬೊರೆ ದಿಯಾರ ಕುರಿನ್ನೆ ಮೀ ಮಿಹಾತರಂ ಆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬಡು ತೂಫಾನೆ ಕೆಸನಿ ಜವ್ವಿ ಉಳಂದುಂ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಕುಫಾವಾ ತೂಫಾನಗೆ ಅಯ್ಯ ಬಲಾಯರು ದುನಿಯಾ ಮತೀಗ ಮಿಫದ ವಿದುವರಕಿ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ತಕಗೆ ಅಲಿಗ ಮುಳಿ ತಾರಿ ಹುಗಾವೆಸ್ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬಾರುಗದ ವಿದುವರೆ ಕಮಗಾವೆ ಮಿ ತೂಫಾನಗೆ ಸಾಬೊಂ ಹೂನಗ ಹಮನುಜಂ ತಂಗು ಫೆದೆ ಸೆಟಾರಗೆ ಜವ್ವುಗೆ ದೌರುವುಮ ಒಣಿಗಡಾಯ್ ಮಾದತಕಗೆ ಅಡಿಯ ಬದಲಾಯ್ ಮಿ ತೂಫಾನಗೆ ಸಾಬೊಂ ಸೆಟಾನ್ಗೆ ಉತುರು ಹೆಮಿಸ್ಫಿಯಾ ಅವಮ ಕುರಿಯಂಗಂ ಅಹರುತಕಗ ಗಿನದುವಸ್ತಕೆನ್ನಗಾನೆ ಮೀಗೆ ತುರೊಂ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಕೊರವನು ಮುಳಿ ಮುದ್ದತುಗೆ ತೆರೆಗ ಫುರುತಮ ಫಹಾರ ಕೆಸನೀಯ ಸಟಾನ್ಗೆ ಹಂದು ಟೈಟನ್ಗ ಉಫೆದನು ಹಿರಫೋಗೆ ಬಿಯ ತೂಫಾಂತ ಫೆನೊನೆ ಅದು ದುನಿಯೆಗೆ ವ್ಯಾಂಗ ಸ್ಪೀಡುವೆಸ್ ವನಿ ಇತುರುವೆ ವೆಯ್ಯ ಕೊನಿಗೆ ತೂಫಾಂತ ವನಿ ಇತುರುಫೆ ಇತುರೋಮಂದ ವೆಲಿಂಗಣಗ ಸಾಬೊಂ ಉಡುಮತಿ ಫರೋಯ್ ಆಫ್ರಿಕಾ ಏಷ್ಯಾ ಅಮೆರಿಕಾ ಅದು ಯುರೋಪ್ಗೆ ಏಕೆ ಹಿಸಾಬುತಕ ಹಿರಫೋಗೆ ಫೆತುರು ಫಾವಾ ವ್ಯಾ ದಾರುವಿಯೆ ಎಸ್ಟ್ರಾನಮಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಇಮ್ಕೆ ಡೆಪೆಟಾ ವಿದಾಳವ ಗೊತ್ತುಗ ಜುಪಿಟರ್ ಕೀವೆಸ್ ಮುಳಿ ದುನಿಯೆ ಅನ್ನ ಬದಲಗೆ ತೆರೆಗ ಒಯ್ ತರಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮಿಹಾರ್ ಜುಪಿಟರ್ಗೆ ರೆಕ್ಕುಲಾಗ ತಂತಂ ವಿಲಾತಕಗ ಮತಿನ್ ದನಿ ಪೆನ್ನ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿಂ ಬುನಾಗೊತಕ ಮಿಕಮಕಿ ಎಥರೀಗ ಫಿನಿಹೂನುಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರುವ ಕಮಗೆ ಇಶಾರಾತಗೆ ಥರಿತಗುಗೆ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮೈಕಲ್ ವಂ ವಿದಾಳುವ ಫದೈನ್ ಮೀನೆ ಕುರಿಂಗ್ ಎವ್ವೆಸ್ ಮಿಯನ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿಕಂ ಫೆನಿಫೈನ್ ನೋಯೆ ಅದು ದೇಹಾಸ್ ನೋವನಾಹಾರು ಫೆಶಿಗೆಂ ದೇಹಾಸ್ ದ್ವಿಹವನಾಹಾರ ಹಮ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗ ಉಫೆದನು ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬಡು ತೂಫಾನ್ ಕಮವ್ವ ಮಶೂರ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ರೆಡ್ ಸ್ಪೊಟರ್ಗಳಿಗೆಂ ವ್ಯಾಗ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ 10% ಇತುರುವೆ ಅದು ಇತುರೋಮಂಗಣ್ಣಯಿರು ಮಿಕಮಕಿ ಮೀಗೆ ಕುರಿಂಗ್ ಎಫ್ಎಸ್ ಮಿಯಕ ದೆಗೆ ಫಾವಾ ನೋವ ಕಮಗೆ ಅದು ಆದ ಹಿಲಾಫ ಬಾರುಗದ ವಿದುವರು ತವ್ವೆಸ್ವನಿ ಇತುರುವೆ ಮೀಗೆ ಇತುರೊಂ ಜುಪಿಟರ್ಗೆ ಹಂದು ಆಯೋಗ ಅದಫಾ ಪರುಬದ ತಗ್ಗವುಮಂಗೆ ಅದದು ವೆಸ್ವನಿ ಇತುರುವೆ ಮಾಸಕಿ ದುನಿಯೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಕ್ಯಾರಿಗವ ದುನಿಯೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಎಗ್ಗ ಥರಿಯೆ ಅದು ಮಾಸ್ಕ ಫಾಕಂ ಆಸ್ವನನು ಹುರಿಯಾ ಕಂಕಮಗೆ ತೆರೆಗ ಬಿಯ ಹಿರಫುಸ್ ತೂಫಾನಾಯ್ ಬೆಂಗಡ ಖಡಾಗನ್ ದಿವಮಾಯ್ ದಗಫಾನುಗ ಬಾರು ಇತುರುವಮಾಯ್ ಸಿಸ್ಮಿಕ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಇತುರುವಮಾಯ್ ಅದು ಗಣುಫೆನ್ ದಿಯಾವುಮಕಿ ಮಿಹಾರ ದುನಿಯೆಗಾವೆಸ್ ಹಿಂಗ ಮುಂದಾಕಂಕಮೆ ಮಾಸ್ ಹುಣುವಮಂ ಅನ್ನೈರು ಮಿಕನ್ ದಿಮಾವಣಿ ಕೀವೆತೋ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿನ್ನ ವಣಿ ಹೋದಂಗ್ ಒದಗುಫೆ ನಮವೆಸ್ ದುನಿಯೆ ಮಾಸ್ ಹುಣುವ ಮೆದುರೆವ ಸಬಬಕಿ ಇಸ್ ಸಬಬೆಕ್ ಕಮಶಾಯ್ ಮೀ ಇನ್ಸಾನುಗೆ ಹರಕಾತ ಎವ್ವೆಸ್ ಗುಣುಮೆ ಒಯ್ ಕಮೆನ್ ನೂಂ ಕಮ ಬೆಲವೆ ವೀನಸ್ ಎವ್ವೆಸ್ ಅನ್ನನಿ ಬದಲ್ತಗೆಂ ಅನ್ನ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ವೀನಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಓಬಿಟಾಗೆ ತಫಾಸ್ ಹಿಸಾಬ್ ದಕ್ಕ ಗೊತುಂ ದೇಹಾಸ್ ಹವನ ಹರುಂ ಫೆಶಿಗೆಂ ದೇಹಾಸ್ ಬಾರವನ ಹರ ಹಮಯ ವೀನಸ್ಗೆ ವ್ಯಾಗ ಬಾರು ಮಿನಿಗ ಗಡಿಯಕು 300 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರುಂ ಗಡಿಯಕು 400 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ ವನಿ ಇತುರುಫೆ ದಾದಿ ಫಹಕಾಜೆಂದೆಂವೆಸ್ ತರಿತಕಗೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿಂ ವನಿ ವೀನಸ್ಗೆ ಜಿಯೋಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಯ ಬೆಹಗತುಂ ವಾಹಕತಕ್ಕಾಫ ವೀನಸ್ಗೆ ಸರಹದುಗ ದಾದಿ ಫಾಂ ಹರಕಾತೆರವಿ ಚಿರಿಸ್ ಹೈಂ ಅಲಿಫಾಂ ಫರುಬದೆ ಆದೀರ ಸತಕಂ ವನಿ ದನಗರಫೆ ಜಿಯೋಲಜಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಲೊರೆಂಟ್ ಮೊಂಟೆಸಿ ವಿದಾಳುವ ಗೊತಕ ಬಲಮಿ ಜಮಾಂವಿ ಅಲಿಫಾಂ ಫರುಬದೆಯನ್ನು ಮಿ ಮಿಹಾರು ಹರಕತ್ತಿರುವ ಅಲಿಫಾಂ ಫರುಬದೆ ವೀನಸ್ ಫದೈನ್ ಮಿಹಾರು ವೆಸ್ ಗಿನ ಅಲಿಫಾಂ ಫರುಬದತ ದುನಿಯಾ ಹೇಳವಿ ಬಿಮುಗೆ ಎತೆರೆಗೆ ಮೆಗ್ಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ದನಿ ಇತುರುವ ಒನ್ನೆ ನವಾಯಸತೆಗೆ ನೋದಿಯ ಅವ್ವನ ಹೊರು ಡೋರಿಸ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ವನಿ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗೆ ಥರಿತಕುಗೆ ಎತೆರೆಯಾಯಿ ಇನ್ ತೂನು ಉಸ್ಗಣುತ ಸ್ಯಾಟಲೈಟ್ ತಕ ಫಾ ಕೊರವೆ ಯೂರಿ ಬಾಕಿಂಗೆ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಮಸಕ್ಕತುಗ ಬುಣವೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಗ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ ನುಫೂಸ್ ಫೋರ್ವನಿ ಬೇರೆ ಫುಶುಂ ಕಮಶಾಯ್ ಥರಿತಕ ದುನಿಯೆಗೆ ಮೂಸುಮ ಅನ್ನ ಬದೋತ ಎಫ್ಫಾರ ಅನ್ನ ಕಮ ಬೇರೆ ಫುಶುಂ ಕಮಶಾಯ್ ಥರಿತಕ ದುನಿಯೆಗೆ ಮೂಸುಮ ಅನ್ನ ಬದೋತ ಎಫ್ಫಾರ ಅನ್ನ ಕಮಶಾಯ್
ತೂಫಾನ್ ಉಸ್ಗಣುತ ಸ್ಯಾಟಲೈಟ್ ತಕ ಫಾ ಕೊರವೆ
Таким образом, мы видим...
Thus, we see that all planets with cores are now experiencing climatic changes and intensification of earthquakes and volcanoes. The planet's cores are coming into imbalance, which sets in motion the molten components within the planets. As a consequence of these processes, abnormal phenomena begin to occur in the atmospheres of the planets, while damages accumulate in the interior of the planets. Moreover, this happens even in the gas giants, despite...
Make either gas giant to gas mikan dimavani hardana korte kinetbon arbenna emme carigava planet kama masa balar mikan kama agule gutu trikin dirasa gutu be pudunga samalaka hodde debam benu 22 වනහරුගේ මේ මහුග 4 වන දුහ මාස්ක ෆස් මැග්නටිඩුගේ බාරමෙනුගා එහෙම planet එක මිහතන
Look at the
එම්මේ
model
බොඩ
of this earthquake
screen
on the screen. Seismologists studying earthquakes and quakes on Mars believe that
මාසාන බිංගලුන්ත දිරාසා කුරා seismologist කබුල් කුරා ගොතුගා seismic activity එකේ
just as it is happening on Earth now.
මාටියන් mental ga megma expect ko magsaw bandi bawa kamike mihar bimuga higa munda fada mege ton dehas 22 haru kuri dirasata ko maska hunna polar ice kepta ko dashuga liquid phenomenon sarhaduta ofide martin interior ga hunu kan ituru muga sabu ofide kam nishanta bani fenife duniya greenland antarctica
Since 1996 articles have begun to appear that documented changes on other planets. We noticed that the processes on the different planets were simultaneous. Some scientists believe that this is related to the influence of the sun on the climate. However, as we now see, changes on the other planets are being triggered from the interior. This has led us to the idea that the reason for this is more global than the problem of one planet. That is why we started conducting an interdisciplinary research in climate change and geodynamics, and we saw that the reason for the changes lies outside of our planet.
albanne pennu beduta anna medveri wasawteke alumnenge amplantuge beruga ehbema ituru munda karisata furema tasvir denigatmatuga ehe muhimma kame hama kurinje ei algonmenge bima iruga nizamuga ehni planetauga was cycle okodimawa karisata geological data tafsil analysis sakun dakka gotuga barhas aharu kuribes algonmenge planet biharus annani ituru rama anna fadan rakkatin baduteki ekama gule video
Nihar algonu menna fenna badaltan aswawani mega gaganaka barahas arupurin kurimati vikarisaga baruganuka korinne e hadisataka kiyani electrode oscillation na ege founding young dryas glaciation ne mege barahas asate karu kurin duniyege finihonu me 100 degree celsius avara machchadiyi madu ahartake terege kina ishita kulleka giri adi duniyege ufadigen ai full ice age kunne eru kanu galonu kanu warabbadan ufuluma eku femboduma ehni hen gudurati karisata vesinga fave gulf stream eru huttifa oti medu vesinga mun anafadainne University of Kansas ke science waring oda fawa gotuga mige gaganaka barahas asate karu kurin moli planet ke bimuge dihaba kola ebba foruwe waruga bodu alifanaga hadesai bimugawani hingafai ehen science waring oda fawa gotuga mige barahas aharu kurin Siberia-ga bodati alifanaga hadesa hingafave hamai fade meduwes nivwana leve waruge dina ehama bodati alifangana tabbimuga dani itu romanya satellite photo toge dirasa di macha binago science warin ma indifawa gotuga mige behind nota tera has aharu korige hanafas sahara taka ehnihen sarahattu takuga ufedunu emme bodu velige farubada takun young dryas ke duwaswaru vage barumin kuri minwaru angade adi medoswaruge terega hinga dia kuru duwaskolige terega ekkunefawa greenland ge ice core taga malumatay alaska ge dirasa takuga ves vage barumenu malumat nefave young dryas duwaswaru kangingi he miharwes duniya matiga hinga mundani hamai fada hadisa takeke fenna munda tufan taka barugada varoli taka embure varoli ginave muli city ta fanave ma hamawa tane mege barahas aharu kurin emburum badal veeru fahaga kurave bodati kudun take bemuga hinga mundiya radio carbon data iturun tahlil kuravani young dryas ke maramatu takungas nikan enge mege barahas aharu kurin hamaye muddatuga magnetic field wara bodu balgasheve pole shifted fudune eya nanki awuluni Gothenburg excursion ge namugai mihuriya kulli badala ki bimuge emme teriya anna adaya hilafu dagafanuge badal takuge sababun dimawa kamake kam fa koffa wani young dryas in science warin record koffa wa biya alifam farubada govuntuge malumatai hirafuhai kandufanuge korutuga jamawa fawa acid warege nishanta kunne holes holine ferno sediments ta tahlil kurumu mige teraha saharu kurin alifam farubade tuma duniyege eki kankorutuga ganufena magufahivi alifam farubada govun fahaga kureve young dryas ga kulliya ka hunu mafahu hama kulliya ka finikam ufadifave එහාදෙසාගේ සබබම්බොඩු සරහත තකුන් දිරුන් නැතිගෙන්දියගේ සයිබීරියාගේ උතුරුගේ උස්ෆස් කඩුගා හොරි අයිස් තකුගේ තැරින් තං හාස් ෆිනිෆාවා පොඩති එතායි එහෙනිහෙන් කුතිකොති දිරේතකි තිෆෙනිෆාවේ ඉන්සානුන්ගේ ආබාදී වර පොඩ දශක්කොස් ಕುರಿಗೆ ಇಸ್ಕೊಳೊಂದಿಗೂ ಇನ್ಸಾನುಂಗೆ ಆಬಾದಿ ನೆತಿಗೆಂದಿಯುಂವಸ್ ಹಿಮೆನೆ ಹೊರಿಹಾ ನುರಕ್ಕಾತರಿ ಹಾದಿಸಾಯಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಫಾವಾಣಿ ಮದು ಆರುತಕ್ಕೆ ಗೆದೆರೆಗೈ ಹೊರಿಹಾ ನುರಕ್ಕಾತರಿ ಹಾದಿಸಾಯಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಫಾವಾಣಿ ಮದು ಆರುತಕ್ಕೆ
ಸೆಮೆನಿಗೆದ್ದೆ ಬೆಹುರಿಯಾ ನುರಕ್ಕಾತರಿ ಹಾದಿಸಾಯಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಫಾವಾಣಿ ಮದು ಆರುತಕ್ಕೆ ಗೆದೆರೆ
Как вы видите,
as you can see, in the Younger Dryas, changes in the magnetic field began exactly as the ones happening now. Then there were catastrophic eruptions on the planet as a result of the magma ascent. During this period, 90% of the megafauna went extinct. There was a demographic catastrophe and humanity shrinked to 140,000 people. However, this time it will be much worse, and you will soon find out why. After analyzing the geologic data for the past 100,000 years, we have noticed that abrupt magnetic pole shifts occur with a certain periodicity. Have a look at the graph. You can see the time intervals when these pole shifts occurred. This happens approximately every 13,000 years. According to the geological evidence, during these periods, there was also a weakening of the magnetic field by 8-10 times. Let's recall that the same thing is happening today. Our magnetic field is weakening 10 times faster than in the last century. You and I already know that changes in the magnetic field do not occur by themselves. This is a result of changes in the planet's core. Thus, we see that every 12,000 years, for some reason, the motion of the Earth's core changes abruptly. And all of this happens due to the fact that there is something that cyclically causes sudden disturbances in the functioning of the core. Also, according to studies of ice cores, every 12,000 years there was an abnormal increase in volcanic activity. We already know that this is caused by the ascent of magma closer to the Earth's crust. And in the graph, you can see when such eruptions occurred. The size of circles reflects the size of the eruptions, and please pay your attention to the big red circles. They indicate that every 24,000 years, volcanic eruptions are more catastrophic. Such supervolcano eruptions wiped out almost all life on the planet. Archaeological evidence suggests that each time during these catastrophic eruptions, entire species of Homo sapiens almost died out. Taupo volcano in New Zealand erupted 24,000 years ago, and Elbrus erupted 48,000 years ago. Both of these volcanoes are already showing signs of abnormal activity these days. Last month alone, 700 earthquakes occurred in the area of Taupo. And 74,000 years ago, there was an eruption of the Tobo volcano. It was one of the largest eruptions on Earth over the past 25 million years. Archaeologists believe that only 2 to 10,000 people survived this catastrophe across the entire planet, which means that humankind was one step away from extinction.
It is important to note that every 12,000 years, the climate changes dramatically and average temperatures on the planet spike by 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. This is followed by catastrophic floods and natural disasters. Look at the graph. It shows that every 12,000 years, there is a sharp temperature spike. It is important to note that according to the ice core data, each time during the cycle, the CO2 concentration increases due to ocean heating. The same thing is happening now. CO2 is rising indeed, but it has nothing to do with human activity nowadays, just as it had nothing to do with it in previous times. We're now seeing a critical increase in climate disasters on Earth. That said, we know that the last time such changes in the core occurred was 12,000 years ago. The red arrow marks our time. As you can see, we are 12,000 years ahead from the previous peak. The traces of the cycle of catastrophes in the geological past of the planet have blurred the boundaries in time due to inaccuracy of the method of dating. And the further back in time, the greater this error becomes, and it can be thousands of years. However, cyclic cataclysms occur exactly every 12,000 years. Facts and dates are very stubborn things. So unfortunately, we are forced to state that we are just in for the next such cycle. A 12,000-year cycle of climatic catastrophes, which is overlapped by a more catastrophic 24,000-year cycle. So unfortunately, the worst case scenario awaits us. We can see that magma pressure is already building up. What does that tell you? You are smart people.
Embodimeni ko bahake tie smart mihun hagiyet macha binako andaza ta hedmuga warambol mulbai bikamun igeni bikamun igeni med dunia fenamunda musuma anna badata triti karsata ki american fashion kamsha adives karsai non kamsha hagigatuga hagigi karsauti kurishe adi algon menge mathematical model balar e war guy Kuriru Mariaco, their services are cycle Frederick and Diego, Algon, Hisabco Family, Adi Mihar, Kankan, Kurirmo, Annago, analyze cocaine.
You will hear about that.
Maralaka, Ekan Nimani, Kineto, Billy, then Eva Cardive. Namesco Bara Saharako, Algon Menge, plan to the Magan Asasa Karisata, cycle over the Sabiki Quebec video Valalo. साइंस फेयरिंग गबूल कुरा गतुगा मी एबरुन तक की गैलेक्सी की सिफे कमशाय दुनिया की एम्बुरमा की गैलेक्सी की एम्बुरमा गुड़िफावा एम्बुरमा कमश कोम में बारहा सहारकुं कायनातु की मेदुंग अन्न रेडिएशन का असर सोलर सिस्टम फोरा इरुग मच्चेस असर कुरे नवरसते का नोदिह अवनहर दुनिया की मेदु गुडमुग इतुरुं हदा इराय एहनियम प्लेनेट को मेदुगा बिस्वनी मी गुडुन तो रिकॉर्ड कुरेफे फाकंगास साइंस फेयरिंग वनी मौसम मियन बुड़ित बदलता सोलर सिस्टम का हुरिया प्लेनेट तक शाय सैटेलाइट तक रिकॉर्ड कुन फशाफ बुड़ित तूफान तकाय गदवा इतुरुमाय आदि खिलाफ फिनहुनु में इतुरुमाय अलिफाम फरबदाय दुनिया की एम्बुरुमुग हरकायत इतुरुवे इरगु हरकायत मदमुग सौबुन जब्बुम बेरुग बारुग दहकताय दोदिता दुनिया इतुरुवाकम मिहार फेन फशाफी साइंस फेयरिंग होदा फवागतुगा मीग बारहास फस्तेक हार कुरिन जब बेरुग मिफद बारुगद हकताग दोदितगु पोमे दुनिया अमाज वेफावे मीग इतुरुं कोमे बारहास आरकुं कायनातुग मेदुन्नेगे बारुगद कॉस्मिक हकते अलगुमेग प्लेनेट आदे बि बारुगद हकताग असर माइक्रो लेवल का उफेदी प्लेनेट के मेदुतरेग मसकता बदल गिनोमुग फुर्सत वरबुडे दुनिया बेरुग रेडिएशन के सबब बायोस्फीयर के दिरुमुग साइकिल तक हुरसले गस्तकुं कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड बेरुवा मिंबर इतुरुवायरु फेंगन तकाय कुलितकुं नुरकातिर गैस तक बैत बेर कुरे मिफारु मास फदान दुनिया विस मरफावा प्लेनेट का विदान तरगीग उफेदुन तकुं बेर कुरा विया मादा तक सबब अलगुन के दुनिया की दिफाई बारदनी हलाकुम कायनात के एम्बरुन तका गुली कोमे बारहा सहारकुं वद्दा बुड़ित उदगु तकुं प्लेनेट को बलिजेफावा जनवारता सलाम नुवेदाने कोमे सविसास आरकुं कायनातुक मिथुन सोलर सिस्टम अन्न रेडिएशन गायब मुंदायरु कारसाता ए बुरबसन रकातरी अलगुन में मिहार में दनी गा गुड़ में नतीजा आय हमेशा दुनिया एक एम में फौग आरत गुण मुंदायरु अलगुन में एगो तुगा तिबिजनम अलगुन में स्मिति भी एम में फौग आरत गुण मुंदायरु अलगुन में एगो तुगा तिबिजनम अलगुन में स्मिति भी मिति में कुछ
As you just heard in the video, the changes in the core are triggered by a cosmic impact that comes
video
from
में
the
हर
center
अरिफा
of the
फदान
universe.
को
Our planet is affected by this
दुनिया के
cosmic
मेदा अन्न
impact
बदलते
every
के
12,000
यूनिवर्स के मेदुं अन्न
24,000
कॉस्मिक
years.
इम्पैक्ट सब अन्न बदलते के को में बार हास हर सविसास आरकुं मी
The
कॉस्मिक
galaxy makes a complete
मी
revolution
कॉस्मिक असर
around its
अलगुन
axis
में
in
प्लेनेट कुरे
220 million years. This means that the 12,000-year cycle is not a cycle of a galaxy
साइकिल में
rotation.
हम मुद्दते लिबनी की
Is it
वीजे
possible that
गैलेक्सी
once
अगी
every 12,000 years we are
दूसरे
affected by
भी
some kind of
मिलियन हर
pulsar?
गुतरेगा एक
But there
एक्सिस
are
के
no
वशाया के
radiation
फुरहिम
sources along the path of our
फुरहिम
solar
इंग्ला
system
अबे इंगेनस
that
ते
would
गैलेक्सी
create such
माने की
high
बारह
energy
से हर
bursts
साइकिल
every
की
12,000
गैलेक्सी
or
गैलेक्टिक
24,000
रोटेशन के
years
साइकिल
that would
नोने
affect the course
कम में
of the
बारह से हर
planets.
को एफआर कम में बस बावते
This
के
suggests that we do not yet know very well
Pasaric Asar argument Kurmaki Baka Mihiji. Ehen Names argument solar system Magan Come Barahas Harno Service Harako. Me for the high energy Faragandan radiation Basuratene plant to court Asar Kuran Mikam Igan Galaxy Masak Kuragoi Adi Marangal Negakam Miasar over the Comes Consavaka Rito over the Swalaki. What about the Dirasa Kurefa was Swalaki? Ehen Names Come Barahas Harako. Iruge Nizama, what about Asrikura, Comet Service, Harako,
we only see the consequences of the impact of this energy,
solar system
resulting in changes in the core and catastrophes of a planetary scale. This impact of an extremely high energy, which causes significant changes in the microcosm. For example, between year 2003 and 2013, there occurred a critical decrease in the proton charge radius of the hydrogen atom by 4%. This constant was previously considered to be stable.
One of the hydrogen atom
this information does not mean anything.
Proton charge radius hydrogen sata what about the constant kurin stable constant come below by me on malumatic epis bahane and malumatic names egg bana denegan ginebek a birwir habraka bud hiddet kalu radiation
one more very important thing that we need to understand now. This technology has made it through the previous cycle, albeit with great losses, yet it made it through. This time, the thing will be much worse. Having summed up all signs of the climatic changes on Earth, we have found that today's event
Dunia and Mosma and Bazta Goria Nishan Kinamo argument and Fenoni made the Hadisata Kuriga cycle to Capri Ma Halikama Korea Dakam.
It was at the
Alunga Plata Mihal Megan da Cantata Korea cycle to Devan Marhalaga, Furta Marhalaga, argument Tajriba Koro Midani, Adi Mikamu Inkeni, Egg, Fahum, Dimava, Mosme Karsateki, Eta Gune Bodo. Adi Nurakati Karsa Takavana Kabai, Ekarsatacun Dunia Salaman, Dunia Salaman Wanaka.
The ecology of our planet.
Armiga planetary ecology, Hala Kolafa Wati, Hagigatuga egg,
anthropogenic factor that we will not be able to change in such a short period of time. All dates indicate the destructive processes are only getting worse. We have been told
and anthropogenic factor Mehuria Tari Takumbis Engeni Hala Kurumuge Marahalata Itura goes Halwe Manaka Mipa the Baluta Genna Ethan Has Are Nagan Kama Arven Angafa Ekamuk A Bekar Puriha Kamabis Mede were a bar Hikam Adi Sateka Harteriga Annan Kamal Lafa Kore Musma Anna Baduta Miharvis Anani Kama Science Peringa Bayanta Miharvis Penda my Allah Kurdano Varagina science wearing Kibaga Emihum Olwalagi Ghost Kama Horiha Kamabis
have been talking about this for a long time already.
Let us draw intermediate conclusions. We're now entering a more dangerous cycle of cataclysms of 24,000 years. In the meantime,
intermediate Nimantaka Nimal Hingase Savisas Aharu Karsataka Mibur and Rokatri Cycle Algorithm Mihar Ovano Midani Egaterega Plenty Ecology Marve Plenty 85 bar Balikashwagan Modie Midan Volga cycle the much of this no, the Names Karsataka Karsata Harvest, then a Kambodwa member to Roman Dimgaterega.
Please take a look at the seismic activity graph again, please. You can clearly see the exponential growth and uncontrolled exponential increase in the number of earthquakes. This progression has a mathematical pattern. So having calculated together with the best scientists, geologists, and analysts, we have modeled the progression in which earthquakes will accelerate in the future. And what we discovered was utterly terrifying. Why? Take a look for yourself. As you can see, the rate of increase in seismic activity is shocking. At
tiba
each
men fenuna
successive
kankamiki
stage,
wara birwari
the
kame
number of
ki beheje
earthquakes
amilla
increases 3
nafsa
times as
balala
much. The more earthquakes
Even
will
the Fenura
happen,
no one for the ancestry
the
activity it
the
was ready
magnitude
to
of
Harama
them
Kuran
will
become
increase
Jengi
more.
Anna come
And
Morola
by
gas Bengal Mug Adre
2028,
Ever
there will be
Tingunator Mikurir Muga
1,000
if I
destructive
were in high
earthquakes a
seat on
day
Libe
on
Amdani
Earth,
Iturijinum
whereas
M.
in
Mekamia we are very
2036,
vanity by
there will
Ekamuga
be over
Hita
a
make me
million
Algaming
earthquakes a year. Just think
common
about it. More than a
Algaming
million
Am Courier.
earthquakes a year. What is
Bengalunta
this
Anna Varaka
if
Bengal
not
Bar
our
Bodwan
end?
Adi Dihasa Shais Manaharu
Already in
Annam Bair Dunia
2028,
Dualak in
life will
house
be
Halaku
almost
Bengalunta
unbearable.
Annan Al Dihas
That's
Tiris
literally in
Havanaharu
6 years.
Aharako Million
Just
Kapurakina
think,
Bengaluk Annan
your
Visna
comfortable
Balasha
family
Aharako Million
life,
Kapurakina
your
Bengal
business,
Algon
your
Mega Nimun no
plans
Nama
will be
Miki
over
Konkamehi
in 6
Mihar West Dihasa
years.
Shais Manaharu
And in
Diri Olung
2036, the end of all humanity will come.
Me Hagigatuga Dihas Tiris Havanaharu Algon
Why
Ge
do
Mol
we use
Insani
an
to
exponential
Nimakana.
growth model in our calculations rather than a linear growth model as proponents of interpret
Global warming theory tied to Farata Kunkura for them linear growth model Baduga Algon Sabtoga exponential growth model Benum Kurani Kiving Hage Ehni Dunia Etriga Hingamunda Tapata Kantaka Algon Memsnala Mia the Algon Higa Musmik Harsa the Kia Halukamai Kuriermo and the Kantive from Ekije me Kia Halu Minica Huridane Etika Denigatmataka Sauce Panelaga
we can also take into account the inertia of the process.
Kirkun ma associate
Driving a passenger
Riko
car at a
Alakia
speed
Lidan
of
Frutam
20 kilometers per hour.
Manmanu Hune
The braking
Namis
distance will be 2
Hindikolega Terega
meters.
Kirhuna
But
Suspeno
if you're
Filagati.
driving at 80 kilometers per hour, the braking distance is more than 30 meters.
Durumiki
The same is
Tiris
true for the
meter
progression
of Bodu
of
Durumiraka
cataclysms.
Hama for the
The
Karsa
longer
Courier
we
Mavis
wait,
Hama
the
Egotere
greater will be the
Algon Mega
inertia as well as the braking
Kura Varaka
distance.
Jarasim
All of us
Ituro
in the world
breaking
are in one huge
distance
bus,
was
which is
Bodwa
speeding
the
up,
Dunia Tibi Eminibus
and ahead
Tibi Bar Speed
of us
Gaduba Fana
is an abyss.
Bodu Bahike Adi Tivanaming
It seems
Kurmatiga
to
Vani
everyone
Adigandik.
that we will break at the end,
Eminibus Hivani
but we
Emifahum
forget about the inertia.
Emifahum
If
break
we
Jahan
activate the
Jahan
mechanism
Hene
of counteraction to the cosmic impact
Jarasim
now,
Mati
and
Hadan
all the
Natal
effects on us stop
Cosmic
so that the
impact
planet begins to recover,
count
we'll have to endure many more years of cataclysms, and a lot of people.
if you will in Nalana mechanism
If we drag it out for another 5 years,
Algonmen
the
Kura
velocity
Huria
and
Hasari
progression
Hutijinum
of climatic
planet
events will increase greatly.
Iyada Kuram
It will
Fashaba
no longer
Itur
be
Eta
2
Aharege
meters or 2
Karsataka
years
Kurmetlan
of braking,
Jihidan Ita
but
Baik
much more.
Marwan Adi Itur
We
Fasahar
still have
Wande
time,
Mikam
but that time will be
Bear
paid
Kolepna
for
Mosme
with our
Hasatu
lives.
Halukama Kurirum Waraboda Iturugandar Ei Miharu
Our economies from various countries
एक गांव तो अलगन में इक्तिसादी माहिर बने कारसागे मिकुरियर में सब दुनिया की इक्तिसाद असर कुरान एक हिसाब को आदि कुरियर में ग्राफ मितन तेवे पुरना फिने वड़ा करना
It suggests that the collapse of the world economic system will happen as early as 2030. Already in 2030 year, the world's GDP will not be able to
الدنيا
cover
اقتصادي
all the
نظام
losses
فلوبين دان
from the climate.
دهاس تريس من هارو كوري كل كم إنجيك مهارو دهاس تريس من هارو الدنيا كي جي دي بي موسم مقصاب بون لبي هوري هاجل مكفوب ديني قط نونان حقيقة توقع مول الدنيا كورا بيفاري باقي هاي النوت هاتين هارو إنجنا دوهن هذا مهاسب فيشين process إتورا critical goes by
would have lived
algon mihara ade bani wara hitamre nimmo ka barhas argo cycle ego dire onam
with great losses.
da zibo gotu ga mikam uterega ole bodu agel maka eko am algon mege dire on kori kente on ekam ka algon mege mitibi savisa hargo cycle eka algon mege planet mege kuring ves e planet ke kuri gota medu misnalbung e moling halak ko ikam
Model which takes into account comprehensive data of how the
ad
processes
musmarna balituga
climate change
maralata
happen
mi kuriam
or
singafa wagota
how
mi
they are
haringa mun
happening
dagotuga
now
furiam data ta
is an
riya ko
understanding
algon
that
menga
the Earth
mathematical
is
model
smaller than
mas ke
80%
fat
of Mars.
dunia hinga
We have
annaka inge
calculated different variants of
events
events,
development ka tafat watrata
came
hisab
to
ko
the
algon men
conclusion that
nimmi mi
A,
haruge
even in the mildest
cycle ke
variant of the current
mlu
cycle,
very into ka abs
humanity
kadi
will die.
algon menga
And
mathematical
according to
model
our mathematical
bala
model,
mikan
this will happen
hingane
no later than
there's
2036.
there is hawana harwan 100 ara hame
Да.
Yes,
Lisa.
we're already experiencing bad times.
Ada algon
There
men
is an
miharus
economic crisis,
medeni nuba
geopolitical
doste
crisis, and
hurmatlam
many regions
iksadzi
of the planet
karisai
are truly on the brink of starvation.
geopolitical crisis
Large-scale
adi dunia
cataclysms
gwara gina
are
sarat to
underway,
hagigatu kasmiyat
scoring
banwa
droughts
unkum
in some
aseri
places
gosa
and terrible floods in others, hurricanes, tsunamis, and earthquakes. But just
bordi
imagine
karsa
what
dan
will
hingam
happen when
bay
the planet
tantanuga
is
honuga
almost
bisara
devoid of livable places
are
due to
batantanuga
earthquakes,
nurka de
when the
fembodo ma
largest
tufan to
portion of
kasuna
the
metuga
budget of
bingilunta
all countries
eko
will be
bingilung sab
spent on
dirul
covering
me
losses
tantam
from
gagan
disasters.
ka nengir
Of
hori
course,
ha
living
gome
conditions will
budget bodu
critically
bay
deteriorate,
karsa
prices
to
for
gamli bay
everything will
gelunta
rise,
fobe
water
de
and
bar
food,
kharad
gas and
kharad
gasoline.
kurar dem
But
wan
in
gut kan
14
ham
years
yakin
from
dirul
now,
mag halat wara
nobody
bodu
will
dashal
need
dan komme
water, food,
HVS
gas, or
agoto ufule
gasoline, or
fena
anything at
kabote
all.
geti ge ha
Because
petrol
after what happens no
eko
later
miyadum
than
fish sadan go terega
2036,
efes mihe ka fena
no
kabote
one
ge cha ge ha
will
petrol
need
ben men no no te
anything.
go te
We
again
have
it has series
prepared
on
a
hara
detailed model of
for
events
no
that
higa
will happen
kanta
in
to
the
go ko
future,
ekaka bes
and now
efes
we're going to
ben men no
present it to you. We consider it our duty to report to you the seriousness of the situation in detail. We've deducted the scale of events based on the progression that we have been able to estimate from the increase in the number and strength of earthquakes. Further development of these events leads to the internal cracking of the Earth's crust. Through these cracks, magma will begin to rise in geometric progression you have seen in the graph. This will
kanuge
lead
mati
to
efes
microfractures in the crust in some
bodo
places,
faragen dan
which
itro
will
mundan
increase
mi
magmatic
komme
activity. And it will keep increasing even more until it provokes a large-scale rupture in the thinnest part of the crust, which is in the ocean. This is inevitable. There is a 99.9% probability that this rupture will occur in the area of the
Mariana
Mariana
Trench
Trench.
sarhaduga me faragan
This
de
is
me
where
fursa
deep
nuadi
focus
hen noy pan
earthquakes
9%
are
about
registered and
me
where the Earth's crust is
deep
the
focus
thinnest,
bengal on the
only 5
registry ko be me
kilometers.
fashala
At
mm
first, when a small amount of water
de
will
me
meet
go
magma,
fashala
magma will
tunika
break
hun
through
tanak
the
me
crust
furta
for the
meguma
first time.
kuda
It's
finger
slowly violently.
bal wahid meguma furta fahara
When we say
crust fara
that
gen kos
microexplosions will
bar
occur,
bar
we mean
gobalan
that, in fact,
then
each of these
nuclear
explosions is
bon
equivalent
gobal
to the explosion of dozens of nuclear bombs.
gobal ma
This will destroy the thin layer of the crust beneath the Mariana Trench. But the worst thing will happen next. And to understand what
Mariana
happens
Trench
next,
getene
we will
faragan
show you
dan
an experiment.
misista going to go sava moli dunia gaves borti bengalun take annan ekam dembani emmendu bagote
Видите, что
You
произошло?
see what happened when the water met red-hot metal? Now multiply it by 100 billion times.
ocean ko water molecule ta kulle ka kiki gen de mugo sava Mariana Trench ke
A
didurga
gigantic volume
oxygen
of magma from the magma plume
hydrogen
will
wara
rip
podu
the Mariana Trench in an instant.
pressure ga beru
Billions of cubic meters of water will meet billions of cubic meters of magma. Due to the sudden breakdown of ocean water molecules, oxygen and hydrogen will be released under tremendous pressure at the floor of the Mariana Trench. A huge explosion will happen. This explosion will be equivalent to thousands of times of the entire stockpile of nuclear weapons available on Earth. Under extreme pressure, the ocean won't just boil, it will explode. This will rise a huge column of steam mixed with dust. And under tremendous pressure, this gigantic column of steam will rush so high up that it will tear through the atmosphere. The atmosphere will curl up like a blanket and will be blown away by the solar wind, meaning our atmosphere will literally be swept away along with the entire water cover. Also, at the same time, this gigantic explosion will cause a powerful hydraulic impact directed inside our planet, because 11 kilometers of water in the Mariana Trench is an enormous
11
pressure
kilometer
at the
khenaki
point where the explosion
bongo
will take
balan
place.
hisab board pressure ka adi e pressure ek badlu ka hydraulic impact fenna plant ga melteria magma direct kura wara paru ga going to the wave hunnane kamasha eralta
This will lead to an
eralta
abrupt
fetri
expansion of
gandana
magma
kamasha
in
mikam
all
go sob
directions by
ituru
factor of 10.
ituru
That means that there will be 10 times more
fashalta
magma. This will literally tear the
ufeti
planet
gandana
from
kamasha
the
mikam go
inside.
sob the
Such an
dihe
impact, magma will
factor
behave
ko
like a gaseous
horiha di malakam
substance.
megma
All
kulle
volcanoes, cracks,
fulawigende
ruptures,
ei
all
dihe
boundaries
gona
of
ituru
lithospheric
megma
plates will burst and
mikam go
erupt
sob mikam go sob
simultaneously. The
planet
Earth
ga
will
itere
be
fulawigandana
flooded
me
with lava flows,
me
just
fada
like
asra
as
ay
it
megma
happened
amal
on
quran
Mars.
gas madda fadan horiha alifan farbut ka
Naturally,
falaga
due to the
dima
impact, the inner core will bounce
falagen
away
dima
and
to
the motion of the outer core will stop. Our planet will die. This process will take only a few minutes. Due to the stopping of the core, the electromagnetic
Sama
field
itere
of our planet will disappear
dihe
and the
beruk ta
gravitational
harkat
field
hoti
will
gendane
feel
algon
almost
mega planet
completely
marwan
gone.
me
Then all the
masakata nagane
satellites
mad
will
minute
pull
ko
from the
kor
near Earth
hota
orbit,
lumego sab algon menge
including
algon mega
the
planet
moon.
ge
If the moon
electromagnetic field geldi gravitational field
is over
ga
the
gana ka mulki
eastern
mitigen dan
hemisphere,
ehin ka mehoria satellite
it will be
vette
thrown away
vetteni
by
kare
explosion
atu
and it
obitna
will be
egtere ga
attracted by
hadu
the
semina
sun. And if the moon is
irmati
over the
hemisphere
western
matiga
hemisphere,
hando otas
it will
gomago
fall
sobang
to
na
Earth the
ella
moment the
la iruga
gravitational
alikan
field is lost.
annane adi hunung hemisphere matiga hadu
But
hurejna gravitational field
humans
gellono
will
hindu
no
e
longer
hadu
be
bima
threatened
betten
by this,
ehen nama bes algon men
because as a
insanu na
consequence
mikam
of
gon
these
rakale
events,
den nonan
we
sabeke
as
mikam natija
humanity
goto
will
insaniyat
already
haysiyatum
cease
algon
to
mihares
exist
moleneti hinga
completely.
tanati
Данная математическая
What
модель
this mathematical model
mathematical
is
model
saying
me
is
bonani
that if the destruction process is slow enough and there are no other factors to trigger its acceleration, then everything we're talking about will
me model
happen
me
in October
mathematical model me bonani halak mag
2036.
marhala ya laswe ege acceleration
Вы видите
trigger
перед
kurana
глазами
ehen sabe
таймер.
ne
Before your
algon me
eyes,
medeka
you see a
horiha kam
timer
hingani
that
dehas
counts
tiri
down
sana
to the
aroge
time
october
when the
mahutri
planet, as a living
tiba
planet
lolo
inhabited
kurimati ga
by
fenani
life, will no longer be
dirunta
able to exist.
ulemu
And
anna
that's
dire
again
planet
provided
gotu ga
that there are
planet
no
mihar nuhunna
provoking
no
factors
baguta
before
hame
that.
guna
This
midani
could be a
guna
meteorite fall, a
adi
nuclear bomb
anikas
explosion,
ekuring
an
hebor
increase in
de
the
ebes
displacement
kamenne
of the
mi
core, or a supervolcano eruption. Right now, the threat of nuclear
nuclear
war is being
go
enforced all over the
korge
world. With all
displacement
responsibility, we can
ekru
say that a
no
nuclear war at this
super
time will
volcano go
accelerate the apocalypse. It will cause
mego de dunia ka
irreparable
ves
damage.
nuclear hangura
It
maga
will kill
raka
the
dani
economy
majburu men
altogether
horiha
and
zima
contribute
ka
to the
go argon men
destabilization of
bunde bidan
processes
bidan
within
ka
the core,
nuclear hangura
accelerating
mai
them.
kun
Will just hasten our doomsday. This is not a solution.
halu
This is utter
yad no kure waru
foolishness.
gelle melli
We're
iksadu ga
depriving
muli maru
ourselves from the last time we could do something.
maganda
Now is
hori
not the time to be divided and
mi horiha
fight. It is
masakitiga
the time to
halu boli
unite and deal
ekan
with
ka halu
more
egen
global
dan
issues than geopolitical disagreements.
amakajon tumnas
We live
kalange
in a time
adabu
when the
dos
survival
awskura
of
wa
all
husime
humanity
mi
must
halle
take
none
precedence
mi
over
mole
the private
moye kamke
interests of
emme pahon
certain countries.
kame kure wijina amil nafs gelluni
Why did we
yego
publish
baba
these
hanguran
figures
kuram bi
and for this
baguteno
before?
mi
Why wasn't this included in our report,
em
which was
gulim
published
guligem
8 years ago?
banu mi gotam ole
Because
mi
we had to verify and recalculate everything. And to our great regret, all the events that took place during this time confirmed our model, turning it into an axiom. The most disturbing indicator, which prompted us to talk about the dates now, is the growth of defocused earthquakes. We've seen that the processes are moving to the finish line, and that is scary. The process is accelerating. We know very well that the area of the Mariana Trench is a subduction zone, meaning the area where the plate is crawling under another plate. But the reason we have depicted the 3D model of the Mariana Trench in this way is because the lower plate is already being dissolved by magma right now. Many plates are now being eroded from the bottom. They're being dissolved by molten
mi har waragina
magma,
planet
which is rising
tiri
in the core
giremundaru mental boundary of the king. Anna Girafawa
Why do we say that the
Megmaing
plate is being dissolved so quickly?
a plate
Look
than
how quickly the
Halakum.
red-hot deep magma has been making its way up
Yeah,
over the past few years. Recall the infusion of
Kiralani
magma in the
Girigan Dani
Bracefield Strait
Bunani
off the
Kivega
coast of
Hinge
the
Fight
Antarctic.
Artauga
It is
Rang
also
Hun
shocking to learn
Adi
how quickly
Funa
a new
Megma
volcano
Kiha
appeared
Avaka
near the
Ofaligan
island of
Dieto
Mayotte
Balash
off the coast of
Antarctica
Africa
Aseri
in May
Person
2019.
Bracefield
means that
Kandolia
processes
Megma
inside the Earth
Vadifawakan
that used to
Ahdan
take
Kurash
millions of years
Adi
now
has
occur in matter
Adi has Nawara Hanruga Memhoga
Why
Memog
do we
Africa
say
Aseri
there will
Pashuga
be an explosion of magma
Moyote
at the
Jazira
bottom
Karim
of the Mariana
Alifa
Trench,
Farbate
despite the fact
Fenoni
that
Kia
there is such a
Avaka
huge pressure
Engmaki
of the
Ves
water
Haran
column?
Kuren Kamiki Egmaniki
Because the
Kuring 8
magma
million
that
Hari
ascends
Hede
from the depth
Bimuga
is much
Eterega
hotter
Hinga
and has different
Praise the
chemical composition than the
Mihar Madu
magma that
Masa
normally
Eterega
comes out
Hingani
in the underwater eruptions. What is more, the explosion will occur exactly because it will be squeezed in the depth of both by the pressure of the magma and the water column. Water is seeping through the cracks and meet the magma. Therefore, an explosion in the enclosed
Any
system
Adara
will be
Megmaki
many
or
times
Hona
more
de
powerful
Kanduga
than
Diga
the
Amu
explosion
Kopi de
that
Megma
occur
Kubra
in the
Tafat
closed
Chemical
system.
Klimba Megma Kame
In
Hime
this case,
Megma
comparing these
Fenwage
explosions to an
Economic
underwater
Pressure
volcanic
Sobong Adiet
eruptions is like comparing
Tirivanati
a billion cubic meters of
Goane
magma to a
Megma
teaspoon
Badal
of lava.
Kuram Fartuga Terem
The
Fem
difference
Badigi
is substantial, and the conditions are
Fem
different.
Badigi in the Hembima Bandukure
But
Fawa
actually,
and Taniga
we as
Gomaki
humanity
Holy
do not
Fawa
need to concentrate
Tanuga
on the
of the
moment
Gonta
of
Kabure
hydraulic
Etagune
impact to
Baruga
clear the
Dimbane
space.
Migoto
It
Migoma
does not
Kandadiga
matter
Alifam
whether
Farbade
there will be an
Goma
explosion or not.
Ala Kemiki
None of us
billion
will live to
cubic
see it.
meter
We as
Megma
humanity will die
Samsa
much earlier
Lava Ever
because
Kurumaka
of our
Tafatiki
foolishness
Warabur Tafati
in
Kamsha
humanity.
Sharuta Vestafat.
We do have 14 years, but
Eko Hagigatu
2036
Insani
is the end.
Haisi Dias
The last
Tiris
point
Havana
at which
Haruga
the Earth will turn
hydraulic
to the state
impact
of Mars.
Vaguta Samalkandin
Until the
Jay
day of hydraulic impact,
they can
what lies
Bomi
ahead of us
Govalis Nota
are
Nokurias
stratovolcanic
Argon Tering
eruptions,
Ekakos
as well as
Emazur Balan
supertyphoons
didn't know
that will sweep
Insani
away
to
not
I
just
see
cities,
Yatum
but entire
Argon Menge
continents.
Moikama Lansani
Right now,
Kamugo
this
Sabum
seems
Argon
like a fantasy.
Makuri Marwan
We have
Argon
been
Nasad
saying
Haru
for a long time
Ebe
that typhoons
Ekamako
will make a
they are
landfall
serious on
and pick
Haruki
up speed,
Nume M
although
Fog Hisaba
it is
Dunia
impossible.
Mass
It contradicts
State
physics.
Embryon hydraulic
10 years ago,
impact Kura
they did not believe
Haji
us.
Argon Menge
But
Kurimatiga
now,
Oti
we are already seeing it. Today, a typhoon, as it comes to the land, gains momentum.
Volcanic Gountakai Super
According to our
Typhoon Tago Sabum
calculations,
Hama
there is
Ikani
another area where a
City Tago
magma
Ituno
outburst
Muli
could occur.
continent the best
It's the
full
area
can
of
dare
an extremely
Meogo to
low
Hivani
geoid
fantasy.
anomaly in the Indian Ocean. In this
Misra
area,
Duga co-mental boundary Gina the red hot magma of the Etantam base Farage Hingadan creative society channel for Vagutum Bay Mahabjay Power Banua Mashmarato discussion ga Mimaudu Ofulan.
Also, at the international discussions, you will learn why
Meter
Mars,
Banova
once a living
Mashratuga Kurin
planet
Job
with an
Countertuka
atmosphere,
Gaskage
and
Huri
vegetation died because of
Planet
hydraulic
Kamaga
impact
Mas
during
Marvi
a
Bar
12,000
Hasaru
year cycle of cataclysm.
Karisai Terega hydraulic
We have
impact
more information,
Sabunkange.
but we haven't presented it today.
Ito malumat lipa vinamis
Why
mina
not?
malumat usara ven
We can talk about all the
nuane
facts for days.
ki nuane
We did not use our own measurement in this report
vi
because this
ito
data has
dwa
not been
bande
published
horiya
anywhere,
hagigite ki aga dekken
and we do not
algun
want
meng
anyone to
me
get the
report
false
ga algun
impression
meng
that we're
amilla
trying to manipulate
mingurta
anyone's
benun
opinion.
nokurani me data
For
adivis
these reasons,
adi
we are
epistan tani ka
currently
shahar ko
focusing
panuati
only
adi epis
on the
mi
information
ga
that is
khayal
available in public
olwal
sources.
masake kura kamge dog
You can study
impression
these
epis
materials for
paratuka
yourself. Even a person
algun me
without higher
algun
education
benu nuati
that are
din
genius
algun benu
will
nuati
be able
this
to
of
do their
trika algun me
calculation
mi
and
har
come to the
focus
same
karo mi
conclusion
gendani
that we come
hamay
to.
kani am wasile takun libeng hore
There was no
معلومات
other
بتجد
researcher
عامل لها
in the
دراسة
world
كره
that
بدان
has
متي
looked at the
تعليمي
climate
نمي هيك
problems
بس
so comprehensively
جينيس
from all
نو
angles,
امي هنك حساب
and
تا
we've been doing
هذا
this for a
أرجو
long
منا
time now,
أفضل
thanks to thousands of volunteers, experts, and kind-hearted people. Why have other scientists failed to find what we have found? Everyone is looking from one side. you ask a
argument na fenuno
volcanologist
eche
whether he
hodumaga
knows
hen sensperin
anything about
fail mi
magnetic field,
kibegin hije
he will
emme bes
answer
balani
that he
e
does
faratun
not.
ikenye magnetic field behe
Seismologists
gotun
choose
efis
only
eche
one database as
egeto
a source of information and completely
volcanologist
ignore
swal ko fina
all the
jawab deni
databases.
ena nokura kamakas
It is not in their
seismologist
task to see
malumat
what the
for ko
overall
de
picture looks like.
wasilate gotu
They're
ikhtiyar kurani
searching only
emme
within their
database
own
kamasha
country.
horiya database muli e
In
malu
our
wakam
research, we
muli
apply an
tasvir fina
international
nikine
and
to velma kibes
interdisciplinary
emi
approach.
hunge masakkate no
Thanks to
emi
this,
hun
we
hod
can see
emi hun
the whole
hodani
picture.
hame ikane emi hunge gaum
And now
guteriga algon
you can
menge
see it too.
dirasa to algon me benu korani banal go ami adi interdisciplinary approach meka mugo sabab
We
muli
would be the
tasvir fina
first to
hona
rejoice if we're wrong about our
algon
model.
model
But
medo
unfortunately,
gos
the further
pejina
we
emme
studied the
furatama ofa
question,
kurani
the
ahar
more we
ahar
became
ben
convinced of the
name sitame
inevitability
ke
of the
swalu ituro
catastrophe, and the
dirasa
more we were
kuri
thinking
waragina
about how to
kadisa
stop it. We've been
kadisa
looking for a solution, and we
lazim kan
found
algon
it.
minna yagin
To
kure una
date,
adi
we
ekan
know
hotu
that
an
the
egotu kan
energy that affects
bisna
our
mudira ahar
planet
minna
and leads
halle hodu
to the
muga masake kure
destabilization of its
magendi
core is
me
similar
da
to the
hame bis
kind of
algon minna
energy which
enge
allows
algon
the
minga planet
entangled
asar ko ege
particles
me
to
agando
communicate
halabal
with
kan
each
magpe ko
other,
de hakata ege
even when they are
ekhala
located at
hakata
different
ekuta
ends of the
hakata
galaxy.
ekam
We do know that it is not a neutrino or electromagnetic effect. It is something different, but we do understand that the energy of this cosmic radiation is of a
eko mi cosmic
visible
radiation
nature, which
hakata ege
means
jismani
that
bawati ge
it is
hakata ege
possible to affect it
algon minna bisne
the
ege
physical
mane ki
plane,
physical
for
plane
example, to
ga
weaken, to
ege
stop or
asar kurum
redirect it, and so
misalaka
on.
balikasha
But to carry out
hoto
any
nuwata
manipulation with it, we have to solve two
redirect
key
kurum
tasks.
for the kanka
First task
ehe
is to
name se
study
in
the nature
ebes
of
or
this cosmic
walme hingo
radiation, which
matuk
is
ga
beyond the limits
agando
of known
de masaka
physics. And
hallo kurang ebeje
second task
purta
is
masakati
to
inka
find a
pawa
source of
physics
energy
ke
equivalent or
minga no beru gawa
superior to
bi
this energy
cosmic
impact
radiation
coming
ba
from
te dirasa
space,
kuro de wona
and to
kamake
learn how to
ya
use
jabang
it,
anna mi hakata ga
use this
impact
energy in the
ebaruga
same
nuwata
way as
ebaruga
we
mate
use
hakata ga fasilita
electricity.
hoduma current ga
Only
benu
if we
kura
solve
fada mi
these two
hakata benu kura
problems
daskura mi
will be
de
able
masala
to
halu
counteract
kura
the
original cycle
cyclical
cosmic
cosmic
radiation
radiation
de kola
and
masake ko
stop
e
its
ga sabon algon
catastrophic
ga planet
effects
kura
on
ne de
our
wasarta hutu
planet.
bidan ade
Yes, we
ade
have
mi
already
hakata
been working
wasilita
on
dirasa ko
researching
masake
this
algon mi
even
harus kurum
energy source
anata
for
ita zamane
decades, and
ade
quite
bara
successfully.
kamyab
But
e
as
name
much
se
as we
algon mi
want
benu ba
to,
member
our
algon mi
capabilities are
gabil
not
kan
enough
ade na
to
jan
achieve
nukurebe
the desired
miha
result.
kuda
Within
dos kuda
such a
dega
narrow
ekan
time
kureveni
frame,
dunyege
this can be
eke
done only
kankoltoga
together with the true
dunyege eke
scientists from
kankoltoga
all over
hagege
the
science
world,
verina
with
ekuge
the scientific community.
Some people ask how science can
jogen
find your new energy source in
me
such a
akurun
short
butu
period,
terega
5
fahe
to 6
nuata
years,
ha
and
haru
learn how to
haru
use them.
terega
It
science
took us
science
6,000 years
hakata
to
wasilata
discover
hoda
electricity.
current
As for this new
current
kind of
hoda
energy,
has
according to our information,
haru haida
many
vejnama
closed
e
laboratories
wasile
are
venu
already
kuram
conducting
skuru veni
research in
kineto
this direction.
ba mihun swal kure
But I hasten to
mia
disappoint
bawatu
you
hakata
that,
balar
as of today,
algon men
they're
lipi
not
fawa
looking
malumata
for this
balar
energy
bantu
to
kure fawa
stabilize the core of our planet. All of the
gila
classified
laboratory to kom
elements
yahar
in this
wasika
field
mataga
are
dirasa ta
being
kuram
done solely for the purpose
نبس أرجون من تبي فرنا ما يسكول لنا أواس بقتي ميدك حالة بلار أرجون من قبلنا أرجع معنا هما كالمتك ميها أكتا أي بيفرنا هود نوجن دوات بدار كلاش بير هوريا كوريا نتي كوريا مندني هما يكني هكتا أوصيلة فتاعي الدولة نوتا أنا الدولة الدنيا جبارو أمريكا هود مك عسكري بينهم ميفتا بندق رفع engineering design بيرو توغا مسكي كورا سنت فرنكي إبس ميهكا نيجي باي دولتكو إكن consider كورني إميهنجي strategic بين بارو سابع إميهنجا هنر وركن عام كورمكي إميهن نفادا هوري كم كنوات
to unite the scientific potential to find a way out.
مشهور نوبل إنعام حاصل كرة فراتك هي هذا أم فراتك كاريرس تنبس دوها كوس أدوي فانوا برشستك به قطن بين باهون را تجربة بسلم مهارس أميهم كيباغ بهت.
As for those true scientists who will be able to do that, no one will give them. They're locked up like prisoners. And they will be there as long as our world society continues to live in a consumerism consumer
Balare gos
format.
emihun na de guiding padang emihun tibi bandu ko pa adi algon menge dunia ga mutama consumerist format ka de menga hindu emihun tiben baru kama nufuza wasilat ka emme muhim kama ki pawa daimi nasl format ehni komme dawlat bis beri kama ga rehoga e dawlat ga hakiki emme rangalu bisnu emme fawa gutai hame forwa ehme ma me masala ga hakiki aslaki mutama ga miharu ga format ka science spring ekati ganda ka anweveka ehem bima hakikati ko as algon me demiti beno wanya algon me ijtimai jamiya namuna mutama wara mutama
it will be impossible for
format
any one
algon
person
badlo
to
genanji
rule over billions. And it doesn't matter what this format will be called. What is important is the conditions it will create in society. Through many years
admi
of work
format
and
kitama baraka
extensive
kiyana
research,
name
we have
no
come up with
muhim
a
kama ke
model
mutama
which
ga
puts
ofide
human rights
sharut eta
called
harga
a
masakata
creative
fura
society.
daara ga korona dirasata gotere
The
insani
model of a
dirulma
creative society
iskande
or
model
such
algon me
conditions in
miwani
the world in
genestic
which
me model
we,
la
as
keni
humankind,
creative
will
society
finally be able to stop the
creative
competition
society ga
for
model ke
profit
dunia ga
and
mifada
power.
halata ga
And
obada
most importantly,
insaniyete ga
we'll be
haysiyatum
able to
emme
put
fahum
real
fada
genius scientists
baru
at
wadori
one
kan hutwa
table.
emme muhim kam ke
Only
hakiki
this will give
hakiki
humankind a
science
chance
system
to find,
emme
as
zika
soon as
beheten
possible,
halata ga
how
keno
to counteract
hama
this
ekan
cosmic
mikam ga
radiation
sabang
to
insan unna
stop the
me cosmic
destabilization of the
radiation ade
core
kola
and
masai
to stop the
kurane
growth of
godi ha
climate
sawa ka hodma
catastrophes. In a creative
akora
society, humanity gets a chance to survive.
creative society ka
And what's
insaniyete
more,
de mihrum ga
we
fursat
get
libe
a chance to
ehem
build
bima
a
algon min
unified
liben je fada
civilization,
ibama
as we should be,
tahzibe bina kurum ga fursat algon
so that
min
never
libeni
again
ehem
will
bima
humanity
aden do
face
hakos
such
insaniyeta
threats.
ay fadan rakale
The
e
creative
korimati
society
noane
is our real chance
creative
for
society
life.
ki dirun mag hagigi fursat
Представленном сегодня
In the
докладе
report presented today, you have heard the results of years of research conducted by a large interdisciplinary team of scientists from around the world. For more than 10 years together with a huge number of leading specialists, volunteers, and concerned experts, we have collected analytical data, cross-checked information, numbers, and facts. We conducted practical experiments and theoretical calculations, which later formed the basis of mathematical models and forecasts. It is a great honor for us today to speak the truth on behalf of such a huge international community of true scientists, which consists of the best representatives in their disciplines. We so much wish we could thank each of them personally and publicly, and simply say thank you for their tremendous selfless work for the good of all humanity. But unfortunately, today we will not be able to publicly thank most of them. There are several reasons for this. Unfortunately, some of those wonderful people, honorable scientists, are no longer with us today. Among them, there are those who were killed, some in strange circumstances because they tried to speak the truth about the climate, speaking the truth against a multi-billionaire dollar mafia. And it is because of such outrageous precedents that a majority of our scientific community is understandably forced to remain incognito for many years in order to preserve their lives, and not only. After all, many of them work for official science in laboratories and research centers around the world, and this allows them to have the opportunity to study the necessary materials, to have access to the equipment, to conduct the relevant developments, experiments, and research, which are crucial today for the salvation of humanity. Therefore, in order not to lose access to the necessary facilities, sensors, and laboratories, they are forced, due to the consumerist format, not to advertise their real views on the ongoing climate change, but to stick to the mainstream opinion. And sometimes they even have to publicly support the CO2 hypothesis and anthropogenic climate change, or even sign protocols that the climate is supposedly not changing. But all these people are not motivated by titles and salaries. They do not chase titles and recognition because they know very well that if nothing is done today, just a little bit of time will pass and humanity will soon have other things to worry about. Being decent, honest people, even though they may lose their jobs and income, they devote all their free time to verifying and developing the hypotheses presented in the report. Yes, the majority of our international scientific community who worked on this report cannot be present at today's forum. But today,
هذا
we
الوغ بين
have the
الوغامي
honor to
scientific
speak
community
the
gitereng
truth
mi
on
report
behalf of
masake kore
these
wigen gine bay
real
kamiyat forum ga
heroes.
bar we go
It is
noedan
thanks to
ekmo
them
kmiyat
that
algon
we
men
know
mi
this
libeni
truth today.
mi hagigi
It is
hero
thanks
inge
to
faraton
them
tedbas
that it
bun
can
mi
be
sharaf
heard today.
miyad algon
We
men mi
bow
hagigi
before these
enguni
true
ebe foruna
scientists
shukuru
whose
danno
work
mi
for
ado
all
ado
of
ebe
us and
ebe
in fact
algon
for
men
the whole
shukuru danno mi
humanity is
hagigi
a true
scientist ge
survival, true
kuribati ga algon men
salvation.
salan jahani
Yes,
algon
today we have
algon men
no right to
emmen
voice
nataka
their
adi mi
names.
hagigi to ga mol
Only in the
insaniyat
creative
taka algon men
society
hagigi dirul
will the
mataka
world
adi
be
mi
able
algon
to
men
know the
ebe
true
forun
heroes
nanke
who
ga
have
haggi
been
nonna
behind
mi
all this
horiya
research
diras
throughout
atege
all
fatu
these
ga tibi
years.
hagigi
The
hero
names
in
of the
dunia
true
gen
authors
creative
of the
society tere
hypotheses
mi aduga
presented in
report
today's
ga
report
oshala fa
will
wa
well
hypothesis
learn
ga
only in the
hagigi
creative
leonte
society,
hagigi
and you
leonte
will
ringe
be amazed
nanta algon
what
men na
famous
dasmani
names
American
you will
creative
hear
society
among
adi
them.
ege tereng te be fuluna e wen e mashhur nanta
Now,
ki ko te be fulo
we
hara
would
ba
like to
mi har
present
algon
an
mi ge oshala
excerpt
ben wani
from the video
Igor
Awakening with the
Mikhailovich
participation of Igor
Demimov
Mikhailovich
ge
Danilov.
baru maiko video.
We will no longer live like we used to. We will not go back to the peaceful world we had just a year ago. In the
Kuring
literal sense of the word. Yes,
kuring
a
ulun
year
kota
ago
ding
it
adin
was still
nule wen
bearable. A year ago
aring
it
ha
was still good.
aring ha amiga
But
aring
this
ha
year,
dos kuring algon minna
2022,
o
with the
suleveri
birth of
dunia
Christ,
emburi
has
no
changed a
anu
lot of
deven
things. We mentioned this 10 years ago,
no
that the
laksuga
year
managa ade
2022 would
mige
come,
aring ha
and
dos
you would
kuring
see
bes
it all.
ei ke
It
kure
came,
baruge
and a
kami
lot of people
mig
began
aring ha
to see
dos kuring bes
clearly.
ei ragalo kami
Yes, I
me kamako
agree. People began to
ne mi har
understand that something is wrong with the world.
mi har
That
ufam
for
hisab
decades,
fetchking
they
adihas
had been deceived.
bavis man hara
The
wani
theory
wara
of
gin
the
akanta tege
anthropogenic factor was
badle fa
imposed on
mige
them.
dewar ka
That
haro
sort
kuring
of
algon mi
no
mi
one
wa
would
ka
join
denemi
effort
dihas bavis man haro annar
down
tibe
a few
for na nehuri ha
factories,
kami fenan ekan
stop using,
ma gi gine me ka
let's
saf ko
say,
fenan ad algon mi
cars
gabul kure ne mista kunna
that
bislam
emit a lot
feruni
of carbon
duniya ga
dioxide, or do
kame
something
gos
else,
bijika eta
and
zamane
everything
bande
would improve. But it hasn't
all wala
improved.
fikin
And now a realization comes for many people that green energy has done much more harm to the environment than hydrocarbons usually do. This is true. And that there is
namesigan nagalo
nothing to
fenno
hope
adi
for, and
amako
most of all,
hydrocarbon
no
takabure
one to hope
fehi
for.
hakata
After
sabun
all,
tama
let's
witte
dig
ma bodo
deeper.
gelme libi
Since
fawakan mi har
1996,
gine
more
be
and
ka
more
ihsas
people
kurebe
have been
mi
involved in
hagigete
studying that
adi
very climate.
ummid kurane
So many
ebes kamen
scientists
netuma
have been
emme
involved in
nuba
this and are
gotaki
still
ummid
involved
kurane
now.
mi hekunatene
And how
emmi
many
ma
of those
mi
who
pro
wanted to
funko
tell the truth
visnalo ba hingas
came
nawase
out
no
and
de
started
hawan haro
speaking up?
fetching
Our
musin
friends,
dirasa tawga gine be
those
dani
scientists
harkatre
who
unne
worked with us,
mikamga war gine
how many
sense
of
very
them were killed?
bare mi haro se mikamga aga
Let me
shamil
pose
admi
a simple
hagige buna
question. It was actually
benu
those who
mi
lied
hinge
to
den kita
us and
kita mi hun
programmed
nok me
us
wah
so that
dak
others would not
feshe
even
algon
dare
men
to open their
rete algon
mouths
men
while
naik
they are
masay
stealing to
science
our
pring
money,
ege tere kita mi ham maru
hiding behind some
ade mi ga
myth
marali
of
ka
climate
khoji
change
wara ada
caused by
swal hagigi to ka sa
the
algon men na
anthropogenic
dugo da
factor
mi hum
that supposedly
aga hulum
carbon
ga hi pare bes
dioxide had
noli be
destroyed
gota
everything here.
program kuri mi hum
Warned people, God knows when.
pogenic factoring
It's
sab
true.
musum anna bay badali to fatu ga forigin
Didn't reveal
algon men
everything.
fasa
There
awaga
was a
naga
brief
mudani ko
report,
carbon dioxide
but
ga
we
sab
said,
me
people,
metanu ga
pay
huriya eche
attention
halaka be e kama belebe
because the
hama
amount
kasha
of
da
neutrinos
tin
coming
maskala
out of the
mista
ground
kunna
has increased.
inzar kure be me
It has
Allah
increased very
ay
significantly.
kongirak ay
Well, this
tede
indicates
horiya kame
that there,
ha me
inside our
makura be
planet, global changes have happened which cause a dysfunction of the core. And there begins what we have come to now. Back then, we were talking about this, and we were
alwan
laughed
mi
at.
haru mi aspamani kanka airways
Smart
e
couch
wahaka
critics
dakamu dieru
and absolutely
ahana
inept
hel
scientists
tawne etibe furuna
with big
egodaga
names
nawane
who are just
smart
like them told us, show us how you measure
couch
neutrinos.
critics adi
With
couch
what?
critics adi ebe furuna ke efada
Because in order to catch
boditi
those neutrinos,
nantake
nowadays
gengulu
there are
wara
powerful
naga bil science
installations,
verin
huge ones,
argument
so
ne dene
everything
bi
is not
etibe
that
furun
easy for them,
neutro
but not for us.
neutrino
Those people who worked with us
minekuru bi go
for
argument
many
dakawashi
years are much smarter than these couch critics and pseudoscientists who are very popular in the world. And we did have such a capability. We had, shall we say, compact detectors, making it possible to detect
mas
those very neutrinos
adi ebada
quantitatively and qualitatively.
gabili kame algun menge kibaga ebahut algun menge bunat compact detector ta ebahut ei
Spoke
wara
up that it
me
was true, and he's no longer with us because he opened his mouth and wanted to tell to scientifically
neutrino ta
substantiate, to
membara
refute that criticism
qualitative
by
go
those
danigara mene
opportunists,
go algun menge emega arahmetri
and
wah
liars
deki
from
ei tete
science
kamasha e na
that he
miharu
paid for it with
ahna
his
ekuga
life.
noleni
Meanwhile,
aga
he was the
hulu
one of the
scientific
inventors
gotum sabit ko den
of this
science
very
e fursat
portable neutrino detector.
science e fursat
And he
very
was
na
one of those
hile hi de farat
who
ga dogo
walked
da
many
farat ko
miles
ge
carrying
e farik dogo kurma bunam
And
beno nuati kamar
the fact
adi kam mi agu
the scientific fact was established
ikam agu
that
purana ada
neutrinos in
kura
huge quantities
kura be e
began
na
to emit
aki
from our planet.
ora
This is really the fact. And now it has been already
enaki
confirmed
portable
by other scientists
neutrino
too.
detector
This has
of
been
the
public
fara
information
adi
in recent
hifagin
years.
etan mele higa fadi mi hungi teriga ena himin himni ke adi scientific hagiga
Has the world scientific community been doing all these years? It has been diverting people's attention from the real causes of climate change by offering them
meripota
false
huriha
theories.
mawlimatu ko algona goti emswali dunia scientific mitwa mi huriha hartagi bande kurama ai kon kame mosma an baldutu hagigi sababa medu raitum samalu kan hindimalu ko watalani dogu theory ko sharaganne anthropogenic carbon dioxide ki theory efratu ka science weringe ek group etibe e akhlafa ehem bay bunumdiye mosma epis badle nana ko ehem names mosma an baldutu ituro mandakan miyadu MNMS fenang about hinkamu amile nafsa hingama jehum de masake kura gina bayako dogu theory ta olwale ekamaku
is already worried. What populist scientists
harki wara bara dakafa harikamasha MMS miharustibi kambodo efe populist scientist to andaza kore kantata miyadu hingamu midani ahanna bis adefa duni miharune adi mihar musman rakati
Let's walk through this.
rakati kamed algon me nimmen jeheni wara furiyam nimme tartiba migan hinga
During this time,
lama hinga algon men miyati wara boda step hartike me dandu waluga algon menge apnetuge magan alabode musuma anna karisatuga magwa radiation tuka dekola masake kurevene agote hodenje science perina radiation bawat nege egmane ke merakatri nurakala idikola adus difau evene gote nekka insanati ga haisiyata mehar algon men komme hen kurenje masakete furatama kamaki cosmic cosmic radiation about the diratakurum devana kamiki jab anna radiation eburga nota eburga ragalu hakataga wasilata hodime
superior to the radiation coming from space to counteract it.
මෙමසලත හල්ලු කුරුමටක දුනියගේ එක කංකෝර්තවග බන්දු කරේපාව ලෙබෝටරිතවග බහට්ට ගාබිල සයින්ස්වරින් බේනුවේ මිසයින්ස්වරින් අල්ගොන් මෙන්න බේනුවා හකත දිරාසකුරායරු එමිහුන්න එකන් කුරණී හම එකනි ආවත්තරු හතියාරු ෆෙතුම් මිසයින්ස්වරින් දවලතික අස්කරී ಭಾರತ ಕಶವರಕೊದ್ದೇತಿ ಎ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕಂ ಏಕಂಕಂ ಅದು ಕೊನ್ನುಲ ಅಲ್ಗೊಂಡು ಮೆನ್ನ ದಿಮಾವ ಮಸಲತ ಹಲ್ಲು ಕುರಂಬಿ ವಗುತಕಿ ನುರಕ್ಕಾತರಿಗೊತಂ ಕುರು ಅದು ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಫಹಿಮತ ಆಹಾರ ಕಮಬಾತಿ ಮಸಲತಗ ಕುನುಮೆತ್ಲೆವೇನಿ ಮುಳಿ ದುನಿಯೆ ಗಾಬಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿಂಗೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಗಾಬಲಕ ಎಕ್ಕುರೆವಿಗೆ ಮೀಡಿಯಾಗ ಅಲ್ಗೊಂಡು ಮೆನ್ನ ವರ ಗಿನ ಅಡುವೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಹಿಲೆ ಎಹಿಯ ಲಗಬ್ತ argument memasala hallu kuraka ehi nuan
will not help us solve this problem. Even if countries agreed on any scientific cooperation in this area today, we would end up with grant eaters, plagiarists, and opportunists sitting at this table.
Image wanted to be dawlatu ka member scientists do konulate megotu
right now the power of a few
megotu billionaire vure madu bayge bar american oingiru emme fahu waguta jehinde bes emi hom hanguram kurane wadaveri banduga fawa laboratory teuge specialist ton etantana genomiki nadirkan ei algon menge consumerist form it go sulut
What is the solution?
ekama halleki kobahe me science pering hatiyaru ufadan nujehe kama gaumutakum difawa nujehe kan khashabar koranje algon menge consumers form duga ei kureven kamenno ehem bema hagigi science pering minimum kureven hamekan gotiki metem format hanguramutan nokureven abadataka natale wigen dane natanaka badalu koru
real scientists around the world will have the
megotan duniya mosama kurimente fawa nuraka hallu kuruma duniya hagigi science peringe purihama samalukan dinumuga furusul lebigenda
as soon as possible
adi wagutu kuda tambamu mikam bihasa avahaka ihsas
10 years ago when the situation
මේක දිහාර කුරේ මොසුමා ඒගේ කුරේර්මග حالت අල්ගොන් මෙන්න ෆෙන්න ෆෙෂමුම් මුතමග ෆෝමට බේනු බාක අල්ගොන් මෙන්න ihsas කුරේ අද මේකමග සබ දුනිය ගස් බදල්තක අන්නා නිති මුතම සලාමත රකාතරීග කෂබර කොද්දේ හොරියා කමක integrated ගොතික විශ්නගේ බිජි ගුලිපා ගොතික විශ්නගේ බිජි ඉන්සානියතුගේ හොරියා ගෝස් take ganamataga duniyaga tarihi tarjibata dirasa karam algon menna visnunu maganu kamake mitamaga namuna aki horiha raitunga beenunta fudde je modale ehme insaniyata haysiyatun algon menna miha ruwes fude baraka hanguramaka iksadi karisataka karisa masalataga hanguramataga teriga mevani gospa ad mihuriha kame bes eta has are banding nuba washagan takraro munde ehembema mutamago format badlu genesno e harukash badlaka wanje adi ei harudana badlaka wanje adi horiya rayutam dirulumge halat emme furihemago to
experts from all over the world
badluanche wede dihar teriga duniya ek kutuga volunteer onna tajriba karuna gulike duniya ek kutuga fula dairaga electrical masakata ijtimai gina savate kurefa algon men sate gaddiya ahara pure gina gaum muga eta million by saveko interview tuga consultation ta hada ek idara tuga tajriba karuna ko ban logo round table to conference the Korean conclude tin mihunge beun te dirasa ko analyze ko matama horiha tamatis badal ko de working model algorithm wani ufada adi emme mohim kam ke mosme masala biha sawa ka hallu kur science very ekadi ganda ka bon ekkan kan hallu kur wen ko jesu right to cluster ka furtama analysis ke mache bina ko me model masake ko de tabu ufadana ei horiha right to bese kan rams ko de kam ke model algorithm ke creative society
but
adi
can be called
hama himme
differently.
algonmiga mi
It
lafz
is not the
benu qurana
name,
names
but
e
the
tafatu
essence of
gotuga
this
bunu
model,
danaka
which
mi
will help
namenno
us
mi
to
model
cope
mi
with the
aslaki
global
duniya
climate
musa anna
disasters.
karisata kun ara
In
agatuma
today's forum,
ehitirwede
we will look more
ehitirwede
closely at
ehitirwede
what
chigoto
this
benu kuru
model is.
medu
For
forum
now,
ga model ke
let's
kobatu
look
ne
at
mir
its
gatam balana
fundamental
meogoto
differences
abalar
from the
mitamaga
current
miharuga
format
formata
of
ega asasita
society.
tafatu
First,
balar
in the
higasha
creative society,
furta
the
makama ki
priority of
ofedanteri
everything
mutamega
is the
komme kama
life,
kabis
but
iskandini
not profit,
life
as we have it right now.
dirumna fada
Second, power will belong
noa
to the people
devana
and will
kama ki
not be
berikan
concentrated
onnani
in
ara idunga
one
amacha
hands of a
kamasha
single person or
miadu
a particular group
oi
of
fada
people.
baki ma
It
baigan
is,
wata baki
as we
baiga
see it
amacha
today,
barata no
these
horan kamasha
fundamental
mi asasi
principles
usuto go sab
forever
angura ma ga fursatu
preclude the
abada hutte
possibilities of war.
hagigatuga miyadu
Indeed,
midakini
today
emming
we're
de
talking
metumas
about the question of
emmen de metugo
everyone's
swal go wahag
survival.
ei
It is no
mihalo
longer a
hamri
question
junta
of
ka hanguram
conflicts
tawge
or wars.
swal no
The threat
nrakalaki
is
emming
over
macha
everyone,
emming
over
macha
everybody.
nrakale komme
Any
hangura
war
mai
can be stopped.
bes
We would be
hutani
thrilled to
ekan
do
kurmuge
so. But
ikhtiyaro
what is
me
happening
barakune
now with the climate,
ekamako
we can
mosuma
only
ek
stop
me
if
ar
we
hinge
build
unda
the
kandata
creative
algon men
society.
hutuwen creative society
Whether
binako
we like it
ruhunas
or not,
noruhunas ei
it is a
majbur
forced
fiol
measure
ehne hangura mata
because it is
abadus
the
natala
only
bandu kure
model
fawa
of society
laboratory
that
to gun science
forever
bearing
eliminates
minimum ko
wars, freeing
mezika
scientists from
olmag
closed
frusa dinmaki
laboratories
mutamaga
and
hamay kan model
allowing them
kamabati
to gather
natija
together
goto
at the
kure
same
dos kole
table.
giteriga
As
musuma
a
anna
result,
hinar
we
kamu
will find
ara
a way
gana mene
out of the
mage algon
climate
menna
crisis
fenan
as
algon menna miharu
in a short
mi
as
fenani hamay
possible
kan
time.
creative society
We
model
now see
algon
that
menna
only the model of the creative
insani
society
insanatiki
gives the humanity
diri
a real
hurmuge
chance
hagigi
to
fursat
survive.
libeta
Dr. Seema Manral Nagy, Director, Principal, Sanjeevani World School, Mumbai, Life and Happiness Coach. She is the Vice President of Rotary Club of Mumbai, West Coast, and Social Ambassador of Indian Development Foundation, as well as an awardee of the Nation Builder Award from Rotary. Dr. Nagy is associated with many educational and social organizations and contributes her time and efforts for the betterment of the educational system and society. She's an international speaker and is highly regarded in 7 countries. Dr. Nagy has been bestowed with many prestigious national and international awards. Her work has been recognized in the World Book of Records, UK, Asian World Records, and the Great Indian Book of Records in personal and professional categories. Welcome, Dr. Nagy. The floor is yours.
Is increasing day by day. Millions of people across the globe have already experienced the terror, being left on their own with the raging natural disaster, and millions have become climate refugees. The progression is gaining momentum. While we continue to argue about the causes, ignore the facts, or simply ignore everything that is happening. Friends, this is suicide. Yes, I understand that the flow of information bombarding each one of us today, it's very difficult to discern the grain of truth. But it is there. Today, we have all heard about the true causes of climate change. We have all heard about how many years we have left to unite all of our scientific potential. It is impossible to overstate how important this information is today. If you have any doubt, take it and calculate it yourself. Compare all the data and all the numbers that have been presented today. This is actually already happening. See for yourself that this is fact. We should have started to act long time ago. We Rotarians got acquainted with the report earlier. And thank you for giving it to us. We have had time to reconsider a lot of things. And now it is important to take action so that we have time to save all of us, all of humanity. If everyone else has any doubt, check it for yourself. I do understand that it's scary, but we at Rotary have faced challenges more than once, and this experience will help us now as well. Right now, we need unity and courage of all Rotarians more than ever. And then we will succeed because our strength and survival is only in unity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Negi. And we pass the floor to the next distinguished speaker, Mr. Marco Antonio Hernandez, President of the Rotary Club of Cordillera de Peñalolén from Chile.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Marco Antonio Hernandez Fuentes. I have the honor of being a president for the period from 2022 to 2023 of the Rotary Club, Cordillera de Peñalolén of Santiago de Chile. And today, we're working hard, focused on being successful in society and being its participants. I would love to complete and share the information with our club and with all people about this wonderful privilege that we have the opportunity to learn about today. It is called a creative society through which unity gains power, and it is fundamental. Thank you for this wonderful, unique chance to share with you my impressions after watching, listening, and enjoying the previous forum. A message to humanity. I have the opportunity to express my feelings about this and share this moment with you. In my life, I always try to help, participate, and get involved in the life of society, and I thought that it was enough. I always cared about helping those who were in need. But after I became familiar with this forum and following all the conversations, everything had changed. I felt needed. I felt like a person who had to do more. I had to step out of my comfort zone that I thought was a part of my life. I felt like I had to leave that comfort zone, and I really wanted to be able to share and express this new experience by learning and realizing that we don't have much time left in this world if we don't act, if we don't react. So I decided to react. I decided to express this feeling to my closest friends. And I shared with them the information about what will affect the whole world in the coming years. But it was my first knockout, so to speak. Indifference, doubts, and individualism. And very few people accepted what I shared. It made me think, it made me reflect on the fact that maybe not everyone is ready to carry the message to share something as you might think. I believe something needs to be done first. The message is very clear and specific, but it takes preparation. I feel that with this personal experience, you need to speak to people. Nothing impresses people better than respect and trust, and this is fundamental so that the idea of the creative society could be accepted without fear, without doubt, and could do its job. This society needs these kinds of values. It needs our trust. It needs our respect, and we're going to achieve that. That's why the tagline of this forum is Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity. That's the connecting link. To give trust, dissipate fear, and come out of the state of comfort that we're in. I think these three elements are fundamental. I appeal to everyone who sees and listens to us. There is no greater joy than the one you can experience when someone you invite says, "Yes, I will come." Thank you for this moment, for the opportunity to contribute to this tremendous work, experiment, project, and purpose that you are pursuing for a better world, for the opportunity to achieve it, not only for us, but for the next generations. The privileges that we have today and that we have to pass on to them. I believe that we are on another link in this green chain, and our only mission is to come together and work for the common good. And I believe that we cannot oppose such a monster as consumerism. And yet, we can overcome it by finding those who have a need for that. Always, always. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco Antonio, for your words of support to the Creative Society and for bringing people together, and for your profound understanding of
Creative
the danger
Society
in which we as humanity now find ourselves.
Marco Antonio Warabora Shukurdanama Adi Insanity Haisitum Argumena Amihar Kurimative Raka Takamidu Ati Vefuna Warabora Vismutaka.
No one doubts anymore that we are not in control of the climate. The year 2022 has been a year
Musum control argument Nekoma with Miharu Megshakanukura, the Asbarisona Harki, Ita Bayakahita Mary Are, Names Mikan, Hingamanda, holistic Tasvide, Rayatuna, Nofere, Mohim Mauduka, media and argument Samalakan Durkure. Case in Pakistan a million by Haluga Jahoneru, the media to Mirakatri, Hitamari Hadisa, Begotun.
How many tragic events you didn't know about? Why would you want to know that? Watch, and you will understand everything.
More and more climate disasters are happening all over the world every day.
After an earthquake killed
An earthquake killed a climate catastrophe. The news about them impress us, make us sad, or frighten us. But right away, there comes a thought that it happens somewhere far away, and it won't happen to me. But it seems like that only until it happens to you personally.
I don't know, I got really scared.
There was smoke and we started to suffocate.
Lost my friend in it.
I look in my mirror and I'm on fire.
We only had minutes to get out.
Anyone can become a victim of the ruthless climate Cerberus at the most unexpected moment. Why? We are going to show you the stories of people affected by climate disasters. There are millions like them around the world. As you listen to them, try to answer yourself a simple question. Will you be ready when the climate Cerberus comes to your home?
My name is Douglas Franklin Ryan,
Douglas
and
Franklin
I
Ryan,
Guinea Creek fire.
Ryan, Salam B.
We could see smoke over on the other side of the ridge.
Alifani Hadsai, Hanna Fenoni, using Anifaratuga, Dumaram data, Adi Ifara, Hivi, Dumagasur Hote, Dumage, Hudu, Vilata Feva, H. Nofene, Farbadag, Macha, Alifangal, Atwij, Adi Farbadag, Tiring, Emina Dimala, Adnamundi, Hagatuga, Arin Nore, Alifan Gandu. koruga ane faratu gotum adi forbidden forbidden fabagging amaking ma do kamaka nuanti hari kambadu then ahanda fenuni etanoge em faduga hori hotspot adi fumala kora fumala bafo magoje fumala fai tunanga defratuga alifando gendi ehme ba ahna hebi etanoge bagati 45 minute ekama hagigatuga ahanda libonu gaganaka haten not a minute.
Why have the fires in California been getting worse in recent years, burning more forests and towns and making it harder to put them out? In 95, there was a malfunction in our planet's core. Because of it, magma rises from the Earth's interior, boils, and extends in volume. Its pressure upon the Earth's crust grows. Along the faults in the crust, there occurs degassing, release of gases from the planet's interior, and this causes fires. California is located precisely in such a fault zone. The increase in fires there is an alarming sign. It means that magma is rising in that area.
The hurricane actually took a different trajectory than all hurricanes. It swerved to east and turned back to the south, which hurricanes usually don't do. In 1997, there was Paulina, a Category 5 hurricane. In fact, Agatha was here in this area. It was more devastating than Paulina.
hataru fasfoteri nege ahane barabara birugate ahare hekuri algonda hekuri afeng kododurum etere annane kama anna neguna hadana gote anna dani konta kam neguna horiya horiya dimala kumes fem wadegi indiye kale adi bere nokun irwes gabule nokuran eha kodo wagutu kodo terega kodo wagutu terega meha kodo kamiga dani kama adi kin algon elmes gabur kon beno bane algon salamat tibenaka ekam gagit keno mosma anna badlutuga asaru komme mihe kura kurana algon nawani mihar komme mihe kubes asaru kuram nidan
There was a fire on September 3rd. It started in the afternoon. You could see the smoke very far away. Then closer to the evening, everything just burned up in a blink of an eye.
The police officers were running into the houses and shouting, "Run for your lives as fast as you can. Save yourselves."
People were evacuated. There were buses, flotation workers, some evacuated in their own cars. Everybody evacuated as fast as they could. People grabbed things they could stuff in their cars and left.
My daughter grabbed me and her 4 children, put us in the car, and we drove off. A very large flame was coming. There was smoke. We began to suffocate. When I drove closer to my house,
are angin terfula harna nage hatru daring atuga hipage kara arbage adubage te warabara ifangade anam on die dungar mon die an newal la vision dia kare adubage res hare huri haram befe hare huri
anything like that. Not even a horror movie, to be honest.
We're going to keep living here. Plus, there's a forest, nature, and fresh air all around. It seems like yesterday, everything was there. Everything was good. And now, you're standing here and looking around, and there's nothing.
It was something that we were not even expecting.
e algonda ummidun kura kabe tibe furna niga daga nawane fada e lurga finike mi terega akam niga service kadir kuring fada huriya kame bes apurema den algonda me fembodo nitan
There was water all around us.
no electricity. We had nothing to eat or drink. We were alone.
Western fin current was current business and carnage business adi wechine hanna economy.
The most shocking we saw 4 to 5 children in one mother.
There was nothing to eat, only water, which we survived by drinking. Cattle were
Carnage in the American thing. Hanna salami be boimun film for the Kona Janavarus, Bada Hunukum Sabo, Maro Munje, Tebe from Kurmatiga or Manzariki, Algonminge, get a vintage Algonminge, the Holy
They're having floods before, but it was not expected that there will be so much flood this time.
You know, this devastating flood in Pakistan, it's a wake-up call not only to the Pakistan but to the world as well on the threats of climate change.
Pakistan का मेरे काते रिफेम बोर्ड में क्या हमें कने पाकिस्तान अन्नो मोड़ी दुनिया बेस मौसम अन्ना बदल तो मेरे काते का बेहद तुम हेलन तरके इतर बेगंदा कमे आदि मेरी कोड ब्रेकिंग वारे के सब को में गाँव में के बेस गेलो पाकिस्तान मौसम में बिसारे आधे खिलाफ बार वाले की बेगिंग है जो पाकिस्तान अलगन में अपने रोटेशन वारा बोर्ड हालो बेगिंग है जो मिका मुसाब मेगुमा बिमगे बनो फिशिंग सरहद दिमाला हरकत रिवा कमाए हरकत कमाए को फिलिकेंदे राइंग होन मेगमा क्लस्टर का बेगिना दका बेंगनो ऑफिस दुनिया के सब जगह पे बड़ो मकार साथ बनी कुल मतो ana umid no kurona ehme maal gonna mr gonna biru ganna gotene the
a lot. And what is next? Maybe it's going to be in F2 or F3. What's going to do then?
देख हदा निकले
I've never seen in my life like this earthquake. It was really long. We were really scared.
Arang ailag hatar mihek wani maruf miyad emihum awaldi mige ituro ga timag bar mihek wani ane nikti kam ga ihsas kureve aharin ga tuga ebis pasa hai baki nati
died and many people and many homes were destroyed until the end of the day it were
ete bek zaham me ete bek wani maruf adi gina gite ke zamani halak fe dos animende engha habur gina mihun ge furan ge li farste ke gina mihun zaham gete beti fa utuma basha ge mihun rumo halile mende angino na kudin adi ge tashe e ge trin gina me kon maru Afghanistan barud bengel me anani ki be ge jawab ge Afghanistan aur Afghanistan bengel bengel te itro wani megma नतीजा को तो प्रेशर इतना सब मेगमा क्रॉस दिमाल मच्चा दुए बिमो फसला दिमाल मच्चा दुए वा दुनिया के एक कंकोर तक अन्न बिंग हेलो तो इतरो मंदे उम्मीद नुकुराती एकम रकातिर में नुलिबुने एक गडी रुगतिरेगा आहना अफेम बडवे
It is for the first time I saw people
desperately living their own homes to other places. That
was the most shocking part for me. Imagine forcefully being asked to leave your own homes because of a natural phenomenon that you don't have any other thing to do, and becoming a refugee in your own city or displaced in your own city.
I mean, again, no kutuma gada ko mo engoba. I mean, the city ga refugee ka bo. Nuwata I mean the city ga gadri gelong kamo hi kure. Magad ko diga halat hoti wara dos ko jo anko dinge game mi diye mi ge ta ko algon menna aferone itahash kan. Ekang ai ebis mihe kan nengi genne aharum masekuram diye sarahad adiagos geta adiagos karta halako
I
gindi
lost my friend in it. Watch the cat sing when I can't help. And then I come back here in
then algon eburi mitene mi fujeraga UAE ga deng bes mikan hingani adi algon hiwani mikan kuriyabade ei karisata gawman ana gawma midane
You guys aren't going to believe this. This is insane. I'm okay so far, but this is no fucking joke. This is no joke. I called John. He knows I'm out here. He knows. So far so good, as long as the house holds. So, just okay. Don't worry. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay, right? Everything's okay.
It continues to ramp up. Oh my God! Oh my God!
Holy crap.
Oh my gosh. I can tell you that I've been here 29 years. I've never experienced or seen anything like this. Our families have lost everything.
It was intense fear, watching the water come up our street and knowing we only had minutes to get out.
I was horrified. My trailer was shaking back and forth. I thought Andrew was terrible. This beats Andrew big time.
Oh my God, look at this gust of wind!
There are many people who do not have the resources to leave.
I told my brother we have no choice but to survive or die. You know, like if we don't get up and get our family to safety, you know, the worst could happen. So we did it.
Outside. Where Grandma, Beanie Baby.
You left her that on a message. Yeah, I just said, I love you. I don't know if we're going to make it or not.
It's all underwater. It's very sad. I know that there was people screaming for help and people still on roofs. We don't have a place to go.
Today, it was us who suffered. We were attacked by the climate Cerberus. It destroyed our homes, took our lives. But now, it's coming for you. Are you ready for its arrival?
Tell me, how is it so? How is it that we are suffering from the climate? These people have now shared their stories. They've had to face the climate and experience all of its ferocity. Millions of people have been left without homes. And even now, as hundreds of millions of people around the world are dying and suffering from climate disasters, this truth is being hidden from us. But why? Why are we not told the whole truth about what is happening to the planet? How long will we play the silent game? After all, even in the report on the future of humanity, it began to be removed just a week after it was released, after it was published. Who benefits from keeping us people in the dark? The answer is obvious. Those in power and their lackey scientists. After all, they are the ones who have been screwing us over the $4 trillion and continue ripping us off. You don't believe me? Look at your utility bills. Why the hell do I have to pay triple price for the same light and heat? Let that genius who came up with the green energy issue answer this question for me. Where are the benefits for the simple invention and for the common people, which give power to these swindlers? I ask, where are these benefits of the green energy? Where is the reduction of CO2? The environmentalists themselves are saying, we don't even have 10 years left. And in the mathematical model we've heard today, there are 14 years at least. So much for the future. I really wonder if the authorities of any country have started to budge. Have they done anything to save people during this time? I don't think so. Now, instead of consolidating everyone and everything gets crumbled and separated. You, Judas, have sold out. You don't care about people's lives. You don't care about the truth. That's why you ignore reality and bark at those who act to save humanity. But never mind. Let's see how you will change your tune when the climate has its say. Then your lies will become so obvious to all that you will be simply torn to pieces by your own patrons. And if they don't, people frantic with grief will. Our people is one big multi-story house. It is collapsing, it is burning, and it is bursting at the seams. You, on the other hand, climbed up high to convince us that everything is fine. But that's a lie. Your floor and flat may not be burning today, but the rest of us are on fire and choking on the smoke. Just think what you will tell the people who will lose everything in one instant. How will you explain to them that all of your actions are a scam and a fraud? That you are just making money off of us, filling your pockets and mouths, justifying your nonsense with scientific postulates. Now then, you freaks, answer me, where is my money? Once again, you bastards, where is my money? Show me where you spend it. Will any of you even be able to answer that question? Where to and what did you really spend it on? And how has it improved my life? In fact, I actually have to pay the utilities too, and instead of raising people up and explaining the cause and effect relationship and what awaits us, you are doing an incomprehensible thing. Idiots. There are many serious people who understand what is going on with the climate. And you keep saying it's the animals' fault. Are we living in a madhouse where the first one to put on the doctor's overall is the doctor and the rest are the patients? People, let us get smarter and grow up. Otherwise, we will simply cease to exist. It is clear that none of you will answer my questions. You are afraid. You really wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat, tremble with fear that people have exposed you. And instead of dealing with the situation, you are thinking of ways to divert our attention away from the threat and shut us up. First, there was a pandemic, now you're scaremongering us with a nuclear war. Listen, you geniuses, does it ever hit home to you that a nuclear strike would only speed things up? I see that it would be in your interests. You wouldn't have to come up with something now new to tell us sheep to go on bleeding while your mow us down. The only trouble is, we are will all drop dead without exception. So don't even get your hopes up for your bunkers. The climate won't spare anyone.
As you can see, we all live relatively comfortable lives on the edge of survival and an unknown future. The so-called rulers of this world tell us exactly how they will fix the climate problem and why we are the enemy of their carbon neutral mission. However, some details of the fictitious CO2 fight just don't end up. The solution that we are talking about today is outside the brainwash CO2 solution that we hear from every hole these days. CO2 scammers want to make a lot of money from the scheme, but ignored the very important 24,000 years.
Savisas aruge mosme cycle duniya etirega an baltaka himalu. E balduta miharu fennanga bahut e mihunge hisabta daka gotum mosme karisa hamaya emihunge carbon dioxide theory taid kurma ehi tirvedini mogotum names anurakatire hadisat dani itro ebima miharu moyoni kombe carbon dioxide फायदा हो रही VFR का मॉडल लगा बदल की नहीं है इस ज़माने का एमी हूँ ही कुरी मी आधा साकल कमशे कम में इंग्हास आहारा थिंग्हास आहारा कुं कुदी बदल तक आए होनो माय फिनिवम पद कंकन दिमाग अशारवन गरम का फिनिवम मंदी देंग एमी हूँ फाह कोरोनी बिम के फिन हूँ में मतिवाम फिर कमें साइंस पर निम्मी फिनिक में लिबे ने कम का उम्मीद है एमी हूँ कि यह स्मार्ट बाय कम मी एंटर प्रोजेक्ट ह्यूमन फैक्टर का बयान को दिरासत का दे फैसा इतर कुरी मेग सबब सियासी फरायत का फैसा होदमा आमन्ना आमना कंट्रोल कुर्मगा फुर्सत विस लिबिगेंदी सियासी फरायत का ग्रीन एनर्जी प्रोपेगेंडा डिक्टेट को वादे वेरी no government jurimana kurma carbon tax adi carbon dioxide ubikagan always korevidane algon mege read media ki badati by befarita uke mel korea ka bumage natija gotum algon me dekhe gotuka me khayal amange medugaves adi algon mege sikudia besa fatrigen engage agi gotuka ebe folonge miden vidirasataka halutaka med algon me suale nokore algon mege tereng ete billionaire billion by Himeno Tibere, Amy Hunge, Gandor the Hiduma, Yotugan, private Injerta Udusala, private airline Toga, party, Kurum Algon Menge, Fasa Kurani, Nehuriha, Kamebes, Algon Meng, Raitum, sponsor cooking, the Amy Hunaki, what smart way for Mihun, Algon, Doge Vikala, egg, but a father take a hold of Masha Mihunge. Minga Kandaka Ebis Varde Nokura. Wag Terega Huna, molecular Hangura Kuruma, trillion Lilu Haruduku Power, Mosuma, Baduka Hagi and Rakala, Ebisana Kanufen. Ekmuk Farava Triba sense within the Hagi Sabutagamidu, Behegotum Wahu, the common Natija Gotum Etanta Banduko, Frasarago, scientific note and obvious publication Toga Shire Kurma Gabil Gilun. Consumers form Riga Huria, Contiga Kuliverta, Emihuna Tajibakure. Argument Amir or Medine services Aruga climate cycle like Tere Argumenta with the Masata Harloco Genoni on the Tiginoda. Maki Kuraj at the vapor on Argument Nike, Gameogut Life for Balam Gandava, Gina vapor on Vicinaragan, Argumenta, Hidme Libani, Mosme Karsaika, whose Halutaka living. Algonmega Afurana Algonmenge Darina Lobo Mihange Diriulum, Sarkar Takon Algonmena, Damaga Befari model Takon, Himak and Nokurvek. Secondly, Selta Alum, Bodukurani Kin, Algon Medu, Pashani Argon Ming Hadan and Natala Marbuka Musman Badutiga Hagi Sabta Malumat Argon Ming Dan Emen Fatura Fashambi Ad Avatar Mihai Ehivedan Etibaki Moyakam Ekamaka Eke Mihuna Vasilitaka platform Takum Meolimat Adu Vijanava Adu Vijanava Ding Ena Ekang Itura Balan Amelia researchers Akofarakam Veda.
Yeah, that's actually a very good advice. Thank you so much, Olga. Amazing speech. And yeah, if they follow your advice, then not only the neighbors, but even some scientists could really use this advice and make their research outside of their very narrow field that they usually concentrate on. And here's what they might discover for themselves. Since 1996, there was a very first prediction model made, and it was noticed that
carbon dioxide
happening not only on Earth, but on other planets as well. And it means that the problem is global. It's more than a problem of one single planet. On the scale of galaxies in space, our planet is not bigger than a grain of sand on the beach. And there is very little that we know about the space in general. So we have to unite to observe and study everything. If we unite the best scientists to work on this problem, we have a chance. We have 5-6 relatively calm years ahead of us. After that, it will be obvious to everyone, but there will be no time left to do anything about it. If we keep wasting time on fighting climate change by raising carbon taxes on CO2 and money-making schemes around it, we are done. So let's hear what scientists have to say about CO2 and its place in ecosphere of our planet.
Anthropogenic global warming is a grandiose scientific scam of the 20th century.
The hockey stick graph, I took one look at this graph and smelled a rat.
Anthropogenic global warming again with the organ scientific scheme.
Conspiracy theory that has been
science
It's like I woke up in the insane asylum and the patients have taken over. And taken over academia too.
Today, from every direction, we are being told all the time that man
Near the comet the Malacon argument Abadus Angam Dani, Mosman Badatuka Ziba of Lanjini, Insan of Daka, what to get the bad to Berukura, via Dumuka, via Gihankamano, Duandua, Ekamika, Takura Kurar, Ea, Adea Khilapa, Gabul Kurame, Gabul Kurapa, Kantata, Regendia, Agituga, Ekutuka,
Who needs this myth?
To fight CO2, they tell us to shut down plants and factories.
Carbon dioxide, the Kulamase Kurama, Emi Burani, Gastagai factory, the Banduko, Geta Honukuro Hotala, Kartaka, petrol for Hotel Masha, a Muskeon Hotel, Fembara Hotel.
And of course, we should pay more
Other
taxes.
never go to the Liver Hotel, Amugotega, Duniega, in Sanunga, Abad Madukuram Sange, Adihama him, we has been a text the Kange.
Don't you like to be taxed?
It's hard to imagine a better control lever than carbon dioxide to essentially control society.
This unequal battle with CO2 has been going on for over 40 years already. But what are the results of this battle? But so far, no measures have been successful. On the contrary, from one climate conference to another.
Namas Mihatana Ibis Favor, Kamia Kurefenno, Aklafa, a climate conference on a climate conference, Jabo Cabo to get member Ituro Mandani, Banogami, Emia Haratapodon, Bainalogami, Emia Hagutaga, Mingantuka, Morin, Malwigan, Kurir Mataga, Argon Main Haratukurakan.
If you believe that story, then you will be afraid.
fake carbon dioxide so bingat amaralana kuma no the algona maralana kuma no the kurane kom kam gabul kurana wa gabul ko finati ba birgonan kuma
into the atmosphere. It has an impact on people and on your wallets. It will affect some of the freedoms that you'll be deprived of, but it won't budge the climate or the weather by even an inch.
Let's do some investigation. On what grounds are we being restricted and taxed? Do you know how much CO2 is actually contained in the atmosphere?
Carbon dioxide is a trace element. They're very, very low.
Carbon dioxide ki trace element ege tereng wara kuda member about jabuga hunani ma 0.041 insat carbon dioxide ege tereng wara kuda member
The level of CO2
rasmi tapasisa daka gotuga carbon dioxide level ki hatrusteka ppm ege mane ki ko bahi ppm ga mane ki parts per million engotuga aboneno jabugawa vage komme 10 million dias molecule CO2 ge m4 molecule eka molecule to duniya anna honuka hipata jabuga honu ko de kama algon menna abunade names jabugawa ehin dias molecule taka 4 molecule honu hipeteni kine but kudi concentration thoge sabon mosma ebs asaran qur'an kine hige school dari wara ka visne ekudina nokore.
It's not just humans that add CO2 to the atmosphere. There are also natural sources such as oceans, volcanoes, trees, and marshes. How much CO2 does humanity
the insanity ki kya member ke carbon dioxide opada de che muli sina zaman ga starte fansa wana haro feji kabo tagiti bawete iturumuga insano ga hisa ki 8% 12% demediga aditi.
All of humanity is responsible for only 5% of annual CO2 emissions. The other 95%
come haro ko jab beru kura kabo tagiti carbon dioxide beru kurumaga first insect ki muli insaniyate ane nodi first person insect ki kaduta ekon beru wise me gudrati cycle
will be between 1 to 12, 10,000
insananga contribution kuring gudrati carbon dioxide 0.03 insect mi harvest jabuga mahuri kama visnapnama entra Pogenic carbon dioxide hundani jumla jabuga 0.001
concentrations of CO2.
Sima ek insatya sima ek de insatya de medige member ga insatya ga bara
of less than 1 ppm
dias insatya de medige adka
by 2050. Meanwhile, disasters are already
ek mane ki insani jabuga wa ehin molecule tawga million ka
CO2
ek kon bara molecules itru ko fa itru fa.
There's no correlation at all between carbon dioxide and global warming. And we had a period of global cooling from about 1945 to 1980. During a time when CO2
carbon dioxide dunia hono ma ebes gulmenne gagan ka nawase 40% aro feshi ke nawase dewana hara hame dunia ga penika dos pare te himbima mitanuga ebes gulmenne
to emit more CO2. This gas could not decide whether to heat the atmosphere or cool it. Similarly, before the industrial age, the planet heated and cooled on its own without any help from humankind. What effect is CO2 having on global temperatures right now? In 2019, during the pandemic,
dunia ke pene hono mina megut carbon dioxide sabun kurani ko ngasari he nawase dihas naware wana haru bali kon terega insaniyat ka bote gutiga bayat
the concentration of CO2
carbon dioxide me be kura member war boda madu kurega rakuna muli dunia uti quarantine ge gaska hage factory te bandu ko facility ge city tawga wa exhaust the musafir namas quarantine beli menati jabuga carbon dioxide ge concentration ituru dia
change in that curve, a slowdown in the rate of rise.
insanu gasre wanna insanu
the main orchestrator of atmospheric CO2 is the ocean.
එරසම් කාබන් ඩයොක්සයිඩ් නාගනුගේ ඒජන්ට්ගේ කඩු දුනියගේ කාබන් ඩයොක්සයිඩ්ගේ ගාගනක නොදී පහින්සත ජබුගේ කණුතරේග උපතිබවාති කඩුගේ හූනුමුන් ජබුග තෙරය කාබන් ඩයොක්සයිඩ් දූකුර Furthermore, kan du finne honom med andra budget tanko fahum ekdom ko finne honom rai ding ga gandaka ingaru igar mas
In other words, the increase in carbon dioxide is a
Demas,
consequence
carbon
of the heating,
dioxide
not
badalu.
its cause, and humanity has nothing to do with this process, nor does it have anything to
engo
do
to bunano carbon dioxide ituro me ke hono maga natija kamasha e sababe no kamare adi insaniyata me masekata ebus golben nonan adi musma anna
important greenhouse gas is water vapor, whose content in the
Ebus golme
atmosphere
bes
is 50
nonan
to
ekam
100
gudurti
times more
goto
than all the CO2, and it is water vapor that creates up to
carbon
95%
dioxide ituro anama
of the greenhouse effect.
naba komme gote bies greenhouse effect harutana kurang
On average, is
harutana
5,000
kurang
times
je
higher
hembima
than the
ei
content
gote bes
of
ekamano
anthropogenic carbon dioxide. So the greenhouse effect of CO2 is extremely low. Is there one at all? According to theoretical calculations, the increase of CO2 in the atmosphere has a cooling effect.
Everybody says, well, greenhouse gases are warming the atmosphere. But no, they're not. It's quite clear that greenhouse gases cool the atmosphere.
70% of Earth's cooling is caused by infrared active gases. And now we can ask a million-dollar question. What is another name for infrared active gases? It's the greenhouse gases.
Some colleagues, I have done experiments to see if CO2 can heat or carry heat. So we have built small greenhouses and tried to heat it by the sun outside or inside with artificial heating. We were able to show that carbon dioxide stops radiation, that we were not able to show any heating.
This experiment showed that increasing the concentration of CO2 only slows down the heating of the atmosphere. And another question remains. Why are natural sources emitting more and more CO2 today? Ice cores from the last pre-industrial 100,000 years, when there were no cars or factories, contain CO2 concentrations that are well over today's 400 ppm. For example, between 700 and 2500 ppm.
In the ice cores, they say, well, there's a higher concentration of CO2.
For some unknown reason, however, these data began to disappear from the articles in 1985, which
ehna snege sabta karnawasi gadde fasona haru eliun takum data ta gellin fashne ade akhlafa ade akla musma arna baltuga be inter governmental panel ge gotuga advisor group
During this period,
on greenhouse gas
volcanoes and earthquakes become more active, causing magma to ascend and the ocean to heat up enormously. Heating of the deep ocean and awakening volcanoes are causing the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere to increase rapidly, and this happens every 12,000 years.
This is an IQ test. If you're too stupid to understand this, instead you're thoroughly brainwashed by governments to think global warming is caused by your car, your hibachi, you breathing too much and cow farts. You're too stupid for this discussion at all. You're going to become like the dinosaurs, extinct, and you should be. You're too stupid to survive.
It's time to ask every lying scientist, where to and why was our money unreasonably spent? Why was our money wasted to the wind? If this was a false theory, then why did they shut the mouths of honest scientists? While they are creating an illusion
fulange mashwara episode moye mashwara episode moye no tibawani netige dia dinosaur te
and we
padam
are fast approaching the collapse of the planet because of the 12,000 year cycle, and due to our carelessness. The only way to
adibara haruga cycle sabunna algon menge farwa kodakamaga sabun planet wet ma wara bar kare midani algon men iturum da karisatakum salam ven hame kan godiki creative society bina kumatuka bawantumu darin rangal oduniya fudumatuka ita billion insanuge furan salam kureveni emmen gulige
What an amazing video. As you have just seen, the theory of human-made climate change is a proven fake. Just like the weapon of mass destruction in Iraq, we have been brainwashed with the image of the enemy, and we must sacrifice our well-being and trillions of dollars to fight that enemy. The Paris Accords and the Kyoto Protocol require that, and those two documents were signed based on one single piece of supposedly scientific evidence, which turned out to be just as fake as Colin Powell's tube in the United Nations building. The hockey stick graph has given an unemployed, mediocre scientist a warm place under the sun, a job at the United Nations, a professorship at the University of Pennsylvania, and millions of dollars on researches, the main result of which is to completely discredit climate science, as the Wall Street Journal wrote about him.
මේ ග්‍රාෆිකේ සාබිතු වෙෆාවා ෆේක් ග්‍රාෆික් ඒ විස්මුතරි කමායිකෝ ඔලවාලා ෆාවා නුරග ඩේටා බේනු කුරුම නතිජා කමායි එමි මෙපද රිකන්ස්ට්‍රක්ෂන් තක විස්නාගේ කුරා කමක අලිබ්දාලුගේ IPCC ලීඩර්ෂිප් වර රංගල එගුණ ගතුක මේ ග්‍රාෆිකේ හැම එකන මුස්මි දාසත මොලි තාරිහි ඉතුරු එහින් සෙන්ස්වරින්ගේ ග්‍රාෆික කවස් ඛිලාෆ ග්‍රාෆික ශාරිකෝ ෆාවා correspondent in Egonogotuga. I see IPCC WMO reportuga data Olowalagan Siasi Farata Ves Himenegota members Olowali.
That they have been deceived. A series of bogus investigations were conducted to appease the public. The only result of this was just a mild slip on the wrist for the fraudsters. The authors of the fake graph were merely admonished and advised to improve their behavior in the future. And not one single investigation was pointed at how IPCC leadership actually pressured the scientists to exclude the data from the reports which contradicted the theory of anthropogenic CO2 climate change. Literally, it was made not to dilute the message. Instead, the massive smear campaign was launched by a group of corrupt scientists to discredit anyone whose opinion was at odds with the theory of the hockey stick. Everything was used, from blocking publications and intimidating journal editors to slander and firing.
Climate gate ganamun anande fadhas no wana haruge leak email tago sabon olwala fawa ka ingono mihunga meduga bani bodi thingam ran take ofidi.
Most of the scientific community knew about it. Mark Stein's book, A Disgrace to the Profession, contains hundreds of quotes from PhDs, professors, and Nobel laureates who openly ridicule the hockey stick
Mark Stanley for
Canadian climatologist Tim Ball
disc lemal lime to the profession photoga PhD professor Adi Nobel inam hasu kore befulunge ita sateka wahake himana fawaru mi Mr. 6 size ge temperature chart ki agho fake ki gotuga follow ga frasar kuri.
Only a few stated from the high podiums. Who wants to really expose themselves to a wave of bullying and the stigma of climate denier and heretic when you can just quietly continue to receive your grants and wear a title of a respected scientist? But respected by whom? Those same grant eaters? Those who praise themselves, write each other positive reviews, and pin awards on each other? And what is in it for us, the people? What do we get from such science? What have we gained from it? Those who call themselves scientists of the world turned out to be just a well-paid, corrupt, hired servants and just talking heads. And in those heads, there is nothing about the science. It's only the personal gain that they have in there. And there was never anything scientific in it. They laughed at our hypothesis of external causes of the climate change. But they're not laughing now, because even they were smart enough to realize that this is something that humanity is facing right now, and we don't have even that much time left. And that is scary. It's scary that this truth reached even those fools. And it is scary because not only the truth reached the worst representatives of the science, but because we have nothing to contradict this with. The number of cataclysms increases each year. The real problem, cyclical climate change, is studied only by a few who are telling the truth. And most of the money spent on this mythical fight against CO2, those money would be enough to actually solve a lot of real problems. These are the facts that many have now begun to voice openly. But the problem is that we must find a way to counteract the climate and survive as a humanity. Our knowledge today is not enough to stop this climate Cerberus. And we need to get it on a tight leash. Otherwise, it will destroy the whole world, our whole world. And now, more than ever, we need to stop this bickering and stop fighting for the interest of individuals and corporations. We need to unite. Everyone understands that the consumerist format has outlived itself and that the current system is unsustainable. There is no format of the society that corresponds with what is needed right now, except for the creative society format.
Come means creative society ga diriulen benu wakan duniya e kan kolotoga ete million sawe teke medwere ko algon minge bavering etan ahari bande ko dirasat ko inge creation of society creative society ga diriulen come me ko benu.
Everyone has to face the truth. Look around us. We have 14 years left at most. And it is uncertain that we will even have those 14 years. The mathematical model is not flawless either. It is based on current progressions. But accelerating factors can add up, and the time can be significantly reduced. It is only a few nuclear explosions that would be enough to accelerate it dramatically. But there is a chance for humanity to survive, and we must take
Namaz insaniyete demetu fursata be kamasha ege benu hifanj. Dunia amle nafsa dani salame kuran benu wanama mole format badlu gennaj. Kive. Ehne dunia gate be emme hunaru mihun minimum wane hamekane gotiki.
We will be able to gather them.
Scientific horia potential amazing ka eko emihum masake kuranje horia h4 ko deve adi ebe folonge hifase he masakata emme rangalu sharutege algormenna gam kuren hamikene formati creative society consumer format komni gote bes nimakannan ekamuga ofide swale ke algormenna eki ekanema ka annalito nuni tahzibaka be taragibe mi alweti komgo nizam macha fiya ngala hamekane very maji gotuga handan annalito ikhtiyar oti algormenga tere komme mihek
who has been actively involved in research and climate change his entire academic career. And he came up with a hypothesis that geothermal heat is a significant driver of climate change.
Rito, I'm a physical geography. The anthropogenic origins of this, of course, have been seriously questioned by a number of folks who are actively researching in this area. But in many respects, we have been closed out of the discussion. And the way that they've closed us out is we've been silenced, we have been discredited, our work has been ignored, or we have been denied access to publication. I can start with my own experience with this. The first paper I did on this, which was 8 years ago, was rejected by 9 journals. I sent my research to 9 quote-unquote top-tier journals. 5 of the 9 journals wouldn't even review it. The editor-in-chief dismissed them right out of hand. and said this doesn't fall within the scope of our journal. One of them actually said, I don't know if you know this, but what's really driving global warming now has nothing to do with volcanic activity or anything that you said in your paper. It's all caused by carbon dioxide. You need to read the literature. That was rather unfortunate. So that is one way that they try to silence the opposition. Of course, they also get involved in ad hominem attacks, and we have been somewhat, castigated and cut out of the discussion. This is how things work. There have been professional and personal attacks on a number of high-profile professionals on this. One researcher had his office shot up. I was at a conference, and he brought photographs of gunshot marks on the side of his building. Another one that I know of, another prominent climatologist, was pretty much forced to leave as the chair of a major department because she said that she had had enough with the harassment and the abuse that she was getting from colleagues and from the administration. There's been other climate people have been sued to question this, regardless of whether or not you got involved in ad hominem attacks or if you attacked their research. They in turn would be sued. So there has been active suppression of this information, and it's really kind of sad. So yeah, careers can be made or broken on the strength of these things. If you're not playing the right game, you can be asked to leave. The subject of climate change is a highly complex, multidisciplinary pursuit. It involves elements and dynamics of geophysics. It looks at plate tectonics. Oceanography is involved in this. Volcanologists should be involved in this. Climate scientists should be involved in this. And these multidisciplinary approaches are, in many respects, not welcomed, and they are poorly regarded. The research teams that are necessary to do this kind of research need to be large and bring in many different areas of expertise. And people aren't interested in funding this kind of research. So it's sort of interesting how the glaciologists, for example, don't talk to the volcanologists, and the volcanologists don't talk to the atmospheric scientists. And what you have here is this large array of specialists who really don't talk to each other. In some instances, they can't because they don't understand what's going on in the other fields. But at the same time, they don't want to. I think it's critically important to set up these what I would call multidisciplinary teams. In addition to that, I think it's important that if somebody wants to study climate science, they have to gather expertise in a lot of different geophysical disciplines.
Thank you, Professor Vitorino. Blaming CO2 for climate change is a scam of the century. As you have heard, if anyone speaks against this narrative, the individual faces consequences in today's present society if the truth is suppressed. Here's an experience that I have gone through after presenting the report for Rotary last month. Rotary is a great organization. They have real heroes whose deeds are exemplary. You have heard from some of them, but among them are also those hiding in the shadows and exploiting Rotary's name in their own interest. And today, I want to talk about the dark, in fact, truly disgraceful individuals in their organization. About a week after the Rotary report was published, an individual, let's call this person Karen, from the Environmental Sustainability Rotary Action Group, sent an email to my employer's leadership titled, "Damage Control After Rotary Caught by Climate Disinformation Scam. Your staff involved." In short, she disagreed with the views in the report and wrote this unethical, disturbing message behind my back, hoping that my employer would take a punitive actions. To make her case, Karen from Rotary accused a creative society, user Rotary's name, tricked the past president to boost attendance and credibility of the event where climate change disinformation was presented, and that Creative Society tends to trick people, referencing a BBC Smear article. In addition, Karen asked whether my employer is aware of my participation in this event and asked how they will address this disinformation campaign because she stated that it would reflect not well on my organization. After reading this email with such twisted lies, I even questioned myself if I did something wrong. I didn't even know what the consequences would be. What should I expect from my employer? Will I lose my job? Will I be able to feed my family? A couple hours later, I had a call with the vice president of my employer. I confirmed that I presented the report about the recent progressions of natural disasters and the true causes of climate change, not the anthropogenic CO2 theory. I stated that these are my views and I wasn't taking back my words. But what was really disturbing was that Karen's insinuations that my voice appeared to be dubbed as my mouth movements or body were not aligned with the sound and that my image could have been hijacked. She questioned whether I was a willing participant. In fact, in addition, offered a plan to back out. I just had to say my image was hijacked or it wasn't me. The ugly side of the story. Give up, offer him a way out. It reminds me of the story with the 30 pieces of silver. And we all know how that ended. I think Karen very likely used this type of dirty tricks in the past, offering a back out option to individuals who spoke against her interest. By doing so, she attempted to discredit the whole report. And this scheme was probably effective. If you say something against her opinion, even if the truth is spoken, you will be punished so that the next time you will not open your mouth and others will stay silent. To be clear, I am a participant of the Creative Society. I myself, on behalf of the Creative Society, invited by Rotaract Atlanta, presented the report. Now, the main purpose of her attack. Karen disagreed with the report on the true causes of climate change. Therefore, she called us climate deniers and wrote the Creative Society is spreading disinformation and causing confusion by denying contribution of fossil fuels to anthropogenic climate change. They insist that volcanic activity, not anthropogenic release of CO2, is responsible for climate change, so any money spent to reduce CO2 emissions is wasted. In fact, after the report, Rotary members also started to question why they're not involved in studying the true causes of the climate change and if the existing climate programs should be re-evaluated. Clearly, her interest and programs of her sustainability group in Rotary were hurt, since the report did not support blaming CO2 for climate change. And because her agenda was threatened, Karen threw a fuss in Rotary, then wrote lies in nasty emails to pull strings in secret, just to push through her own interests. Sadly, many people probably look up to her as she has served as a public speaker, a Rotary's ambassador. Yet what kind of character did she display? It isn't ethical to quietly pull strings through my employer, is it? Should an individual's freedom of speech be threatened just because the other side disagrees? And there is another question. Were Karen's actions coordinated with the Rotary's club? There are undoubtedly Rotary members, such as the one who spoke today, who would make the name Rotary sound proud. But unfortunately, Karen has shown that in Rotary, there are also self-serving, low characters, those who drown others on their way for the benefit of few, regardless of anything about facts or even about the future of humanity. The actions of Karen from Rotary have shown the ugly face of the famous club, and millions of people are hearing about this in 150 languages now. But thank God, my employer has good people and provided an opportunity to respond to these shameful lies. I stood firm, explained my position, and they respected my views. I'm proud to work for my organization and appreciate the wonderful leadership who treats employees as humans and do not follow the lead of such bullies. It is worth noting the broader implication of this incident. I'm an ordinary citizen who spoke in public. Someone didn't like the message, it hurt someone's personal interest, and look what has happened to me. Intimidation and threats to my rights. And this has happened in a country where freedom of speech is supposed to be guaranteed. Note that I presented not an opinion, but finding from research, facts, and data analysis from top scientists on a very serious topic. In this environment, with so much meanness and such violent characters as Karen, why would any true scientist speak the truth in public? Many have indeed been threatened, ostracized, and forced to be silent for a very long time on the disinformation of flaming CO2 for climate change. With us, our scientists, thousands of the smartest people on the planet, enduring, faithful to all humankind, defending the future of every person to the last. But because of people like Karen, they are unfortunately forced to hide, and we speak on their behalf. Otherwise, as it was to me, dirt and threats will be thrown, and they will not be able to conduct the research. You will be surprised how big some of the names are. And people like Karen did ask for their names. Why? To deal with science or climate? No, so that they would deal with true scientists in the same way as they did with me. As a result, lies are tolerated and presented as truth, and the truth cannot be heard. It's painful to see what is happening, but sadly, this is a pattern that we commonly see in the current format of society. We have urgent tasks ahead. We don't have much time left. The report highlighted the impending cataclysms which are caused by the changes in the Earth's core. Unfortunately, scientists are not working to explore the real causes of climate change and truly solve the problem. Is it worth putting dirt on people or voicing the truth for the sake of personal interest or money? Is money, which will be worthless in a few years, more important than our survival as humanity? Scientists should not be spending efforts on adapting, earning, deceiving, and manipulating the facts. They should be free to discover and develop. And right now, the efficiency of scientists is extremely important to survive the next decade. We need a society that is united by a common goal, that is to survive, to value human life, so that the truth can be voiced and where appropriate technologies can be developed. In the creative society, the truth will sound openly as it sounds at this forum in front of millions of people. When there is a deliberate lie, as it was in Karen's email to push her self-interest, we will tell the truth and everyone will hear. The private interests of individuals will not prevail over those of all humankind. This is how it should be, so that such meanness and dirt will not be thrown at truth. And this is how science will thrive and how humanity will survive and advance.
Thank you so much, John. This is the reason why very few people know what we are talking about. Everyone knows about the anthropogenic factor, but doesn't know what is happening to our planet. Throughout this forum, we receive messages like, this information should be everywhere. Friends, we're all volunteers. Unfortunately, we have no access to the world's media, through which vital information can be disseminated quickly as possible. We can only count on each other. And if you understand the seriousness of this situation, please share this forum with everyone. If you can get the forum on television, radio, or even podcast, do it. We know that climate change is a cyclical process. It does not depend on anthropogenic factors. But our activities have devastated the planet's ecology so much that it is left without immunity. Therefore, this time, it will not be able to endure this cycle. Only an interdisciplinary approach can make sense of this issue. Let's figure out what the real anthropogenic factor is. Why exactly now will our planet not survive the cycle of cataclysms? I'm pleased to introduce you to our next speakers, Alexander Masny, a biochemist and bioinformatician from Germany, and Anna Cutler, an ecologist from Israel, who will present a report prepared by an international team of scientists and independent researchers of the Creative Society Project.
Hello, dear friends. I'm honored to be present today at such a large-scale international forum.
Hello, friends.
Rahmatrinne, Lubit Rahmatrinne, me for the board panel, Kwame, forum, Gamiedo, Bayragut Maki, Argon de Vivara Borsharafe.
What we have heard today at the forum
At
is
Uria
really
Insanit,
shocking.
Ben Mohim
The
Oliver.
presented mathematical
Near the
model
forum,
of the
Argon Men, even
escalating
Wahate,
climate
Ki, Hara, and
disasters
Kuranivi,
leaves no
Wahate.
doubt
Mosme Kar Sata, Aituruma, Shalapa, mathematical model, Shaki Pesna Gotuka, Avas Pure the Kalanji.
also faced
Bet
severe
with the
shocks
Psychotoga, Vis,
when
me
no
planet
more
and
than
most Borati, Shokta
10,000
Kakamutlan
people
Jipavi,
survived.
the Has,
Humanity
Abrigin and Miho,
continued to
Salami,
exist.
Fafenui.
So why are we now
Names
saying that the
Insaniet
planet will not
Kandemiet.
pass this cycle? And that not only will humanity disappear, but the entire planet will perish and
The key
become
begin to
like
Mihar
Mars.
Mebrani, a plant, a cycle.
What exactly helped our planet to survive the previous
Fast Kurane, Adi Insaniet, Nating Higada, Nakame, known. Mori Dunia Halak, mass for them, we can then he. Balluvi Ekin Hiji Kurig Psychotic Arbinge, Planet Sanai be Congo to Congi.
Dampening or mitigating cosmic impacts.
Emadiga Goteke Algonmenge Planetary Ecosystem Egg Immunity Commercial Dunia Egg Defi Bar Commercial Dunia Tarihugas ecosystem of Defi Wakams Adia cosmic impact Kurakome Gabil Kandifawa complex
No chance to save it anymore.
compensatory
Meanwhile,
mechanism
the
to
Great Barrier
Binakure
Reef
Favani
protects the
was
eastern
Egetri.
coast of Australia from storms and typhoons and mitigates the force of tsunamis. It is also the home for filter feeders that can filter the entire volume of the Pacific Ocean within 5 years.
Great Barrier Reef, Southern Australia, Mati Aseri Pasha, Tufan Tufan Takon or Katrikodi, Tsunami Baro Kurokodi, Eater Pasar Uteri Pacific, volume, filter, Kureven, Genoa.
One example of a compensatory mechanism, although there are numerous.
Filter Kuratan. Mazahatrikama, Burara Kamake, any Alcon Menge, Planet Gawa, Huria, H, Gulifa Otoma, Ebavis Halakum, Amur in Nizam guys, imbalance of the me, compensatory mechanism misale adi ebes eta abayaka ebetibe ehne names algon menge amila amatu sababan dunia ki himayat rikam masake ta halak mosam an kala kurmetlo gabil kan algon menge amila bani gelli me hagigi anthropogenic factor not creative society project volunteer nge barnogami team of the video bel algon Ado.
Every 1,000 years, more than
thanks to the mechanisms laid down by nature. But now we are threatened with total annihilation. What has changed? Why are these mechanisms no longer working? Ocean. The ocean covers 70%
ميكانو
of the
سرعة
Earth's
دي بيمجي
surface
هايدي هين ستة
and is
وشاعر
the
با
regulator
هذه
of
الدنيا
the Earth's weather
الدنيا
processes.
موسم مرحلة regulator.
But why is it unable
نما
to
اسمه
cope with
إتنا
its
مسك
functions
كأنه
today?
كريم واني كيني بيجي
Cosmic radiation
سايكل جيم
affecting the
فمن
Earth at the peak of the
الدنيا أثر
cycle
كورا
causes
cosmic
changes
radiation
in the
بسبب
planet's
بلند
core and results in the
إتري
ascent
بدل
of
تك
magma. This, in turn,
مجمع
rapidly heats the ocean from the
أراجندي
bottom up,
مجمع
leading to
بسبب
catastrophic
كانوا قاعدين
consequences.
فيشين
Even
تري
today,
حالي
the
كما يكون
frequency and
حالي كما
severity of
يكون
typhoons,
ركعة تري
tornadoes, and
نتيجة
floods have
أتكلم نكون
increased. The
ميدو
heating of the
طوفان
ocean
تكا
kills both
طوفان تكا
phytoplankton, which produces up to
بارول تكا
80%
فين
of the
بدو
planet's
ركعة وانا
oxygen,
يترفع كانوا هم
and
نمو
coral
سبب
reefs,
بلند تكا
which
أكسجين كي
protect
أدي
coastal
هين
areas
ستا
from severe
وفد دي
storms. The death of corals contributes to the mass extinction of ocean flora and fauna. It's the result of global climate change, and humans are further accelerating the death of the ocean by polluting it with oil and petroleum products, sewage,
مسلمان بعض نتيجة
mercury and
هاي
other heavy
petrol
metals,
petroleum
radioactive waste, and
نرمى
plastics.
chemical تكا mercury
Every
any
year, as a
heavy
result of
metal like
spills from tank
radioactive
vessels
waste the
alone,
plastic
over
كانوا
10,000
تغير
tons of
كوكي
oil
إنسانهم
get into the
دني
world
كانوا
oceans. That's
مارو
besides
إتورا حالا كرم
730 million
كم
tons of
يهرق
wastewater
tank
and
أول
about
تكون
14
economies
million
دياس
tons of
أتنو
plastic
كتير
waste.
أدنى كانوا تكالي
Today,
هاي
as much as 88% of the
هاي ستيك
surface of
3
the world
مليون تنو
oceans
كوني
is
هاي
already
غاغن
polluted,
كا
and this
7 مليون
process
تنو
keeps
بلاستيك
escalating
كوني
steadily,
مية الدنيا
turning the
كانوا تكو
oceans
أدي
into
إن
a
ست
toxic
سرعة مهار
solution.
ويسا تغير
In
فوار
order to
مية
neutralize
مسكاي
chemical
مي
pollution,
مدبنو
oxygen
يتر
is
كانوا
needed.
تبيها
As a result, in areas with
هذا
high
كبالو
concentrations of
كم
pollutants,
تغير
the
وانا
oceans not only
neutralize
stop
كرم
releasing
أكسجين
oxygen
بينبي
into the
نتيجة يكتو
atmosphere, but they
تغير
also start
مادة
absorbing
جنسرات
it.
كانوا
Forests.
تغير جب أكسجين دو كرم هوتال مغ إتنا أكسجين
Because of
absorb
climate
كرم
change,
جنگل تا موسم آن
abnormally
بدل
high
تك آدي أخلاق
temperatures,
فين هون ماتو
prolonged
دي
dry
مدة تك هاي
periods,
كيفا
increased
أو
number of
هرمو
lightning strikes, and
بدورو
degassing from
حملة
the Earth's
إترو ما
interior,
بيمغ
the
إتري
number of devastating wildfires is increasing,
ديجاس
causing massive forest loss.
حادثات إترو جنگل إتا كبر كي جلن تكلي بي
Meanwhile,
إهم بما
we
أروان
ourselves
من
are
عامل
forests at a
عامل
catastrophic
لابس
rate.
جنگل إتا كندا
According to UN
ورن
estimates,
ركاتري
10 million hectares of forests are
ठीक
lost
अलितालु
annually as a result
अलितालु
of
अंदाज़ा
human
अंदका
activity.
गोतुगा इंसानों के हरकत
This further
सबब
exacerbates the
आरको
climate
दिहे मिलियन
crisis.
हेक्टर
After
जंगल
all,
गेले
forests have unique
मिका मुसो
properties
मौसमी
that can
मसला
normalize the
गोस में
ecosystem.
إن
Forests are
جنگل
a
تلقى
natural
تماشي
barrier
النظام
to
أنورماليز
storm winds
كل
and
بيبرة
hurricanes,
تفاعل الصفت
reducing their
كهورة
destructive
جنگل
power.
تلقى طوفان ويا
Mangrove
طوفان
forests
تلقى
protect
تيجو تمو
coastlines from
إلى هورة هي
tsunamis.
كماء
But more than
سبب
30%
تنو
of this type of
حالا
forest has
كورم
already been
بارو
lost
كدوان
due to human
مانغروف جنگل تكون
activities.
سونامي
The root
غلطة
system
ركات
of
ركوت
trees
نمس
also
إنسانو
absorbs
كاركات سبب
moisture
بعض
and keeps it
جنگلي
inside the
تريس إن
soil.
ستة مهارس
This
مني
is
جلي
especially important for the
بس
planet during the
root
deformation
system
of the
بس
Earth's crust,
moisture
when
هفاتا
water
فاس كندو
escapes deep
تريغا
into the
بحرت
earth through
وكن
small
خاص
cracks
كبينغ
and
فشل
fractures.
فراغن
At the
ديمغ
same
تريغا
time,
كودي
there is an increase
كودي
in the
كودي
number
فراغن
of
كوس
heavy
بينغ غادية
rainfalls.
فم
If there is
فم
no
فلاغن
forest,
دارو
the arid areas
فلاغن دار
become
مبلغ
even
مي
drier,
ورا مهم
and where it
مكمك
rains,
هذه
the
بوكو
moisture
وارد
is
هي
not
منبر
absorbed
بس دني
into the
إترون
ground. Water flows
جنگل
erode the
يننا ما
soil
هيك
and
سرعة
overflow
إترا هيك
riverbeds,
وارد به حساب تغا
exacerbating
بينغ
landslides
تريا
and floods.
وما أنكم أنا
We
فيت
see
فينغ
examples
سبب
of
بينغ
this in
هلاك
areas of
كورتو
the
غندو
Amazon.
تا فن بينغ
By our actions, we are
كناغن دي
exacerbating
ما
the
فين بدون إترا
destructiveness of
بيكام
natural
مسا
disasters.
مسا تا أوزن Amazon سرعة أرغن فين أرغن ميجا عملت صاب قدرة ذكاء كوجي حلا كوجي عمل تمدن ليدوس كم سكون تريجس إلا كاشا ساز كيف ميتر قدرتي كيس عدني إتني بركو دوستا سالس تنوجي هاد كول هيك إلا كسالس إنهاس ليتر كتيوناجي mineral negma fenugul bodete result edma technology gotam global ma awatu hatiyarta test kurmutere global mugusa holtika usko mopede hilegre nazahit ritam buruara e hila itura nazuko falaygendi ma bin
microcracks in a material can cause its complete failure under certain stresses. And all this is at a time when, due to cyclic changes, magma pressure on the Earth's crust is increasing. The frequency and strength of earthquakes are increasing, while earth faults and land collapses are growing.
Bing helumuge frequency
Atmosphere.
Vargutuga itiromunda dandivalega bimge bimge masotuka ekam toshi lun iturom ekamuga bimge fashalaga toshilung iturom da dandivalega mijabu sabon cosmic radiation dunia huriya dinunta salama ko di vaga muhim oxygen saturate ko dunia ke fenoge saiko damhata bimge saradu ko fenihuna me hinge mujhe kai part ozone fasala ke irung anna ultraviolet radiation na dekora filter gotuga mase kora
the ongoing processes. According to a study published in the PNAS journal, iodine, which is present in anthropogenic emissions, has a destructive effect on the Earth's ozone
janal ka
layer
sharak pagatun
and
dirasa
slows
ka
its
dakka gotuga antarpajane ka apna emission ka himane iodine ki dunia ke ozone fasala ala kuran asare ko ege alum opedon alasko dekam
reduce the protective functions of the
pada
atmosphere,
kurumud taka benu korwe compound to
ecology
kumbes
is the
ozone hala ko
unity of the planet, and defense mechanisms only work when unity is strong. But we humans have violated the integrity of the ecosystem, and therefore compensatory mechanisms no longer work. In this state, our planet is unable to survive the peak of cataclysms.
immunity vargudo
restore the ecology.
za vargudo mun eh namas algon nge insan antimawshega nizam nazahat tirgama khilaf veje eh bima kompen en abuga bagduga mechanism to mihar masakat nukure miha latuga algon nge planet karsa to bi salam be gotenno
If we want to survive, humanity must unite in one common goal
algon
to
benuntana
preserve life.
benunama demiti benunama insaniyatigi en amazega ebamanta wanje en amazega diriolum himay konje ekan kurgani creative society ga algon nge korea scientific facility ga gulumuri adi insani pudintrika emme bodo for focus kurani
Share the information
nakan
about
masake
the
am
creative
hal kurmash
society.
tibage nasiba
Save the
apni algon
planet.
menge plan
Support
nasiba
the
ne
creative
visnal
society.
creative society malumat sakura save the planet creative society support de par
We have exhausted the planet with our actions to such an extent that its functions have ceased to activate. That is why we are entering a cycle of climate catastrophes so intensely and harshly. The planet has turned into a garbage dump. Every year, we dump more than 2 billion tons of waste. Moreover, the mass of plastic waste alone, which is thrown away within 1 year, exceeds the mass of all human beings on Earth and amounts to about 300 million tons. 90% of plastic waste is not recycled but accumulates and poisons the planet. There are 36 mega cities on the planet today, and their number is constantly growing. Just imagine, almost half of the world population lives on 1% of the planet's surface area. All of this creates a tremendous point load on the lithospheric plates and increases the risk of fractures in the Earth's crust. Just think, what would happen if you put pressure on a single point of the body? For a very long period of time, it would cause a disruption of blood circulation and consequently tissue damage and death, meaning necrosis. The same thing is now happening to our planet. At the same time, we have lost 1/3 of our woodlands, and this is only according to official data. We cut down forests at a speed of 1 football field per second. The destruction of woodlands triggers destruction in all the ecosystems. Forests influence the distribution of moisture and production of oxygen, as well as mitigate climate change. They are a home for animals. Every day, 137 various species of plants, animals, and birds disappear due to the global loss of forests.
Yes, and the extinction of only one species caused the so-called domino effect, when the chains of interconnections are destroyed. We have no idea how everything is interconnected in the nature. I will give you a simple example. Ordinary worms in the ground. Do you know that if these worms disappear, we will live for 2 years at the most? Another example, mosquitoes. Many of us thought that if all of them disappeared. But if it happens, 4 years maximum, and then we disappear after them. Every species contributes to the ecosystem throughout its life. Look like everything depends on each other in this world. If something is disrupted on one part on the planet, this is surely reflected to the whole world. The world is one. We are in one boat.
50 years ago, environmentalists at the UN conference at Stockholm said that if we do nothing today, there will be an environmental disaster. And what do we see? The environmental situation has only worsened. We are entering a 24,000-year cycle of climate cataclysms with a ruined ecosystem. The world's wildlife population has declined by almost 70% over the past 50 years, while over the last 100 years we have lost more species than in the previous 10 millennia. Researchers state that we have already entered a period of the 6th mass extinction of species. The state of the environment actually determines how the planet resists external threats. Because the Earth is a self-regulating organism where all processes are interconnected.
One of the most obvious facts that the planet is undergoing inevitable changes is that animals are beginning to behave abnormally. They lose the ability to navigate in space. Birds are suddenly falling onto the ground, and marine inhabitants throw themselves on the shore, taking their own lives. Could animals really go against their strongest instinct, the instinct of self-preservation? They're not suicidal. It can be real. It happens because of the North magnetic pole drift, magnetic anomaly of the subsoil, and increased seismic activity. You might be wondering, why aren't other environmentalists talking about this? Because in all of our science, just like in ecology, there is no comprehensive study of the problem. We have been able to study everything thanks to an interdisciplinary approach. The cause of all climatic cataclysms and natural anomalies is linked to the instability of the core and the magnetic field it produces. Another vivid example that abnormal changes occur at the ocean depths is the numerous cases of deep-sea fish strandings. Giant oarfish, usually living at the depths up to 1,000 meters, comes to the surface and is a predator of earthquakes and tsunamis. For instance, they suffered shortly before the tsunami and earthquake near Fukushima, Japan. The frequency of their stranding since 1995 has increased dramatically. Because of changes in the core, the geophysical parameters of the planet change as well. Magma comes up to the subsoil and the Earth's crust, and ocean warms up. So does the atmosphere. And where our planet responses is triggered. As a result of warming, methane and CO2 are emitted. So as temperature rises, the ocean starts emitting CO2. Swamps also start emitting CO2 and other dangerous combination of gases instead of working as natural filter. And the most interesting thing is that even this small amount of forests that we still haven't been able to cut down are now also functioning in a different way. They have started to emit more CO2 than they absorb. Scientists have found and recorded this everywhere, which means it is a natural mechanism in plants as a reaction to changes occurring on Earth. Thus, CO2 increases regardless of human activity. It's our planet's response to external impacts. Contrary to popular beliefs, CO2 does not heat the atmosphere, it cools it. It's just physics. And there is another point. Where does the CO2 flow to? Into the atmosphere. The lower layers of the atmosphere heat up, the upper layers cool down. As a result of the temperature difference, the atmosphere condenses. In other words, kind of a barrier, a bumper is formed. This is one of the planet's protective functions. All these are separate puzzles of the whole picture of cyclical climate change. I would like to emphasize that it's very important to view the processes on Earth in an interdisciplinary way, meaning holistically. It's necessary for scientists to hear each other, to work together with their knowledge and experience to solve the current challenge. And now we don't have science as unified as it everyone researches their own specific field, and they don't notice anything outside of it. So there is no comprehensive view. The problem is that science now does not work for the benefit of society. More than 1% of grant seekers and plagiarists. They report only what is beneficial to certain individuals. And the best minds, unknown to the general public, work for the military industry. In order for science to serve society, we need to give scientists back their freedom of action and let them out of secret design bureaus. This is only possible in a creative society.
The ecosystem is the immunity of our planet, while the climate cycle is like an epidemic. The stronger the immune system is, the easier and faster is the recovery process. It's like a virus. It's not a virus that kills, but the complications that develop. Ecology is not the cause of climate change. It's a cause of deadly complications. In the previous cycles, the environmental situation was much better than it is now, and geological studies confirm, yes, the planet was shaking, there was nothing to breathe, and the ocean was almost everywhere, but people survived. Whereas now we have the worst situation ever. Those people who sincerely try to save the planet deserve true respect. They come out to mass demonstrations, hold various actions, sort garbage, and restrain their comfort for the sake of the common good. And it makes me tearfully sad that all these actions are totally pointless. In the consumer society, corporations skillfully manipulate and exploit the genuine aspirations of people, turning eco-activists into eco-terrorists. They urge people to commit acts of terrorism and vandalism in order to attract public attention and raise more funds. People are prompted to commit crimes in the name of activism, whether by sticking their hands on works of art, delaying traffic, or interfering in the lives of ordinary people. Unfortunately, the goal of eco-activists is often not to protect the environment, but to receive concrete material benefits. There have been documented cases when companies fight for markets by sponsoring the actions of activists against their competitors. Basically, eco-activism has turned from a real movement to save the planet into a trivial extremist organization. People's attention is diverted from the true cause of the changes that take place, and we are deprived of the opportunity to confront the real threat. We are not saying that environmental problems should not be solved, but it's important to set the right priorities. Would it help a fatally ill person to recover if we apply lipstick and false eyelashes on him and do some cosmetic treatment? Our planet is actually such a severely ill person. And the paramount task is to cope with the main threat, the climate, to counteract the external processes which are destroying the planet. And afterwards, we can already restore the pristine beauty of nature. If we remain in the consumerist format, and each of us separately will save his own piece of land, then all we have to do in the next 5 or 6 years is simply to watch how our planet is perishing along with our. We should act together, and we should act already now. I will repeat, because of the climate impact, we don't have even 10 years. According to the mathematical calculations presented at the forum today, the planet will die due to the hydraulic impact in 2036. But we should not count on this time period because the growth trend is very fast, while the planet's defense mechanisms are so destroyed that we will die much sooner than the hydraulic impact takes place. We have neither time nor technology to resolve all the environmental problems in a short period of time. And we have no time to dissipate tension. A lot of organizations now busy with saving individual species of ecosystems or animals. Some are saving pandas, others the Amazon forests, still others the whales. While some are not saving anyone, they only fight technological progress. If we keep pulling the wagon in different directions, it will not move. People who are not indifferent should unite and start acting for a single common goal: salvation of humanity. And we can do this only on the Creative Society platform. It's not our own idea, it's a project of all of humanity. Only together will we be able to solve the climate problems and save every human life. Once we solve the climate problem, the most honorable activity will be to save our planet's environment. In the Creative Society format, our actions will bring real results. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Elena Sevrikova, Doctor of Engineering, Professor at the Institute of Advanced Materials and Technologies of the National Research University, Moscow Institute of Electronic Technology. Elena, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. I have been working on topics of technogenic safety, environmental risks, including the climatology of the Earth for more than 15 years in Russia. This is confirmed by my numerous published works based on ground and satellite monitoring data. In my field, I see that new geological conditions on the planet require new technical approaches, technologies, safety standards, without which technogenic accidents are inevitable. The number of natural and technogenic disasters is growing. Changes are taking place in the environment where we live, and therefore affect everyone directly, making it impossible for us to be outsiders. Officials and news channels in various countries are trying to hush up the truly terrible news, which can no longer be called traditional disasters. They talk about temporary anomalies which, in fact, have already become a norm. People do not have truthful information. They do not have a global-scale picture in their minds. Over time, they perceive another catastrophe as an ordinary situation. Many scientists admit that publications that use the terms climate change and global warming are edited by the print media staff in a certain way before they are published. If we make observations on changes in weather conditions over the past 8 years, we can see that every year there are various climatic anomalies all over the planet, which we have not observed for tens or even hundreds of years. The clearest examples in Russia are heavy snowfalls in St. Petersburg in May, and the heaviest snowfalls in central Russia at the end of April. In Europe, instead of occurring once in 15 to 20 years, as they used to, severe floods are now annual. Snowfalls in the US have become much more severe and last longer. Powerful hurricanes have become more frequent. However, besides climatic catastrophes, humans themselves have significantly damaged the planet's ecosystem, which critically weakens the Earth's immunity, especially in the period of global cyclical cataclysms. Let's recall the slow-onset environmental disaster that occurred in the Gulf of Mexico in 2010. On the Deepwater Horizon oil rig in the Macondo Prospect, a technogenic disaster destroyed a pacemaker of the planet's climate. As a result of the explosion on the oil rig, about 5 million barrels of oil spilled into the Gulf of Mexico over a period of 152 days through the damaged well pipes at a depth of 1,500 meters. The oil spill reached an area of 75,000 square kilometers, which is about 5% of the Gulf of Mexico. And despite the prompt action of the US emergency services, about 40% of the oil remained in the marine ecosystem and on the coastal strip. The problems that our world is facing are quite numerous. Destruction of the ozone layer, global warming, global ocean pollution, air pollution, lack of drinking water, destruction of tropical forests, desertification of territories, reduction of biodiversity, depletion of natural resources. However, there is only one cause of these technogenic disasters. It is the consumerist attitude of humans towards the planet, its resources, other living beings that inhabit it, and moreover, towards each other. None of the above-mentioned problems can be solved separately. They can only be solved comprehensively with a change in the vector of our society towards the creative format and by treating the Earth as our common home, as a single living organism in which we are the cells. Today, the Creative Society project is bringing together the full potential of the world's scientists to find solutions to the planet's increasing cataclysms. I was astonished at the accuracy of the facts presented in the reports made for the Rotary International on the future of humanity. All of them are strictly based on scientific hypotheses and are supported by facts and calculations of leading scientists in various fields and countries. These can easily be traced back through the provided links to the resources publicly available on the Internet. Today, all the problems of the macroecological system management are tied into one global knot, and the answer to them must be global. Even the major nations cannot cope with them alone. Moreover, humankind has little time left to change the situation. According to the optimistic scenarios, it is only within one generation. And according to the pessimists, have already passed the point of no return.
Thank you very much to all the experts who worked on this report. No one has ever looked at the problem of ecology in such a multifaceted approach. This is an excellent example of bringing together experts from different fields of science. We could see the picture holistically. Dear friends, right now, record your feedback, video feedback about what you heard in the forum and post it on your social media networks, or send it to info@creativesociety.com. Now, we bring to your attention a unique new format of timeless spoken word from a popular musician and songwriter and performer from California, Roy Starr Soundseek. For centuries, our humanity has been dealing with the same problems that consumer format has created for us. And to break this spiral of silence, we need someone to start speaking the truth about what's really going on. And the output we have. Timeless spoken word is a message and a call to all of us, from Roy Starr Soundseek. In essence, it's an appeal to all of humanity. Let's listen.
For thousands of years, we've changed borders, slogans, and officials, but we've never managed. The same rallying cries, posters, and news lines explain to us what it is we should die for today. For faith, for a name, for someone's idea, for glory, for freedom, for power, for a patch of land. It'll all be forgotten. For time will erase all names and fame, all triumphs and goals, leaving nothing but graves. For thousands of years, we, the entire mankind, with our blood and our mind, with our strength, our breath, and the time of our lives, we pay the maniacs stung by power for the fruits of their ambitious desires, for their rabid, ravenous greed. We pay with our hearts, with our mothers, with our daughters. Absently, we lead our sons for the slaughter, all for the sake of some tyrant to say, "It is I who have conquered this land." In the media, we read excuses for the murders. Hang in there, feebly they say to us. But let me ask you, my friend, honestly, voice the truth. How much is your life worth to you? Tell me, is a handful of land worth a child's life? Worth our blood and strife? Worth the grief and pain in a human heart? You see, this blind strife happens not in the wilds, but in the field of yourself, in the field of your views and ideas, your judgments. Haven't you noticed that? They move us from here to there like pawns, while we keep standing without a squeak, humbly waiting for someone to speak, someone who can no longer bear it. So he'll start speaking and shouting about y'all can't be silent about what's inside us, like a storm willing to burst out. There's no right and left in this world. There's no me and you. It's just people on this earth. We all want to live and we don't want to die. We are called to live, not to kill. So why do we need such a world where life is not valued? A world where we'll be finished by the climate or by our own sense of pride misalignment. After all, better is the world where life is valued, where life is favorable for all, and where the goal is the same. The clear format of creative society is to the benefit of all, undeniably. For this motto is a sunrise of humanity. But that's when the human in us will flourish. We will discover ourselves, and our talents to create will be encouraged. The key to change our life are in the 8 foundations, which are to be embedded into the constitutions of nations, so that there's welfare, vastness of creation. The whole world must be turned into a beautiful garden for us to live in an abundant oasis. It's easy to change the format of our world. We just need to start spreading the word. And that's why we have to proclaim with high speed that the creative society is what we all need. That's why I tell you, do speak, because the word that arises from within will have the oppression of silent skin. Today, our survival is only in unity. It's the only way and solution for humanity. So I ask you now, tell everyone you meet, for humanity's evolution, the creative society is what we need. The creative society, we need to make it a reality.
For those who just joined the live stream, we would like to remind that right now you are watching an international forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, which has been translated into 150 languages by volunteers from around the world. These 150 languages are spoken by 90% of the world's population. To learn more about the Creative Society project, please visit creativesociety.com. The world is now sinking into the abyss of a global economic crisis, exacerbated by a worsening geopolitical situation and increasing climatic disasters. Traditional tools to stabilize the world economy are no longer working. This time, we should not expect or hope that a recovery will follow the economic downturn. We will not be able to revive the current economic system. Now we will show you why.
Thinking that there is an economic upturn and that we need to adapt to new conditions and wait. Each of us hopes the crisis will not affect us or that we will be able to prepare for it. But this time, it will be different. There is no hiding from the impending collapse, even in the most developed country, even with enough money and high-paying jobs. It no longer matters whether you are a head of a company, a business owner, or a top expert. This crisis won't spare anyone. Why is there a global economic crisis today? And what awaits us in the future? Even the strongest economies in the world are experiencing an inflationary shock. The prices for all goods and services are rising sharply around the world. Inflation in the USA and Europe is now higher than in the last 40 years. What has caused such a sharp rise in inflation? During the pandemic, more than $15.5 trillion were printed in the USA and 2.5 trillion euro in Europe. This injection of money led to inflation, a reduction in the purchasing power of the population, and a price spike. In a market economy, the quantity of goods and services has to be balanced. If there is more money, it simply devalues, and this leads to higher prices for all goods and services. In an attempt to contain inflation this year, national banks of different countries are raising interest rates. This means that in each country, the cost of all credit is becoming more expensive for both businesses and consumers. This situation is superimposed on a critical rise in global debt. In 2021, the world plunged into a debt crisis. World debt has increased by an unprecedented $77 trillion, and it amounts to 350% of global GDP. External debts of countries account for 1/3 of this debt. The main debt increase has taken place in the USA and China. In China, this has caused a mortgage crisis which has shaken the economy. 30% of mortgages are bad debts which will never be repaid. Chinese developers are demolishing entire blocks of new buildings because the utility cost of unsold flats is borne by the developers, which is unprofitable. How will rising debt and inflation affect economies of different countries? Because of rising interest rates, countries will have to pay higher interest rates on government loans. This means that our taxes, that is our money, will go not to improving our lives, social benefits, medicine, but to the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and other financial institutions from which our country has borrowed. The economic crisis continues to intensify because of the geopolitics that have triggered the energy crisis around the world. The world economy is going through a precipitous decline. How will this affect our lives? The economic crisis will soon lead the whole world into stagflation. What does it mean? Against the background of skyrocketing inflation, prices of goods rise manifold, production will drop, jobs will be extremely difficult to find, and wages will shrink. Many goods and products will become scarce, and some of them will disappear altogether. This will lead to starvation, power shortages, and fuel shortages. Today, poverty is the norm of our world. Statistics, almost half the world's population lives on less than $5.50 a day. That's $165 a month. With this amount, people must not only provide themselves with food, but also pay for utilities, rent, basic necessities, and medicines. Obviously, it is impossible for people to survive on this money. Live in poverty. In Great Britain, 14.5 million. In Germany, 13.8 million people. In Japan, 20 million. The highest level of poverty in these countries is child poverty. In the US, 1 in the United Kingdom, 1 in 3. In Germany, 1 in 5. In Japan, 1 in 8 children. Poor families cannot provide their children neither with proper nutrition, nor medicine, nor education. The paradox is that in our consumer society, over 70% of people are living in poverty or at a survival level, while 1% of the population owns more capital than all the rest of people on the planet. And their capital every minute. Even in times of crisis, the rich get richer and the poor gets poorer. The very model of the modern economy creates this inequality. In the current model, the wealth of some people is accumulated only at the expense of the impoverishment of others. The economy of the consumer society doesn't work any other way. This is the essence of the modern consumerist form. There is an enormous amount of money and resources in the world, but also an enormous number of poor people. The coming economic crisis will push billions of people around the world below the poverty line. Insecurity, turmoil, and uncertainty will be increasing in every country. Uncontrollable public unrest will begin. So what is the real cause of this global economic collapse? The real reason is the current economic system. It doesn't just drive us into crises, it creates them. It creates inequality, poverty, inflation, and instability. Nowadays, the economic system is particularly destructive as our world enters a cycle of severe climate disasters. Climate losses are rising in every country, amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. Climate disasters are increasing exponentially. Based on our mathematical model of climate change drawn up by the international team of scientists, by 2030, global GDP will not be able to cover all losses from destructive climate cataclysms. That means 6 to 7 years, there will be a total collapse of the world economy. Every one of us will lose everything. We'll no longer have electricity, heating, water, housing, food, or medicines. Climate disasters will simply put an end to our habitual life. Can we prevent this catastrophic situation? If we don't take drastic measures, it will only get worse. We can't find a solution in today's economic model. It's like patching up holes in a sinking ship. It will sink anyway. The economy is an artificial system created by people. We need to change the current economic system in order to survive. New model that can create stability and security for every person on Earth, a model that serves all people, not just the 1%. To find a way out of this impending collapse, experts from different economic and related fields from all over the world have come together. A model of the creative society economy has been developed with another key principle in mind: to provide security and a high standard of living for every person on Earth. It is predictable, stable, unit worldwide economy in which there is no inflation and prices are fixed. In such an economic model, there are no taxes for people, small or medium-sized businesses, and credits are given without interest. In this model, everyone will have a high universal basic income, free housing, free high-quality healthcare and education. The economy of the creative society will create a single high standard of living for every person, where everything works to meet the needs and comfort of all people. In order to implement this working model, we need to combine the efforts of specialists, business, and science. But first of all, we need to create a public demand for the creative society from the majority of people. Because changes of this scale can only be brought with a direct participation, desire, and consent of each and every person. It depends solely on us what kind of world we will live in tomorrow.
Greetings, dear viewers. What you've just seen is not a Hollywood movie,
Loved
but a
Belantirin
reality
Atania
of
Dano
today's
Mihar
life.
Fenon Manzariki Hollywood
Most
film.
of these crises are
Mietu
already
Dirol
visible.
Hagigi,
One
Megatirin
of
Kina
them, which we
crisis
still
Miharis
tend to
Fenamevdi,
to
Egatirin
underestimate
Ekamaki Advis
and don't
Orgon
want to admit
Kudako,
to ourselves,
Amil
is
Napsa
food
Gabul Kora
crisis.
Bernoa,
And what is even
Ekamaki Kabotiki
scarier
Datika,
is that hunger
Adi
is
Evre
being
West,
created
Birwer Kamaki,
artificially.
Hanga,
And
Tibanwa Hono
unfortunately,
Ofada Pavani,
if we do not
Ami
change the consumer format
Amiliaka,
of society,
Adi Hitameki
it's what
Mutamogi
awaits us
consumer
all.
format
The modern
Badilana,
economic
A
system
Argon
of the
Emingi,
consumer format
Intisaruga Oikam.
is designed so as to create crisis, inflation, and wars. All wealth and resources in this system belong to a small percentage of people. It is even called the economy of the 1%. Meanwhile, the rest of the people become poorer and can afford to buy fewer and fewer goods. The economy loses consumer demand and the recession begins. And this causes people
Consumer
to
formula
become
Zamani
even
Sadu.
poorer and money to flow
Parma
even
Kure Pavani
more to the
Karisatuka
top
inflation
of
at
the
the
pyramid,
Hangurama of
the
the Gota.
so-called 1%.
Egateriga Huri Humasandikama
This
Wasirituka
is the
Milkureki
economic
Maduinsate.
system itself
Ekini
creates
8% Iksad.
poverty, and poverty
Adibaki
creates
Timi
hunger.
Fagirve, Amado Muda
This
Ganavin.
is the standard
Exada
mechanism
the
of
customer
the consumer
demand
format.
Gilli Resistor Fashe. Adi
However,
Mistakun
there
Itura
are
Fagirve.
factors that are now
Pyramiduge
further
much
exacerbating
Brevis
this system.
Gina Fada
And these
Dauro
factors
Medwari
lie at the level
Nuba
of
Egin Star
geopolitics,
Salvo. أي اقتصادي نظام عمل فقيركم وفدا فقيركم وفدا بدها هونكم وفدا من consumer format standard mechanism.
A situation is created to reduce the amount of food on Earth. For example, the Netherlands, which is the second largest supplier of food in the world,
Netherlands nitrogen berukola member madukura. Adi mikam gusabon dandu company madu. Adi Netherlands ki dunia ki devana emmegina kaboti go supply kurago.
where it is not economically
Dandu
profitable for them
bawe to ufada janwar ufadum ki iqtisadi go tum faida hori kamino halate. Danduverina bani kurimatif
they are burdened
mosimi
with high climate
mosimi
taxes,
takes bodo magasa
or
bon
they are
nota
given quotas for
hudda
permitted
difawa
emissions.
kota
The
edra
second
masai koro
factor is the development of
dewan
expensive
kabki
green energy
agbod fei
and
hakatai
geopolitical decisions
geopolitical
which has
nemanto
led
ofed e current
to
ai
a soaring of
fertilizer
electricity and
agu
fertilizer
ofligen diu
prices.
danduver
Farmers and
danduver
companies in
kam
the
ofligen
agriculture
diu danduver
are
kam udara
practically
harakat terwa
unable to
danduver
bear
na
these
conference kam
costs.
harato ofna gagan kan koli
Their
digen diu
business is no longer
emi hange be
profitable,
fari fada
and
mi
similar
harnete
situations
Germany
can be
Canada
observed
de
in
Australia
many
for the
other
any
countries,
gam to ga smi for the halati
including Germany, Canada, and Australia.
mi
This
hatu ga
year,
asar
we have not yet felt
Harme-
the consequences of this situation
mi har algon men
because
adives
we are still
ihsas no
living
kore
off the
mi di
last
har
year's
algon men
harvest.
dirul medani
But next year,
ekamaku
there will be
an
no
har
such
algon men
volume
mi
of
ha
harvest.
bodo
And
kana no
already
libe
this winter, we will be
mitini mosum gaves
experiencing a
current ge
shortage of
ago
common
bodo
products
mug
in
sabu
stores
fi har ta gu gai
because of the
dan
electricity prices.
fi har ta
It is
fi har
already unprofitable to
ganna
grow
ba ta gu
food in
dati kam kurimati
greenhouses
ban
and store it in
greenhouse ta gu ga
refrigerators.
kabu ta gite hadda
We will have a
fridge ta gu
delayed
ga ra ka
problem,
kurme ki mi har spada
which
in
we
kame
will gradually
algon men
begin to
las
feel
wegen
already.
dan masala
Some basic
madbanu
food
algon men
products
mi har
will
ehsas
disappear.
kurem fashan
These are
by
likely to be
by
vegetables,
stable
fruits,
kana
and meat,
netigen
because it will
gadan
be
mi tarukariya
absolutely
mewa adi
unprofitable to
maskama
produce them.
vedan kama e etiket
Let's
fitum ki
simulate a
fada
situation.
no nekama kaba
Taking all factors
uriya kama ka
into account,
uriya ko mi halat model
what
ko
will
le
this
mahingare
lead to?
mi kam sabon le beni kon kam heji
Our
algon
economy
mi
is
iksadi
collapsing,
iksad fond we
and
iksadi
we are
bodu kari sa
entering a
mi deni
severe
bannamu
economic
mihum
crisis.
deni fagir bam
People are getting poorer and poorer. Consumer
consumer
dropping
demand
rapidly.
consumer benu jamin bar
Parallel,
wara
there is a
abah dasha
geopolitical crisis,
midani
and
hamaya
we
e
find
gota
ourselves in a
geopolitical crisis
situation
ebe
where
adi producer
producers
na
can't
no
produce
fade
and
gan
buyers can't
farataka
buy,
nugane be fada halati
even if there
algon
is
men
demand.
ebe fene demand oil names
What will be
fasa
the
ni
result?
ega natija ki
The food
wabahij
market is divided among
kaboti
three
ke bazar bani
huge
dunia
global
ke bodo
corporations.
think corporation taka bahala
These
fa mi
corporations are
corporation ta ki
owned
ekaka ane
by
ekaka
two
milkiyat onna
global financial
dunia ke
funds
the
which
financial
own each other.
fund ge hissa
And
onna
of course,
corporation ta
they are all
ehem be
owned
ma
by
hama
that
kash
very
barum
1%
emene ki wes
we
algon min
talked
kuri
about
mi denvi
earlier.
8% ge
Now, let's
inseta
imagine
milkwari
this situation.
miar
There
mi
are far
halat
fewer goods
wisnal ba
in the
hingash
world.
dunia ga
Prices
ufidunta
are getting
mewani
higher
waram
and
maduf
higher.
agota
Do
dani
you
bodomne
think
dunia ege
corporations
kankolo
will
toga
take
kabo
care of
tikit behuma
distributing food
corporation takum
around the world so
corporation
that there
takum
is enough for
balhatta
all
huriha
people?
rayitun nafudewara
Of
kabo
course
tikit
not.
liben heji
In a
ama yeginu
consumer
bes kanzema
format
formituga
where
fada
profit
aki
is the main
emme
goal,
bodo
this
em
is not
amazik
going to
fada
happen.
mekam wane kamen
Governments in our consumer format
algon
will
me
also
consumer
not
formeruga
care for hungry
sarkar
people
takum
in their
emi hunga
countries.
gawmtuga madoha hunu kan hunna mi hunna alanu dan
Through these
mi
corporations,
cooperation ta
governments will
mediwaruko
only sell
sarkar
products
takum
to
taket
those
vikani
who give
vikani
them more
ay
money.
fraitaka itur fada de
Eventually,
fraitaka ikanye
some
emme
countries
fahum
will be left without the
emme fahum
ability
by
to get
gawmtuga
normal
ada
food at
kabu
all.
tiklimu gabil kan
And some
evis
of the
memberka
countries
netigen
that
gada
will still have
adives
more or
madunoni
less solvent demand will buy
madunoni
food at very high prices.
solvent
As a
demand
result,
onan
people
by
will not be
gawmtukum
able to get these
wara
products
bur
anywhere
aguga
else.
kabo tikidigane fa natija goto
Now,
me fedunta
add to
ehen
these
tanaka
factors
nolibe ehen
the climatic situation has already been
ma mi
felt
har
by
terega
all
huriya
countries
gawmakis
this year.
esas kuray fawan
The
mosami
climate
halit
will exacerbate the geopolitical, economic, energy and
بسبب
financial
تيتركولا
situation.
موسم بسبب geopolitical اقتصادي حركة أد مالي حالة إتر غوس
That we will have
كان
no
كم إتر
production,
غوس بان
no
एक माने
money,
की
no
आर्गन में ना
agriculture,
एबेस उफिद
and
में
no
फैस आए
fertilizers, without
दंडवेर
which
कमें
we cannot
आदि
grow anything.
फर्टिलाइजर आए नहुन्ना
And in a
ए
very
आनुला
short
आर्गन
time,
में नका
we
एबेस
come to
एचे
the
एबेस
point
कमें नुकरवे
where
आदि वारा
simply
कुर
we
मुद्दती
will
की
have no
तरेगा
food.
हमें कने काय छे
So how do we
नुली बे
solve
हिसाब
these
दा
problems?
एहम बे माम
There is no
कीने में
solution
मसल
to
हल
the
कुरान
consumer format
का
at all, because there
काबो
is no
तक बात
equal food. And
consumer
there is
form
no
ituga
goal
me
for providing
masal hal
food
kur
for
men nei
people either. So the situation will
consumer form ituga
escalate
rayitun
to the
ka mundin
level
maki ha
of a
mohim
food
kamen
war
kabo to
between
git ba ta
countries
hamagotuga
God
distribute
forbid
no kureveti
Or
consumer form
we
ituga
will
ibis halin
have
adi
what we
rayitun
are
kabo to for
foretold,
kudin
a
amazam
mass
ehe be ma
starvation
not
and famine.
gam ta gam
This
kabo to git
situation would
hangurame
indeed be
hanguram he
hopeless.
gonda isa bahalat
But we have
wegandar
an answer and
Allah
a
taala
solution.
ikam ana kurab
The
not
economy of the
not
creative
argument na
society.
hango fa kanta
A
tirega
change in
banu
the
ha hun kaman
economic model
ay to
will
asmihalat wani
completely eliminate the artificial factors that are now leading us to
حقيقة
starvation.
اسمي حالة بني أمي كان الله في إكمل
There will
أرجون
be
من
no
أي بوي
crisis,
جواب
no inflation,
creative society
no
إقتصاد
wars,
إقتصاد
no
موديل
poverty.
أجنا مبادل أيكم مهار بنو
Everyone
هون
will have a
كم
high
artificial factor
unconditional
مولنا
basic
تاليدا
income and be
إبس
able to
إبس
buy as
crisis
much
inflation
food as
هنغرامي
they
فقير
need.
كم نونا إم مي
Businesses
كم مي هك
would
بس
be free from taxes,
universal basic income ماتي
interest on loans, and would
income
have access
لبي
to the
بينما
most
من برا
advanced
كابو تجد جنويني
technologies.
بيفارتك
Political
تكوا
pressure on
لونغ
farmers
interest
and
هيلي لبي
agriculture
إم
companies
زماني
would
technology
disappear.
لبين دندورين
All
دندورين
this,
نشا دندورين كان
agriculture
كورا كومفن
to
تكا سياسي
expand
pressure في
and
لاي جندا
develop at a
ميهوريها
new
كم كم
technological level.
دندورين كان فراوي technology
And the new
فين بريجا
technologies will
كوري
enable
كوري
us to provide food for
كوريرو
people
مغفى بجندا
even when the
هذه technology सब मौसम गोस बिया
later
जैसे
in the
रही तो
forum.
नकाबो तो
We
कुछ
will
फोर को दिन
tell
मग पे
you
गंदा
how
दिन
this will
में
be
फोरम का
implemented
आर्गन में
already
दंडवाल
in
क्रिएटिव
the
सोसाइटी
transition
बदलो में
period
मुद्दत का
to the
मिहार
creative
बस
society.
मिकंतम पेश करे बिगंदा
Thank
शुक्रिया
you.
Dear viewers, right now you are watching live the International Forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, with simultaneous interpretation in 150 languages.
رحمة رحمة أرجو من
Forum
إيمن
will
أمور
note about
إنسان
the true
تتوقع مفاد
process
مهم
of
حركات
catastrophic
تبي فرنا
climate
مرحبا
change,
دنمكي
the
أرجو
critical state of
وفارقة
our ecology, why the world economy will no longer recover, and why hunger threatens everyone. Stay tuned. Next, you'll see the premiere of the film The Diary of the Last Man. You'll find out which prophecies have already come true. We realize we have covered many heavy topics today, but you have the right to know the truth. Stay with us. We'll be talking a lot more about the solution and the perspectives that will open up for everyone in the near future. People can no longer remain silent about the problems we see in today's society and about the need to unite to solve these problems. This is what the famous Cuban band Buena Fe song is about, which they wrote and performed especially for our forum today. The song is called Cuánta Más, which means how much more suffering and catastrophe does humanity need to endure to realize that it's time to change the world. And even though it seems that each of us is just a tiny flame, together we are a huge tsunami of love, and we will save the world and make it truly beautiful.
Buena Fe हाँ एक मारे की आदि इतुरे के हावर है
Hello, beautiful people. We're at the Buena Fe Band,
आदि
and we want to send our greetings to the friends of Global Crisis
रहमतरीने
for Survival
आर्गन
in
में
Unity.
की
And that's exactly the
Buena
way
Fe
we
band
feel. There is no
global
other way.
crisis
The
के
world today is
रहमतरीने
broke down at
tahniya
very
फनवा
bad road, and we have
आर
no
में
choice but
की
to unite
survival
and become better
आर में
people
की
every day.
survival आकी ए बावंत आदि आर में हिसास करोगे तो ये नोंगो तिन्ने इमेल दुनिया के इमेदने अवर गोस माउ आदि ए बावंत कम दुआ कोस रंगल बाय का वो नोंगो तिन्ने
solidarity and
Israel
collaboration. Big hug.
¿Cuánto más hará falta el sermón del poder del amor? ¿Cuántas veces se invoca la paz y a la conciliación? ¿Cuánto tiempo invertido en forjar una idea del respeto? Que una vida siempre importe más que suntuosos objetos. ¿Cuántos más libros, audios, películas son necesarios? Alertando del mismo destino de los dinosaurios. Y otras guerras que nuevas catástrofes, cuánto más crueles. Como masa de nuevos Caínes, sintiéndose Abeles. Cuánto más, cuánto más. Abismos, dilemas sustanciales de un sistema que acepta reivinidad de una humanidad suicida. Ego parece tan pequeño, pero a veces por efecto dominó se esparce, expande y crece y alumbra, blanquea toda justa y nueva idea donde ingenio y rendimiento favorezcan nacimiento. Comienza conmigo, que mi abrazo sea tu abrigo. No hay ganador si muere el mar. Ya basta de trampas, trucos y galimatías, de tabular las almas, como si fueran mercancía. La lluvia y la nieve, montañas mueve, hará falta un gran ciclón que transforme este relieve. Que la ciencia prevalezca por sobre las soldadescas. Y si toca ser soldado, sé en defensa de olvidado. Comienza conmigo, que mi abrazo sea tu abrigo. No hay ganador si muere el mar.
The depth of your soul. You can feel how much understanding, wisdom, and personal experience is put into the song. Indeed, as has been said, in order to change the terrain of this consumerist format, it is necessary to bring all people together. How much longer will we allow the consumer society to turn us into slaves? How long, with our tactless consent, will this lawlessness continue? How many more wars do we need in order to realize that wars only happen because of our inaction? Because we continue to support the consumerist format. And yet, all wars have the same causes. Let's learn more about that.
Over the past 5,000 years of human history, there have been no wars on Earth for only 292 years. And since the end of World War II, humanity has had only 26 days of peace. Wars have taken 3,640,000,000 lives. That's almost half of the world's population today. War has always been an integral part of the consumerist format of society, in which profit is the primary value, and war is the instrument to achieve it. War is a business, the most profitable business. Wars are fought over resources, new markets, territories, money, and power. Who do you think benefits from this? The nations that don't even have the money to fight these wars? No. It only benefits the
Hanguramta kon
corporations that
fada wani
become so
kaka heji
powerful
hanguramta
they de facto
kurane
run all
fa service
nations.
ane gahumta
They are
heji
interested in
no eg
continuous
fada
income,
libani
so they need
ganon ge beru
endless wars.
barat hodam da gahumta
And do you
hingam da
know
we
who pays
farita
for all
ikani
this? Do
emi
you
hun
think it's
shagori
them?
bani medikan menneti
No, it
amdani
is
hodam
paid for by
ehin
all of
kama
us people.
new menne hanguramta emi
Remember,
hun
wars
benube
don't happen.
adi mehuri
They are
kama ka khalad
created
kurani
and
ka ko
created
ke heji
ahead
emi
of
hun
time. Wars are
emi hun
planned
kama hibani heji
decades
no
before a direct
ehuri kama
armed
ke
confrontation,
agu
and
edani
the
arming
fighting is
amara
just
yitu
the
hadam
culmination
bhattam
of this
hangurame
plot.
ki higa ichino e ufadda
Starting a
ichi
war,
ufaddani
convincing the
wagutuge kuri
of the
sida hatiyaru heli
necessity of the
hangurama
war
feshmage ite
and
zamane
of the
kuri
right
hanguram
to
taka
a
benwa
preemptive
saman
strike
tayyar kunma
to avoid possibly
tayyar
worse consequences.
tayyar wairo
Accordingly,
hangurama ki mere
anyone
muga
who wants
amas
to
kama
start a
be
war will try to convince the public that war is necessary
hangurame
to
feshma kuriga
improve
hangurame ga
the
benu
deteriorating
terikan ayitu na
situation
bisnaidun
within
maki
the
kuran
country.
jekame adi dima
Anyone who
da
tries to
natija
start a
ko
war
salam
must
bomata
convince
kuring
the
hamala din
public
muga
that it will
hagu
be
wagda
easy, victory will be swift,
tangi
inevitable,
ge
and
kurani
inexpensive.
gosum da
In
halat
practice,
rangalu kurma
this
hangurame
means
ki kom he kuran
convincing
je kame
people
kama rayitun
that
na
the
bisnaidinu
cost of the nation will be
hangurame
small
fasha masage
and the
kura
risk
kom
of
mi he kos
escalation
rayitun na
will be
bisnaidini
controllable.
e fase he kame
And
kama
the
shari
likely
kamiyab ki
outcome
bes
can be easily
avas
anticipated.
mujarrib adi agu hewan
To
kame
achieve
kama
these
amali gotung
goals,
mi kama mane
10
ki gaw ma
simple
kuran je
but very
kharad
effective
ki
techniques are used.
kura kame kama
Their effectiveness has
ituru
been
muge anura
tested
kale ki
over
control
the
kura vidane
centuries.
kame
Tested
kame kame natija
on
fase
war
he
in more
andaza
than
kura
one
vidane
war
kame kama
from the time of the
rayitun na
Sumerians
yagin kod
to the present day. They guarantee a result without fail. And so they are used by both the aggressor and the victim side. Now, you will hear them and finally learn how even the most peace-loving man is persuaded to wage
meda
war.
hama imi natija yagin ka andeni felo
10
meneti ehbe ma furata
of
mahamala de
military propaganda.
farata aniya libe
The first
faratun dani
principle,
beno
we
kurum
don't
mi
want
arti
war.
ba mi hon e wa
We
ga da
defend
ka do ha
ourselves.
emme pahon
To
daswege
conduct war
medeni
propaganda,
emme
the
sulha
first
lodi
thing
kura
that you
mi
must
havis
do
amdeni libe
is
nama hangura
convince
makur mata
your
hibaru
own
deka
people that we didn't want war. It is the others, they, who have started the war, or are planning to
askari
start it
propaganda
any
di
day
usul
now. We, on the other hand, are forced to defend ourselves. The use of this principle can be seen in almost all war. The main thing is to convince people that the bad guys hate us and have already started or are prepared to start first.
amna bisna dinu nube mi armen na protoko emme protama mi hangura ma fasha panika fasha antibeka hamala dinuma siyasi emeruma birde kumpada terrorism ga amalata heke gotuga benonko badle femga esas kurmi ki rayitun roliveri kan ituru kurma awar ada adi harudana okole devana usul hangurama pesimo zimma offline je hamekan faratik hamekan dushman team mana principal dushman leader ki shatana ei hagige nubakam dushman na amaz libe ati ei nafrata o etike muri gawmum nafrata ofadda majbur kurumeke komhen kurunje kame non tasvir sifa kureveni dushmanu emi hunga abadi dekmatraga ehim mi hunge veriyaki nafsani gotam balikashe nikmati fasad veri fasig mi gotuga
not private interest. The economic and geopolitical goals of the war
حتى نوصل أرجون ميجي دفاع كورم بيعمل لمصلحتنا ومثل المقصد هنقول ما اقتصادي أدي geopolitical لاندرته كي ورا فرواتر كمايكو فريف ولاندرته أخلاقي الديمقراطية قومي أمني ما كان دفاع كورم مسك إم كوري سافوغا جنست هنقول ما مقصد كي مثل المقصد تكمو غاريتون ما تك देखो रही तो तकलीफ तो सलाम को ट्रस्ट मरकज ता हला को बड़े थी हथियार तो फेतर होटो ले और डिक्टेटर वर कमे वटाल फसन उसूल दुश्मन की अनिवार्य के दुश्मन की अनिवार्य कम गवाह होता है कि प्रोपेगेंडा की एम में मुहिम नकुता अनिवार्य वानी हमें करे दुश्मन नशे प्रिंसिपल हाता अनिवार्य कम नकुरुम हर में hanguram tani naitu fada nalgon menge hanguram kurani usul hypen usul etaga amil gelon anta forwa dushmanon gelon ta harkosh kurwash
the ninth principle
no one principle hanguram maga masakata dini
of the war effort
idealization arming maqsad ke amanga vegan ba kame ka awari mani themen
the 10th principle
من نايكوك أدي الدشمن نركاga ألفان روان ألفان بهذا القرآن مشيارة بينهم كره ده وانا أصول الدفاع على ديمك كو ثابت وجه أرغم نجى propaganda مدو سوال قداميها دشمن नहीं बरतनी कले बन्ना एक ही गानों हर बन्ना देखो कमेस इधर फराते बाकी करे गांव के लीडर के मूल्य गांव दरगने पावा बेफुरे लीडर के मसला की गांव मसला लीडर में टेक्नोलॉजी में सोतो हर तनाकं कशवर को दिनी मीडिया के जुमला मोनोपोलाइजेशन सब वसीले तक मालूमात हो दमे की नादर कम इनकम ब्रॉडकास्ट कुरा मालूमात का सहाकं कशवर को में की गागन का नादर कम
weakening of the victim
बल्कि
the ideological conditioning of the population work is also carried out to weaken the victim
आबादी की फिक्री कंडीशन के इतरो शिकारे का वामिया बल्कि कुरमुगे मसकेब्स कुरे बेनु वा नतीजा बेलमफो बल्कि वा गोता मरोहला तोगा नोत इफारा बेनु कुरे ते वे फुंगे रकातर का मटका आलगुन में लफारवनी ते वे आदे वसीले की कुल इंगलाब कमा ये फोगे गमिगे लीडरशिप बदल कुरमा पपेट सरकार कनेलुमा एक्सादी आदि सियासी मसलो हालबुली को गमग मुदलाय वसीले ते फेरिगत जमानी हथियार रहमरे जन तवगा अंगुराम हाइब्रिड गोत गिना बेनु करे हरकत अस्करी हरकत फेसबुक मा कुरी अंगुराम रस्मी ऐलान नति हमला
the economy
دولة السر إداري وسيلة إقتصاد عسكرية ثقافة دولة على بالي كل
as well as the rules and norms in the country of the victim
أنا اللي بميها فهذا تجا عمل رأيتنا أنا اللي بميها قومك أصول تكاي أصول تعرف كوي
into debilitating military expenditures by creating local conflicts in bordering and strategically important regions. These so-called gray zones are created by separating part of the bordering territories from the country through armed clashes and creating separate republics, which subsequently exist for decades and are points of conflict escalation. Gray zones are like red buttons around the world that can be pressed at any time to unleash an armed conflict. Today, any territory in the world can become a gray zone, just because conditions have been created.
ميدك الدنيا جوا كم صراحة ديفيس غري زون كا بيبني أي ميها كأمام فالي اللي بمن أدي هوريها حالة فول سكيل هنغرامة فاشن متركا سباكي إيه برو بدأ هروكش فكرة كي بورد صراحة دوغا بدين حملة دين ما سياسي غوتم فاكل أو هروكش
that war is the most terrible phenomenon in our society. It leads to the destruction of human lives, individual cities, and entire countries. In effect, the severing of supply chains and the destruction of production facilities and infrastructure set the nations back decades, if not hundreds of years. But if for some people war is a misfortune, for others, it is an opportunity to make money, as cynical as it may sound. And the primary source of revenue in war is armaments. Global military spending is rising for the 7th year in a row, reaching $2,113 billion in 2021 alone. That means that someone is constantly preparing for war or already engaged in warfare. It is essential to understand that weapons buyers are mostly countries, but the sellers are mostly private companies. So how does a manufacturer manage to convince governments to buy their weapons? The fact is that decisions in most are made by politicians, while the principal customers that make such requests are military industrialists. As a rule, schemes to bribe politicians and lobby for decisions and laws are used to ensure that decisions are made in their favor. Thus, the state serves the interest of arms manufacturers. And companies in the military sector are interested in keeping the war going, because if the wars stop, they will lose their multi-billion-dollar businesses. Simply put, the more military conflicts on the planet, the more profits corporations make. Why is it possible to carry out such deals and remain unpunished? Because it is all hidden under the national security seal, and the participants are protected from scrutiny. The mere of producing weapons as a commodity already raised many questions. Not only do we continue to spend resources on inventing means of killing each other, but we also continue to produce something that will be destroyed one way or another. It doesn't matter if it is one bullet, $1 bullet, or a $13 million missile. If someone wants to get rid of money, why not make fireworks? At least they're pretty. Even better, invest in healthcare, technology. After all, the same MRI machine costs much less than missiles. Only a missile kills while an MRI lives for decades. Imagine how much good would do people if the money for one cruise missile was spent on 13 MRI machines instead. Armaments are not the only lucrative scenarios. There are others. Every war has another side, a shadow side. Human trafficking and exploitation in various forms are carried out under the guise of war. Forced labor, including sexual exploitation, slavery, and the forced removal of organs. People who participate in such schemes and benefit from it are also interested in the continuation of war. The production and trafficking of drugs, the profits from which go to maintain and finance the conflict by corrupting officials and infiltrating the ruling circles of government, are increasing sharply. Taking advantage of martial law, enterprises and industries, private property and businesses are being nationalized, assets are being frozen, and bank accounts blocked. Other people's property is easily seized under simple propaganda. It's not enough to accuse a company or a business owner of collaborating with the enemy, and all assets are immediately taken over by others. In times of war, it is possible to eliminate a competitor without hindrance or to destroy the production capacity of a business or industry. As a result, the right people take over large and important companies. Profit is extracted from everything. For the first time, global military spending exceeds $2 trillion annually. That means governments have paid $2 trillion of our tax money to various corporations producing weapons and military equipment. At the same time, people are being persuaded that the increase in spending is due to the country's need to strengthen its defense. But in reality, behind this is the desire of corporations to make even more money by expanding their markets. Simply put, the more military conflicts on the planet, the more profits the corporations make. There is an even greater reason why war in the current format of society will never stop. And this reason lies in the very essence of the economy. For the economy to continue to exist, it periodically needs a reset created by war. In order to continue to function, today's continually grow. If there is no growth, there will be an economic crisis that will lead to inflation and rising prices, unemployment and impoverishment. This happens because the economy is overflowing with money not backed by commodity production. As a result, money loses value, prices rise, and inflation accelerates. The economy is built in such a way that money and capital are constantly flowing to a small group of people who owns the majority of the world's wealth. At the same time, the rest of the population is getting poorer and world demand is falling, which stops the economy's growth and creates another crisis. The economy comes to a standstill but most people cannot buy food and necessary goods. People find themselves in unbearable living conditions. Discontent grows and uncontrolled protests erupt, threatening the loss of power to a small group of individuals. In order to retain power, a war mechanism is launched, necessitated by the need to reset the economy. How does war relate to resetting the economy, you may ask? War requires increased production of weapons, destroys the infrastructure and industry in countries where hostilities begin, and consequently frees up markets for the corporations owned by this small group of people. Why destroy entire cities? Infrastructure, communications, resource extraction facilities, and the energy complex, all in order to redistribute spheres of influence and make money on that reconstruction. That allows them to increase their capital even further, expanding their spheres of influence and increase their control over the population. The war in the consumer format creates the conditions for a small group of individuals to continue to get rich. The only thing is, we 99% of humanity pay for this. Not only do we pay for the war with our lives, but we also sponsor it ourselves by paying taxes and buying all kinds of goods and services. After all, the prices of goods includes taxes that go into the national budgets from which loans for military expenditures are repaid, which not only we, but even our children and grandchildren will have to pay for. We could have chosen to spend this money on equally expensive but peaceful projects, finding a cure for cancer or solving the hunger problem. But no one is asking people. More than anything else, war demonstrates that people are subservient and slavery has not disappeared. In our consumerist format of society, war will never stop. It is a part of the economy, a means of increasing capital and strengthening the power of a small group of people. In the consumerist format, it has always been and will always be so. So how to break this vicious circle? Not paying taxes will not fix the problem at its root. By buying any goods or service, we contribute to the economy of the consumption format, the economy of war. Neither can we stop buying. These are the conditions of a consumer society. If we do not change the format of our society and the present-day economy, wars will continue. So the only way out is to change this model of society from a consumerist society to a creative one, where the economy will be stable and aimed at ensuring a quality of life for every single person. The whole society will make decisions on socially important, socially significant, and economic issues. When conditions in society change and the economy's functioning changes, wars will simply cease to be necessary. So I ask you, stop the war, support the creative society.
— 2036 год — это не основное, что мы хотим сказать. Нам плевать на эту дату. Не стоит зацикливаться на разрыве в Марианской впадине и падении Луны, потому что самое страшное случится.
The year 2036 is not the main thing we want to say. We don't care about the date. We shouldn't be obsessed with the Mariana Trench rupture or the falling of the moon, because the worst will happen much earlier. 2036 is the date of our planet's destruction. No one will be able to live up to this date. It is impossible. No one in the world will be able to see it. This is the most important thing. We want to say we as humanity will perish much earlier because of the stupidity and inhumanity. We cannot agree today and get on the solution path. We are divided while the sword, the climate Cerberus, is looming over each of us. And the fact that we are all going to perish is certain. Let's not lie to ourselves and to each other. We have killed pretty much عمل
everything.
نفسه إيكو أنيكا دوغنودار إنسان كي كيباغا إنسان كوان جيهوريها إيش ألغون وارا بورا مرالي ميد ألغون إيكا كون إيكا على كلني وارا أني أوريكما إيكيجا النفرة هم جهما عمل جيتن تقتريجا ألغون متبي ألغون متبي باباف.
Chaos and madness will overwhelm the planet. No one will come to anyone's aid. No country, no army, and no service will be able to cope with the madness that will be all around. It is laid out in the documents what we should be like. It is laid down in religions what we could be like. But in the circumstances of permissiveness, everyone will be killing.
Dinto ga argument ki konkal baika bank ko pa bahur ekama ho delibe mahalato ga simrad ma argument ebeji ekama bisna consumer format ga paruga miha ne komiti miha maralana adi paruga miha maralani paruga mi adi paruga komme miha ko paruga komme miha ko bes ever budveri mihumba ve ekama ko buddveri mihunna bes emihonge diriulum puttumaka annane musumi norkatrika about adi ekama algon mitibi mulimes tayaran ki be engage ekama kunbalash musumi masato ko algon menge samalkan duradago dunia kan kolodoga musumi karsata itran fishim dunia media ta ko बहुत वाह देखो होटल दिन बहुत पेंडेमिक के सब देहार बंदे कशवर को दिन निकली हंगरा में रखल या एक कशवर को मिहार निगा मत मौसमी कार से तो हकीकी तस्वीर दकवा दे मीडिया मुड़ी फेल हन और वालों आन है ये created society bina noko fina ekaka na ekaka maralani pakolka fempoda bonet kare ekam bani kibigi ei war aada ka agora me terega no gudriti karsaga harukaji halatoga mihin amal kurabe balwala bar karsa bura bura penikuge furana nagagan furana berunti mihin ekaka na ani avrikama nataalani maduwegi ituru eduha dirolo
horse harness, carrion,
diu
animal
kurma
skins, and eventually they resorted to cannibalism. A great many people ate members of their families and preyed on human meat.
Noace
Cases of
kas
cannibalism
wanahar
were reported to the police,
Powellzi Russia
there was
mihun
nothing they
kan
could
jehuni
do because
gas
cannibalism
janwar
had become
billuri
a method
kutta
of
mashi
survival.
aske na
It was
hanis
reported that the police were
Korean
forced to protect
janwaru ge hang
themselves.
adi
Cemeteries
emme
attacked
pang
by hungry
cannibalism
wolves.
ge shikari ka
There's
begendi
also
awara gine
evidence
mihun
that
emihun
people
ge
killed
aila
abandoned
to go mihun
children
ka
in order
insan
to
ge
eat.
masto go shikari ka be cannibalism ge masto to fulhun fulhun hoshalum names
During the
cannibalism
Holodomor,
ki dirhur ge
cannibalism was widespread
medar ka
in Ukraine.
bevawati emihun kuruven epis
People
kamenne
banded together,
malumat
killed
le
members of
fawagatu
their
ga banwa
families,
hun
and
weginti
ate
pay ko ham
dead
ade
children.
gabrustan ta
During the Holodomor,
himaya
the
kuran
vast
fulhun
majority of
majburi
people
adi emihun
went
kilometer
insane
ka
because
du ko
of
pawa
mass
kuding
starvation.
emerald kam ge hekbe support
1955, 1958, Great Chinese
Namaste
Famine.
fansa se banahar
According to
China
official
ga bodkar
statistics,
sa
about
rasmi
15 million people
tafasi
died.
sabta da ka go to
According to
gagan ka
unofficial
15 million mihun bane
statistics, it was
maref adi
about
an rasmi
45
tafasi
million
sabta ga
people.
balar gagan ka 40
Police
50 mihun
posts detail specific cases of cannibalism. People
cannibalism
lost all moral
waqi
principles
masate
and
ki
often
tafsil
ate human
fulun
meat.
report ko pe mista gunge
Some
akhlaqi
parents
horiya
did
usu
not
te
dare to
kelli
kill their own
kilo par
children
insanu ge
themselves. They
maskew
exchanged children and ate
by
those
member fan
of others.
amil therefore amaral mag hebros
Cannibalism was severely punished by the authorities, but in spite of that, it
daring
persisted.
badalko
Most of the
mihunge
food in China was
daring
precisely
kaurune
human
kane
flesh. Some
balism
parts of the
kama be
country were
faraitakum
populated by
haruka shadab
cannibals.
din names ekan damiyot
Cannibalism during this
tena
famine
kabutu
has been
gitrega
called
gina
an
insanu ga
unprecedented
maskewma
case in the
gawmuto ga
history
bay
of the
hisab to ga
20th century.
cannibalism abad fa mikar sa
1994,
gitrega cannibalism
North
tram
Korea.
biheban garundu
People
dar hu
went
ga
mad
bas
because
hi
of
bas
hunger
nukura
and
warga
even
masale
killed
gotu gas
and
pako pa
ate
no
their
se no
own
di
babies,
hatar
bloody
wan
cranes,
hatare
and ate corpses.
DPR North Korea
Parents were in
but ha
panic.
unuga
Their
usab
children
mi hum
were
moye
kidnapped,
amil
killed,
tutu ko
and
de
sold
marala
as
ka
meat.
gabruta
There was
lutwa
only hunger,
hashita bis kafa
hunger
kamun gande
all around.
mam fanti bi
People,
birur kam ge terege
now
darim bagan
people
naga
have no
marala
idea what hunger is.
mastake
The
ge gotu
feeling
ga
of
vikal
acute hunger practically
bashaya ga
turned
ngoti
people
banwa
into
hun kama
beasts.
banwa hun kama
These are just
banwa
small fraction
hun kama ki
of the
ko
rigorous
ba kama mi har
examples.
rayi tuna
It may
negi
seem
banwa
that
hun
famine
kama
has
isasta
not touched the
practically
civilized
mi
countries.
hun januar to
Let me
badlu ge di
remind you then of the
mi
masturbation in Europe and the
misal to
US
tere
in the
bara kuda mimbar
1930s.
ke tawsib
Yes, there is
gamu
not
to ga
much
banwa hun
publicity
kan
about
fora
it,
kama
and they try to
hibedani
hide
hem bi ma
disinformation
mi
about the scale
deng ibe from
and
na hadan ko de
the
no
number of
setris
victims. But I'm sure if you search for cases
arto
of
tere
famine
Europe
and
America
related
bara
cannibalism
banwa
cases in
hun
your
kama
country,
ufidan
you
wahaka
will
adi
surely
kama be
find
hegoto
more evidence.
ma bodo
No one
public
is immune to
city and natmo
starvation
emi hu
now.
masga
There are
economy egi
no
mimbara
more
ania
safe,
lebon mi hun ga to
civilized
hagiga malumat
countries.
faro
We can assume that over the past 100 years, people have changed, made conclusions, and nothing like that will ever happen again. Then let's recall at what happened in the Philippines in 2013, Yolanda, in Haiti,
Mikala
after
kama
the
nunga kama
earthquake in
ding a deha
2021,
stera
and in
wana
Pakistan
haruga
after the
tufan
floods
yalonda
this year
apo
in
Philippines ga deha se
2022.
karzana haruga
Hasn't this scenario
bengal
repeated
for
itself
Haiti
there?
ga deha spas
According to
mana haruga
eyewitnesses,
bemborum
people
for
out of pure
Pakistan ga
panic were
hingi konta
violently
ga bala
grabbing food
bala lama
and
hinga
water
me
from each
me
other.
har me manzar ta
All
etano
this
ga takurar
happened in
no yihe
conditions of
manzar
food
do me
shortages.
abon
That
ga
is,
ta biru
hunger
kama biru
has
kama ga
not
sabon
even come yet.
bihun ga ko na ga atun ka bo to ke chai pengi bag di haru kashi go
So, just as 100
Kabutu
years ago, so
de
now
sabon gina
consumerism and
tiki mi
hunger are
marwe fa
pushing
kama
people into violent
va kama asala mai kura mi hunna fuli hunna askari
fratricide.
yabune
Now, are you still hoping for a peaceful scenario? Just a reminder, 85% of the world's firearms are
hame
in
kan hada ko
private
de
hands.
dunia ga hatiyaru ga addi 5%
Are possessed by
theory
law
amil
enforcement agencies, and 13% are in the hands of
amil
the
mi hunga
military.
mati ege tereng
And
da
this is
de
our
insate
reality.
ki ganon
As a
tapis kura
result, that the gangs will simply
idara
begin to
tauga
form
edurgawa
places where they can get something to eat, or where there
tanta
is at
kamasha
least some
tere
source of
insate ki
water.
askariya
In
edurga
such a
hore
state of affairs,
tanta kamasha
there is
adi mi
simply no
argun
chance of
menge
survival.
hagige natija
Understand,
gotum
it will not be possible to somehow sort it out and get something for
fasha
yourselves and your families.
habeekan
I mean, real person offering exchange
American Kang Chilibe Tantanuga Nota Madwigam Fenliben Tanik. For the Halatuga Didu Maga Fursa Tenete, it was Nala Commes Gotokum Ekaka Halukoti Bami Amilla.
Only your flesh matters in this chaos. Do you know why?
Amilla Napsa Timaga Amilla Tuga Amilla Aila Tuga Echa Hodumaki
His own kind crosses the line, his last inner line. This is nothing human left in him any longer, and there is no doubt that this is exactly the scenario they're preparing us for. Just look at all the stuff that fills the information space: movies, TV shows, articles, advertisements, and scientific publications that describe the benefits and inevitability
influence space frame Huria cannibalism in Fada Lazim come back with the film scientific publication Amiga
This scenario is the only one you have in your head.
Miharus string Miharus Ofalam night Tibaga Boluga Hamaikan scenario ki Manzariki me Hama me Nama me Pada Halitiga Amal Quran.
This is a true zombie apocalypse life. This is what awaits us in the not too distant future. This is what the consumer format has done to each of us.
Me consumer form argument come me hekabis kurmat kurwa kama ehbe miharo kama med bisnala me consumer format ki maroon rangaru format hi no ta emenge dirumata jihad ko amertama format ofitun diru maga badlu kuran behavior creative society hasil no kuravijna me scenario bigandan argument ge hagigat
suggests another solution to
creative
the
society they get me no pena ekama ehin halle oshara komme laf bes ado hang tayar
but it must be justified.
komme mi ko se mi ge amil nazare gengol mag hago libigam ba mi hen names ei sakha kame kamga wanje adi hisab to go ba de sakha ves me embi ma musma be gutung alogon me denne wa ke mathematical models ke mache bina ko sakha andazai ekamaga visnamang diere wagutu dani tik kuramun climatic Bhartangoti Luif Kamai Dehring Hadus Terega Ekamo Putumaki Nadur Kamaka Consumer Reform Argumenti Kumnetani Gavis Ekanaka Duspano Siasi Madanuga Iksan Mazanuga Mustamoga Hahas Ahar Bunding Arming Awakivagin D me Vesalami Votaki.
The report we heard at the beginning of our forum provided a clear model and forecast of what awaits humanity
forum argument even report near argument is comment no kurakame Korean dostoga insaniyata argument moli dunia inkar kura kantata saf namuna akai andaza living India reported
of the future
real statistic Visname by me Bonifane for the Korean for the Korean Andaza Akama no very Kamekama in Nameza Kame Nakotana Orgon Minga in the Tisaruga or Mr. Balbalan Adayutuma Helen Vanje and Bima Mihara Orgon Ming Husarani Hamekani. He could be no Karamusta Algon Minge, Logati, Rayutana Mihuna, Echo, Algon Minge, Planatuga, one Kineto, Beluma Miedo, Algon Ming, Atuga, Riha, Agigate Hitag.
Now, headed idiots for not using it.
Mara Algon Visnumi, Algon Ming, a minibus, Purusita Oikam. Harben Naki
Maybe the psychologist is the crazy one. Does he really
harben
think I can
hitam
talk to a
kurani emme
diary
kame
as if
kurimes
to a
ekame
living
nokurat
person? I can't believe I fell for it.
mi
I
epada
wonder how it is supposed
epada
to rid
kame
me of
psychology
depression.
ki
Okay,
moye kama
I'm
bidane
supposed to talk to
psychology
the diary as
hagi
if
gato
to a
gawas
friend.
ena
Well,
hi kurani dirure mi
hey
ka
there,
efada
buddy.
dawara ka
So,
waga de kene kama hije harben ekama
well, nothing comes to
avet ne
mind.
gabon
Although
crash
I got
depression ga
fired,
salame bani
I have
kine
no
baga
money.
hitangiri
How am I supposed
okay
to pay the
harben
mortgage, insurance,
diarrhea
and my
waga
children's
dakani
college? No
rettisa
idea.
ka
Fucked up world.
kala gotaka
The only thing that helps me keep my head above water is the family. I'll do anything for them. My psychologist said I should write down what's bothering me. So what's really bothering me? A constant sense of anxiety.
psychologist bunane harmana ondogo wago lienje kamashe hembe ba hagi gatuga amna argumana ondogo wani kibege hinge abadus kampodonge esas ta kore mondie beruganani madama armiga aida kanden esen luli benete harme beruganani e khiyalata ha kudu wegende agoto legendani duniya dani dwe dwaka goso madama wani kine hige
For a rich guy. It looks like the client is thinking about a doomsday arc. He's paranoid. They made me sign a non-disclosure
Insurance
agreement.
system automated kurana hiwane client obviously doomsday aka medo hene
We'll be able to pay the mortgage
paranoid me
and have a shit ton of money left over. But there is bad news too. I'll only see my family twice a year. Just this thought of such a long separation from Eve and the children makes me anxious.
ekono ba habring about aharin adefaro ka aida fennane darina miha digmut abakem ko bisno ahanna anekaves aharin kambodu
Cataclysms took place in some regions. Some scientists sound the alarm and say that by the end of the century, temperature will rise by 2 degrees across the planet, and it's humanity's fault. Others say the climate was always changing, so nothing terrible is happening. Meanwhile, they show on TV that budgets should be increased to fight CO2. They propose to raise taxes. They just want another excuse to rip people off. But the climate really is changing. There are also crazies who are scaring people, saying that no life will remain on the planet in 14 years. Something is supposedly wrong with this. They just want another excuse to rip people off. But the climate really is changing. Who are scaring people, saying that no life will remain on the planet in 14 years. Something is supposedly wrong with the core. Some kind of radiation from outer space. They suggest a way out. They say we should make and build. What is it called? The Creative Society. Sounds good for sure, but looks unrealistic. The client has changed the deadline once more. Damn it. No vacation for me again. I'm tired of sitting here. It's good that they have doubled my stay, though. When the contract is over, we'll even be able to buy a new We watch TV a lot. They show some disasters every day, as if there's nothing else to show. Several severe hurricanes occurred, probably nothing unusual. What's all the fuss about? Everyone has gadgets these days. People film all the time. So it looks like there are many disasters. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Although I have to admit that there is ever increasing destruction. I've come across this post about the Yellowstone volcano today. They say something is wrong with it. There are earthquakes. Although we do come across many comments that people are just being hysterical. Nothing new there. The strange thing is there is too much destruction from earthquakes now. It doesn't really match their scale. I mean, some conspiracy theories say that government to report data to avoid panic. People come up with such nonsense. Last week, a minor earthquake destroyed a whole city. I tried to find posts of those crazies who had predicted the apocalypse. Found nothing. All things were removed for some reason. I managed to learn that government in various countries forbid spreading any theories except the official anthropogenic one. You can even go to jail for that. Why so harsh? They even prohibit eyewitness videos now. We should sort of trust only official stats and remain calm. Are they have something? The bunker is almost done. Supplies are delayed. Everyone. Just 4 of us remain to find the automation system. We're waiting for supplies. But it's unclear when they will come since logistics are rude. I really hope to see my family soon. They called yesterday. Eve says Mark is sick and has been missing school for 2 weeks. People are sick because there's an inflow of migrants from different countries to ours. They come barefoot and hungry and bring epidemics. Where the heck so many of them come from? They say there are millions at the border. Why not stay home? Get back to your countries. We have plenty of our own problems. I asked Eve why they don't show this on TV. How does the government respond to that? But the connection was cut. even go out. What the hell is going on there? I feel that something's wrong. Maybe they don't tell it. Miles to the closest settlement through the rocks. Meanwhile, horrible news keeps coming from home. And one day, no food was left on the shelves. Of droughts and massive fires, rivers are drying up. There are severe water shortages everywhere. Ashes and burning smell make it impossible to breathe outside. It's super difficult to find protection masks. Drinking water is being distributed by ration cards in cities. And what about our government? Our government has waged a war with 2 countries at once for access to the one river, which still has water. I just can't believe this is happening. Goodness, it's like a nightmare. I hope I wake up soon. It seemed there could be nothing worse than the heat. But when water came back, which everyone was waiting for, it was no longer joyful. Endless rains began. Rivers overflowed. A flood swept even through my city and is now washing away everything in its path. I had a short call from Eve. She managed to tell me that the subway was flooded. Sewage is floating in the streets and municipal services are almost non-functional. There's so much water everywhere that it has nowhere else to go. Then we lost the connection. What's happening there? Looks like the city is doomed. I hope they manage to save their lives. I hope someone helps them. We are all people. Good, normal people. I've been trying to reach my family for weeks. My dearest people. But no luck so far. Nobody knows anything about them. I check all the news and search for them in photos. It's sheer madness not to go completely insane. I read information all the time about what's happening in the world. They scared people, saying that the Gulf Stream would stop. There were plenty of disputes whether it can stop or not. It turns out it can. At one point, it just stopped, and that's it. Now many people are freezing in their homes without food and heat. Snow showers are getting heavier and breaking the power lines. They say the glacier will reach all the way to Rome. A colleague from Japan, Mamoru, had a nervous breakdown yesterday at the news of a terrible earthquake in Japan. They say the magnitude was 10. I don't know what's going on, but it is probably hell there. I can say one thing for sure. The world has never seen such destruction. They're not giving the exact number of victims, possibly hundreds of millions. Mamoru wasn't able to contact his family. He couldn't contact anyone he knows at all. Today, Mamoru disappeared. We searched for him everywhere, but couldn't find him. He probably left. Where could he go? Jack and Ali went searching for him. He couldn't have gone far. I stayed at the base to wait for them. A week passed. No one came back. Guys are offline. I went up, fired my gun, and lit signal fires. Nothing. Just my echo. Something happened to them. Damn it! Am I going to stay here alone? I'm the only one left. And I simply cannot get out of here. What day is today? I've had no communication with Eve for over a year. Satellites are malfunctioning. Communication with the outside world is getting worse. I'm finding out and recording the latest news in the Apocalypse Journal, as I call it now. Maybe someone will read it someday. When the permafrost melted, there were a lot of new epidemics. Apparently, ancient viruses thawed. Whole settlements are being burned down to stop them spreading. Volcanic eruptions covered vast areas around the world with ashes. People have nowhere to live and nothing to breathe. Acid rains corrode soils and infrastructure and poison groundwaters. Food can no longer be grown anywhere. By the way, planes no longer fly. There's not enough air density. They just cannot take off. Who could have thought it? And the sea has gone wild. More and more ships crash right in the marinas because of storms. Toxic gases rise from the bowels. Poisonous fumes rush to the surface from crevices. Sulfurous gas levels are already off the scale in some places. Hills and roads are smoking. Even water in the springs is bubbling. There's less and less information available. There seem to be no cities left that have any power. Wind turbines have been blown away by major hurricanes. Solar panels are swept away downwind like a deck of cards. I heard that now books and furniture are increasingly used as fuel for heating. Some scientists say that humanity will face complete darkness and terrible frosts. I still believe I'll see Eve and the children somewhere, someday, but I will see them. Why did I need that mortgage? I would now give everything to be next to them. Satellite communication stopped working. Jack's ancient radio that we all used to make fun of came in handy. I sit there tuning it. Sometimes some voices in incomprehensible languages break through the noise. It's so nice to hear the voices of living people. The faces of Eve and children arise in my memory more and more often, and the question, why wasn't I able to save them? I could. I actually could. I managed to contact several groups of survivors. Now everyone understands that we were warned about the coming cataclysms a long time ago. Back in 2022, it seemed unrealistic at that time, but now it's certainly impossible to deny the facts. I used to think that earthquakes occurred in certain places, but now they are almost everywhere. One night, there was such a rumble, as if shells were exploding underneath me. In the morning, I was afraid to even go out. It was only in the evening that I dared to make a foray. When I saw what I saw, my legs buckled. The whole valley was covered with round holes from a few feet to several hundreds of feet. The ground looked like cheese. I don't know if it was Mazdam or a mental. I couldn't imagine, even in my dreams, that such a thing is possible. Someone reported on the radio that Africa had split apart. Now I know it's possible. Coastal cities are flooded. Tsunamis rage almost every day. Asia seems to be all underwater, as the radio says. My consciousness refuses to believe it. I found a radio frequency where the people who were talking about a way out of the apocalypse are broadcasting. Now I understand everything. Why didn't I get it before? I actually saw it all the madness that was going on and gaining momentum, those bunkers, all the talks about the apocalypse. It was all obvious before. Something could have been done, and there were people who offered a way out. I should have heard them. Why was I so blind? If only I could bring it all back. Once a week, I contact survivors over the radio. It keeps me from going completely insane of loneliness. Every day, there are fewer and fewer of us left on this earth. They say cannibalism is no longer a rarity, now the norm. There are gangs getting together to hunt people. They roast and devour those they catch. Crazy freaks. Though I don't know how I'd behave if I didn't have a supply of food to last many years. Wild winds made it simply impossible to come outside. It's even more like a sandstorm, only the sand seems to be radioactive. They say whoever is out in it gets severely irradiated. Volcanoes are not subsiding. Today, no one even knows what part of the planet they are erupting in. The sky is covered with ash clouds 24 hours a day. It's like dusk and night all the time. Without sunlight, plants cannot survive. The earth becomes desolate, gray, and bare everywhere. They also say that phytoplankton no longer survives. Ocean waters are saturated with caustic gases. There's no life there anymore. Oxygen levels in the atmosphere decrease steadily. People on the radio have become my friends long ago. They advised me not to go outside because my skin could be burned. Apparently, some kind of cosmic radiation is being directed at the Earth. Neanderthals smeared themselves with ochre against such radiation. We also started smearing ourselves with it. Although people say it doesn't help much, but it is still better than nothing. Strong winds carrying sand and dust literally wipe out brick structures on the surface. Survivors have to hole up in basements and catacombs. Yet another strange threat has emerged. Lightning often kills those who dare to go on long forays. Lightning now occurs without thunderstorms. It just strikes constantly like laser weapons from the sky. Now it's clear why they said back then how destructive the weakening magnetic field was. It seems to me it was such a long time ago. It's getting harder and harder to write in the diary. My head hurts all the time. I don't know who I'm writing these notes for. The only living people remain in the same shelters and bunkers as me. It seems the Chinese managed to build something and someone else, but for how long? Total silence on the radio. I don't even know if there's anyone left alive on this planet. It became hot in the bunker. The walls are hot and keeping heat all the time. Air conditioning systems are failing. Constant heat forced me to crawl upstairs and settle right in front of the entrance hatch. Lord, get me out of all this. How much I envy those who are already dead. This is total madness. I'm just sitting and waiting for the end. Why didn't I do anything before? If only I could go back to the point where it was still possible to change something. How crazy I was back then. I left the bunker. There is no point in sitting there anymore. The sky had turned orange. There are huge flashes on the horizon. It feels like the sun is rising somewhere from the west. My head is bursting with terrible pain. The earth seems to be shaking and exploding from within. Lava is everywhere. Scorching steam comes in waves. I'm running out of oxygen in my tank. This is the end. This is the end. I put the diary into the container. Heave sighs. Forgive me, Lord. Forgive me, darling.
Will a sane person agree to such a scenario as we have just seen? Understanding the gravity of our situation, one learns to appreciate every minute of time because you know you can never get it back. Now we must do everything we can to not be immensely bitter about the lost chance we still have. All the prophets have spoken of our time and this chance. If we had studied the writings of the world's religions carefully, we would have realized long ago that the time has come, which they called the end times. And now let's watch the video.
The interdisciplinary scientific study of the causes of climate change also includes the study of eschatology, that is, the description of the end times and their harbingers in the scriptures. Let's look at the eschatological signs of the two fundamental religions, Christianity and Islam. There are two scenarios mentioned in the scriptures: the golden millennium, Eden on earth, or the apocalypse, the end of time. As long as we are in a consumerist format, we are on the way to self-destruction. Time is passing, but we are not changing direction and are approaching an apocalyptic finale. Let's take a look at what we have been warned about. 12,000-year cycle. According to the Bible, in the second book of Ezra, Common English Bible Translation, chapter 14, verses 10 to 17, it is said, "The age is divided into 12 parts. 9 parts and half of the 10th part have already passed. As for the evils that you have seen now happen, people will yet do worse than these." Here, the age refers to the cycle of 12,000 years. In other words, the Bible itself speaks of the cycle of 12,000 years. Remember this. The message was left 500 years ago before our era, that is 2,500 years ago. At the time when 9,500 years from the beginning of the age had already passed. Thus, the Bible gives an indication that the cycle is 12,000 years, and it ends in our times. Scientists and atheists have all the answers except one. How could people 2,500 years ago accurately predict what is happening now? After all, there were no geophysical studies or predictions of mathematical models back then. There are two hypotheses as to where this information came from. Those who insist on the primacy of the mind are willing to believe that this information came from aliens or from past civilizations. For believers, it is divine providence. We do not claim anything. Which version is correct is up to you to decide. In Islam, the time of Judgment Day was indicated by the Prophet as the end of his community. According to the legend of the great Islamic scientist Al-Barazanji, the life of this community will exceed 1,000 years, yet be limited to 1,500 years. As of today, 1,390 years have passed since the Prophet's departure. We can accurately determine the approach of the Day of Judgment by the harbingers of the last days, indicators that the messengers left for us so that people who live in the last times can recognize them. Let's consider which harbingers of climate cataclysms from the scriptures have already come true. Fires. The 9th minor sign of the Day of Judgment in Islam talks about the Hijaz fire. Ibn Hajar writes in Fath al-Bari, one fire will happen among other events that will happen, according to the words of the Prophet, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, before the Day of Judgment. And the other will arise just before the Day of Judgment without a gap. The increase in the area and the number of fires in modern times is caused by degassing of the subsoil along faults and unprecedented heat. The cause of these phenomena is a heating of the earth bowels due to rise of magma. Rains and floods. There are several authentic hadith in Islam which state that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, "The famine would not break out because of drought, but there will be famine despite heavy rainfall, as nothing would grow from the earth." The rise of magma causes groundwater to heat up and evaporate, increasing humidity, which in turn leads to record rainfall and flooding. Already now, floods are destroying crops. Another natural harbinger of the Day of Judgment is the blooming of the desert. A hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah states that the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "The last hour will not come till the land of Arabia reverts to meadows and rivers." In 2018, heavy rains that hit arid Saudi Arabia inundated the desert and caused flooding, which made the desert bloom. Flooding has now become a frequent occurrence on the Arabian Peninsula. Land collapses. Sahl bin Sa'd reports that the messenger of Allah, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, said, "There will befall this ummah land collapses." Now in many regions of the world, huge sinkholes and land collapses suddenly appear. Such examples are known in Turkey and Croatia, in Chile and Mexico. Also in Siberia, methane explosions form huge sinkholes. All of this is due to the rise of magma, the heating of groundwater, and the release of mantle gases. Earthquakes. The Hadith says that there will be an increase in the number of earthquakes at the end of times. The hour will not be established until earthquakes will be very frequent. Christianity also mentions earthquakes as harbingers. The Gospel of Luke, chapter 21, verse 11 says that there will be great earthquakes, famines, and pestilences in various places, and fearful events and great signs from heaven. Now, due to the rise of magma and the expansion of the planet, the number of earthquakes is growing exponentially. They're expanding their geography, their magnitude and depth are increasing. Since the beginning of the century, they're having more great earthquakes, as the Gospel says, with a magnitude greater than 8. So we see that harbingers such as an increase in earthquakes, floods, land collapses, and fires are already coming true. In addition to climate change, all the other harbingers of social change, diseases, technology, and astronomical science have already come true. The 12,000-year cycle end dates announced by the prophets also point to our time. Let's see what awaits us on the apocalyptic path. Judgment Day, Apocalypse. The prophets also describe the apocalypse scenario in great detail. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus Christ says, "There shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down." These words point to the unprecedented power of cataclysms. The Gospel of Luke says that there will be the roaring and tossing of the sea. People will faint from terror, apprehensive of what is coming on the world. The roaring sea indicates a tsunami from the strongest earthquakes. In the Quran, Surah 56, the Prophet, peace be upon him, speaks of the earthquake of unprecedented magnitude, when the earth will be violently shaken and the mountains will be crushed to pieces, becoming scattered particles of dust. In Surah 27, 52, and 70, it is said that the mountains, which we regard as motionless, will be set into motion like clouds. And they will become like wool, that is, they will be shaken and split up into blocks along the fault. So strong the tectonic shifts and the speed of the movement of the lithospheric plates will be. There is a description of the unprecedented speed of events in Hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah. It is said there that the end of the world will come so suddenly and quickly that people will not have time to complete the action they started. A person has raised a morsel of food to his mouth, but will not be able to eat it. In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus Christ tells people to run to the mountains, not to take anything with them, and not to turn around, which also indicates the suddenness of cataclysms taking place. And based on the words, "For in those days there will be tribulation, such as has not been seen since the beginning of the creation which God created until this time, nor ever shall be," one can understand that a disaster of such a magnitude hasn't yet occurred on earth, such as has not been since the beginning of the creation, nor ever shall be. Similarly, in the Old Testament, the prophet Daniel said that such events had not yet been experienced by the earth. There will be a time of distress such as has not happened from the beginning of nations until then. The Quran speaks of violent volcanic eruptions and catastrophic fires during the Judgment Day. Watch for the day when the sky will bring a visible smoke covering the people. This is a painful torment. At the peak of the cataclysms, due to disastrous eruptions of numerous volcanoes, there will be a discharge of volcanic ash into the atmosphere, which will cut off the sun rays to the Earth's surface for many years. This is a description Jesus Christ gave in the Gospel of Mark. But in those days, after that tribulation, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will be falling from heaven. The planet will be illuminated only by the light of the fires and the glow of the fiery lava. This is stated in the Quran in Surah 55, Ayat 37. And when the heaven is split open and becomes rose-colored like oil. Hydraulic impact. In the sacred text, we find description of the destruction of our planet, which the prophet and Jesus Christ conveyed to people using the terms they could understand, and now, having a scientific basis, we can understand what they spoke about. For example, in the Quran, Surah 82, the cleaving, it is said, when the sky splits open, and when the stars fall away, and when the seas burst forth. The surah mentions that the atmosphere at the time of the violent explosion in the Mariana Trench will be ruptured by the flow of steam. Also, Surah 21 says, the supreme horror of that day will not disturb them. On that day, we will roll up heavens like a scroll of writings. What is described in this surah really reminds of the fact that in the event of steam explosion rupturing the atmosphere, the integrity of the atmosphere would be broken, it would be blown away by solar wind and dispersed in space. Also, Surah 81, the overthrowing says, when the sun is put out, and when the stars fall down, and when the mountains are blown away, and when the seas are set on fire, and when the sky is stripped away. It is also clear from the surah that the folding of the atmosphere will take place when the red-hot magma erupts into the ocean and sets it on fire. At that time, when the mountains are blown away, the strongest earthquakes will occur all over the planet. What is the falling of the stars that is mentioned in both Islam and Christianity? During the hydraulic impact, the rotation of the planet will instantly accelerate and the atmosphere will disappear. It is this phenomenon that will create the sensation that the stars are falling. If we summarize the prophet's words about Judgment Day, we see the description of the phenomena that the mathematical model predicts for October 2036 during the hydraulic impact. Indeed, they see it as distance, but we see it as near. Then do they await except that the hour should come upon them unexpectedly? But already there have come its indications. That is the day of carrying out the threat. On the day heaven will sway with circular motion and the mountains will pass on, departing. On the day the earth breaks away from them and they emerge rapidly. Then watch for the day when the sky will bring visible smoke covering the people. This is a painful torment. And the earth and the mountains are lifted and level with one blow. Then on that day, the occurrence, that is resurrection, will occur. And the heaven will split open when the sun is wrapped up in darkness, and when the stars fall, dispersing, and when the mountains are removed, and when the seas are filled with flame, and when the sky is stripped away. If the apocalypse scenario comes true and what the prophet, peace be upon him, described happens, then our planet will become like Mars.
Peace be with you, dear brothers and sisters. The film we have just watched is truly shocking. A question arises immediately. How could ordinary people, thousands of years ago, know what would happen to us and describe it so precisely? How did the prophets know that in thousands of years we would destroy the ecology and enter a cycle of cataclysms? This is the most important sign for all believers. It is the sign that Allah has warned us all the times we live in now, the end times. Allah was aware of what we're about to face. All of us living have much to ponder. Everything we have seen now in this film, what the prophets warned us about, is an accurate description of the mathematical model you have heard today. Frighteningly accurate at that. The big question remains, why do we see it and talk about it openly and the rest do not? Allah is mercy. He has given us freedom of choice, and we have two paths. Either we die in the apocalypse, or we choose the life, and then He will give us the golden millennium. With all of the above, one thing that is not clear: Why the entire Muslim Ummah is not here? Why all the representatives of Christianity are not here now? I appeal to all believers of the entire world. You have heard the predictions, you know them. Don't you feel how time has shortened and that the world is on the brink now? Why are you silent? Why are you not with us now? Yes, there are many believers among our active participants, but there must be the believers of all religions, of all denominations. If you are true to the prophets, if you believe in one God, you must be here and speak with us. For you and me, the scriptures have described two paths that mankind has. So far, the whole world follows the negative scenario, which leads us to total annihilation of humanity and the whole planet. Although so much has already been given to people, there is a report that everyone has heard today. There are confirmations in religions about what is going to happen. I don't expect anything from polytheists. They have different positions and attitudes to everything. However, the mono-religions are the dominant religions, and they're exactly pointing to what is coming. It is written in their literature, and it is indeed so. Why are the representatives of religions who know these predictions not with us today? Or do they seek the destruction of all humanity? Allah has given us a choice. What will we choose now? Do we wait for the sky to fall to the ground? Or do we take the chance and build the society all the prophets dreamed of? Just as Christianity talked about the golden millennium, so in Islam, the Prophet talked about the new order of society that will be under Imam Mahdi if people unite. So the choice is up to us, every person. Allah loves us so much that He has given us the greatest gift of freedom of choice. If we do nothing now, when our world is falling apart, that is also our choice. It is a choice to leave things as they are, which means supporting the mass demise of all humanity. We cannot justify ourselves by saying that everything is predetermined, that we're powerless to fix anything. For what then will we be judged on the day of judgment if everything is predetermined? And if everything is predetermined, then why did the prophets describe the beautiful society which you and I can build in such details? The prophet, the best of men, hoped for the lost people, those who will choose the right path. And the last ones are you and me. Islam is the last religion, and the greatest responsibility for the path society takes lies with the Muslims. Remember the words of our prophet. We are the last of the community, but the first to be held accountable. Because everyone will be asked. The time has come for us Muslims to come together, look each other honestly in the eyes and answer ourselves the question: where and whom are we following as Ummah? So tell every Muslim to hear and know, and tell everyone that there will be an international conference for all Muslims on December 10th, 2022. The global crisis. Who is the Prophet Muhammad to us? Brothers and sisters, it is our choice to descend with the shaitan into hell, or to build a beautiful world and be with our beloved Prophet in the house of Allah.
Thank you very much, Arman. Dear viewers, do not forget to put December 10th on your calendars for the conference Global Crisis, Who is the Prophet Muhammad for us? Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Warabura Shakuru Adakuro and Lewit Belinterine, the Global Crisis Conference Baba December Mahogadi Vanaduga, Kalandruga Adanatanulasha, Argumenataka, Kieta Sulam Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam ki Kakwai.
The time has come for us to become humans, to look at the problem reasonably, to make a mature decision, and to start saving the whole world, the way a human being should act, to take care of each and everyone, and most importantly, to take care of our planet, to take care of our home, but we are unable to do that. We haven't been taught this. Therefore, we'll have to learn everything on our own. Yes, there will be many problems. There will be many stones on this road. But if we have a higher goal, we will traverse this road. And we shouldn't rely on anyone. Without us, yes, without you, my friend, we will not survive. That's a fact, and unfortunately already a scientific fact, a substantiated and repeatedly verified one. What else can be said? In such a situation, where we find ourselves as humanity, I can say just one thing. We have to trust, not even in God. After all, it's our choice. God has no right to interfere in our affairs. Yes, believers will now get indignant and say, God is almighty. Of course He's almighty. He created the entire universe. But He gave us freedom, the freedom to choose whom to serve. Yet what have we chosen? We crucified Christ and betrayed Prophet Muhammad, the best of people. Tell me, what good have we also done for God when we do not accept His messengers? When our heart breaks and tells us what to do, while we do as the devil whispers? Have we really been faithful to God? Have we been listening to Him? Or whom have we been listening to, friends? We shouldn't trust in God. He gave us the freedom of choice.
حقيقة سهر منك الله تعالى وفاتر بين هجي لكن هذا حضرتهم أحرمنا أدوهنغوني حضرتهم أحرم أدوهكم كمهي لو تحرمنا أدوهاني كاكن هجي رتهيني الله تعالى إتباركوكي.
Our survival, friends, is in unity. Remember that. Let's just become humans.
أول اختيار كنوغا منيوان كان الله دبي اختيار كوربي غو اختيار كوربي ميهار اختيار كوربي عامل نفسه إيكاكانا إيكاكاني كم ميه كوس إهين إيمنا بارلوندي إم بود إنساني عائلة أكبر تهذيب كبار بوقت وجه أول من يدير رتين إبدا وانتريجا هذا باتن هما إكان إنسانون واش نون هي
And the world will change.
وريكم جالساتي أرمين المتيجة كمشا بدين السلام بس وريدان كمشا.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for your support, your honesty, and for your constant motivation to us so that we can keep going. After the shocking information we heard today,
وربنا شكريا ميدا أرغب منا يبون حيران كورن معلومات فعادة كم ميك بس بسني أرغب من وده ميداني أريكا كم ميك بس بسني كم بدلوا عن جهة Alguns mitama maruifawa neumaka asfawa kan ingina baiko hebraiko elan kore ekamaka emi honna halle nufeni nhonar agote bis nege miyada alguns mujtamauga huriya masutaka Christa ko halle ki creative society format ki ko ba kama insaniyet adimana ki betul kama
society will benefit everyone.
ni kan kurta creative society bina kogi algon mi mihar bayan ko de pada algon na eki kan kam ga algon na ki tibar creative society sabon kama mi hekas ebes itibar neti
creative society is the way out.
Bara ki fada Quran gota mihar hurihara yutuna ekang angam wa fashion bi kiwen ka argument da kwade argument ki ebavanta.
The problem that we have today, we have to solve has never before been faced by humankind. The year 2036 is the year of the destruction of our planet if nothing is changed. We have only 5 to 6 relatively stable years to do everything possible and
There's three savana haraki ebis badre nama argument planet halakwa ahare mihar argument bima an radiation takam rakatri halak gena mataka kurem huriya kami kurma argument oti awara boda stable and nadri huriya masakali kura kuma mihe gives kuma mihe gives dirmag masale.
The scientists we know about from the media will not help us find a solution. These are people for whom grants and titles are important, not the truth. Today,
Made the official science of Kurakamaki Anida Ulitiga Nebra Asharafer Kevin Take Hodem Hanguram Kurume Ekama Hingamade Muli Orlando or Salame Kuram Benon Wani Aharming Miranduga Tibet Hadi Miharus Hadi that Mi Orlando Salame Kuram Enge Hagi Science Benon Mika Halukum Benoni Amali Scientific Tiriba Hagi Ilmalifa Science Berry Ehembima Science Berry Kobahi Insanet Emerangalo Bisnam Mihar Askari Dairaga Arcteria Kang Sirren away from Naki applied Ilmai Hamade Tajribaji for me. A Bandukapawa laboratory Takai art technology is a Taraki Kwami. Itame came here insanity the Kola Ben Kuramo Anna technology Take Hagi scientists are go to go to Mihon Ham Kurmaki Dawatu Fada or Kamenon a
because these scientists provide a military advantage over other countries with their innovations. The only way to free real scientists is to change the model of the existing social organization.
Oh, it's my Jamiagi model Hagram Taka Barag dictatorship model Taliban model like a Badlukuru Kuranji, then science bearing Tayaro offered them
would no longer need to defend themselves.
Often Nujihan government to come here Difawan Nujihan.
Only in the present, but also
Moimunoktai, Aguramata Natal, Jenny Hamakan, Mizamano,
cunningly continue to hide scientists in order not to lose their intellectual capacity and thus their power. Let's be honest. Politicians protect
Siasi Mihun Hamakuran Hamakani Mihungamla Nafsa, Emihung Fahungan. Mihun Adi Eure Kongon Amuritaga Sabung Mustaguluga Azabung Duruhilim Menui Fahuga Mihun
will do anything, even destroy the world along
Amil Salam the Siasi Mihun com become Skofan Algonming Emina Eco Dunias Halakulan Embima Mutamago formed Badlukumiki Algonmina Salame Buma Oi Hamakan Fursak Halad Badlukurmaki Algonming Embis Ekakaneka Hangram Kurang and Jehum Salame Banaka Hagigi Science Wearing Buddhi Gabil Kang ebbaawantako dunyaga moosima kurimetme faan rakalago masala hallo kurba emihunga samadaga hodmu fursat kasharogindani
If we
hamekan mikamo
fundamentally change the format of society, it must be acceptable to everyone. If we take this step, we must do what's best for people. Realizing that we need to change something, it became apparent that we don't need to invent anything. We can simply ask people. No one knows what's best for us but ourselves. For many years, we have been asking people how they see the world, what kind of world they want to live in, and how they think the world should be. Tens of thousands of volunteers have participated in these surveys. These surveys were broad in scope. We asked all the people, acquaintances,
Ethan has voluntary mesaveta barifa mesaveta ki fulada raga kon saveta mawti gati be mihuna dan mihuna romaterina dan mihuna aswal kurim dunya horiha gomta gas eta million by kasa akurim horiha jawab analyze created society tambo ofeduna created society concept amil ofeding ai mol insani to edmu natija gotuna mihum benomani horiha kame begin dani a creative form creative society of India. Fashionist binga alafa ebahur ad algomena adis hallo kurang ebahur ekamak a specialist tunge masakata ganone masakata eksade masarta hallo kurane ganone wakilu eksade masarta emi hunna science perimis emezega washagi shidide emi hunga ilma tajriba ekko mol insan niyata insanete galabe manfaataga maske konje emi hunga masakati ke ekega masakata hallo kurum rayatun saf adi visne goitaga hodadinu adi rayatun vorteni em ekashigam bagot
we will choose together the rules
إما ابن على قدوك الدنيا ولمن أصوتك أرجو من إمين إكو اختيار كورنجي creative society قبضوغا إهم فرات وانما أدو أهم بين أرمي طريقة تاريخي علمي political sciences تناي social justice تناي إنساني تاريخ تفسير دراسة كربا فوا جنا عدد specialist تناي شاوغ وريوا بيفلون بتبي كم بس كم بدل كورا كم مسكت جاوز كم ميهكوس مسكت كوري بار مد بيجي بار إذا بيجي ماچا دمتمر ميستا ونجا ماچا بار أي كم تانيجا أي أبدوس أنيا وكماي consumerism ge hangoram takai mihun katluma badlokin dakhamik ei wakimi ke bare to nota waki bage bare to bilmanati comment becomes daimi not wagti alungu in nizamaka badlogin creative society for the format and mihatan asfa nuakan algomin war rangala inge ekmako ei hama rayitun ide god ei nizamakum ekak aneka macha wagti could bare bis onnan kom heng bis karisa ka magfewane magfewane miaro ule fadain alwiti fawa abayge gotuga anika is algon ule
of making decisions.
ule
That is what we have been indoctrinated with for 6,000 years. In fact, it's not true.
Hasa har wande algon menna das ko difawa goy age tuga e hagiyate no garna sasiga wa gotum bis algon menna ke minimum bay algon menna ke huriha gomi gas bar living bawe e huriha garna sasiga bis lefa wa hagiyate tuga mi dunia bina kuri bay harbi ekan algon me wara saf ko dane gane visnan ajhin adi mihum aisa
persuaded that people are not capable of
rayatuna
yes
argumenta iyagun kureyum ebede ade before neves kureyda
things through and people are capable of making decisions. We won't need politicians anymore because a politician in today's world is a representative of certain groups of people who think they are masters of the world.
he kura baige mandubna siyase mihun armenge tereng alung hade tarihun algun men mikam wara saaf ko enking about algun men ebaji visna karuda hoga siyase mihe ki hamunu jehun takai hanguramata hutwa rayitun namedu visna rayitunge mandu begotuga wamiya ekama hagigituga ekangote ya akhlaq siyase be frog rayitunge karuda hoga shin rayitu gondiga shin rayitunaki rayitunaki ಜನವರಕ್ಕೆ ಮಧ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮೀಹಕು ಬೇಣು ತನಕ ದುಬಾಲ ನೋತ ಸಿಯಾಸಿ ಮೀಹಗ ಪಹತುಗ ಬೇಫುಂಗ್ ಎಮರಿಕ ವಡಾಗನ್ನ ಶೆಬಿದ ಅಳವಾ ತನಕ ಹೆಂವೆಮ ಸಿಯಾಸಿ ಬೇಫುಂಗ್ ಬೇಫುಳೆ ki kotuga ifda khayal creative society ga nonna nikumela dunia ga musban gonje hunta kurmatlar algon menna faal kom budugotiga adi faal kom budugotiga wahga dekke da ka balar me da ka maslahata ka eka pane ka gram ko eka pane ka maradin jehen وبدأ سؤالك دلتي كوبات نوت كاكوي جواب كي ورا هذا جواب الدولة كلهم مرين ميستمو ماتش إيه هم يكن صراحة دين هم يكن مي الدولة كي بار رأيتهم ماتش بار فورا وسيلة
and communicating with each other. Before the climate destroys us, let's talk honestly to each other. Better yet, let's build a creative society for each and every one of us, for our descendants.
The creative society will ensure a world free of poverty, crime, and violence. It'll give us a safe, comfortable life anywhere in the world, stability and confidence in our future and that of our children. The ability to develop our businesses in a sustainable and predictable economy. Able to implement technologies withheld from us, withheld from use in the current consumer format. Moreover, it'll give humanity access to new ways of generating energy. It will accelerate our development as one unified civilization. Such a society is beneficial to all. The creative society is based on 8 pillars, 8 guiding principles that should be adopted into every country's constitution. That allows for a peaceful and lawful reformatting of the fundamental values of world society from anti-human to human, and to make human life the highest value. Creative society is a new format for the unification and partnership of people worldwide. It is not a single organization. It is a movement of all people of goodwill who support the 8 pillars. Let's look at these pillars more in detail. The first pillar is the most fundamental principle. It declares that human life is the highest value.
Creative society ke puratamaki emme asasi usul ekan elan kore insani hayati ki emme matir age insani ke furane bure agbodo eche non nanikan adi duhagus non nan mutama amaze ki kom insani ke dirul ma ago kashwar kurme me algol men me manzal fate tafat ehsas korwe heje mi algol men emme bis me god wara boda beno fawa kamen no he
without freedom, and freedom is impossible without equality.
Creative society ke devana pila agina mihunna minimum kama hama kamike wara muhim kamike minimum kama anula diriyodu furiham no kureven kamsha ahuriya rayitum meduga hama kamineti minimum kamike kureven kame no meduga ganu nasasiga ilam kafawa hagguta hore names hagige hayatu guys mista kunna med hama gote amal no kure e consumer reform ki hama kam nigulagin hagigatu ga kom me kanun ge badluga ijtimai hierarchy algorithm which lazim go reform it devana tabunga hagguta kashwar kodde إيجا بنفعوني كم إنسان أكوس أفهمني إنسان أكو بمجي حقو
Will I still have
لبيجن
my job? Will the economy be okay? Can I afford the medical bills if something happens? What if? What if? To put it simply, the third pillar removes that ultimate fear, the fear of tomorrow. That is, the fear of survival.
هذا تمنا
Each human is
تمكي
guaranteed
كرير
free
سوسايتي تمنا
provision of
تمكي
essential
ألغم
life
إمين جويس
necessities, including food,
ماذا ما بيربري
housing,
كان أبى
medical
إكمك
care,
ماذا ما واني قلت
education,
النيجي
and
هذيس
complete social
آخر
security.
من وظيفة أو
And of
نان هيجي
course,
اقتصاد
everyone wants to
رغلوان
be
هيجي
physically safe.
كم الدماغ جنا
A
ميديكال
unified global
بيلتا
service will protect
ألغم من
everyone
فور
from any
كريدان هيجي
emergencies
إهنم
and threats.
إهنم
Read that
أسيدا
again.
دنوانين ما
Did you catch
تمنا
that?
أتون
Did you
إم
really
فهوجي
fully
بيربري
get it?
كان نتالني
Fully
ماذا
provide
ما بيربري كان
everything to
أي
live your life without
دير
worrying
هرمك بيت
about survival,
كابتن
food,
بوي
housing,
هي
medical
كمان
care,
بيس
education,
فرواي
and so
تعليماي
much more.
فريما اجتماعي ركاتري كم فدا ضروري
Next
بين
pillar,
تك بين ما
number
تجدي
4.
كم إنسان
For
بس
society
هيدا
to
اللي بين
function properly,
كم يجين كم
justly,
اللي بيجين بي
there cannot
هذه
be
هم
any
كاشورون
secrets from
كم
the
ميه
system.
كبس بين واني
Therefore,
جسماني يقطون ركاتري كم
transparency
إحساس
and
كرم
openness of
unified
information for
global
all is
خدمتكم
essential,
كم بس
including the information about
كل
the
نركلا
movement and
نركلكم من
distribution
سلام
of
كرم
public funds. Technology will allow us to track all public funding down to a penny. No disinformation will be allowed because mass media will belong exclusively to society and reflect
كريس
information
سوسايتي حتى ونتب
openly and honestly.
مجتمع رنگل انسافر کمایگو هنگو منطقه مجتمع رایتن بکیبان اب سیر نونا اهم ویما دفو فن عادي امين معلومات هولوالو اي كم بين تركن رایتن فاسا جنوما به جنوما بهما به معلومات همناغي تكنولوجي سبب على من فالوغا دولة كوريا خرد افاساي تريك بريبيني انتظار هم جساي بس دوغ معلومات جنوما فرصة نودي 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 ساوكي ماس ميديا كي هم يكن مجتمع نسبة بعد حقيقة فالكم برغوتيغا ادي تدير كما معلومات كوادي ميديا كوادي
Establishing conditions for the development and education of a human with a capital H, cultivating moral values in each individual and society. The sixth pillar guarantees everyone
The society hawana tabu hawana pila أتذكر كم ميهك بس متى فنبرق تعليمي ميهك شخصية إبعاد تكون يتركض إكام غساوب دس بنينا درني علويتكم إتن أحرق عندهم دو كل فوا برت student لون تنقطع ويجندا هذا ميادو أجين الزوانو ميهك كيا مقدار اختيار كراني هتو قاعدون تباو مقبضلوغا profession ge आमदनी होद में गाबिल कम बलागे नवे creative society ga kom mi hikabes kom metana kas belmeneti university taka college taka हाजिर इन्हें इख्तियार करा कम दायरा कम डिग्री केवा मोड़ में कबीदा एक मुगसाव मिनिमम कमा मगन में गोफला हगी गाबे को पुरेगे
among everyone regardless of nationality, age, and social status. Today, we have never-ending wars and battles because of the lack of resources in certain countries and the unstable desire by certain groups. The insatiable desires by certain groups to hoard and accumulate resources in their own hands. When all resources genuinely belong to people and are distributed
argument dua kusna men nana hanguram ta mi fennani wagi gom tawga wasila tanatuma bay jamaat to amil la ahmad wasila ta jama ko jama akul manuhan edeti horiya wasila ta kis haqiqatu ga asrayat milk hama kama ay ko behi janama amune jema hanguram ta ben menwan
you and I will decide how our communities
wasila ta fura ko muhim ka hanguram ta
you and I will determine what happens on our planet. Politicians will no longer supersede the vast potential of the people, and therefore, the people themselves will use their rights and talents for the benefit of the whole. And that's it. Just these 8 short, simple paragraphs describe everything that all people want. And you know what? If someone agrees with at least one of these principles, he is already a member of the Creative Society because it's what he wants. But if a person denies all 8 pillars, then he is so harmful and dangerous to society that something needs to be done about it. And you need to understand that Creative Society is a new format for bringing people together. It is not an organization, but an
هذه creative society كميهم يتنقل جنوم format كمسنالني أي جميع إنه الرجال ديرون بينهم ميهم جميع ركاتري كما شرف كما يقدرون مشاعر كيف كوريرم اللي كنا فهرة بسؤال كوريبه फिर हिनों तिये काकोई काउंटर्स बदलुगा सवाल कोल्ले तिये काकोई तिया तमसील कुरने काको में मसला है ये कले अमिल्ला तिबागा अमिल्ला अमिल्ला कमी है ये अदि माने की वैसे एमेंगे मसला तो बद्दा creative society Every algonmengi emmeng anima fia algonmen migo tadiro repetition fasar terega emmen nibisnuma an
Thank you so much, Wilkins. Absolutely agree with you. A creative society is the format in which each person's life, freedom, security, and well-being are the highest value, not on paper, but in the practice. A society where there is no power of one person over another, where people make decisions on key issues together without shifting the responsibility to a small group of people. In this model of society, all resources belong to a man by brightening water, gas, oil, electricity, natural resources. The possibility of the separation of resources is the same, hence is eliminated. This also prevents the domination of one person or group over the majority. Let's see what each person in the creative society will receive.
For several years, we have been informing about the Creative Society. The most frequent question we hear is, what will my life be like in the Creative Society? Friends, it's time to answer this question that concerns all of us. Make yourselves comfortable. We invite you to a wonderful world where the most valuable thing is human life. Your life. Living conditions, everyday life. Already in the transition period from the consumerist format of society to the creative one, each person will immediately be provided with accommodation of at least 60 square meters for a comfortable life. If you have a family of 5, you will live in a house or apartment of 300 square meters. This housing will be your property. It will not be subject to taxes and utility bills. As your family grows, your living space will expand. A consumer paradise will be created. The availability of free time, money, and a variety of quality goods and accessible products. And this is already in the transition period from a consumerist format to the creative society. Financial freedom. People will become financially independent starting from their birth. From the first day of the transition period to the creative society, all mortgages and loans will be written off. No more inflation. Prices for the same product or services will be the same all over the world. No more taxes on small and medium-sized businesses. No more taxes on individuals. You will receive a universal basic income of $10,000 every month. There will be no need to work in order to have a roof over your head and feed your family. In the Creative Society, you will always have confidence in your future. Do you want more money? There will be an opportunity to work doing what you love to do. Only 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. You will have a vacation at least 2 months a year. Do you want to work more because you get a buzz out of doing your job benefiting society? Go for it. You are always free to choose. All hard, dangerous, harmful, and monotonous work will be done by robots and automated systems. A human is not a slave to toil from morning till night for a penny. You will have time for yourself. You will be able to do things you really care about. Spend time with people you love. Develop yourself. Be creative. And travel to any part of the world without visas or restrictions. In the Creative Society, every day of your life brings only joy and pleasure. Environment. Production will be waste-free and completely environmentally friendly. Pesticides and chemicals will no longer be needed to grow products. Only tasty, healthy, and varied foods will always be on your table. You will be able to enjoy clean, fresh air wherever you go. You will be able to drink crystal clear water saturated with good microelements and minerals. In the Creative Society, we will restore the ecosystem of the planet, and we will be able to admire the purity of oceans and the beauty of pristine forests. The Creative Society is a world of harmony and beauty. Healthcare. Perfect health of every person is one of the priorities of the Creative Society. From the very beginning of the transition period, medical care will be free for everyone. Doctors will be paid for healthy patients. A patient will no longer be seen as a profitable client. Each medical center will be equipped with artificial intelligence that will incorporate the experience of all the best doctors in the world throughout history. The very approach in healthcare will change. It will become 90% preventative. And all this right away in the transition period. Now, in the Creative Society, new technologies will allow humanity to never get sick. Everyone will have an opportunity to significantly increase their lifespan. To date, these technologies are already being developed, but the consumerist format makes them inaccessible for us. A simple device installed in the shower cubicle will scan your body and will adjust your appearance according to your wishes. In the Creative Society, you'll be really healthy, completely free of charge. Education. You deserve a decent, high quality, and free education. Do you like to study? In the Creative Society, you can get as many degrees as you want. And you won't have to worry about earning a living because you'll have a universal basic income. From the first days of the transition period to the Creative Society, you can easily acquire a new profession if you wish to. Artificial intelligence will create an adaptive educational program for you according to your peculiarities. You can study anywhere in the world and at a time that suits you. The Creative Society is a world of knowledgeable and versatile personalities. Freedom. People will decide for themselves what rules and laws to live by and implement their decisions through voting on a unified platform. The highest value is human life. Everything will be built around the fundamental basis. The world's media will no longer be in private hands, but will belong to society as a whole. This means that they will no longer be able to manipulate public opinion for the profit of a few. The media will truthfully and holistically inform, educate, and inspire people. Safety. Already in the transition period from the consumerist format to the creative society, the fate of people will no longer depend on the decisions made by a few individuals and on what those in power will agree among themselves. Society will create conditions in which wars, murder, theft, slavery, human trafficking, and drug trade will be impossible. Crime will completely disappear. The latest technologies will be implemented everywhere, which will help the Unified Emergency Service to work proactively to prevent accidents and crimes. You can easily let your child go to school or outside being completely sure about his safety. You'll be safe and secure at all times of day and night by returning home in the evening, going for a walk in the park, or going to a concert. The main danger, the threat of a global climate catastrophe, will be solved. Humanity will never again be threatened by climate disasters and wars. In the creative society, you and your family will be safe anywhere in the world. You will get all this starting from the first days of the transition period. And already, in the creative society, thanks to a replicator technology, you will be able to get everything you need. All kinds of food, clothes, household items, and much more. As fantastic as it may sound, most of the technologies we're talking about already exist. It's just that it's impossible to use them in a consumerist format. Beginning with the transition period, science and technology will be aimed at improving the quality of human life. Life must bring only joy and pleasure. The whole absurdity is that, despite having all the possibilities to live in the creative society already now, we continue to maintain the consumerist format. We can build the creative society peacefully, without struggle or confrontation, in the shortest possible time. There will be no more revolutions, except scientific and technological ones, which will be a permanent and natural phenomenon in the creative society. Tell your family, friends, neighbors, and acquaintances about this perspective. Share how beneficial and cool the creative society is for them. You and I are living in an amazing time, when within a short time we can move from the slave system of the consumerist format to the free and safe world of the creative society. Everything depends on you. If you want such a life, support the creative society and tell everyone about it.
Our life? A creative society is a format of social organization. At its core and the center of everything is the individual, its life and its benefits. That will require a reformatting of all spheres of our life. And there is a step-by-step plan for implementation of the creative society. And there are very specific stages. So let's learn about the stages of building a creative society, what actions have to be taken, and what is the goal of each stage is.
How do we know that building the creative society is possible? Because any normal person wants to live in the creative society and not in the consumerist format. The informational stage is essential Because if people don't learn about the creative society, there will be no politicians for whom they will vote. Such politicians will only appear when there is an electoral demand for the creative society. This is required to lawfully implement creative society values in our countries. Creative society is an actual working model. There is a clear plan and a strategy of its implementation. It consists of 3 stages of creative society formation. First stage, informational. Second stage, political. Third stage, world referendum. The strategy outlines specific activities to achieve the goal of each stage. In just 5 years, we will be able to move from the current consumer format to the creative society peacefully and lawfully. To make this happen, all people need to unite around the idea of the creative society as quickly as possible. Now we are at the first stage. The first stage of building the creative society is the informational stage. The goal of this stage is for majority of people in every country to support the transition to a creative society format. The objective of the informational stage is for every person on the planet to become aware that there is an alternative to the consumerist format in which we are struggling to survive. The alternative to the creative society. The alternative is the creative society. This stage is the most important one. What does it mean to inform about creative society? It means to talk about what prospects of a new quality of life it opens up for each person: safety, security, and high quality of life. It is essential to convey to each person that forming the creative society is a practical and feasible task, and we can build it in the shortest time frame, within 5 years. Today we will learn many interesting things about how life will be in the creative society. During the forum, we will discuss how to join the Creative Society project and what you can do right now. It is crucial to showcase your choice wherever possible. That's exactly how people will create a global electoral demand in their countries. This is exactly how we will demonstrate to politicians that we want to live in the creative format of society. The result of first stage of informing will be the creation of an electoral demand for the creative society. We are at this stage right now. We have calculated that if each person tells only 5 other people about creative society, we will accomplish the first of the 3 stages in only 2 weeks. When we achieve this result, we will be ready to move on to the next stage. The second stage of creative society formation is political. Here, we aim to implement the 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitutions of every country and enact the law about the electoral platform. We will use the existing legal framework. This new format of social organization should be secured on the legislative level. To build the creative society quickly and peacefully, we need to use politics as a tool. We will vote only for those politicians and only for those political parties that support the creative society and the 8 pillars. If there aren't any, we won't vote at all. Today, there are more and more decent people among politicians who understand everything. They support the creative society and the 8 pillars. If you and I vote only for those politicians and those parties that they build the creative society, other politicians have no electorate. Politicians always follow the electorate. If there is an electoral demand for a creative society, they will build it. Once our chosen politicians and political parties are in power, we will need to enact laws that will guarantee the realization of interests of every person. In the second stage of building a creative society, with politicians' help, we will achieve the following goals. Adoption of 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitutions. Enactment of the electoral platform law. Enactment of the politicians' instant recall law. The first step that politicians will carry out at our request is to introduce the 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitutions and laws of the countries, according to the existing laws, in a legitimate and legitimate manner, without violation of the current laws, in an entirely peaceful way. The basis of all laws will be the 8 pillars of the creative society. That's why we say that the creative society is an absolutely peaceful scenario. Introducing the electoral platform law will give us back the power and the right to choose how we live. We will regain the right to make decisions through direct voting without intermediaries. The role of politicians will be solely executive. Another essential step of the second stage is introducing the law about an instant recall of a politician if he doesn't perform or fails to fulfill the functions entrusted in order to form the creative society. The outcome of the second stage is the implementation of the 8 pillars into the constitutions of most countries in the world. After that, we can move on to the third and final stage, the vote referendum. At this stage, thanks to electoral platform, all people of the world will be able to accept the creative society as a unified form of social structure on the whole planet and establish the 8 pillars as a law by which all spheres of life of our society will finally begin to function.
Ignorantia iuris non excusat. Ignorance of the law is no excuse from responsibility. Today, ignorance of the laws not only deprives us of a beautiful future, but can also deprive us of life. After all, we simply do not use our legal right to create an electoral request, and as a consequence, we put our fate in the dishonest hands of others. A creative society is an absolutely natural and necessary way to guarantee the realization of human rights, which today are declared in the legislation of any country, but are not actually realized. In order to guarantee these rights of every person, it is necessary to introduce a working legal mechanism into the legislation of all countries, not by breaking the current order, but by improving it. There is no need for any revolutions. It is evolution. A legitimate question arises: how to do it? Into the constitutions of all countries, it is necessary to introduce 8 foundations of the creative society and to pass the law on the electoral platform. The electoral platform is a society-owned electronic system, which is the only tool of initiation and adoption of laws and decisions by all people. It is also a unified legislative base. This is possible when a majority of the members of parliament support the Creative Society. And for this to happen, the majority of votes in the country needs to vote for those candidates who will pledge in their election programs to implement the 8 foundations into the Constitution and pass a law on the electoral platform. And now we come to the most important thing, the formation of a public request coming from the majority of citizens who have the right to elect public representatives and authorities. How to achieve such a majority among active voters? This is the main task of the first stage of building the Creative Society, the stage of informing. All people on the planet who have already heard about the Creative Society and want to live in it simply need to actively inform all people about the Creative Society. When the majority of the world's population actively supports the Creative Society, the remaining stages of its creation will proceed very quickly and easily, in accordance with the national legislation of each country. This is why the information stage is most important. That is, the formula is simple. First, we inform all people about the possibility of building a creative society. Then voters choose only those politicians who support the Creative Society. And these politicians already implement 8 foundations of the Creative Society at the legislative level and pass the law on the electoral platform. With a form of government like a monarchy, things are even simpler. The monarch, by his decision, amends the constitution or simply adopts the 8 pillars of the Creative Society as the basic law of the state. It is important to remember that any monarch and any politician always depends on public demand. As we can see, we, all human beings, have the irrevocable right to decide what kind of society we will live in. And the Creative Society is the natural embodiment of people's decision. And its constitution is not a revolution. Sorry, construction is not a revolution, but an evolution which takes place in a legal way. The time has come to exercise this right. Thank you. Now back to our hosts.
Thank you, Robert. You're absolutely right. We, people, have the legal right to create an electoral request and to build the Creative Society. Still, people do not know about this right and therefore do not use it. In preparation for today's forum, we interviewed Ms. Christian Anderson, a member of the European Parliament from Germany. We invite you to watch a fragment of this conversation. Our first question is about the upcoming forum that we will have on November 12th. The name of our forum is Our Survival is in Unity. How important is the unification of people during this challenging time? And what is the role of people to make a long-lasting positive change in our society?
Well, the unity of the people is very important at this point, because what we have seen, especially in the last 2 years, how the rights of the people, civil rights, and inalienable rights, constitutional rights have been infringed upon. They have been taken away. They have been redefined into being privileges that a government can grant whenever they want to or withhold whenever they see fit. And this is not only happening in 1 or 2 or 3 countries, this has been happening all over the world. So it is of utmost important that people once again realize it is their democracy. They need to get involved. If they want things to change, they can make it happen, but they need to go and cast their votes and not stay at home. They need to take responsibility. Democracy is not a place where you simply go to sleep, because it was once said, when you sleep in a democracy, you will have a very rude awakening in a tyranny. You will always have a conflict of interest. Whoever has power, his aim is always to expand his power at the cost of the one he is overpowering. We do need to have institutions that, you know, have some kind of a governing power. Obviously, we do need this. But the key is there needs to be checks and balances. That is also a cornerstone of every democracy. The people need to realize they have the responsibility for their life and they need to make their own decisions. Then they elect representatives who are supposed to implement the wish of the people. But what we're seeing now is the people are being dictated to by these elected representatives what their wishes have to be. And that is wrong on so many levels. So people need to realize we elect representatives and they are our employees and they have to do what we tell them. But nowadays, a lot of people think, well, they're the bosses and they tell us what to do. No, it's the other way around. And we need to get a clearer understanding once again of how democracy works. And it seems to be a pretty big problem right now.
Dobrý večer.
Good evening. Nowadays, human rights are declared in the legislation of every country, but as we can see, they are not actually implemented. Do we control our own lives? In our present consumerist format of society, can we stop wars, abolish inflation, or at least reduce our electricity and heating bills? We rightly cannot protect our own lives. Having food and heat at home has become a luxury for many people. We don't even have means to save the lives of our near and near people in the event of severe illness. All of us are unsure of tomorrow. Will anyone ask us what we want before they push the red button and bury us and all our dreams under the mushrooms of a nuclear war? The system of the consumerist format is arranged in such a way that the maximum we are entitled to is to choose who will make decisions for us. During elections, we basically give our rights for a pig in a poke. We give away not just our rights, but also our benefits at disposal of a few individuals whom we often do not even know. Meanwhile, at the international level, we have no opportunity whatsoever to directly defend our own interests at all. Do you know what it may be compared to? Imagine that you issue a general power of attorney for someone to use and dispose of your house, and the right to move people in and to sell, demolish, or rebuild the house without your consent. At the same time, you continue to live in this house. Everything that remains for us to do under the current system is to trust in the authorities and hope that they will solve our problems, or to express our discontent. Despite the existence of a huge number of laws, international treaties and agreements, society's problems will never be solved in the consumerist format. Because we, people, do not participate in making socially important decisions. Whether a war is needed or not, what taxes we will pay, and how natural resources should be used. Meanwhile, all of these issues directly affect our lives. This consumerist format of society, where power and money are at the core, has reached a dead end. But the situation can easily be changed so that there is a decent life for everyone, not just a few individuals. In a legal and evolutionary way, we can implement the concept of the creative society, where a human is at the center. Self-government in society is one of the fundamental pillars of the creative society format. We can hear such a statement: the society is impossible without power. But how can we then explain, for example, people's self-organization and mutual help in emergency situations, when there are various disasters and catastrophes? People themselves will effectively solve all the pressing issues and tasks without waiting for any action from the clumsy system of government authorities. Moreover, without the involvement of civil society volunteers, the state is totally unable to solve the issues of providing people with everything they need. So, a fair question arises. Is it us who cannot do without the government, or is it the government that cannot do without us? Generally speaking, let's take a reasonable look. Why do politicians strive for the peak of power? In order to help us? Do they love us so much? Let's just not be naive. Everyone understands perfectly well that everyone strives for a better life. People whom we endow with power always pursue their own interests only, and the power of a few individuals inevitably leads us to inequality and exploitation. So what is self-government? Self-government in society is when we, as the entire community, decide by majority vote whether something should take place or not. You have to agree that it is actually natural and normal for every person to manage their own private life. Then why, when it comes to managing matters of public importance, on which our private lives depend even more, do we begin to think that someone knows better how we should live our lives? We, people, must have a voice in direct resolution of all publicly important, socially significant, economic issues that affect the quality of human life. This very principle is embedded in the eighth pillar of the creative society, the self-governing society. This pillar defines self-government as the absence of power and the right of every person to participate in managing society's affairs. Self-government means participation of people themselves in decision-making on the electoral platform. The electoral platform is an electronic system owned by society, which is the only tool for all people to initiate and adopt laws and decisions. And it is also a single legislative framework. Self-government doesn't mean that incompetent people will run the state. Yes, people make all decisions that affect their lives. Naturally, there should also be an executive apparatus to implement the decisions which people make. But those are merely executives, whom society hires and controls. Society can dismiss any executive who doesn't fulfill his obligations and replace him with another person at any moment. Self-government removes manipulation of legislation in favor of anyone's private interests. In the creative society, no one will be able to amend laws in the interests of individuals. Lobbying will cease to exist. Creative society removes conditions suitable for corruption because decisions will be made by people themselves. And it's impossible to bribe 8 billion at once. And it makes no sense to influence executives either with threats or with blackmail or with money, because they do not make crucial decisions. It's not within their competence. The electoral platform makes it possible to exercise public control to the fullest extent, and public funds will not end up in the pockets of a few individuals, as it happens nowadays. Everything is open and transparent, which is guaranteed by the fourth pillar of the creative society. On the electoral platform, each of us can vote for a decision that is important for him or her. And together, we will adopt the simplest and most convenient procedure for implementation of our rights and interests. People will really be able to quickly resolve their issues on the electoral platform without lengthy procedures, red tape, and bureaucracy. Therefore, self-government in society provides every person with the following: real equality without privileges, statuses, and immunities, an opportunity to initiate and participate in making key decisions. Point number 3, an ability to monitor implementation of decisions and receive reliable information about the state of affairs in society. Point number 4, stability and confidence in the future. In the creative society, thanks to self-government, authority is given back to a human, along with all the benefits that a human should have by birthright. Thank you very much for your attention.
Today, everyone claims that your future depends entirely on you. But is this really the case? Is your opinion always really considered? Not to mention that simply expressing your opinion today can be risky or life-threatening. If you want to change something in society, how realistic is it to do so? Yes, we can elect those who supposedly stand for the slogans that coincide with our desires. But when our elected politicians come to power, they embody something completely different. In fact, who are we in a consumer society? Rightless pack animals. Let's see how our lives will change in the creative society. The first and crucial difference is that in the creative society, your present and future will actually depend on your choices, and everyone's choice will improve everyone's life. Today, we have a representative democracy. That's when we elect representatives and hand over power to them, and they decide how we should live and manage our wealth, money, natural resources, and our lives. In the creative society, power will be in the hands of people themselves, and they will be able to directly exercise it by making decisions on the electoral platform, because people will become the legislative body. Every day, people will live more comfortably, more prosperously, and more securely, with full confidence in the future.
For example, Anna, a woman of 38, a wife, mother of 2, and employee of a design company. She will have a direct impact on improving society without being a politician. How can this be implemented? With the help of up-to-date technology. A platform is created for considering initiatives, passing laws, and voting. Anna will install an app on her phone or tablet. The platform will allow you to solve absolutely all issues online. Now, Anna's opinion will actually matter. It will be taken into account immediately, since voting takes place right there on the platform in electronic format. The application will be easy to use, simple, and intuitive for everyone. Designed for user convenience and fully protected against the possibility of result falsification. The most important thing is that Anna will spend no more than 30 minutes a week to vote on the platform. She will be able to read the current agenda while sitting in a cafe while her children are playing sports. Simply ticking yes or no next to each question. The app will be available to every adult, regardless of location, gender, or technical ability. After all, every person matters in the creative society. It is absolutely possible to create such a platform, taking into account today's level of technical development. Many effective developments are already being successfully tested in different countries. The use of such a platform will make it possible to get rid of unnecessary intermediaries and move to effective self-government. What is self-government? Self-government is, in fact, direct decision-making by the people. You will make the laws and decide which ones are acceptable to you and which ones are not. Any initiative to improve people's lives will be welcomed. The initiative can be local, state, or global. Experts develop and propose laws, options for solutions, and implementation of what people want. For example, Anna is a designer, so she decided to take the initiative to develop ergonomic and comfortable seating in public transportation in her country. You may be thinking right now, how am I going to make laws? How am I going to understand so much information? After all, I'm not a lawyer. But in fact, there will be very few laws to consider. They will be presented in a simple, clear form and with an obligatory explanation of how exactly it will affect your life. What will guarantee the efficiency of self-government? It's very simple. First, a law on the electoral platform must be passed. It will secure the right of the individual to make proposals and pass laws. It also legislates the electoral platform as a mechanism for implementing such a right. Thus, the individual participates directly without intermediaries in making decisions and laws. Putting the 8 foundations of the creative society into the Constitution and following them steadfastly guarantees the effectiveness of self-government. These are the most basic norms of human and social life. All other legislation must correspond to these norms. That is, it must not violate them. Thus, in the creative society, it would be impossible to make decisions that worsen a human situation or threaten his life, liberty, and security. For example, today, Anna decided to meet her friend after fitness and arrived at the restaurant 30 minutes earlier. She set aside this time in her calendar in advance to go to the electoral platform. She checked out what bills and initiatives were open for a vote. And in order to make a decision, she only needs to answer her own question. How much will this improve my life? And give the answer yes or no. Won't Anna figure out what's good for her? Of course she will. For example, Anna had 2 bills on the ballot: to allow houses to be built at the water's edge or not. The main point of each bill will be briefly and clearly stated with all the explanations for and against. The first bill suggests building houses not closer than 200 meters from the shore, taking into account the preservation of the environment. It also provides for a free passage to the water body with a public beach. The second bill suggests building right by the water. In this case, only a few people get the opportunity to have a house with access to the water, which means there will be no public access to the body of water. Besides, it would harm the environmental balance. Which option do you think Anna will choose? In this way, people will be interested in making their own decisions because it will affect the improvement of their lives. Of course, all the complex issues must be worked out by specialists. Any initiative is first considered from the point of view, how will it affect a person's life? Simple and clear expert offers are developed. You may ask, how will implementation be controlled? It will be simple, transparent, and will be carried out on the same electoral platform. All those who have power over us now, in other words, politicians, will be responsible doers in the creative society, and nothing more than that. They will have no privilege, no exemptions, and no immunity. The law will work the same for everyone. If they fail, they will be subject to recall at any time. When a politician loses power, he automatically becomes a doer. He becomes an employee who is hired by us, the people, and as customers, we can terminate the contract with the employee at any time. The introduction of modern technology, including artificial intelligence, will eliminate corruption and bureaucracy once and for all. There will be complete transparency in the appointment of executives, transparency in the movement of funds, and implementation of projects. All this will be controlled by society through the electoral platform. How will issues be dealt with at the international level, you ask? There will no longer be an international level. Humanity will become a united people. Everywhere, in any part of the world, there will be one law, one time zone, and decent living conditions for everyone. Now we are divided into countries, nationalities, states. In the creative society, national culture, history, and traditions will be preserved, but at the same time will be united. All this will rule out wars and any conflicts. A united civilization opens up a new phase in the evolution of humanity and prospects for rapid development. The creative society is a bright future for every person and for the entire humanity.
You know, per week, and vote for that will improve my life. I like that it will be accessible and understandable for everyone, even older people. It is truly an evolutionary concept that we can all understand and use. The most exciting part is that my voice finally matters, that I can decide for myself instead of choosing between two evils like we do right now. I really like the changes that we make and the benefits that everyone will receive. This is a true unity. Finally, we can build a wonderful world for everyone. And I do not need to blame or complain about some politician with his empty promises. I am in charge now. I am now building a bright future for my kids and not just dreaming about it. I also like that politicians can be easily recalled if they do not deliver on their promises. The power will belong to the people, and a regular person like me can become responsible for a social project, propose ideas, and see them come to life. Who knows better than us how to improve our own lives, right? Finally, we will know where our money is going. The transparency will allow us to monitor all projects, salaries, as well as public investments, and it will be impossible to conceal money anywhere because the fourth pillar of the Creative Society guarantees transparency and openness of information for all people. It is our right to make our own decisions, plan our lives, and be in control of our own destiny.
Ďakujem, Roy. Je našim
Thank you,
právom.
Roy. We have the right to make our own decisions, to plan our own lives, and to manage our own destiny. But along with this right, there comes a responsibility and a desire to act. And right now, we can all together see the results of people's choice and their volunteer work. I am honored to present and invite you all to watch a music video with a song that it's a gift for the forum from all the participants of the Creative Society project from Slovakia. Its title is Unity, which accurately describes the essence of the Creative Society project. Participants from the Czech Republic, Kazakhstan, United Arab Emirates, and Russia took part in creating this music video. When people are willing, they can do what seems to be impossible. The same happened when this song was created. Its authors, who starred in the music video themselves, are not professionals. They are people who came together with a common goal to create a song for the forum and for the Creative Society. This video also depicts our common journey to the Creative Society. The beginning is dark and hopeless, just like our society today. But in the distance, so we can see the light, and those people who were the first to understand the idea of the Creative Society without hesitation. They go forward, and some of them even run to implement this idea, because in the Creative Society, darkness will dissipate and we will be able to start living and developing our potential. Okay? That's enough words. Let's get inspired.
There is a different way for everyone, leading us to the same goal. There is a voice without sound that can hear every single living soul. Enough space for all of us. We can all live there united. There is enough of everything, of rich and poor, all people are invited. Let's be thirsty for create heaven on earth, a feeling like heaven.
A beautiful song. Big thanks to the participants of the Creative Society from Slovakia for such a gift. Dear friends, this is another example of what can be done at the informational stage and what outstanding projects volunteers can accomplish when they come together. I want to remind you that we are now at the most crucial step of building of the Creative Society, the informational step. It's the simple, small steps that are the most valuable today. Right now, during the live broadcast, you can write to a friend or send them a link to the broadcast or the recording, which will be available in 150 languages today after the broadcast on the Creative Society platform.
Hey, earlier today, we heard that we have all the legal basis for building the Creative Society. Now, let's focus on the economic system. And trust me, the question of how the economy will work to provide all the benefits for every human being comes up a lot. So this is what we will talk about right now. The information you're about to hear is very important. It is life-changing and will be presented for the first time. So please pay attention as we explore how our economic system will function. So the ultimate goal of the economic system in the Creative Society is to bring everyone to the same best possible standard of living. And we are talking about the highest quality of medical care, education, housing, food, clothing. Everyone will have the best of everything according to the strictest quality standards. So imagine a stable economy with no crisis, no fear for tomorrow, and the entire population of the planet with stable income, meaning everyone has great purchasing power and time to enjoy the products and services.
To achieve this goal, the economic system needs a complete overhaul, which will happen in 2 stages. First, we need to transition from our current economic model to the economy of the Creative Society. This transition period will last for about 5 years. A very important change will be the introduction of a unified monetary unit created by a single World Bank that belongs to and is operated by society. The key element of the new economic model will be that every human being will receive a monthly unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000. This will create a high purchasing power for each member of society and ensure a steady demand for goods and services, which, in turn, will create conditions for the growth and development of enterprises. An important condition that will be fulfilled immediately when we transition to the new system is the cancellation of all debts of countries and individuals. From that point on, it will be forbidden to lend money at interest. If you need money, you take it and pay back exactly the same amount.
And with the help of AI, the economy will be planned by and for the benefit of society as a whole. Global demand will be formed by people themselves and analyzed by artificial intelligence, which will be able to predict the required volume of production of food, goods, and services to provide each person anywhere in the world with everything necessary. This will ensure the most optimal allocation of resources and production volumes at the planetary level. The demand for all goods and services will always be available online and accessible to everyone. For example, you want to start a business and inquire about opportunities in a field of your choice. The AI gives you a prediction about the current and projected requirements for this industry, and you choose what you can do will have a guaranteed demand. All new technologies will belong to society and will be fully accessible to any business. This will make it possible not only to automate the processes of production and economic activity of companies, but also to create conditions for improving the quality of products and services. Another important change: prices will be fixed from the beginning of the transitional period. Specialists, with the help of AI, will calculate optimal prices for all goods and services, taking into account logistics and production costs. It will not be possible to increase the prices, only to decrease them, all while maintaining or improving the quality. And prices for the same goods and services will be the same anywhere in the world. Automation and new technologies will make it possible to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, all while having a high level of earnings. No matter how much a person works, they will continue to be paid the basic income every month. There will be an incentive for everyone to work, to live an even better life. To give you an example, everyone is provided with great quality housing of 60 square meters per person. So a family of 4 lives in an apartment of 240 meters. If I want to have a house of 500 square meters, I can work to earn more and buy a bigger house. Then you come to visit and see that we live in a 500 square meters house, while you and your family live in a 240 meters apartment. Well, you already want to work and to live in a house like ours. And no matter where in the world you choose to live and work, professionals with the same qualifications will be paid the same high wage for the same job all over the world. This would eliminate labor migration and the difficulties associated with it. So let's do a quick recap. A single World Bank owned and controlled by the society, single unified monetary unit, fixed prices, and no interest on loans completely removed the possibility of inflation and crisis in the economy. We no longer need to seek for balance between supply and demand, between the amount of money in circulation and the goods and services on the market.
If today competition is built on money, on price reduction, in the transition period, companies will compete on quality. Fixed prices, no interest on loans, a unified monetary unit, no inflation, and full access to new technologies give businesses enough room to improve quality and make good profits. All these factors will create conditions for healthy competition and will stimulate the production of higher quality products. This, in turn, will ensure a high standard of living for everyone. In the creative society, conditions will be created in which corruption and the influence of individuals on politics and economy will be impossible. For this purpose, a limit on personal wealth will be introduced, meaning that there will be a limit on the maximum wealth per family. We will determine this limit together as a society. Let's say $10 million. Such a fortune is more than enough for a comfortable, rich life, but not big enough to start a war. The world's resources, strategic industries, and life-supporting enterprises will belong to the entire world community, including the mining industry, energy production, the financial system, the development of new technologies, healthcare, the production of medicine and medical equipment, and last but not least, large agricultural enterprises.
At a certain point in time, after preparing all the necessary conditions and having created the new economic framework, we will choose a date on which the new economy of the transitional period to the creative society will start. At this point, the currencies existing in different countries will be exchanged for the new unified monetary units. The exchange will be made taking into account the wealth limit. If the savings exceed the maximum threshold set by the society, the rest of the money is not exchanged. At the same time, all debt will be nullified, prices will be fixed, and unconditional basic income will begin to be paid to each person.
Many of you are probably wondering right now, where are we going to get the money in the new model of the economy to pay everyone an unconditional basic income of $10,000? Before we answer this question, let's understand what money actually is. We use money as a medium of exchange to facilitate the purchase of goods and services. It doesn't matter whether it's made of metal, paper, or it's just numbers on the screen. For centuries, gold and silver have been used as money. But as time passed, people came up with the idea of depositing their gold in a bank and getting a receipt stating that the bank owed them that amount of gold. These receipts, or banknotes, were used as money. This system was called the gold standard. But after the 1970s, the gold standard was abandoned altogether. Governments around the world decided that money would no longer be backed by gold. And now money is not backed by anything. Once the value of money was determined by gold, but now it is backed only by our trust. Money is simply an agreement.
Anyway, in a world where you have to pay for everything, we depend on money. And people spend most of their lives trying to make money. And for money, we are willing to do what we are told. Whoever has the money has the power. More money, more power. In the consumer format of society, money is the key instrument of power. And this instrument has a master. So, who is the master of money today? In today's financial system, money is created by the central banks of countries, although these banks do not always belong to countries. In the United States, for example, the central bank is the Federal Reserve. But did you know that the Fed is owned by private bankers? But more interesting, over 90% of the money is created digitally by the private banking sector. So most of the money in the world is private. It is owned by someone. It does not belong to the government. It is private property. And there are trillions of dollars in private hands at the moment. And that's the root of the problem. Money belongs to a small group of people, not society. And no matter how we try to earn it, money always goes back to its owners.
But here's the good news. Economics is not an exact science. There is not a single law in economics like the law of gravity in physics. In economics, there are no axioms or postulates. Economics is simply an arrangement between people. And that means that we can change it. We're used to thinking that money belongs to someone else. It is public, international, or private. But in the creative society, the money will belong to society itself. As we said earlier, there will be a single world bank that will be owned and controlled by society. The function of this bank will be to create and redistribute money for the needs of society. A new single unified monetary unit will also be created. With its introduction, other currencies will cease to exist and all savings and income will be exchanged for them. Private banks will no longer be able to create money, as there will be no more private banks. We will decide by ourselves, as a society, how much money we need to create to provide each person with an unconditional basic income, quality housing, development of medicine and education, and improvement of our lives. We can create as many trillions as we need, and they will be all ours. And they can get kept on our common account if we don't need them. The key point is that it's very important to understand that this money will not be subject to inflation, because in the economy of the creative society, prices are fixed all over the world and cannot be raised. Prices will no longer depend on the amount of money in circulation, and the value of money will be maintained. And we must understand that keeping money in circulation is a temporary necessity during the transition to the creative society. It's also crucial to understand that a creative economy is a harmonious global economic system. The economic principles we've just discussed can work only together, everywhere around the world. Only one or some of the creative economic principles will not work independently of each other.
And during this transitional period, we will be able to rebuild our economy, develop and make available to everyone new technologies in energy, science, healthcare, ecology, food, and other products. This will enable us to move on to the next stage, the creative economy. This is a completely different world, a world of new, unlimited, accessible to everyone, and free energy. It is a world of new technologies for the production of good and food through the control of elementary particles. This world will no longer need money. In the creative society, each of us will be rich, confident in the future, and free to live the life each of us wants.
The cornerstone of an efficient economy and a prosperous life is, of course, the availability of energy. It has become like air or water. We need it to live. But the naked truth is that today, energy is just a commodity used for making profit and increasing the power of a few who control it. The energy supply is being optimized to increase profit instead of covering for our needs. Let's watch the next video on how absurd and dangerous we have agreed to organize and manage this vital resource at the potential expense of our future.
Energy is the basis of our life. Energy is food, water, sanitation, communication, heat, and mobility. Energy is the basis for all our production. The development of energy leads society towards technological progress. Without energy, our society cannot exist. But what is going on today? We are already experiencing an energy crisis.
It is really scary, because as soon as I go out, now after 2 hours I'll come in and it's already £2, and you're thinking, I'm not cooking, I'm not doing anything.
And how does that make you feel?
It makes you really anxious.
So you've really got down to thinking in detail about every electrical appliance you've got?
Yeah.
Whether you can switch
which one works more, which one doesn't.
Normally, if we have like every year like 10% extra cost, it's not a problem, but it's now like 10 times more than 2 years ago. It's crazy. In this way, if nobody can survive. No company, no people with a household, nobody.
In many countries in Europe, in America, and Canada, electricity prices have risen by 30 to 50% and led to a spike in the prices for all goods. People are no longer able to pay their energy bills. To date, even in civilized Europe, people are stocking up on firewood. In some countries, even private clinics have to be closed. In Europe, farmers are shutting down winter production of vegetables and greens because it is too expensive to maintain the necessary conditions in greenhouses. Even storing crops crops has become unprofitable because of higher energy prices. Farmers are forced to destroy their crops. This means that we will not see our usual vegetables, fruits, and greens on store shelves this winter.
All the prices are going up more and more. Today we have to pay 300% more for fertilizers and fuel than a year ago.
Suppose we stop working, then everything stops altogether. What do we have to do then? Just work losing our money and constantly asking for help and money to keep working. It's a vicious circle.
Why don't you turn on the air conditioner at home?
I can't afford the electricity bills. The city folks get salaries. We farmers don't.
The production of meat and dairy products is totally dependent on electricity. Rising prices for this resource create a spike in the prices for meat and dairy products and can create a shortage of these products in stores. It is not only producers of agricultural products who suffer. Even hospitals are at risk of being left without power. For example, the hospital in Naples received an 11 million euro electricity bill. Factories have to reduce production or shut down completely. To date, many countries are already preparing for reduced electricity consumption. Shutdowns and partial shutdowns of production facilities and businesses are being planned. This, in turn, will lead to higher prices and shortages of products and other goods all over the world. Imagine coming to the store tomorrow and seeing half-empty shelves. Moreover, you just won't be able to afford what's left on the shelves. Perhaps this is one of the reasons for the famine that we are promised from the high tribunes. So, why are electricity prices rising all the time? Governments are making huge investments in energy development. In 2022, this amounted to $710 billion. This year, energy funding amounted to $2.5 trillion. Of that, almost $1.5 trillion went to green energy development. The net income of the world's oil and gas producers has doubled in 2022 to more than $4 trillion. Money from our taxes goes to the development of the energy industry. But every day, energy is becoming more expensive and unaffordable for us. The reason is that energy today is a business like any other, and people just make money on it. Electricity is a commodity. It is sold and bought on the energy market. Any company, private or state-owned, has the goal of making as much profit as possible. One and the same megawatt an hour can be resold several times, and each time the price will increase. The more times that the megawatt an hour of energy is sold on the market, the more expensive the electricity will ultimately be for us. This is what creates such an increase in electricity prices for people and factories. We pay for the profits of the energy industry enterprises in every bill, and on top of that, taxes on the development of green energy are added to our energy bills. Green energy also has a significant impact on price growth. Its tariff is the most expensive, but the rules of the energy market oblige us to buy green energy in full. We are being persuaded that the transition to green energy will reduce CO2 emissions and save the world. Instead, we are no better off than before. We have spent trillions of dollars on free solar and wind power, while electricity prices have skyrocketed. We are shutting down nuclear power plants, thermal power plants, and are trying to switch to green energy. But even if we cover the entire surface of the planet with solar panels and wind turbines, the energy they will produce won't be enough. Has it only now dawned upon us that the sun doesn't shine at night and the wind doesn't blow all the time? In such conditions, power outages are unavoidable. That's why we can't give up conventional power plants. But for some reason, we have imposed an additional tax on all hydrocarbon energy, and we are paying 3 times the price for it. In fact, we haven't switched to green energy. We have just added an unnecessary and unreliable source and only increased the costs in our bills. So it turns out that we ourselves pay for the creation of inefficient and expensive energy. The absurdity is that in our world, energy is a commodity. It belongs to a few and is a tool of power, political influence, and manipulation of people. In a normal human society, resources must belong to all people, and energy must be free and available anywhere in the world. When we come home in the evening, each of us wants to turn on the light, air conditioning, take a hot shower, watch TV, charge the phone, and make dinner. We are used to taking it for granted. But even now, many of us can't afford it. And these are not temporary difficulties. We are destroying the existing stable system of energy supply. And instead of waking up and seeing the dire consequences of what we have come to, we are told to simply consume less energy, to give up traveling, home comforts, and even food. Wouldn't it be easier for us to move straight into a cave, or better yet, straight into a grave, so as not to emit extra CO2, which, by the way, has nothing to do with climate change. Extreme climatic conditions will worsen. Our civilization simply will not survive without reliable energy sources during this period. This year's record-breaking droughts, floods, tornadoes, and extreme temperatures are just the beginning of climate disasters, and we are already feeling the effects of power plant shutdowns and lack of energy. In times of climate change, we rely on weather-dependent energy sources despite the fact that they are the most vulnerable to climate change. Within just an instant, there could be a total collapse of the energy system. De-energized cities will be left without water, food, light, transport, and communications. It is obvious that further transition to green energy would be a fatal mistake of humankind. At a time of climatic disasters, it is vital that we create reliable energy sources that are powerful and independent of weather conditions. The ability of our society to survive is inextricably linked to a stable energy supply. But as long as this vital field is privately owned and one can make money out of it, it is unable to serve us, people. Stable energy sources already exist today, but they can only be implemented if we choose the creative format of society.
Dear viewers, each one of us understands today more than ever that our life is impossible without energy. And at the same time, we're experiencing an energy crisis in many countries, as energy prices are skyrocketing, up to 60% for household consumers and up to 200% for non-household consumers. For many years, this was due to the transition to the so-called green energy, which should have been developed to eliminate the use of hydrocarbons, at least in theory, while we were paying for these solutions directly out of our family budgets. Now we're confronted with geopolitical problems, while we keep paying more and more for energy. The energy prices have already become a threat to people's subsistence. It is not the first time we're talking about this. In the previous conferences, we have already warned that the existing framework will lead to an energy crisis created artificially. And what do we see today? Nuclear power plants are already considered green in the European Union. The so-called green energy business is no longer interesting and is gradually being given up. The key point is that we have made a business out of the most important resource for every person, energy. In the consumer format of society, energy is a commodity for which we have to pay. By raising the price of energy and restricting access to it, energy is used as an instrument to artificially create asymmetries, to separate, control, and manipulate us. While, in fact, much more efficient, environmentally friendly, and safe technologies already exist today. These include small modular reactors, fast neutron reactors, thermonuclear fusion, and many others. And a completely different technology is already in use: fuel-free generators, or FFGs. It is an open system that allows the production of inexhaustible, clean, free energy from the surrounding space. FFGs will change the entire structure of the energy sector and enable everyone to remain autonomous with no risk of a blackout. However, in our consumer format, the introduction of technologies that will make energy unlimited and free of charge would not be beneficial for us. This sounds like a paradox. So how can this be? If we assume that we could generate inexhaustible, clean, and free energy starting today, we would not be able to use it in our daily lives, because the energy sector would disappear and millions of people would lose their jobs. This would lead to an unprecedented crisis and a total collapse of the worldwide economy. This is the absurdity of our current economic system. But the trouble is that exactly this economic system is already leading us to a collapse. Because of skyrocketing energy prices, millions of people are already faced with choosing between buying food, paying the energy bill, or paying for health insurance. So one way or the other, as of today, we're moving towards an unprecedented energy and economic crisis, because energy, although a basic resource, is mainly used for making private profits. But who decided that energy should be used for profit? Energy is like air or water. All people need it. Energy is just a basic human right. Therefore, in order to improve our lives, to become truly prosperous, we need to make sure that we all benefit from the introduction of new technologies for generating energy. But this is possible only by changing the framework of our lives. Today, we reached a point where we have everything we need to move to this format, the format of the creative society. In the creative society, all strategic and life-supporting industries will belong to society. Energy is one of them. It will no longer be an instrument of profit for a few or an instrument for manipulation. After all, energy is a resource that rightfully belongs to people. Therefore, in line with the goal of the creative society, we will be able to provide inexhaustible and free of charge energy to every home and every business. But already in the transition to the creative society, thanks to the new economic model optimized by artificial intelligence, we will be able to plan the production and provision of energy required by all 8 billion people on Earth. Energy will be free of charge for consumers because it will belong to people. We will not have to pay for the energy itself, its generation, or distribution. While the people working in the energy sector will all receive high salaries on top of the unconditional basic income. All of this is possible due to the unlimited financing provided by society to strategic industries. How much money do we spend today for energy? Imagine how much of our personal budget will be freed up when energy becomes free. And we will be able to spend this available budget on goods and services we cannot afford today. In the transition period to the creative society, we will still use all types of power plants we have today: hydro, wind, solar, thermal, nuclear, including small modular reactors, fast neutron reactors, and so on. Because we will need all forms of energy available to ensure a stable energy supply, grow the economy, and enable breakthroughs in technology. At the end of the transition period, when the new global economy will have been optimized and it will have reached its goal, namely to ensure a decent standard of living for everyone. It will be possible for literally everyone to use FFGs. This will mark the beginning of the creative society. In the creative society, the universal availability of such a technology will allow us to step into a new era of energy. Everyone will enjoy unlimited energy at home, at work, when traveling, anywhere, anytime. And when energy is free, people become free.
Power industry, this is something which without our civilization cannot exist. But how much efforts do we invest and what factors do we depend on to produce and generate power for our well-being?
Hydrocarbon energy. Nuclear power. Hydroelectric power.
Green energy. What's happening, guys? The forest shut down again? Right now, we are totally dependent on our planet's non-renewable resources or weather conditions for our power industry. In the pursuit of producing more power, we are destroying nature. Also, we are jeopardizing our own lives. Is this the limit of our dreams and technological capabilities? We need a new technological leap, and we are able to do it now, but only on one condition. First, let's understand how realistic such a leap is and what benefits each person would gain from it. Fuel-free generators, what are they? Let's start by comparing them with traditional generators.
Internal combustion engines and nuclear reactors require a constant supply of fuel to convert thermal energy into electricity. Green energy requires winds or clear skies. Gasoline and nuclear fuel are finite. The sun, wind, and water are unstable, whereas engines based on these operating principles have low efficiency. What does this mean? For example, an engine has combusted 100 megajoules of fuel, and from this energy, the engine has delivered 30 megajoules into the mechanism for operation. Thus, the efficiency will be 30%. The remaining 70% of the energy will be lost as heat to the surrounding space.
The efficiency of traditional energy sources is extremely low.
Efficiency of thermal power plants, up to 43%. Efficiency of internal combustion engines, up to 40%. Efficiency of nuclear power, up to 35%. Efficiency of solar panels, up to 22%.
Even if we go to the most efficient hydroelectric power plant, we can see that its efficiency is no more than 85%. And at the same time, we lose most of this energy while we are transporting it to the end consumer. Because it's impossible for us to implement and put hydroelectric power plant in every home. But it's very possible for us to equip every home with an FFG. The fuel-free generators requires energy only for its startup, and then it operates autonomously, which means the efficiency of fuel-free energy is greater than 100%. Thus, FFG is not a perpetual motion machine, since it requires an input of energy, but a smaller amount than what energy it can produce. An obvious question arises: how energy then would be generated if no fuel required for that?
We know from the school physics class that according to the law of energy conservation, we can't get more network output than we had spent on it. But this law only works in a closed systems. Whereas FFG is an open system and it receives energy from the surrounding space. Scientists of the Russian Academy of Sciences experimentally confirmed that, for example, during the operation of magnetic FFGs, the space around the generator does not heat up but cools down. Instead, there are many myths and fakes around this technology that discredit the very existence of FFGs. Someone tries to make money from selling fake devices. Real inventors are being intimidated and even physically eliminated. Many developments were stolen or destroyed. Why is this happening? Energy is not only a tool of manipulation, but also a tool of political influence. It brings billions of dollars in profits for energy corporations, which will be gone instantly with the implementation of FFGs. Consequently, their power over us, those who buy energy and depend on this resource, will disappear too.
However, despite all the obstacles, we have working devices from officially recognized inventors. Let's take a look at some of these developments.
Magnetic generator. Its original inventor is considered to be John Searle, who used custom-made magnets in his machines. Since 2019, based on a similar technology by the inventor, Dennis Danzig, a U.S. company has been supplying power to its customers using plants with a capacity of up to 25 kilowatts.
Since 2019, it's no longer science fiction. Only those who are far from science and do not monitor new technologies laugh on FFGs as a fiction. Therefore, those who make fun at FFGs themselves gave fun on others. Let's continue.
A whole range of fuel-free generators was developed in Ukraine. The principle of operations of these generators was based on a looped electromagnetic gun, a pulse power system. For example, one of the systems produced 25 kilowatt of free energy on a conventional generator with an input of 3 kilowatt. The efficiency is 833%. Gravity generators. In one type of such machines, the pneumohydraulic principle is used. The generator runs on the buoyant force of water according to Archimedes' law. The output of such units depend on their size. The most famous generator of this type is called kinetic power plant. It is also known as Roche generator. Such generators are produced by a German company which has branches in Mexico, Serbia, Switzerland, and Colombia. According to official expertise, the compressor of the generator of one of its units consumes 4.5 kilowatt, while a generator itself produces 11 kilowatt of electricity. That is, the efficiency is more than 200%. How much is that? Is a typical country home power consumption. 6 kilowatts per hour. Radio wave generators. Their inventor is Maxwell Chikumbutso from Zimbabwe. He is called the African Tesla. A very compact African technology made it possible not only to create a free energy generator, but also to upgrade a car so that it could move without fuel or recharging. As a result, even a helicopter was upgraded. Recently, the inventor presented a very small 500-watt power generator. Its output allows you to power a widescreen TV from free energy. And there are dozens of less-known inventions in different countries. In the USA, Malaysia, Georgia, India, Turkey, Japan, Uzbekistan, Mexico, New Zealand, and many other countries, there are research teams developing fuel-free generators.
How is that, you may ask, and how it's possible to launch these technologies? How inventors are still alive and their generators are not yet been destroyed?
That's because they get energy for free and sell it to consumers for money. While the generators themselves cost crazy money, the percentage of people currently receiving energy from these systems is negligible compared to all of humanity. Therefore, FFGs that are actually working now are in no way helping all people to become energy independent.
So why isn't this amazing technology available for everyone in the world? Because we are living in a consumerist format of society.
If FFGs are introduced all over the world without changing the format of society, then this will result in a big disaster. Millions of people will lose their jobs. Everyone who is involved in the power industry, from CEOs to janitors. This will inevitably lead to a collapse of the economic system, growth of unemployment, poverty, crime, and chaos. But when we gradually change the consumerist format to a creative one, then a new economic system will allow us to introduce FFGs everywhere. All power plants, factories, mines, dams, oil pipelines that harm the environment and pose a threat to people will be shut down. We will use hydrocarbons more efficiently instead of just burning them. While people working in the energy sector, just like every person on the planet, will be provided with a universal basic income, they will be able to easily shift into any other field of activity, being protected and well provided by the society.
So let's see how the world will be like in the creative society after the introduction of the FFGs in all the spheres of life.
Humanity will have a source of free, stable, safe, and environmentally friendly energy. We don't pay for it anymore. No more energy bills and utility bills. Each home will have its own compact autonomous generator of electricity and heating. This will make us independent from the centralized energy system, which is very important in the period of escalating climate disasters. Cars will no longer need to be refueled, and we will not be limited in traveling anywhere in the world. Fuel-free generators will be installed not only in houses and cars, but also in helicopters, airplanes, ships, and space stations. Robots and automatic systems that do all the hard work will be powered with an uninterrupted energy supply of the necessary capacity. Our planet will become free of the wires and pipelines that entangle it.
Free energy is one of the conditions for the transition of a civilization for a new evolutionary stage. During this transition period of creative society, energy will be available and free for everyone, everywhere inside the world. If you want FFG to be installed in your house and in your car, support Creative Society and tell your friends about it.
I think the above video was very clear and it truly emphasizes the importance of free energy. We have seen there are a variety of energy sources, and what impresses me the most is the number of alternative potential energy resources that are currently available to all of us. Free energy is not only possible, it's already here. Many scientists and inventors like Nikola Tesla and John Searle have already scientifically proven the existence of free energy and brought their proof to the mainstream. Free energy is a freedom for humanity, a birthright given to all of the living beings. By using this technology, we'll be free from the ties of the consumerism in the form of gas and energy bills. Free energy gives us the opportunity to produce it in unlimited quantities, with the only limit being our imagination. Can you envision the beauty of this dream world? It's not only a dream, it's our reality. It's up to us to choose. And from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to say thank you to everyone who has made a choice to be part of the Creative Society family. I'm beyond blessed to be part of this family.
Free energy is the solution to many problems in society. The fact that we will have access to free energy already in the transition to the Creative Society will allow us to use new technologies. It will help to solve such a global problem as the food crisis. This problem is affected by two factors. One of them is like dai. One of them is economic, which will be solved by the new economic model of the creative society. In the creative society, there will be no poverty, no crisis, no inflation, and consequently, no hunger. Nije, dole. Stop. With the new technologies and access to free energy, we can solve the problem of hunger completely. And already during the transition to the creative society, regardless of the climate situation, the solution is vertical farms. I would like to introduce our distinguished guest, Dr. Dixon Despommier, Emeritus Professor of Microbiology and Public Health at Columbia University. Dr. Despommier has also lectured on the concept of vertical farming at many leading universities in the United States. In 2010, he published his widely acclaimed book, Vertical Farm, Feeding the World in the 21st Century. Dr. Despommier, the floor is yours.
First of all, let me thank you for inviting me to share my views with you. Everywhere, no matter where you go in the world, everybody has to pay for food. That's a basic commodity that's absolutely essential. In most places, people also have to pay for water. Water is another basic commodity that is not equally distributed. So the biggest question is, why do we do that? And the answer is easy. It's called greed. Greed is the biggest driver for accumulating wealth. And why do we do it? Because with money, there comes power. With power, you can tell people what to do, and they will do it. And so you can even get more power that way. There's too much wealth in too few people's hands and not enough wealth in everybody else's hands. And it's about resources, and it's about your right as a human being, basically. Food, water, energy, housing, clothing. So let's take a long view now of vertical farming. First, let's just talk about the advantages. One is that you can grow food anywhere in the world, as long as you have water. Indoor farming uses so much less water than outdoor farming, and there are many reasons for that, but the major reasons are that all the water is recycled through the plants indoors. And so that you use 70% less water if you farm indoors, 70%. Right now, of all of the available fresh water on the planet, 70% of that is used to farm. And then it's no longer available. That's sheer stupidity. We are just not thinking about how to do it the right way when we know that there's a different way. So the different way is to use less water to get the same amount of food. And so basically that's what indoor farming is. Now, I can have food all year round. Okay, so you take that idea and then scale it up. You've got the same plant as you have outdoors, only the big difference is the rate of growth is much more robust and faster indoors than it is outdoors, because you can control all of the conditions that this plant needs in order to grow. Temperature, humidity, oxygen levels, CO2, all of that can be controlled. There's a farm not far from here in Kearney, New Jersey called Bowery Farms. They have 5 people that work in this farm. 5 people. It's all done automatically. They have, artificial intelligence that is surveying the crops for diseases, growth rates, when to harvest, how to package. It's automated. The whole goddamn thing is automated. So it's really crazy why we are not doing it, right? A lot of people say, you know, a lot of what we grow ends up as animal food. Well, why don't we grow that inside also? We can do it, but I think if you started with farming and allowed people to have enough food, everybody, then there would be a lot less fighting, because most of the fighting is done for territory. Now, imagine all of a sudden, everybody could have wheat. Everybody could have rice. Everybody could have barley. Everybody could have whatever you'd like. Everything will grow indoors that grows outdoors. Everything. Everything. Remember why we said there are a third of the world starving? Because they can't afford to buy food. So why is it that we only grow the food indoors that we can make the most money from? And that's the question. The question is, why do we grow just leafy green vegetables? And the answer is because they grow fast, there's a demand, and we can charge a premium price for them. Why don't governments subsidize indoor farming? So that they will be encouraged to grow potatoes and celery and all the other crops that we would like to be eating that we don't have access to, because they won't grow them because they don't get enough money for them. And if that ever happened, if the world ever got together and said, you know, there should never be a least developed country, at least in terms of food. It's a human right. When you're born, it's your right to get food. It's not a privilege. It's a right of birth. And so, and I firmly believe that.
Thank you, Professor, for this information. Dear viewers, as Professor said, we have the capabilities and technology to feed the entire population on the planet. Let's look at these technologies that will allow us to produce enough products and food for all people anywhere in the world and even in the space. And let me just remind you that this will already be possible in the transition period to the creative society.
Today, we can easily solve the problem of hunger using technologies that already exist. One remarkable example is vertical farms. The main differences between vertical farms and traditional greenhouse facilities are that they allow for growing on multiple levels and in a fully controlled indoor environment. Several technologies are used in vertical farms. 1. Hydroponics, growing plants in an artificial environment without soil. 2. Aeroponics, growing in an airy environment without soil. 3. Aquaponics, a technology that combines hydroponics and aquaculture, fish farming. So, we see that the soil is not used. There are no insects. There is no need to use pesticides. The products are ecologically clean. It is a closed ecosystem. It is not harmful to the environment. Its efficiency speaks for itself. The Mirai Core vertical farm in Japan is one of the largest city farms on the planet. It requires 98% less water than a conventional farm, and it is 50 to 100 times more productive. An American farm called AeroFarms yields up to 26 harvests a year and produces 390 times more food per square meter than field farming. AeroFarms now grows more than 550 different varieties of fruits and vegetables. To date, the NASA Center is conducting practical developmental work on growing wheat to provide for humans in space. Researchers at Stanford University have calculated that wheat grown in an indoor 10-layer vertical farm can produce up to 660 times higher yields than modern farming methods provide.
Yes, we actually published a paper in 2020 on wheat production in vertical farm. So you could really produce a lot of food and 365 days a year, not just during the season. And it's totally independent of climate, but it has a cost. That means that every year you need to spend about $15 million in electricity, which is quite a significant amount of money. Now, if you remove the energy challenge, it's great because people can have food.
And we will solve the electricity problem in the first year of the transition period to the creative society, thanks to the gradual introduction of fuel-free energy generators, the technology which already exists nowadays. Another amazing opportunity that vertical farms offer is growing vegetables anywhere on the planet. One of such examples is Antarctica.
I'm standing here in our Antarctic greenhouse from the Eden ISS project, and today I will give you a quick look around. As you can see here, I'm surrounded by plants. To my left side we have tomato plants, behind that are cucumber plants. To my right side we have here 4 different types of lettuce.
Thus, we see that vertical farms are greatly expanding our possibilities in food production, but this is far from the limit. Nowadays, projects are being developed for complete ecosystems capable of growing not only fruits and vegetables, but even raising fish and poultry. French architect Pierre Sartou has proposed a vertical farm of mixed functions, Tour Vivant, living tower in which housing, farms, leisure facilities, restaurants, and shops can be located. The concept of the Tour Vivant Eco Tower is to combine hydroponics production and housing in an urban environment. The 30-story pyramid farm, designed by Dixon Despommier, is a closed-loop agricultural ecosystem in which almost every element of the agricultural process, including water and nutrients, is recirculated. It will utilize only 5% of the space of a traditional farm. One such farm will produce a wide variety of fruits and vegetables, fish and poultry, and feed about 50,000 people annually. These few technologies alone show that once a transition from the consumerist format to the creative one starts, the problem of hunger will be solved instantly. By bringing together scientific potential, the best developments and resources, cross-functional, multi-purpose farms will be built within the first year of the transition period to the creative society. In such facilities, in addition to plant cultivation, there will also be fish, livestock, and poultry farms in one building. The first floor is a fish farm. The second and third floors are allocated to livestock farming. The upper floors are for agricultural products, plants, berries, fruits, and vegetables. We can create such farms even in areas where nothing grows and the land is not suitable for human habitation. We will turn the Sahara Desert into the most fertile area on Earth. Fresh products without chemical treatment or pesticides will be on your table at any time of the year, anywhere in the world.
In today's format of society, vertical farms are simply not economically feasible. They require large financial investments and, most importantly, a lot of energy. But already, during the transition period to the creative society, energy will become a free resource for every person and for the entire economy, because it will belong to society. We will have enough energy to operate not only vertical farms, but also other advanced technologies. We can create such farms even in the areas where nothing grows and the land is not suitable for human life. The Sahara Desert can be turned into the most fertile area on Earth. Does this sound like science fiction? But let's get this figured out. Vertical farms are on average 10 times more productive than those traditional farms. In vertical farms, crop is harvested at least 10 times a year, depending on the plant species. On traditional farms, it is harvested only twice a year. This means that vertical farms are 50 times more efficient than existing farms. We currently use an area of 50 million square kilometers around the world for agriculture. This area includes pastures, crops for people, and forage for livestock. By size, this is the area of Australia, North and South America combined. Vertical farms would require an area of 1 million square kilometers to produce the amount of food needed today. That's 1/5 of Sahara. 1/5 would be enough to feed the entire planet. The single plant economy will optimize the transportation of products and significantly reduce transportation costs. Food will be available anywhere in the world at the same prices. The transition to universal multipurpose complex technologies should be gradual. While we will be building these complexes around the world, we will need to continue to use traditional methods of agriculture, improving them and their efficiency and environmental friendliness. This is a real solution to hunger, even in the scale of climate disasters. The problem of fresh water and its shortage is even more acute. After all, not only agriculture, but any production is impossible without it. Of all fresh water, we use 80% in agriculture today. At the same time, half of the world's population suffers from water shortages. But already today, there are technologies that can completely solve this problem. For example, water from fog. In Lima, one of the largest capitals in the world, located in the desert, fog is collected in a huge net and used to produce drinking water. And in Morocco, there is one of the largest installations which can produce up to 6,000 liters of drinking water a day from fog. It costs practically nothing to operate and requires no outside energy. Water out of the air. Atmospheric water generators can extract up to 3,000 liters of potable water per day and can be scaled up to 1 million liters. They can be mobile and stationary, operate from any energy source and in any climate conditions, even in an arid desert. Next one is desalination plants. Around the world, about 16,000 desalination plants clean ocean water from salt and turn it into fresh water. They can produce millions of gallons of fresh water a day and supply 300 million people. Water recycling. The technology has undergone many tests. It allows the purified water to be used for watering, cooling, and any other technical needs. The quality of water purified in this way exceeds the standards of the World Health Organization. And this is just a small part of the technology we know. Now we are being told that there are too many of us. In the consumerist format, we are offered the only solution, population reduction. Whereas in the creative society, for the development of humanity, we will need at least 50 billion people, which our land can easily feed, and even the climate will not be an obstacle. Because only in the creative society, advanced technology will be able to work for the benefit of all people. And when we pass through the transition period to the creative society, we will get such technologies that we won't even need vertical farms. Now back to our hosts.
Yes, as we see it, humanity will forget the problems of hunger if we choose the creative society. That benefits everyone, but not everyone knows about it yet. Today, thanks to volunteers, scientists, experts, video editors, translators into 150 languages, we have been given this unique information and we have learned about such great perspectives. This forum was made by people for people. Now it's important that the idea of the creative society goes viral. You can share this video with all of your friends on all your social networks. We repeat once again that it is allowed to use, publish, reproduce, transmit this information presented on this forum, regardless of the form of its presentation in any way, at the discretion of individuals or legal entities, in whole or in part, without distorting the text of the transmitted information while maintaining links to sources. If you need access to videos of this conference in your language for distribution, write to the email info@creativesociety.com. The following topic will not leave anyone indifferent. Vertical farms are a temporary solution to the food and water problem in the transition to the creative society. And already in the creative society, we will have an even cooler technology. Let's see a video about it.
In the creative society, a new technology such as a replicator will be available to all people. A replicator is not science fiction. It's a device that works according to the laws of physics. Let's take a lobster, a t-shirt, or a phone, for example. In appearance, they are completely different, but if we look at them on a micro level, we'll see that they are made up of the same elementary particles. Only their number is different, and they are arranged in a different way. These particles form atoms, and atoms form molecules. Due to a given combination of these elementary particles, we get either a lobster, or a t-shirt, or a phone. The working principle of the replicator is basically to assemble the elementary particles in the proper combination to get what we need. A hot breakfast, or fashionable trousers. Moreover, they are brand new, already ironed, and of the highest quality. Everything depends on the program you've set up. For example, in order for a new gadget to appear in a replicator, you need 3 components: energy, particles from which the object will be created, the information about the sequence of their assembly. Energy has been successfully used by humanity for a long time. In the creative society, we'll be able to use both new and long-discovered types of energy. Information about an object will be received by scanning the desired objects and uploaded into the replicator. A similar principle has already been implemented in beverage molecular printing technology. Any beverage is printed directly from molecules. The main thing is to have the appropriate amount of particles from which the object we need will be materialized. To do this, we need a utilizer. Unnecessary things will be put in it to be decomposed into elementary particles and placed into cartridges. And the replicator will create whatever you need with the use of the cartridges and information, so you dispose of the garbage and get everything you want. Having a utilizer, you will no longer need to wash the dishes. Just put in it dirty plates, a tablecloth with crumbs, and you're done. A replicator and a utilizer are devices about the size of your microwave or a small cupboard. The magnetic power inside them will help rearrange the particles according to a given combination. In milliseconds and at any moment, you get everything you need and completely free of charge, without harm to your health or the planet's ecology. A replicator will not only benefit every person, it will also benefit the entire planet. For example, to enjoy a delicious, fresh bun at breakfast today, a whole chain of complex production processes must occur. You need to plow a field, and you need a tractor for this. To produce a tractor and all its component parts, we have to build different factories.
And all these factories emit tons of poisonous gases, whereas their wastewater contains dangerous chemical compounds. We also need raw materials that people extract from quarries and mines. To grow wheat, we need pesticides and chemical fertilizers, which poison the soil and the crops. Delivery of everything we need requires a huge expense, fuel and lubricants. We need transport, trucks, ships, and trains. Look how much damage an ordinary bun does to the environment. And the same story is in every manufacturing sector. In the creative society, all these destructive to the environment processes will disappear, as everyone will have a replicator at hand. Just press the button and here's a bun for you to eat. Everything will be enough for everyone anywhere on the planet. We'll be able to cleanse the air, the earth, and the ocean of all dangerous radioactive pollution. Garbage will become the most valuable resource, that is, a source of elementary particles for creating new, beautiful things. The creative society is a world where you will enjoy the most advanced technology and your life will be financially independent, comfortable, and prosperous.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые зрители.
Greetings, dear friends. I have a question for women. How long ago did you buy yourself a new dress to wear? For example, to go to a restaurant or theater? When was the last time you took a warm bath with scented foam? Where did you last go on a trip? Perhaps these questions may seem too frivolous to some, but it's not that simple. When was the last time you felt truly happy and free? When was the last time you even felt like a woman? Be honest. After all, the answer to this question provides so much insight. A woman is a source of love and life. Each of us has infinite creativity that is now trapped in the cage of routine, obligation, duty, and the absurd rules of consumer society. Instead of enjoying life, it's like a woman is running a cross-country obstacle from a kitchen to the store, from the store to work, from work to daycare or school, all the while hugging a day planner with an endless to-do list. The day planner certainly has dreams and plans in it, but is there a time to accomplish them? A few minutes ago, we watched the replicator video. Just think about it, how much time this technology alone could free up. No more endless cooking, no need to puzzle over what to wear. The replicator closet will create new, stylish, and perfectly ironed clothes for you in seconds. The clothes that will fit you exactly. But that's not all. You have no idea what the future holds in the creative society. We can talk about it for a long time, but it's better to see it with your own eyes. For this, we have created a film about the life of a woman in a consumer format and what it will be like in a creative society. Surely, you will recognize yourself in it. I appeal to every woman. This is a gift for you to understand that what you are missing out without creative society.
I'm so sick of this. My name is Maria. I'm a housewife. My husband, Alex, provides for our family. Thanks to him, I don't have to work. This is how my usual day begins. One of the 365 days of the year. Evelina, wake up! We are gonna be late for school again.
Mom, where is the skirt from my uniform?
Should be on the hanger. I ironed everything yesterday.
Have you seen my watch?
Check the nightstand.
I don't want this oatmeal.
What will you have then?
Pancakes.
My uniform, Mom!
Just change quickly.
It's not there.
Here it is.
Mom, the pancakes is burned.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You didn't forget you're supposed to come for a haircut today.
Oh shoot, I totally forgot. Can I reschedule? For Saturday. I don't have any time today.
This is the third time you're putting it off. You shouldn't put yourself last.
I know. How do you manage to find time for everything with your job on top of it?
But I don't. I'm sick of it already. After coming home from work, I wash, cook and clean until midnight.
Every day the same thing.
I wish I could retire already, take a break from all this. Okay, I got you. Let's make it Saturday.
Yes, I'm a housewife. It would seem that I don't work. But I have no personal life at all. No days off. No vacations. Why did I even go to college? I have no time for self-development or self-fulfillment. It's like I'm a hamster running on a wheel. Some might say, "What are you whining about? Your life is not so bad." But the problem is, we are so used to it that we no longer see that we are slaves. Hello.
Well, hey there.
Have you got something for pain? My back is hurting so bad.
Of course it's going to hurt. Look at your bags. I too can barely make it home after such weightlifting. Let me get you something.
Oh, I forgot milk. Daiga? Hi.
Hi.
Is it supposed to be your shift today?
No, we're just short on money, so I take more shifts. Did you get your electricity bill yet?
Not yet, but I can imagine what's there. I'm so tired, honestly. Some things got to change.
Yes, but what can we do? I'm looking forward to the time when kids grow up. Maybe it will be easier. At least I wouldn't have to work so hard.
Right. Only when kids grow up, we'll have grandchildren. we are about to have dinner. Get Daddy and Katrina.
Where are you going?
I'll be right back. Just unpack the laundry while I still remember. From early morning till late at night, every day it's the same thing. Cleaning, cooking, laundry, shopping, repeat. Taking kids to and from school. But when do I get to leave? And this is despite the fact that I don't work. But I feel like a slave. Did God really create humans to be slaves?
Good morning, Maria. Your screening is complete. Hormonal, vitamin, and micronutrients levels are optimal. The health parameters are normal.
Cody, today I'll have medium roast coffee with hazelnut flavor.
Done.
Cody, I want to set the table for breakfast. Suggest options. This one's good. What would you like for breakfast?
Pancakes.
With your favorite jam?
Yes.
And I'll have baked rolls.
And I'll have my favorite salad. Alex, what will you have?
I'll have lobster.
For breakfast?
Well, why not?
Lobster.
Is that a lobster? Oh my god, that is so ugly.
No, I'd rather have steak. At least I'm used to it.
We're going to the water park today.
Mom, are we going to water park today?
Yes, Dad will come home from work and at 3 o'clock we'll be at the water park.
Yay!
You know what I like about the Creative Society?
What?
You don't have to sharpen your knives. They're always sharp.
Thanks, Mom. I love you.
Thank you, Mommy. I love you.
Can you help clear the table?
Yes, of course.
It's empty.
Empty.
Girls, are you ready?
Yes, Mom. We'll be right there.
Good. Cody, let's read that book we started.
Chapter 12. The Architecture of Machu Picchu.
Cody, turn on the deep cleaning function.
Launching. Continue reading.
Yes, go ahead.
The amazing thing is that the whole city is built without any kind of bonding compound. All the structures are held together by their own weight.
Mom, we are leaving.
Have a nice day.
Cleaning is complete. At 1 o'clock, you are scheduled to get together with your friends.
Oh, I completely forgot. Cody, help me choose a look. No. Not this one. This one's cool. Cody, that Levy restaurant.
Fasten your seatbelt. The travel time is 7 minutes. Would you like to listen to some music?
Of course.
Time has come for us to see. It's up to you, it's up to me to build a world we wanna be. The Creative Society. Take a look around, there's so many wars. Do you even know what we're fighting for? Take a stance, raise your voice. We need to make a choice now.
So now we finished developing this technology, and soon it will be in every shower room. Girls, you will be scanned and cured of all diseases in a matter of 5 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, and it will be available to everyone. And that's not all. If you want to change your appearance, that's easy too. You can lose weight, or on the contrary, gain weight and sculpt your body, and even change your height.
Even change the height? How is that possible?
Girls, I look at you and I'm so happy. How beautiful you are. Finally, we became women and stopped being slaves.
Yes, the creative society cannot be compared with the past. It makes me shudder just recalling it. It's good that you found that website back then, and we were able to do our part in building such a beautiful world.
Yes, girls. How quickly everything has changed.
Maria, how are your megaliths?
We are going to Peru one of these days to see the complex.
Wow, how cool!
Yes, very. I'm so excited. Girls, I could talk to you for hours, but my family will come home in 15 minutes. We are going to the water park today. That was a scary black pipe back there.
No, it wasn't scary.
Which one did you like most?
I like the blue one best.
I like the blue one too.
Oh, look.
Oh. No, Katrina. Don't fish out the lemon. It tastes better with it. Bon appetit. So, starting tomorrow, I'm on vacation. Have you planned the next 2 months for us?
Well, we'll probably go fishing first.
Yeah, I'll never say no to fishing.
Right, and then we are going to South America, just like we've always wanted.
Yay!
And then we'll fly to New Zealand to visit our parents. And then we'll decide where to go next. Hawaii or Fiji.
Or Turkey.
Dad, maybe we could sail on yacht from there.
Great idea. Cody, plan the route.
Working on it.
Life is always the result of our choice. This is how my day in the Creative Society ends. One more best day of my life. Are you saying this is science fiction? This is the reality. This is the absolute reality of tomorrow. If we build the Creative Society today. Dear friends, hello. To be honest, this video makes me want to burst into tears of shame that we still do not have the Creative Society. Oh my God, I want that kind of life. Everything you've seen about the life of a housewife in consumer society is true. My life and the lives of my friends look exactly like this, if not worse. I would also add that the whole routine is endless. I'm catastrophically short of time. I cannot even spend enough time with my husband or just sit quietly to read a book. All the time I have for myself is when I'm in the bathroom or taking a shower. And that's it. I have tons of business ideas and plans for my life, but I just don't have time or resources to do it all. As you've understood, all the time is taken away by household chores. Every day, I just work like a horse, without days off and breaks, and no one pays me any money for that. The entire life of a housewife is in cooking and cleaning. And I also keep thinking that my life is not successful, and I haven't achieved anything in it. Even though I love my husband and children, I often have such thoughts. Now, after watching this film, everything resonated inside me and just opened my eyes on what my life and the life of every woman in the creative society can be like. I couldn't even imagine such a thing. The creative society gives you a chance to get enough sleep, gives you a lot of free time for self-development, acquiring new skills and fulfillment of your desires. The most important thing is that all household chores will be done by robots. No washing, ironing, or cooking. Just imagine robots do all the chores at the snap of a finger. That is everyone's dream, isn't it? Even my children want to live in the creative society. I was scrolling through Instagram the other day and found a photo of a kid from Africa with a poster of the Creative Society. He wants the Creative Society. He supports it and informs about it. Meanwhile, there are adults who know about the Creative Society but do not say anything to anyone. Don't they want the Creative Society? Don't they want to free their women from household slavery so that they can be free and reveal themselves as true members of society? Don't they want us and our children to have a future? I have a question for those people then. Are you idiots? Don't you understand that this is your happiness? I'm sorry for calling these morons the morons, but because of those idiots, I will now have to come home and spend all my time cooking and cleaning after the forum. If it were the Creative Society, I would only have to push a button or say 2 words, but now I have to come home, work hard for hours and waste my personal life, which is already very short for us, people, on cleaning up the mess, feeding my always hungry family, washing the dishes after them, and dirty clothes. I live in such a shithole because of those stupid people who don't understand simple things, that today we can make our world better, more beautiful, and safer. I have a question. Why do these morons think that women were born to exist in this household slavery? Yet they dream of being welcomed home by a queen. Right now, I have neither physical strength nor mental energy. Why do I have to live in constant stress and worries? Why do I have to worry whether my child will return from school alive and unharmed, whether there will be a nuclear war, or worry about the uncertainty of tomorrow, and a lot of housework that can never be done? And what awaits me tomorrow? More cleaning and cooking and the same fears? Why do I have to suffer? Because there are idiots who don't understand the prospects of the Creative Society for themselves and for all people. In the Creative Society, all wars or threats to life are impossible. So what should I call those who don't want to build a Creative Society? Friends? They are not friends. They are bastards. They are so stupid that they cannot see further than their own noses. I'm tired of all the worries and anxiety. I just want to be a woman, not a tractor that plows from morning till night. I just want to enjoy life, spend time with my husband and children, develop and always be beautiful and rested. Isn't that bliss? Isn't that a dream? It's a dream that can become a reality. For this bliss to come true, we, the women of the world, just need to inform all the people on earth about the Creative Society. After all, there are only uninformed people standing between us and our wonderful lives. We should remember that if we now have someone around us who doesn't know about the Creative Society, he is the reason that you and I, dear women, remain in this household slavery. In order to get out of it, we only need to inform everyone, because we all want to be free and happy. So inform everyone you can, whether in the street or in a hair salon, in a store, or at the doctor's, wherever you talk to people. Inform them and support this topic. If you cannot do anything at all, you are sitting at home, write a poster, "I support the Creative Society," and hang it outside your window or put it in your yard. Let people read it. Use every possible way to inform them. Women, I appeal to you. Let's build the Creative Society and finally be free, happy and enjoy life. We deserve it.
This is a very timely topic, and indeed, only in the Creative Society will a woman feel fully as a woman, as a mother, and as a wife, and finally enjoy life. I wish this could happen as soon as possible. Now we are in the first stage of building the Creative Society, which is the informational stage. We are being asked, what can be done right now? We have a simple answer to that question. There is nothing simpler than a small action. You can start wearing a t-shirt with the Creative Society logo on it, a baseball cap, a sweatshirt. Start wearing them to make people aware of the Creative Society. All the designs are now available on the Creative Society website. Tell me, what's the point of buying a branded t-shirt from a well-known company and for your own money to wear their ads in these huge letters? I would rather wear a t-shirt of the Creative Society because I want to live in the Creative Society. I want my children and parents to live in the Creative Society. I want all the people in the world to learn about the Creative Society. And now I would like to welcome Shayla Bonek, an incredibly talented, creative, beautiful, and most importantly, a person of great heart. Many of you know her as a leading singer of the legendary music band Boney M. Shayla is also a songwriter, performer, co-producer, fashion designer, author, among other things. Together.
Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, lend me your ear. We're here to tell you it will be okay. We'll find a better way. There's no need to be afraid if we unite today. We just want to be happy. We just want to live. We just want to be happy. We just want better way.
Today's forum is unique. It's filled with both the awakening truth and the love of those who reach out to humanity through their actions and creativity. Our survival is in unity. We can do it, but only together. This beautiful song has now reached the hearts of many people. It's very inspiring and motivating not to stop, to keep informing people about the Creative Society. Have you ever thought that if human life is the main value of the Creative Society, then the top priority of the Creative Society would be to keep people healthy? Right now, we are 8 billion of patients in the consumerist format. On the one hand, there is a lot of money circulating in medicine. And on the other hand, people are getting sicker and sicker. Pandemics have taken millions of lives. Diseases that are unknown to doctors continue to appear. In this block of our forum, we will look at the situation in medicine through the eyes of a doctor and a patient of the consumerist society format. And also, we will learn about the incredible technologies of health improvement and life prolongation, which will be available for everyone in the Creative Society. Our guest today is Mr. Vladimir Razumenko. Vladimir Razumenko, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Professor, Academician of the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, corresponding member of the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine, the Chief Neuro-Oncologist of Ukraine, neurosurgeon.
My name is Vladimir Razumenko. I am a physician by occupation. That's the main thing in my profession. I am a doctor of medical sciences, professor. I am also an academician of the Ukraine Academy of Sciences and a corresponding member of the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine. By position, I am the chief neuro-oncologist, that is, a neurosurgeon who deals with oncological diseases. I spend almost every working day in the operating room. I perform the most complicated surgeries on the brain in case of brain tumors. Without the development of medicine, it is impossible to further discuss the issue of health of the entire world's population. With the current population of about 7 billion, unfortunately, not in all countries people are able to get adequate medical care. It's a negative moment in the development of the healthcare industry in every country. Medicine today has to be highly technological. Medicine today should be highly effective. And the application of various medical measures should not only be aimed at curing a person, it should be aimed at disease prevention. And there is a serious issue of correlation between our actual life, ecology, and environment and the diseases that occur in the body. Today, technology makes it possible to cope with a whole range of very serious diseases. It concerns all organs, all body systems. But it has to be applied everywhere and in all countries. And today, if something has been invented somewhere and is being used highly efficiently, then it's necessary to share its experience. Each country should gather forums and cover it widely, not keep it a secret. And then together, it will be possible to collectively develop the chosen direction in a specific aspect of a certain disease. It's a significant problem. And another important aspect of the problem in the economic component of medicine. Unfortunately, nowadays, the economy suffers from a variety of factors. This concerns how an economically developed country uses the resources that it receives at the expense of business, how its enterprises work, and how people use the accumulated balance and accumulated funds for development of healthcare. It is considered that if the economy is high level, then the therapeutic measures must be high level too. And what to do in economically non-developed countries? And what about those countries with wars going on? When there's a discrepancy between the life aspirations and attitudes with those who run the country and who benefit from the wealth accumulation for the sake of their existence. They don't think about humanity at all. This is a major problem as well. A doctor should not make money, but should receive a proper salary, proper conditions, so that he doesn't have to think about everyday routine, or that his family is not fed. He should think about applying his professional qualities to treat these or those diseases. Therefore, preventative medicine is an important issue. And such a doctor is a real doctor who pays attention to disease prevention, who makes it possible to prevent the development of any disease at an early stage. A crucial component of our life today is the creative society. We can speak of the creative society only when we match it with the conscious state of society. If society is conscious, if it is not consumerist or parasitical, then the creative society will really allow us to change our planet, change people's relationships, improve medicine and people's health. I think that it is necessary for all of us to unite humanity on earth as one whole in making sure that the creative process is steadily progressing and not halting or regressing.
Professor, thank you for being honest about what's going on with medicine. The field of healthcare requires radical changes. Today we say with certainty that the medicine of the creative society will provide the most important thing, the protection of a person's health. We already have enough technology to cure all diseases. In the creative society, people will not fall ill at all, and our life expectancy will increase considerably. Let's watch the video.
You will be surprised how many diseases can be cured even today, and what technologies exist. We're told about incurable chronic diseases and that there is no way out, either surgery or taking drugs for the rest of your life. We are milked by playing on our feelings of fear and hopelessness. But let's see how things work in reality. Genetic engineering technologies are already working wonders. Gene therapy affects the human body at the DNA level. This is not a fiction. There are many successful results of its application when patients have been completely cured. You can find information about these technologies in public access by Googling them or by visiting the offices of the development companies. For example, Tessera Therapeutics genetic engineering technologies can already rewrite DNA fragments, eliminating most genetic diseases. Tessera Therapeutics believes that rewriting genes will make it possible to treat genetic defects that are the basis of most modern diseases. Just imagine, people will be able to get rid of diabetes, cancer, asthma, hypertension, joint diseases, allergies, heart attacks, autoimmune diseases, and many others. To date, leukemia is often a fatal verdict for a child, accompanied by long periods of suffering, and it is a terrible grief for his parents. But this is only because advanced technologies are not used, but they do exist. The last chance for the patient with an aggressive form of leukemia was TALENT technology, which was used in London Hospital back in 2015. The girl's life was saved with the help of genome editing. The horrible word HIV is in itself a complete doom. Matt Chappell from California, USA, has lived with HIV for most of his adult life. But after ZFN therapy, affecting the damaged gene, he stopped needing antiretrovirals. This is not all. Not only acquired, but also congenital pathologies can already be corrected. Today, it is a terrible misfortune to give birth to a child with severe vision loss caused by retinal diseases. This inevitably leads to complete blindness. Up until gene therapy, there was no cure. In 2017, Spark Therapeutics registered a gene therapy injection drug. Thanks to these technologies, 27 patients from the US have already regained their sight, and very quickly. After treatment, these children saw stars for the first time. But this is just the beginning. Another example of what technologies we have today is nanorobots. Nanorobots, or nanobots, are robots of the size comparable to a molecule less than 100 nanometers, with a function of movement, processing and transmission of information, and execution of the embedded program. Even if you have not yet heard about how nanotechnologies work in healthcare, you are already actively using them in your smartphone. It is thanks to nanotechnology that your smartphone keeps its charge for many hours. 4G, 5G mobile networks, microprocessors, all these are nanotechnologies. The cost of making a nanorobot is only a few cents, and the time to assemble it takes only a few minutes. This will significantly reduce the cost of medical services. And due to the microscopic size of nanorobots, a person will not experience any discomfort or pain during treatment. You just drink a glass of water, and nanobot doctors will perform treatment where it is necessary. To date, nanorobots can already destroy cancer cells without harming the body. The deliver drugs to all tissues and organs. Remove blood clots, thus preventing heart attacks and strokes. Improve the quality of diagnosis and detect any disease at its earliest stages or even predisposition to it. Destroy pathogens of any infectious diseases, including the fatal ones. An amazing technology was discovered by Iran's academician, Peter Petrovich Gariev and his colleagues. The method allows us to read information from healthy DNA using a laser and record it in the form of a sound spectrum. When the sound wave affects a diseased organ, the damaged DNA code is restored and a patient fully recovers. How long do you think a person can actually live? Prolonging a person's life is already possible. Nowadays, our long livers look like this. But prolonging life is not only an opportunity to live more than 100 years without diseases, but also to live precisely in the young body. The key to youth and longevity has already been found. Stanford University has developed technology for genetic age reprogramming and obtained a license for its use. Just imagine, at 100 years old, you will be able to do sport and be in the same physical shape as you were when you were 25. These are just some of the technologies that exist. They are not available to you today because today, your life has no value for anyone but you. Any person in the consumerist format faces diseases and loneliness. But everything will change in the creative society. All advanced medical technologies will be available to everyone, even during the transition period to the creative society. Artificial intelligence technologies will combine the knowledge of specialists from all over the world to help make diagnosis accurately and restore people's health. Such notions as medical error, misdiagnosis, complications from treatment, and side effects will disappear. Healthcare will quickly become exclusively preventative, whereas in a creative society, people will stop getting sick at all. Every home will have a revitalization capsule. When you enter it, you will be able to scan and repair your body in a matter of minutes, and also correct your body shape as you wish. At last, you will be able to eat your favorite dishes and desserts without harming your health. A pleasant bonus in the creative society will be prolonging life beyond the species limit. Even at 125 or older, people will look and feel like they are 20 years old. You will be able to make all your dreams come true. Climb the Great Wall of China. Walk 50 kilometers across the South Island of New Zealand in one breath. Run with your grandchildren and dance salsa until dawn in your 60s or 90s. To date, healthcare is a business and health is an expensive commodity that many people cannot afford. It's time to make healthcare high quality and free for all. Eternal youth and good health is your reality in the creative society. Share this information with everyone right now.
When one hears the benefits of a person in the creative society, I, for myself, want to say that I want to live in such a society. Creative society is the real dream for everyone. To create a creative society, we must unite on the idea of a better society. We are not uniting on possessions, cultures, or houses. Unity does not mean that we not all now start wearing the same type of clothes, listening to the same music, or thinking the same way. No, we unite in our diversity only on an idea, the idea of a better society. A society where human life comes first and where every human being is provided with the dignity of life from birth. A creative society is beneficial for every human being. And that's why I'm happy that the Creative Society is also supported by the Roma. Bogdan Chayanok from Poland will tell us about his vision of the Creative Society.
Let the gracious God grant everyone goodness and happiness. Let everyone be healthy and happy. Roma all over the world. Be healthy and happy. My name is Bogdan Trianek. I'm a Rome from Poland, a member of a government commission that works for integration. Love for our neighbor, for brothers and sisters, and not only for the Roma. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be a speaker together with you today here at this international forum where I can share my love and warmth for my Romani brothers and sisters, but not only for my Romani brothers and sisters, but for all people with a good heart. And I know that people with a good heart are watching and participating today. People who strive for big changes when love, tolerance, and nature will reign. The world is beautiful. It's just that people spoil it, but thanks to all of us, tremendous support and great love, this world will become more beautiful. What is the use of a tree without leaves? It withers away. So if we all seek together and speak the same words in one voice, and we all say, stop violence, stop destroying the world and nature, our world will become more beautiful. We live all over the world, Roma brothers, we have our own and our love. We certainly feel great in our countries, but my appeal to my brothers around the world is that we should be able to find ourselves and learn. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to say today that I have a favor to ask. It is a request of a pious man to my Romani brothers and to all of you who hear us, who participate in this beautiful forum. We must unite with all our hearts. Why do we unite with you? Because we can see that the Creative Society is doing a wonderful work in the name of love. I would like to sincerely ask all of you, my brothers, to change things from now on. We want and desire it. Let's not pretend. Let's not be indifferent to people, to the world, to animals. Let's not pretend that we don't care, because I know that you and I care, because this is your future and my future. My grandmother had always told me about great love and tolerance, and suddenly I came across the Creative Society that talks about freedom and love, about a free world. This is what every human being wants, and especially we, gypsies, because we, gypsies, are free people. No one has ever forced us to do anything, and if they did, we did not give in. Together with you, we will build a wonderful world. The fact that today we join together around the world at this international forum is proof of that. And my Roma brothers around the world, I, as a Roma brother, ask you to join in. It is necessary to unite so that we can be like one fist, one force, because our strength is in unity. When we all get together, we will change the world.
У вас может возникнуть вопрос, кто же все эти люди? А действительно, кто мы? Мы — это человечество.
You may be wondering, who are all these people? And really, who are we? We are humanity. The Creative Society is all of humanity. It is not some saintly call. It is a society where everyone has a place. And when I say all, it means all. We are on every continent of our planet. We are all volunteers, regardless of age, status, profession, or hobby. We all contribute to the common future of humanity in our own time and our own way. We are bikers and businessmen, bankers and teachers, criminals and generals, construction workers and terrorists, politicians and taxi drivers, scientists and sailors, students and athletes. There are members of all religions and sects among us. And yes, there are even Freemasons among us, and they too are doing a lot of good and working for the common good of the whole of the people. Even alcoholics and drug addicts share our views. Are they not human beings? Don't they want a normal life?
от талибов, орков, бандеровцев,
Whoever
коммунистов.
you name, they will be in our ranks anyway, from the Talibs, the orcs, the banderas, the communists, the fascists, and the mafia. I will tell you more. There are even Democrats and Republicans among us. Do you know why they are? Do you know why we are so divided? Because before we didn't have one common idea, we didn't have the creative society. The consumerist format has fragmented us all and put us in our own niches, forced us to get our own bread in different ways, turned us away from each other in pursuit of personal happiness. There are true heroes and geniuses among us. They've been working for years for the good of humanity. Some have already given their lives for the survival of humanity. The consumerist format does not allow us to say their names because the consumerist format will inevitably exterminate them. Yes, we are heroes, but we're also the outcasts of today's. Take the Taliban, they are terrorists. Why did they have to take up arms? Have you ever asked yourself this question? We do not support terrorism or justify their methods, but right now in Afghanistan, our members are translating this form for the same Taliban who have taken up arms under compulsion of the consumerist format, because they dream of being humans, of fulfilling the precepts of Prophet Muhammad. They dream of the creative society. I will shock you once again. There is even the all-to-know common mafia among us, Yakuts, Triad, Sicilians, Russians, Mexican, and American. And do you know why they are our members? Because they are human beings, and under different conditions they would be true people. But now they are victims like the rest of us. Our law says they are criminals, and we say they are victims of the consumerist format. In other conditions, they would be heroes. In the consumerist format, they will risk their lives to. In the consumerist format, they risk their lives to earn their bread. And in other conditions, they would risk their lives to improve everyone's life. They would be heroes. They are risk takers. They have a risk character. They are not afraid to risk life, to sacrifice their freedom and their lives. But for what? Today for a piece of bread. In other conditions, in the creative society, they would be explorers. The most extreme and dangerous professions would be for them. Every person on the planet would know and be proud of them. Let's be honest. Many people have been pushed on the criminal path into the ranks of the mafia as a protest against the injustice of this consumerist format. Isn't that a crime? This whole consumerist format just change the conditions and billions of people will get a chance for a better life. A life without humiliation and oppression, a life of quality and justice for all. What are these people strive for right now? Has anyone looked into their souls? No one. No one but us. Now they are persecuted by society, but in the consumerist format that has made them to be like that. The consumerist format has divided us, made us banderas, fascists, communists, anything but humans. The consumerist format has divided us as much as it possible, but we want to unite and become one civilization. When one lives in prosperity, there is a tomorrow, and the whole world is beautiful. All the best will flourish in every human being, and that's the point of the creative society, not only to save humanity physically, but also morally. And we will not have to protect pedophiles condemning children to abuse. We will not have to fight for gender identity. We will be able to live and enjoy life, because life is given once on this planet. And life is given to humans for much more than just to quarrel or die for someone else's interest. For someone to steal another billion, tens of thousands of people must die. Isn't it nonsense? What are we fighting for? For someone else's ambitions? When the whole world belongs to humanity, everyone will take care of the common good, and there will be no need for quotas on ecology. We will live in symbiosis with the planet, not as parasites, but as symbiotics. The planet will benefit from us. The planet will benefit from us, and the planet will benefit us. They are saying now it is necessary to reduce the number of people because we're eating away the planet. But believe me, in the creative society, nobody will eat anybody. There will be enough food and resources to feed 50 billion people because the goals that we set for humanity are ambitious, realistic, and achievable, unlike the goals that the consumerist format set. In the consumerist format, the main thing is consumption. We want to live in a beautiful future where we are united, where we are a united civilization. We want to save not only humanity, but the human in each of us. Thank you.
We're all people. We're all united by the fact that we want to live, but live to live decently, safely, and happily, to live in creative society, because in creative society, everyone will benefit. And right now, I would like to pass the floor to American politician, 2020 presidential candidate, ambassador, and International Human Rights Commissioner, Robbie Wells.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to participate in this landmark international forum. I'm grateful for the opportunity to reach out to people around the world, to you, dear friends. I agree with our distinguished speakers. Our climate and geopolitical situation are very urgent. Even in my home country, the United States, the economy is collapsing rapidly. Record inflation is eating away at our salaries and savings, and more people are left on the streets because they can no longer pay their rent. Think about it. There is an unprecedented increase in child poverty in the United States right now. My heart bleeds to realize how many children will go to bed hungry tonight and how many more will go to bed hungry tomorrow, because the situation is only getting worse. And this is all in America. In America, children go to bed hungry. It's not somewhere in developing countries. It's already happening here in the United States. All this despite the fact that we are the most developed nation in all the world. And we no longer feel safe in our country. When sending children off to school, every one of us is afraid, and we pray. God forbid that nothing happens to them while they are away, and we hope that they come home alive. The polarization of society has reached its climax. We are divided. We're pitted against each other, and we are afraid of our neighbors. And all of this is happening at a time when we absolutely must be united, because the climate is wiping us Americans and our beautiful country off the face of the earth. These conditions in which we find ourselves leave us no choice. We can no longer stand by and hope this nightmare will go away on its own, like a bad dream. It will not go away. And we will face the inevitable end unless we act together. This is the first time humanity has found itself in such a critical situation. So we need a new action plan. The existing programs will not save us. Can I let you in on a secret? We politicians, we're sick and tired of proclaiming our endless new action plans while realizing they don't work. How much longer can we keep bad-mouthing each other while fighting for our office? We don't have time for these political games. We need a feasible working model that will unite our fragmented society and defeat the undefeatable. And I mean the climate. Because no matter how much we are pitted against each other, we all have the same enemy, which is the climate. It is time for all of us, all of society to grow up and stop being passive. The price of our inaction is human life, our lives. I'm an American. I grew up in America. I owe what I am today and what I have achieved to my country, to the people of this country, to my parents and my teachers. It is time to give back to my country, which is now in great need of a new creative format of politics. But first of all, I am a man, a resident of our shared planet Earth. We are all inhabitants of this planet, connected closer than the people of one nation. We are linked by an inevitable thread of humanity. It is this quality together with our determination and persistence that will help us to build a creative society the entire world over. With all of this in mind, I would like to announce that I am taking a couple of months to make a decision on whether we will run for president in 2024. Expect that decision by the 1st of next year. The cornerstone of my election, if I choose to run, will be the building of the creative society, because only the incorporation of the 8 pillars of the creative society into the Constitution will guarantee a secure, stable, comfortable, and happy life for all people. Why the 8 pillars, you may ask? Well, I often travel around America and talk to voters. And believe me, everything they want is already spelled out in these 8 pillars because the people themselves formulated them. And I'm all for what society chooses. Look at this global crisis. It is evident to me that the creative society is the only chance to build a wonderful world for all, the world that each of us dream about. No matter how great America is, we cannot overcome the climate alone. So, as was said above, to defeat this common enemy, we must put aside our differences. Reach out to each other and together choose the creative format of society. I will stand for the creative society to the end. And when I win, if I choose to run, the presidential election in 2024, and I know I will win, I will build a creative society not just in the United States, but around the entire world. One more thing, and you can bank on these words right here. I will put Putin and Xi Jinping around the same table, and they will accept the creative society. And together, we will surely save our planet. May God bless each and every one of you around the world watching tonight, and may God continue to bless these United States.
Wow, this is a very honorable promise, and absolutely all people want to live in the creative society, but many don't know about this format yet. At today's forum, we described in detail how the creative society will benefit each individual. Now, let's watch a video and hear from the people themselves.
I dream of living in a world free of diseases.
My dream world where everybody's treated fairly, everybody's treated equally.
I believe that something like universal basic income would be quite reasonable.
Everyone has the right to water, safety, an education, and either a supply of food or the means to provide food for their families.
It seems to me that once a person is born, he or she should already be provided with good living conditions, housing and food.
I feel they should have like basic necessities, so like food, water, obviously like electricity and status, health aside, because without health you can't do nothing.
No. Yeah, and just free healthcare as well.
It would be great if every person on this planet already had housing at the moment of their birth.
If everybody could work with what they love, I think we could see a huge difference in society.
By birthright, a human should have the freedom of moving around freely. There shouldn't be borders, because I believe that God created the earth and sky for everyone. But people began to divide it.
I think every person should be given a fair rights.
A child should be able to have a loving home, I think, and maybe the government shall support families that don't have that much money on their child.
I think there should be benefits to help mothers and raise kids.
First of all, it has to do with freedom of movement. Primary education should be free. It's a basic fundamental human right. Free health benefits still 5. Because some parents, they're going through crisis.
Don't fight each other. I think it's important for people to have clean water and good food.
Of course, a peaceful world. Ideally, a world without diseases, so that we could cure as many diseases as possible, the whole spectrum of diseases.
So everyone should have a roof over their head, everyone should have employment, access to free education, access to free healthcare.
In an open and technological society where you should probably work 3 or 4 hours a day and do only a job that is interesting to you. In fact, nowadays, there's enough technology for people to not work at all.
A world where collaboration is like the main intention and not like just competition.
A society that gives the tools for anybody to develop.
A society where everyone can fulfill their potential.
Opportunity.
Yes.
The chance of a happy life.
An education, a safe home, secure home, and equal rights.
Old age should be decent. Pensions should be decent.
To live in a world where human life is the most important thing.
Yes, I think so too.
Everyone must have access to information, and it mustn't be distorted by those in power. Mass media should be free.
Well, I suppose for human life to be a priority, you have to look after the environment that you work in. So resources have to be shared, nurtured, invested in for everyone, not just the wealthy few.
The government should take care of everybody, and everybody should be living in peace.
Want to be friendly, to cooperate with each others, not kill each others.
There must be economic independence.
It is necessary to ensure that laws are obeyed and human life is respected.
All the money that we are investing in army, we have to invest it into education. No hunger in the world.
Peace in the world, and relationships between people should be friendly.
For me, it is a world without war, an alternative world, a world without nuclear power, a world without bombs and mines.
I would like to live in a world free of crime, where the government fulfills its promises.
Do you support the Creative Society?
Of course. I'm as active as a participant as you are. The Creative Society is what we are building today.
Definitely, yes.
Definitely.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I support this.
I would definitely support Creative Society.
Of course I support it. I believe it would make the world a much better place. I don't just believe, I'm sure.
It's important for the whole world. That's a fantastic initiative. Yes, I'm definitely going to participate.
I want the Creative Society, a society of kind, open and bright people, to be for the future generations. And I would like it for us too.
Sure, because I'm actually already doing it now. Deep inside, we all know what is right. At some point, we shifted responsibility onto others because we thought they could save us. But the only ones who can really save us is ourselves.
Of course, I want it too. Who wouldn't want it? We all want to live in such a society.
Yes, absolutely. We are supporting and we are dreaming about the like this society.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Yes, I would definitely want it. I dream about it.
Do you support the creative format of society?
No doubt. I surely do.
Yes, definitely. I'm definitely on board, 100%.
Of course, I would like to live in such a creative society.
Sure, definitely. I think all reasonable people support it.
Of course there will be a new world, and I definitely support it. Not only with words, but also with deeds and actions.
Of course, I believe it's the only way for us to survive in the world that we have created.
Absolutely, yes. I want all people to start living in the creative society as soon as possible, because I believe that it's our chance to really live a happy and peaceful life.
I would, obviously, and more importantly for a person like me of my age, I'd like my children and grandchildren to have a society like that. So that's why I would be very supportive. That's what we're supposed to have, an equal and creative society that spreads resources for all.
Of course, I support it. I'm a mother and I will soon become a grandmother. I surely support it. And who doesn't?
If such a format of society exists, any reasonable person would certainly support it and aspire for it, regardless of its name. Creative society, good society, happy society, or whatever.
Do you support the creative society?
Absolutely.
We also support it.
A creative form of society, we do support it.
Yeah, of course I do.
Yes, definitely I support the creative format of society.
I love creative society. Creative society is in me. I am creative society.
I definitely support that, like definitely 100%. For many, many, many reasons. But, everybody will say, yeah, cool, we work less. No, it's not about working less, it's about achieving more.
Naturally. Well, yes, I think that's what many people want and actually what everyone wants, what everyone is somehow striving for.
That would be the greatest society. If we all really become united, there would be no evil.
Now we're at the stage of informing about the creative society. We need to start talking openly and loudly to everyone that we want to live in the creative society. We need to spread this information. Now you can tell everyone about the creative society, and in this way, we will form an electoral request to politicians. At the next election, we will vote only for politicians who support the creative society. And if there are no such people, then we will not vote for anyone. This is the only way we will change the format of society to the creative one, peacefully and quickly. There is nothing more valuable than human life. It cannot be returned or bought. Let's restore our right to life. And now, we want to present the song prepared for us by participants of the Creative Society from Africa. The song is called We Will Rise.
We will rise, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise, creating society, we will rise, in power of unity, we will rise. Every day you wake up, you want the news and ask yourself, why? It's one day the hatred and all the fight comes to an end. If one day the killing and greed is over, if one day humanity's mind is sober, every time you wake up, you make the world we are living in Nooks and guns await us as we are walking on the streets. We are sent to kill each other in wars. Do we want to? No one even asks us. What we want is a peaceful life. It is every one of us. We want to live, not just survive. The power is within us. Society, we will rise in power of unity. We will rise. We are people, and we see what our world is meant to be. Happy, joyful, loving one, shining brighter than the sun. Creative society, we will rise and shine. The power is within us, the power of unity. Every one of us, we will shine. Society, we will rise. We will rise. We will rise. The power of unity. We will rise.
We would like to thank the very famous singer and very talented Dr. Phyllis Ndukwe for his song, We Will Rise, as an expression of the African voice for the Creative Society technology. Technology, as we know, should always serve to improve our lives. But today, it's impossible to achieve this. Even though we live in a time of technological breakthroughs, we are limited by the consumer format. Only by joining together will we move to a level of technology that you could never even dream of. Free energy, life extension, smart and technological cities, nano robots, robotic assistants and various drones, artificial intelligence systems, and much, much more. There's simply not enough time to list all the technologies. So let's watch a video about the essential technologies available to everyone in the Creative Society.
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke. What is your wildest dream? What will you get when it comes true? A big, beautiful house? A super modern car? Lots of traveling. Do you want to work less and spend more time with your family and friends? What do you personally dream of? What if dreams come true for every person on earth and the Creative Society will come? What will your life be like? Have you thought about it yet? A human being is the most valuable element in the Creative Society. Therefore, the first thing that will be developed and applied is technology that will free you from hard, grueling, and dangerous labor. It will be done by robots and artificial intelligence. Nowadays, in the consumerist format, the introduction of advanced technology will leave you without work, but in the Creative Society, it will be different. In addition to the universal basic income of $10,000 a month, you can earn extra money and work at a pace you feel comfortable. No more than 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. And if you're an entrepreneur or businessman, schedule your time the way you want without worrying about anything, because both you and your employees have a universal basic income, and all the cutting-edge technologies and robotics are there for you. As of today, robots are already capable of taking on the most labor-intensive tasks in agriculture, metallurgy, mining, automotive, and other industries, and even in the neutralization of radioactive waste. If you don't want to work, then don't work. You can afford it. But how long will you be able to lie on the couch? A week? A year? You'll have lots of opportunities to do what you love, and earn an income that you could only dream of before. You will be able to learn new professions and skills and educate yourself as much as you want. In education, there will be use of technologies that will make the learning process super interesting, easy, and interactive. Virtual reality glasses and holograms are already being used today. One of the most important areas that will be upgraded with the most advanced technology is the protection of human life and his safety. Thus, you will be safe and secure everywhere. You won't be afraid to come home late at night. You won't be afraid to let your child be alone outside. You will be able to go anywhere in the world and nothing bad will happen to you. Safe city systems have already been created based on artificial intelligence. They can quickly respond to emergencies, protect citizens and visitors every day, investigate and even prevent crimes. Intelligence systems and road infrastructure are already capable of controlling traffic throughout the city and ensuring safety. They can prevent traffic jams, send a signal to the car about a pedestrian who is about to jump out onto the road, and even intervene in case of a possible collision and activate the brakes. Imagine that you're going home in such a smart city, for example, and an autopilot air taxi. You chat via video call or watch your favorite movie. You walk into your beautiful big house, and you already have a hot dinner waiting for the whole family. Smart gadgets and artificial intelligence have already washed, ironed, tidied everything, and ordered food delivery. Who has cooked the dinner then? Home robotic kitchens can already scan your refrigerator, find the right gadgets in your cupboard, and cook a meal of any world cuisine on its own. The updated version will be able to put dirty dishes in the dishwasher and put clean ones in the cupboards. And these innovations will become available to you already during the transition period of the consumerist format of society to the creative one. And in a few years in the creative society, there will be even more pleasant surprises awaiting you. There will appear replicators of food, clothing, and everything you need. Have you ever heard what a replicator is? It's a device which creates an item you need, from a hamburger to a t-shirt, or earrings from elementary particles. To do that, it uses the information about the object and a small amount of energy. A company from California has already created the technology of the future, a printer that makes drinks right from molecules. The cartridge system makes it possible to make thousands of natural drinks with almost no waste. And this is just the beginning. The breakthrough discovery of nanotube technology by Massachusetts and Yale graduates allows them to manipulate matter at the molecular level and already obtain gasoline and other fuels directly from the air.
When this technology is everywhere, what does that future look like?
What I'm picturing is something like the size of a mini fridge that essentially can take waste materials and turn them into useful products like fuels and building materials, or it can pull CO2 out of the air and turn it into fuels or building materials.
The use of replicators will not only make our lives easier, but will also greatly improve our health. We will stop eating artificial foods, as we do now, which contain a lot of harmful chemical additives and flavor enhancers. Food from a replicator will be real, very tasty, and healthy. It is made from elementary particles, the same as in natural products. Finally, we will remember the taste of really natural food. Of course, if you love to cook yourself, you'll cook your own pleasure, maybe even in tandem with a famous chef. Your smart house in the creative society is a house that not only takes care of chores and food, but also of you and your family. It will be able to monitor your health indicators. For example, acoustic tissue has already been developed. It can monitor your heart and breathing in real time without you noticing it. You can even talk through it, answer the phone, and communicate with other people. Smart toilet with the smart health function will take tests and send the results to artificial intelligence and, in case of abnormalities, to your doctor. It will advise you on how to adjust your diet. It will tell you what kind of food is not good for you and warn you about the risks of certain diseases. Smart mirror will track your health vitals while you're getting dressed. It will help your elderly parents stay in touch with the doctors. It will also take care of your skin. It will detect problems in time and even help to choose the right product for you. In the creative society, even for beauty, there will be used the most advanced technologies. You will be able to save time by getting your manicure in minutes and building your eyelashes by an ultra-fast robot, or try on clothes in a virtual dressing room. Sure, you like it already. What's next? Watch this. Thanks to the introduction of energy innovations, such as a fuel-free generator, the house will be completely autonomous. No more utility bills, not even for the heating. In the creative society, everything will be focused on the continuous improvement of goods and services. Imagine you won't have to repair your car or home appliances because they don't break. What will you do after a delicious lunch? Do you want to go to your favorite band's concert? The supersonic train will get you there in minutes because it can reach speeds of over 1,000 kilometers an hour. Countries such as the USA, Canada, China, and South Korea are actively developing vacuum and magnetic train technology, and they are competing for leadership in this futuristic technology. Do you want to spend a vacation somewhere on uninhabited islands or meet up with a friend on the other side of the planet? Already today, NASA is developing a silent supersonic aircraft for commercial use. It will cut the duration of flights by at least in half. And this is just the beginning, because space technology and the creative society will serve people on Earth as well. You will get anywhere in the world, not only quickly, but absolutely for free. No visas, no bureaucracy. There will be complete freedom of movement for everyone. You will be welcome in every corner of the world. There will be one world. No wars, no enmity. We'll have nothing to fight about anymore. True human values will finally return to society. Cutting-edge technology will cleanse the planet of all garbage without harming the environment. Even today, innovations make it possible to completely recycle unsorted waste into raw materials for repeated further use in industry. You will be surprised to know what great prospects await us in the creative society. Garbage will become the most valuable raw material because the introduction of replicator technology will help to completely break down garbage and unnecessary things into elementary particles, and then read everything we need from them without leaving home, from food and clothes to gadgets and so on. We will no longer have to destroy the planet and kill animals to survive. In the creative society, we will be able to breathe clean air again, drink crystal clear water, and enjoy the pristine beauty of the oceans and forests. Have you decided what you'll do in the creative society? Have you long been dreaming of spending more time with your family or changing your career? Or would you like to learn how to surf on the best beaches in the world after work, travel with friends? Or maybe you dream of seemingly simple things, for your parents to be protected and live long, for your children to be healthy, and that for you, yourself, that you won't grow old and live more than 100 years. The creative society is better than your dreams. You'll have something you couldn't even imagine. And it's a society focused on your needs. It's the implementation of the best technologies, the world's best practices, all for you. Imagine your dream. It will become a reality in the creative society.
In order to get to the creative society, just a few simple actions are required. Explore the idea, embrace it, and pass it on. Look at the logo. If we make it so popular that when you go into any supermarket, cafe, hairdressers, gym, cab, turning on any channel, go into any social network, you will see the logo, that would mean that the idea of creative society have spread. That is our first priority, to make sure that everyone knows about the idea as soon as possible. After that, we can move on to the second stage of building the creative society. It is simple and quick, without protests, rallies, and bloodshed. Let's look at just a few examples of how millions of people worldwide are already spreading the information about the creative society.
It is important that all 8 billion people learn about the Creative Society project and support it.
how can this be achieved? Where to start? Tell your family, friends, neighbors, work colleagues, basically everyone you know about the Creative Society. Share the information about the Creative Society on social media. You can write comments to videos, write video blogs, write posts, and share them on social networks. Post banners on your personal websites and accounts. Make your social networks explode with information about the Creative Society, and every user of your network will spread the news to the whole world.
I work with a large group of volunteers, and we have an official Creative Society account.
I'm over 60. I'm a grandmother and a blogger. In my posts, I talk about the Creative Society.
Hello friends, my name is Gabo Korchak. I'm a chef. Informing is the first and most difficult stage in building the Creative Society. That's why I do my best to inform people about the Creative Society at every opportunity, whether it's meeting different people, guests, and so on. Because every person I talk to wants to live in peace, love, and prosperity.
Wear clothes with a Creative Society logo, such as t-shirt or a baseball cap.
We use pullovers, t-shirts, and caps. We hand out cards with the logo and the webpage.
You're always on trend when you wear the Creative Society logo.
The only thing we need is the Creative Society. The Creative Society.
Put the sign in your yard. Attach a sticker with a Creative Society logo to your car. Decorate your bicycle with the logo.
As you can see, I have a t-shirt with the Creative Society logo printed on it. Well, it's one of the ways. I also put a sticker on my car, which says the Creative Society and has a QR code which people can scan to access the project homepage.
I support Creative Society and I inform people every single day about Creative Society, as you can see on my car and even on the plate.
Greetings from the Netherlands. We are volunteers from Amsterdam, decided to spread the knowledge about the Creative Society by placing a sticker on our bike.
Indeed, there is actually more bikes than people in the Netherlands. So you can imagine how important it is to put this message about the Creative Society, the 8th Foundation, and the way to get even more information with the QR code.
Leave information about the Creative Society in coffee shops, doctor's offices, the local grocery shops, the hairdressers, anywhere, even on the wing of an airplane.
We are in Berlin today, shooting a film about the Creative Society in an Italian cafe. We told the chief and owner of this cafe about the project, and he became really interested.
Please support this idea of young people who are fighting for and promoting a better world for all of us.
Today I'm in the pediatric surgery department. My son has been treated here for more than 3 weeks. Such a small action as informing people can change the destiny of many.
Don't know where to get a model? It's already solved. Just go to the Creative Society website to the design section and choose the one you like. So let's do anything we can to build a Creative Society as soon as possible. Write poems, songs. Make short videos, memes, and even jokes about. For example, the phrase, "If you do not support a creative society, don't touch me," can be printed on a toilet paper. If you are a business owner, put the Creative Society banner on your website or add their logo to your products. Show that you care about all people.
Since I have my own tailor shop, I inform people when I am at work.
One of the fastest methods of conveying the information about the Creative Society is via media. Participate in talk shows, podcasts, news, or any other program about the Creative Society and its benefits.
It's the most important thing I can do in my life, and it's the most important thing I can do for all of humanity.
We were also invited as guests to the Storytime program on Radio Italy, where we talked about the Creative Society.
You can also put advertisements about the Creative Society in articles, newspapers, magazines, and on billboards. Place the Creative Society content on television, both local and global.
Great news! Soroka TV is now showing interviews and excerpts from various videos about the Creative Society project. The more creative content there is, the faster we will succeed in building the Creative Society.
The Creative Society project's logo should be everywhere, all over the world. It should be recognizable in every corner of the world.
It's a platform where every person can raise their voices and speak about what challenges them as individuals but also as a society. It's the voice of the people, and it's the people that make the change that we want. It's only together that we can change the world. It's you and me who come together for a betterment. That's why I call upon everyone, friends, brothers, sisters, to come and be part of this great project for the betterment of our world.
Be creative and think of other ways to let the world know about the Creative Society. But don't forget that everything has to be within the framework of the law. The sooner people learn about the Creative Society, the sooner we will be living in it. If you want to have a decent life, tell everyone about the Creative Society.
We're all united on one platform, on the Creative Society platform, and talk about the fact that we need to change the system we're living from the one that's consumer-oriented with money and power is number one to the one where we deserve to live well.
I have a big flag, and when I ride my bike, I attach this flag and the small ones to show that this way I draw people's attention to the Creative Society.
The marathon is a great way for the city to learn about the amazing project, the Creative Society.
Creative society is the most peaceful and the most appropriate society format in the entire history of humankind. Only in the creative society can we cope with the climate threats and the crisis of the entire humanity. The best investment in your future is an investment in the creative society. Every active volunteer of the creative society, those who are implementing the hardest and most difficult part, that of informing people, deserve to receive a Peace Prize from the creative society. Every participant of the creative society deserves to be recognized and remembered in the future by grateful descendants. In a transition to the creative society, anyone who devotes time and effort will be rewarded. Let's discuss bringing understanding to this. An award should be structured in such a way that it reflects the efforts of people who inform about the creative society. A volunteer Peace Prize can be broken down into 5 categories. First, those volunteers who currently inform a few people, those are the people who put stickers, "I support the creative society" on their cars, who talk to their colleagues, friends, and acquaintances everywhere, who just work with a few people. Those people will receive $1 million. Second, those people who inform dozens of people, those who could be cafe owners, bloggers, those who travel, explain, talk, who are not shy to talk in buses or somewhere else, and massively inform dozens of people, they get $2 million. Third, those who inform hundreds of people get $3 million. Fourth, those who have the opportunity to communicate with people and notify thousands of people get $4 million. And fifth, those who are able to inform millions of people, bloggers with multi-million followers, people who speak on huge platforms, who participate in conferences, singers who can create concerts watched by millions of people, they'll get $5 million. We must recognize that such incentives will only be given away in a creative society, not now. Awards are determined based on how much personal responsibility a person assumes when making information about the creative society available to others. A new history will begin with the names of the volunteers who contribute their hearts and souls to the creative society. Building a creative society is true heroism. It is saving the lives of billions. It is saving all of humanity. Therefore, we should not only thank such people financially, but we should also write their names in our history. After all, they really deserve to have their names immortalized. There'll be a monumental building raised in honor of those heroes. The building will have 6 levels. Each person's name, every volunteer who informs millions and thousands will be on the first floor. Furthermore, there'll be the same gradation from 1 to 5 million Peace Prize recipients. 2nd to 5th floor will be dedicated to the real philanthropists, those who supported the informational stage and made creative society possible. On the top of the building will be tributes and portraits of all politicians who were so courageous and the first to declare their support for the creative society. In addition to help us create voter demand for a creative society, these politicians will remain in the public memory for generations. A creative society logo will be installed on the top of the monument. The effort we are now investing into the building of the creative society is the greatest thing we can do. We are building the future, not only for ourselves, but for our children and the generations that will come after us. And we can only do this by uniting the whole world.
There are no perfect actions, steps, or movement. While waiting for the perfect moment, we are losing the most important, most valuable resource, time. On the subject of time, I have an example to show you. Tell me, what are the statistics on average life expectancy in your country? Let's say 80 years. Let's take 78 years, which is inactive life. So, 78 years. Look, this is our lifespan, 78 years. So the span of our life is roughly this long. You can take a piece of paper and draw a line for your 78 years. Look, some of us are 30, some are 40, some are 50, 60. I will cut off the time of my life that's already gone. There, it's gone. Look at that. We have very little left. Statistically, we spend a third of our lives in sleep. Look, I'm cutting off another third of the rest of my life. Look. Next, how much time do we spend on household? Chores, cooking, laundry, cleaning. A woman spends at least 2 hours daily. And if we add it up for several years, then we cut off a few more years that we spend at the stove doing household chores. That's how much quality life we have left. And if we subtract from that the time for work, often unloved, for the struggle to survive, too bad, but we have to cut off another slice. We only have a little bit left. And that's not even me taking away the time we waste on social media, on Instagram, envying, comparing, and procrastinating. Let's cut that off too. And look what we are left with. We have only 6 years and we don't act. When will we act? We have almost no time left. I didn't take into account the climate threat that's hanging all over all of us. It doesn't really matter how old you are now. The climate situation has leveled us all. We have 6 years old. We will sleep for 2 years and walk for 2 years. We are left with 2 years. Take time away from that for laundry, cooking, and you'll realize we don't have any time left at all to save our lives. And we are not talking about saving lives and continue living in the hellish conditions of the consumerist format again. We are talking about completely changing of our lives. The creative society is the future in which your life is society's most significant value. There you will forget what fear is. Live in safety. Stop selling yourself in slavery for money and be provided for and able to create, able to become a better version of yourself. All the advanced technologies will provide for and serve your life in a peaceful, beautiful society without wars and threats to life. So think about whether it's worth wasting time on any doubts and fears, or whether it's time to start acting right now. Ask yourself the question, what can I do that is useful? All fears must be put aside. You need to think more about the benefits of creative society for yourself and those you love. Take actions right now. Take action the best you can. There are many examples of what people all around the world are already doing today to build the creative society. But don't compare your beginning with someone else's middle. You have to be yourself. Be honest. Be open, be a real person. Be someone who is pro-life, not pro-death. To be the one who is for creative society.
Friends, it is really high time we start acting right now. You know, all this time we've been actively trying to reach out to humanity, but we are faced with a huge inertia among people. And honestly, I never would have thought it would be so hard to save humankind. Why are people inert today? It's just because they don't know how much time is left, and that is why they don't rush anywhere. That is why it is so crucial to inform them about the progression of all catastrophic climatic processes and about the real way out of the climatic collapse. By changing the format of society from the consumerist model to a creative one. Everyone on the planet needs to know about it. This is the only way. Otherwise, we simply will not have time to do anything. And that is why we're now appealing to all people who want to live, who want their grandchildren and great-grandchildren to live. We cannot stop the progression of climate cataclysms on our own, and we cannot reach out to everyone on our own either. There is no point in placing our hopes in politicians expecting that they will come to an agreement and do something about this. We people need to start talking about this, and you and I need to get this message out to all the mass media, to every person out of the 8 billion people living on Earth. This is the only opportunity we see right now. We have a chance to leave this planet as dead as Mars, but we still have chance to save our planet. And right now, as we speak, right now on our planet, magma is making its way to the surface through new faults that are being formed because of earthquakes. It is a fairly rapid process. This is a fact that we have been living for more than 10 years. And as of today, you also will have to live with it. Because now you too understand that this is really an apocalyptic doomsday bomb with a clock. And now you understand too that the only solution for us as a civilization is the creative society. And everyone has to learn about this. Each second of our inaction here diminishes our chances of survival. Today, it is up to each person to make a choice.
The time of choice is a very important time. It's the time of unification, of at least the majority of people, of those who set the vector towards the future of all humanity on this planet. This is important. That's precisely what the crossroads is. And it depends on everyone's decision where we will go as humanity. Our task isn't simple, friends, but we have no one to hope for. If good people come to us and help us, that's wonderful. But if not, you and us will proceed from our own conscience and capabilities. Believe me, a lot of people on this planet are competent, intelligent, honest, and decent people. That's whom we should rely on. As for all the rest, the opportunists, such spineless jellyfish who can only do harm, sting, or throw feces like a monkey in a zoo. Why would we pay attention to them? We're actually talking about people. Therefore, friends, we have a lot of interesting work ahead. Busy days. I would say lots of meetings with good people, and that's already wonderful. So, friends, let's just love each other. Love and take care of this world. And let's not shift our responsibility onto someone else. Let's grow up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Igor Mikhailovich.
Thank you, friends. Peace be with you.
Dear friends, our forum has come to an end. I want to express my deep gratitude to the distinguished speakers and all the participants of this universal event of great importance. My heartfelt thanks to the volunteers of the Creative Society for the tremendous work each of you has done. It's only out of great humanness, love for people, and faith in our common cause that you act so selflessly and with such dedication. You are true heroes, and thanks to you, all of humankind still has a chance. Dear friends, this forum has lasted only 12 hours, but it feels like we lived a whole life. A life full of shocks and insights. And after all we've heard and seen, everyone will have to live with this information. But the main question of today's forum is, how long? 2036. I'm sure this date is still on your mind. And it may seem to many that it's the most important information in the whole forum. Because 2036 is the year of our end. However, it is not. It is the date of the destruction of our planet. But we, as humanity, will die much sooner. We simply won't live to see this date. So today, it is not that important. For us, it's much more important to have time to unite, to build the Creative Society, and as a result, to find a solution that will stop the destruction of our planet and save us from death. After all presented studies and facts, it should be obvious to everyone. The Creative Society is our only way out. Whether we want to admit it or not, building the Creative Society is a necessity. It is a lifeline to a sinking humankind. But it's up to us to take this last chance or not. It is a challenge to all of humankind. But how do we respond to it? Will we live out our last years with this information in our heads, which is impossible to forget? Or will we unite so that we can have thousands of years of prosperity ahead of us? The time for games is over, and it's high time for us to take our lives seriously. Today, the destiny of all humankind depends on the decision of each individual whether to build the Creative Society or not. All of us will have to work hard in order to survive. The truth is, we won't be able to build the Creative Society without you. So please, think about these words very seriously. We are united in a common destiny. But what that destiny will be like depends on our choice. What's the point of the existence of humanity all these thousands of years if we just choose to die. The meaning of humanity's existence is life, and we must choose life. And that means choosing the creative society. Let's give each other and all of humankind a chance. Let's save our common home all together. In unity, no matter what. After all, our survival is indeed in unity.